He is a transmigrator. He holds the entire storyline of this world in the palm of his hand. And that man is the hero granted the standard status panel of a protagonist. The first thing he did, after being reborn, was to personally kill that deranged teammate. Because in the previous life, that man was an extremely twisted and perverted individual. He not only soaked the little vampire girl in liquor as if she were an object, he even personally killed every woman who appeared around him. Turned out that man had secretly harbored feelings for him for a very long time. When he learned that he was about to become a father, that man became so furious that veins bulged across his face. He even did everything possible to prevent him from approaching any woman. That man tied him up and said he wanted to stay with him forever. But this time, he was no longer there to accompany him. So that man failed to complete the storyline of this world. Enough beating around the bush. The story begins now. It begins with the scene of the male protagonist slowly waking up on his bed. You had just opened your eyes and immediately saw the magnificent scenery outside the window. Could it be that he was still inside that game from earlier? Turning to 3 years ago, he once owned a role-playing game titled A Hand Hero Legend. The story tells of an academy where dangerous incidents constantly occur, and those crises almost never stop, even as the end of that world draws near. The story continues endlessly, without conclusion. That is fine, because the protagonist will ultimately resolve everything. The character he controls is named Kazala, only level 1 and almost existing just for show. Simply the beginner quest NPC whom the protagonist will arrive to rescue the villagers. Instead of standing still, he decides to walk around and observe the surroundings. The graphics here are truly beautiful. If everything follows the storyline, then things will turn out fine. Perhaps he should try finding the protagonist. Sooner or later, that guy will become famous and wealthy. Where is the starting point? At that moment, a black-haired young man sat down and muttered strange words like sweet potato or water. Sifuzai you, that thing should not exist in this game. Then who is this person? Next second, the guy suddenly stood up with a terrifying gaze, saying he must live for himself. So that is how it is. Hey, he is the same. Yet the guy looked confused and could not understand what was happening. It turned out Taxi Ho was also another player dragged into this role-playing game. The difference is that Paxi was granted the privilege of a player with a status window. Status points, what should he do with those things? The problem is that Paxi has never played this game, but he will compensate for that weakness. The protagonist crossed his arms behind his head and confidently said that if someone wants to be a mage, then they must increase intelligence and find a skill book in the next chapter. That matter is very important, so do not forget it. He has thoroughly grinded this game and memorized every path within it. Just trust him. He is an expert of a hand hero legend. Having him as a strategist is a blessing for 3 lifetimes. But right after saying that, a dog with a crazed gaze suddenly rushed toward them. Axie immediately realized the danger and rushed forward using a spell to protect the protagonist. He asked whether he was injured. After taking down one dog, the two continued eliminating the rest. He knows the entire data of this game. Siho possesses the player status panel and system. Together, they are truly a perfect pair. With Siho beside him, he believes he can save countless people, stop the apocalypse, then return to the real world. Siho handed Jinlock a purple potion bottle. Here, take this. Where did you find it? It looks like a small recovery potion. In drinking it, he suddenly thought that if there was anything unsatisfactory, it was that everyone here was male. The game is attractive because of its fantasy elements with heroic legends and romantic relationships. But Taxi Ho never became close with any girl and only recruited them when necessary. As a result, the party gradually became filled entirely with men. He sighed while looking around, wondering why his team was full of men like this. Should have noticed the abnormal signs earlier, right when the granddaughter of Guum died on the way to the memorial ceremony. Then the first boss, Meiji, suddenly disappeared along with a series of mysterious deaths, events that never existed in the original storyline of the game. More importantly, the way Paxi thinks, his personality, or rather his true self. He should have suspected that man long ago. Jinlock could not help exclaiming in shock, "What is this?" Meiji was originally the female hero of the game, yet both he and Paxi had never met her because she disappeared. So why did her staff appear here? Paxi had been secretly leaving every night recently, so he followed him here. Who would expect such a place beneath the ground? This is that man's secret storage. Why are these things here? For him lay the missing Odachi, the weapon that once belonged to the female hero Alyssa. Not only that, there was also the Hammer of Edger. There were even rare spell books and many belongings of characters who disappeared during the gameplay journey. And there was something else that he could never have imagined. Those were corpses soaked inside containment chambers. At that moment, Paxi appeared behind him, making him startled. Damn it, he had been discovered. That man glared at him angrily and asked why he was here. He turned to Siho and demanded an explanation. What exactly is this? Earlier, he said he was chasing Meiji and lost her trail. That man merely laughed and said that she was a ghost anyway. He asked whether he intended to waste the precious blood of a high-level vampire. He was simply using it in the most useful way, and he had already drunk some of it. It turned out that purple potion earlier was actually vampire blood. The thought made his mind spin. Seeing Jinlok's miserable expression, Siho calmly said he spent an entire month capturing her and building this room. He asked why he would do such a thing. That man replied it was naturally to complete the storyline more efficiently, saying that your playstyle is exhausting. You keep saving people only to fail again. Why not kill them from the beginning, always protecting those uncontrollable individuals even after raising their affinity? It is better to exploit them like this. Listen carefully. He plays this game far better than you. So from the beginning that man had been lying. He was not a novice. He forced himself to stay calm and asked how many times he had done this. That man muttered that he could not remember clearly, then began counting. If he killed 3 more people, it would reach 100,000. At that moment, that man no longer resembled a human. Unable to restrain his anger, he rushed forward, calling him a monster. But that man calmly told him to wake up, saying they are only NPCs and that he has killed some himself. Those he killed were monsters that had lost their humanity and were trying to destroy the world. Your so-called efficiency disappoints him deeply. If you keep talking about efficiency, then why take the Odachi? What use does a mage have for a night weapon fragment when ordinary potions can easily be created from the character window? What exactly did you build this grotesque lair for? That man looked at him, then laughed arrogantly and replied, "Haha, you truly are. You truly need to be enlightened from that weak social balance ideology of yours." As soon as the words ended, Paxi immediately grabbed Jinlok's head and slammed him violently backward. The blow was so powerful that blood burst from his head and his breath nearly stopped. Siho shouted angrily, saying that he was driving him insane. After everything he had done for him, he should not speak in that tone. In his mind, there was only him. He must be the reason he lives. He is his entire world, yet he keeps interfering in other people's matters. The only thing he cares about are those damned score numbers. This time that man will not hold back. Kozilok stared at him blankly, thinking only what the hell this bastard was talking about. You are not that kind of character. We have traveled together for nearly 200 chapters. Why did it suddenly turn into this genre? He removed every obstacle all this time only for the sake of their future. Kozilok said angrily. So that was why the team was full of men. Paxi cut him off. Those guys were only a facade. You do not need to care. The only one he loves is you. Without hesitation, he rushed forward and punched that man hard. Damn it, this pervert gives him goosebumps. He does not even have a girlfriend yet. Panic, he turned around and ran with all his strength. But behind that man, strange purple tentacles grew out, stretched forward and tightly wrapped around his legs, so his body could not move. They even coiled tightly around his entire body. Looking at himself bound like this felt no different from those girls in intimate scenes. Damn it. After restraining him, Paxi stepped forward and said coldly that you cannot escape from him. He will keep you by his side forever. Siho looked at him with a terrifying gaze and declared that you belong to him. In this artificial world, you are the only thing that makes him feel real. You give him goosebumps, bastard. Everything will end very quickly. When everything ends, they will stay together forever. So that was Taxiho's plan from the very beginning. A few seconds later, the final chapter slowly began to unfold. He let both arms fall and lay flat on the ground, muttering that it had begun. That man always solved everything himself, so the final boss should not be a problem. But after he kills it, then damn it, what will become of his fate? Notification panel appeared with the words, "The player mission has failed." Could it be that bastard lost? A few seconds later, his eyes widened and his breathing grew rapid. That was also why he woke up on the original bed at this moment. 3 years ago, when he first arrived here, he already regretted it. Thinking about the past only made him clench his fists tighter in anger. Must kill that bastard Paxi. No matter what, that player must be eliminated. The dam collapse event caused by Tian during the river monster subjugation mission destroyed the dam and swept away the entire village. Thousands of water monsters, along with countless innocent people, drowned. Such a horrifying scene, yet that man Foxy Hall. At that time, he did not understand why that man laughed with excitement. Now thinking about it, no matter how many people died, the only thing that man cared about was the experience gained. 3 more lives, and it would reach 100,000. That devil, this time he can stop him from the beginning. Right now, that man is only level 5 like him. Every factor that makes players stronger lies in Mecha Academy 3. After enrolling, that man became extremely powerful. Now he has not yet become a monster, but no one knows how terrifying his growth will be after entering the academy. The entrance ceremony is 5 days away. While running, he suddenly noticed golden mushrooms growing around a tree root. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful In other words, the only way to kill Taxi Ho is right now. Mission panel clearly stated that the carriage on the road to Makata City was attacked by forest monsters. Protect everyone and the guards until the carriage is repaired. Night had fallen, and the full moon hung high in the sky. After completing the mission, the soldiers praised Siho. Finally finished. You did well, kid. Haha, thanks. A man outside called in Sir Leon and Miss Laura. The carriage has been repaired. Let's go, he wants to sleep right now. But at that moment, they heard a loud noise behind them. A massive log rushed toward them with terrifying speed. Realizing the danger, Knight Leon immediately pushed Laura away and shouted to dodge. He saved her from death by a hair's breadth. Leon rushed forward and said he understands now those howls belonged to the level 2 monster werewolves. Immediately after that, the wolf let out a chilling howl. Kozilok observed from behind and was shocked. Damn it, it has already begun. He ran with all his strength, yet still could not stop it. If only he had time to prepare, he could have saved them. Wolf lowered its body, preparing to attack. It lunged forward and nearly killed her on the spot before she could react. Leon turned to Siho and ordered him to get on the carriage quickly. He will stall for time. Go first, he will follow behind. Brown-haired girl beside them shouted that she cannot leave Leon behind. While dying, Leon still tried to tell him to run. Siho stood still, staring at the wolf with a cautious gaze. He must confirm before intervening whether Paxi truly is the hero who saves the world, or just another player like him. Just 1 second later, he curled his lips in provocation. This one is really big. The wolf saw that posture and immediately prepared to pounce. She bent down, immediately gripping her sword tightly and thrusting straight at the wolf. It blocked it. Step back, he will handle it. Paxi witnessed that scene yet remained silent. The second daughter of the Aiden family, the one who wields Odachi, one of the 6 sword kings. Most crucial character of the party, the girl named Alyssa. Even though it was only the tutorial, Alyssa's death still existed in the storyline. And the moment she never expected was when that man injected poison from behind. He had waited for this moment for a long time. Kozilok witnessed the entire sequence of events. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. So it was still you, Siho. Why did it turn out like this? Alyssa's consciousness was affected within just a few seconds. The scene before her eyes blurred along with Paxi's fake words, saying sorry he was scared and slipped. Wolf continued howling violently. Even with her injured hand, she still struggled to stay conscious. And she resisted the wolf's attack. If Alyssa dies in the mission, that man will obtain Odachi and join Lunia's team with the legendary sword. She was poisoned, yet still not dead. Probably because she is an important NPC in the storyline, so she can endure longer. Calm down. Focus, maintain your will. She gathered all her strength into her body and shouted, ultimate technique, absolute step slash. Alyssa immediately unleashed her full power and slashed straight toward the wolf. With that strength, she could completely defeat the monster alone. Could he allow this to happen? With ruthless intent, he pulled out a poisoned, hidden weapon from his pouch, then hurled it straight at her once again. Alyssa reacted extremely fast, swinging her sword to deflect the hidden weapon. Then it truly was not an accident, but she did not realize the wolf had already closed in behind her, causing her guard to drop. With no other choice, she raised her sword and delivered a fatal thrust straight into the monster's face. After that strike, she collapsed onto the ground, her body exhausted beside the wolf's large pool of blood. Why did you do this? Paxi stepped forward and snatched the sword from Alyssa's hand. That man held it up with a triumphant expression. Finally, he obtained Odachi. This thing can only be used with a special skill that can be considered later. Oh right, killing NPCs can also grant experience. Only then did Alyssa realize the horrifying truth. In that moment, she could not suppress her fear and broke into choking sobs. As Paxi prepared to kill her, suddenly a bag of golden powder was thrown down from above. The powder covered his body and made him cough violently without stopping. What the hell is this? Who is it? Which bastard is playing this trick? Show yourself now. Immediately afterward, a swarm of white-horned rats followed the scent and rushed over. Tapanic mushrooms are a favorite delicacy of forest monsters and are coated with extremely thick pollen. Therefore, in the eyes of the monsters, Paxi now looked no different from a fresh piece of meat covered in fragrant sauce. Damn it, get lost, all of you damn things. Taking advantage of the moment, he pulled Alyssa away from the scene. Fortunately, she was still breathing. Suddenly, he noticed a fang lodged in the wolf's mouth. Without thinking, he immediately pulled it out. Just as he was about to leave, Paxi had already appeared behind and restrained him. Who are you? He calmly replied indirectly, killing 3 horned rats in an instant. Odachi is truly impressive. Paxi looked at the face before him in shock. You are. Kozilok, how did you appear here? Could this guy have lost his memory earlier? If so, that would be even more convenient. He spoke directly. Hey, if you hold the sword like that, you will injure yourself. That man looked at the sword and asked what. But at that very moment, he grabbed a handful of sand and threw it straight into Siho's face, causing him to drop his guard. Bastard died. That man held the sword clumsily, yet his swing speed was extremely fast. After all, Paxi's physical strength still surpassed his. He could only risk everything. That is right, this wolf fang may be small, but if it pierces the neck it will kill instantly. Dodge it. Focus on this fang. Just look at it. Paxi began to feel fear spreading through his body. When that fang shot forward, Kozilok did not hesitate and stabbed straight into his chest, causing Paxi to collapse unconscious and die instantly. But the matter was not finished yet. Even intended to stab the neck once more to finish off that monster. When he saw Paxi completely unable to resist, he ended that man in an instant. In the previous life, thanks for everything. He had to admit that because of that man, he became stronger. But he did not regret this action either, because in the end he had finally killed the seed of a monster. Paxi Ho's player card appeared with the words "the player has died." System began calculating deviations in the main storyline, activating backup world, transforming Kozilok, checking potential, checking mindset, checking compatibility, checking player log, transferring all previous player experience to hero Kozilok, launching reserve player program. Immediately afterward, he received the title AAA Knight Martial Heir, reserve player. So from now on he also has a status window. Thinking everything had ended, he turned around and saw Alyssa still on the verge of death. He hurried to support her. "Hey, are you all right? It hurts. I cannot see anything." At least she could still speak. "Feel dizzy and cannot smell anything right. Your ears are ringing too right. How do you know? And stuttering as well. It seems you were poisoned by a tree frog toxin. In the tutorial chapter without a status panel, it is difficult to create this poison. Just a little stronger, and you would already be dead. Very lucky, but the werewolf fang is still lodged in your body, so the situation is still dangerous. The bleeding must be stopped, and the poison neutralized immediately." He immediately treated the wound. "Do not worry, he is very skilled at stopping bleeding and detoxifying. You can rest assured. If you bite your tongue, that would be troublesome. Let him see if there is anything usable." It seemed hopeless. He noticed Siho's intact arm. A bold idea suddenly flashed in his mind. He took that arm and handed it to Alyssa, then said, "Bite it. It will hurt a lot, so bite down hard." He does not understand why he returned to 3 years ago, but he had returned and killed the player. People who once died in the previous life were now still alive. At least he had saved one person. That night, Kozilok placed the pile of herbs into a pot and began boiling them. While boiling, he reassured Alyssa, "Endure a little longer. He is preparing the antidote. Do not worry. Humans do not die that easily." While resting, she murmured the words "benefactor." She asked, "Please tell me your name." "There is no need. Do not think too much and rest. When the medicine is ready, he will wake you. From now on, he must act in the shadows. The fewer people who know, the better. Now it is time to check the situation again." The storyline of a Han hero legend, as its name suggests, is the story of a hero. By resolving events in Mecha Academy 3, the player grows and saves the world. The hero will eliminate countless monsters and defeat the final boss. Even a despicable man like Paxi Ho had to follow that storyline, because if the final boss is not defeated, the world will perish. But that man is already dead, so who will bear that destiny? AAA Knight Martial Heir reserve player. Who else besides him? These bastards. If they want him to shoulder that task, then they should at least give some advantage. Although he has become a reserve player, he was not granted any system assistance tools. All expectations turned into nothing. It is difficult to change the future with only memories from the previous life. He must use elements outside the system to achieve the goal. After 3 relentless years of harsh training, he is no longer merely a successor or backup character. When he carved symbols onto the ground, streaks of fire suddenly burst into brilliant flames. Just as expected, the magic succeeded. He must survive. Magic he learned in the previous life is called ancient language. Ancient characters carrying hidden power. Obligation, restriction, oath. 3 ancient commands forming the triad incantation. This is a powerful law governing this world, both a source of human power and something that can lead to destruction. He will carve them all onto his body. He did not hesitate and bit open the tip of his finger. Then, gritting his teeth, he wrote onto his arm with blood. Among the 3 words, the first character is obligation. This command increases strength when the user places a vow upon himself. One can swear simple things such as not eating chicken, but because it is too easy, it grants almost no stat bonus. Even so, he must choose a vow he can keep until the end. He will not pretend blindness to greedily seize the treasure of the righteous. Obligation. He will not pretend blindness to greedily seize the treasure of the good. If violated, 10 stats will be deducted. The second is restriction. Restriction, he cannot perceive souls. In this world, everything possesses perception. Even spirits or invisible entities exist. Because spirit entities interact only through cognitive connection, they cannot affect something that cannot perceive them. If the condition is broken, he will receive 600% damage. Restriction activated. Spirit damage 0%. Physical damage plus 50%. This incantation becomes a shield, protecting him from all spirit entities. And finally, the oath, the most powerful incantation, but also the most dangerous. That is why in the previous life, both Taxi Ho and he used it. Even Paxi, who could use the entire system, still failed against the final boss. Therefore, he must prepare more thoroughly. The heaviest oath, he will save this world, the greatest ambition of every warrior. The triad of incantations is complete. Obligation, restriction, oath, all applied to the reserve player. If the oath is not fulfilled, death will be the result. Immediately afterward, Alyssa woke up. She realized her body had been placed on a soft bed some unknown time. As she moved slightly, the nurse approached and asked, "Ah, you are awake. How do you feel?" "Where am he?" "You are at Maykaba City Hospital." "Who brought him here?" "Your relative just left. "Ah, you cannot move yet." "It is fine. Where are his belongings?" "Here is this from the person who saved him. There's still blood on it." Alyssa looked at the nurse and spoke, "Hey, nurse." The nurse startled and replied, "Yes." Alyssa asked, "Is honey candy sold here? For now you can only eat soup." 3 days later, at the opening ceremony of the beginner mission of Macabre Academy, Kozilek opened his wallet. "You must have a student card to enter." "Huh, what is this?" "A letter. He does not remember putting it here." He opened it and read. The content wrote, "To my son, you do not know how proud your mother is of you. Become someone who protects the people beside you." When did she place it here? Kozilek was originally just a weak, ordinary child, but he still had a family. When he first entered this body, he behaved rather distant, but they still treated him the same as before, and from then he began to cherish the family and this world. That is the difference between him and Paxi Ho. Entering the academy, trains followed one after another as they arrived. Wow, so many trains. So this is Mecha 3 Academy. A girl with long blue hair waved. Her name is Meiji. "Hello, new students. Gather here. You also a new student. You are tall. You must eat well. You are Miss Zylok, right?" She smiled brightly and asked him, "Do you want to eat potatoes?" After guiding everyone onto the train and beginning to move, Meiji pointed ahead and explained, "That is the construction hall where magic students conduct research. The second-year top student of Mecha 3 Academy is very popular and has a bright future. Over there is the physical training hall. In a person's life, many unexpected misfortunes will appear, and Meiji will later face a great tragedy. She will become the final boss of stage 1. All right, when getting off, each person take 1 potato and 1 sweet potato. Good luck to all of you. See you later." Mecha 3 Academy is considered a place that provides free training. He looked up at the ceiling and sighed. The expansion magic has begun. Suddenly everything turned dark, causing everyone to panic. What happened? Can anyone see anything? The announcement speaker sounded, "Do not panic. How can Academy students fear such a small challenge?" He calmly observed, "That is old Hamel's voice. It is always like this, just like a training camp. This world once fought against the demon race. Warriors who use aura or mana are the most effective weapons, and the Warrior Academy is where they are trained." Strange figure appeared before them. "Hello, everyone. I am Professor Damon, professor of the Night Department, the person responsible for this year's opening ceremony. It has been a long time since he last saw that man. Most of you probably came here to become knights or mages. When arriving, your records were already sent here. But do not brag. Let me see your true strength." Following his words, the students opened the system panel to view personal information. Kozilek's statistics appeared. Aura 680 very low, mana 120 extremely low, ability extremely low, intermediate 6 very low. Looking at the terrible statistics, he felt slightly discouraged, but his physical strength is still quite good. "Ah, you are looking at your rankings, right? Stand in front of the corresponding number." Around 400 people. That means he is in the last 1%. That man showed a smug smile and said, "Good luck." Immediately afterward, everyone was teleported to another space. This year's batch seems to have quite a few talents hung. The blonde girl observed and said, "No need to check the top 2 ranks. Wait until the rest are evaluated." The genius sword granddaughter Alyssa, priest of Yahello, mercenary of sword Emperor Dazan, golem engineer Luden, and the only lowest rank, Kwajian. She narrowed her eyes in confusion. That child was also admitted. What is the principal thinking? The lecturer beside her snorted, "Do we even need to test rank 6? Rank 5 already looks terrible. Eliminate rank 6 directly." The woman behind reminded them. "The principal said every student has the right to learn. Do you dare disobey the order? Then let it begin." After the lecturer snapped his fingers, a large cabinet appeared. It was the weapon cabinet. He announced, "In 30 minutes monsters will appear. Eliminate as many as possible. This is the combat test." Kozilek calmly opened the cabinet to take a look. Most rank 5 or rank 6 students do not think much and simply pick a random weapon. Most choose swords. In the previous life, he did the same. Immediately afterward, black hounds, level 5 monsters, appeared across the battlefield. Their eyes flashed when they discovered the targets before them. Yes, swords look very cool. People say 100 days to train a spear, 1,000 days to train a blade, and 10,000 days to train a sword. Therefore, the correct choice must be the spear. After thinking that, he immediately threw the spear toward the monster pack. One was instantly struck, and its body gradually dissolved. Seeing their companion killed, the hounds rushed forward with fierce attacks. Every attack was neatly countered by Kozilok with almost no effort. Sorry, but he has far too much experience killing you creatures. Let him see 20 seconds. That is a bit slow. The previous life, he could not even kill these hounds and was eliminated immediately. This time it is completely different. He will eliminate them all until reaching the next level. All right, bring the next wave. But he waited and still no monsters appeared. He has already passed the 5-minute mark. Why is nothing happening? Did the system malfunction? The old lecturer, observing the lower rank students, sneer. If they cannot even kill those monsters, what else can they do? In my time, killing level 5 monsters only took 1 minute 22 seconds. Then the rank 6 group probably is not worth expecting either. When he noticed Kozilok of rank 6, he was surprised. Why were the monsters not summoned? Perhaps the system has a problem. Why has the next monster wave not appeared? Why are there only those monsters? Truly useless monsters. When looking toward Kozilok, he suddenly paid special attention. This is the first person to complete it. Only 7 minutes 22 seconds. I thought rank 3 usually takes around 2 or 3 minutes. So what are rank 5 and rank 6 doing? What is wrong with that guy? Why is he lying there yawning? Did the system malfunction? Monsters should be summoned continuously. Person beside ask, malfunction, impossible. For 20 years, Josephine's trial has never been wrong, but he should have been eliminated long ago. Clearly, monsters were not summoned. You say monsters are not appearing. I do not even need to look to know, so you cannot see it. My goodness, I said the system malfunction. I will summon again. But when trying to summon, what the hell is this? Why have there only been those monsters the whole time? They are not even training hounds. In only 73 seconds, Kozilok defeated another pack of hounds. The two lecturers stared at the result panel in shock. 73 seconds. Look, Professor Fremax, what is happening? What is the fastest record of rank 3 and rank 4? He calmly replied, a boy named Zeg once did it in 3 minutes 30 seconds. Why do you ask? Oh, nothing. Seeing him use the spear so skillfully, he must be a hunter's son. Then let us see how he handles a level 4 monster. After speaking, he immediately summoned a level 4 monster wild boar. The result was even more terrifying. He only needed 37 seconds to defeat it. Next, he summoned a level 3 owl bear monster with a massive body. Beast swung its claws toward Kozilok, but he dodged in time. Taking the chance, he thrust the spear tip violently into its side. Although its strength was greater, its speed was far too slow. He leaped upward and then used a fire summoning spell. The flames quickly burned it to ashes in an instant. Lecturers outside began whispering among themselves, ancient language magic. At this moment, the owl bear struggled to endure the flames from Kozilok. It seemed it would not last much longer. There was no other way. He used another move to obscure its vision. That was enough. He gripped the spear tightly and thrust a fatal strike into its head, causing the monster to collapse instantly. That kid is definitely not an ordinary rank 6 student. Unfortunately, the test only uses monsters up to level 3. It has been a long time since I have seen such an interesting student. I am eager to see him fight evil spirits. In that case, the next test will begin. Level 5D Evil Spirit Trial. Immediately afterward, a creature appeared, but its shape was completely blurred. Something was clearly summoned, but he could neither see nor hear it due to the restriction he had placed. He cannot perceive souls, so he cannot touch evil spirits, just as expected. He began silently counting from 1 to 60 with the movement of his lips. All right, the system must have activated. Everything has been confirmed. With a calm expression, Kozilok raised the spear and said, he withdraws. The exam results appeared. Level 5 Hound in 73 seconds. Level 4 Boar in 37 seconds. Level 3 Owl Bear in 11 seconds. All were new records. What exactly is that, kid? After completing the test, everyone gradually left the testing area. Some students chatted. Hey, what rank are you? I am rank 4, that is bad. What about you? I am rank 3, so you killed the owl bear. The large blonde boy boasting there is named Zyger. He was the one who started the conflict with the player in the story. Axiho killed him simply because he angered him. Zyger may be arrogant, but at that age it is normal. Only that madman was excessive. The students began looking toward the rank 5 group. Look, they are rank 5 and still could not defeat monsters. Black was too arrogant, and after mocking him and Siho, he met the same fate as Zyger. Immediately afterwards, someone stepped up with a microphone. Good morning, everyone. I am Director Casa. To become strong, you have come to the academy where warriors gather. Some of you are already strong, but some still need to strive greatly. I cannot guarantee you will achieve everything you desire, but I hope you find your own path. We guide only the first step. The next steps are your responsibility. That concludes my speech. Have a wonderful day, everyone. After the examination ended, everyone dispersed. From today, he is a rank 3 knight. Deeg Hinshev Peter had not finished speaking when he noticed Lack. Approached and asked, "Hey, what rank are you?" I am rank 5. Rank 5, that is miserable. You could not defeat the monsters, not even the hounds. Kozilok stepped forward from behind. "Hey, who are you? Tattoo on your back is your blood type, right? So if you are injured, blood can be transfused immediately. You prepared carefully. You know a lot. My mother tattooed it. She is a tattoo artist specializing in Light Kingdom style, but I asked her to use a classic style. She must be skilled. Do you have other tattoos?" Kozilok thought inwardly. He already knew everything. How does he know? In the previous life, when Zyger disappeared, his mother came to the academy. She said those tattoos were not only for decoration, but to protect her son. Truly a mother's devotion. Back to the present, Zyger proudly showed his tattooed muscles. "I have this one too. This is the flying carriage symbol of Mecha 3 Academy. I am Kozilok. You are Zyger Hinshev Peter, right?" When asked about Lack, he startled and answered briefly, "I am Lack." Lissa watched from afar. So he was the one who saved someone being bullied. She looked at him with admiration. That is wonderful. It seems he is a good person. That was how he created an impression with Lack. Lack's ability seems to be memory retention. Suddenly he realized what he needed to do. His free skill book was already secure. That boy's smile also looked rather charming. She wondered what kind of person he truly was. Most facilities at Mecha 3 are free. Coffee inside the academy is cheaper than outside, and the dormitory is also provided freely. Among the mentioned places, the training hall receives the most recommendations. The reason is extremely simple. By using this room, even training that seemed impossible becomes achievable. For example, confronting invisible spirit entities. Surrounding people could not help admiring Jinlock's intense training. Look, that first-year kid is using spirit entities to train. Usually students only train with spirits in the second semester. He must have heard rumors and started early. Many second-year students cannot even catch wind spirits. Look at that kid, he is truly reckless. It seems still too difficult for you. The instructor standing behind observed, then approached and asked, "You are a first-year student, right?" "Hello, coach. Why are you using spirit entities to practice spear techniques? Are you certain you can do it?" He believes he can. Kozilok felt slightly suspicious. Why did this person suddenly approach him? Perhaps there was an issue with the test. That man looked at him with a stern expression, then immediately changed to a friendly look. "Good spirit. Here the teacher rewards you with 10 meal tickets. When you succeed, come find the teacher, and you will receive more rewards." Kozilok did not understand, but still replied yes. He suddenly felt startled. Why did he become anxious? The reward is food. That is not bad. Then continue training. Eiji stood behind, quietly observing every movement. While Jinlok was fighting with all his strength, he was suddenly struck by a spirit. The hit immediately knocked him to the floor. He lay there breathing heavily with sweat covering his face. A towel was handed to him. It was Meiji. She bent down and asked, "Is it very difficult?" "Yes, very tiring. Rest for a while. You have worked very hard. You only need to get used to it. Someday you will succeed. Try again next time." No, he does not have a next time. At most, there are only 1 or 2 years left. Before they had Dr. Ho and the player window, both medicine and skill books. Now Taxi Ho is gone. He killed him. Therefore, from now on, he must carry everything himself. "Thank you, sister, but he will stop only in the future. He must become the strongest. First, he must determine his limits. Perhaps it is a bit excessive, but he must know how his current ability compares with the past." He trained decisively while letting his thoughts wander. He does not possess a powerful body nor overwhelming mana. Information about Paxiho or the future is useless when facing monsters and geniuses. But to fight those monsters and geniuses, he must work harder than anyone else. That is the only path. The past 3 years will not betray him. Kozilok tightened his grip on the spear and forcefully hurled it upward. He threw the spear away. Is he giving up? In the next instant, he leaped upward and caught it again. He did not give up. He threw the spear and caught it again. A movement perfectly combining spear technique and agile control. Finally, he defeated that troublesome spirit. Meiji watched every movement without blinking. Words like powerful or outstanding seemed insufficient to describe it. She was too astonished to speak. He is truly incredible. The price was that Jinlok collapsed heavily onto the ground in pain. "Are you all right, Junior?" He had pushed himself too far, at least with this body. The next morning, Meiji greeted the students with a bright smile. "Hello, everyone. Today she will guide you through the academy facilities. This is the pride of the school, and here is. To truly fight, physical strength is extremely important. To increase endurance without relying on Dr. Ho's medicine. There was only one path left: train diligently, and never remain indifferent to the misfortune of others." Kozilok quickly became familiar with Lack. "Hello, would you like to eat with me?" Then he leaned close to his ear and whispered about the spellbook. They began discussing the spellbook. Simply put, it was a type of skill book. Powerful relics that allowed the reader to obtain new magic or traits simply by reading. The Mecha Academy Library 3 was nearly as vast as the entire academy. This place was said to preserve knowledge for future generations, but in truth it was only a cover. Its real purpose was to hide spellbooks. He pointed at the bookshelf and said to Lack, "If you want to hide a tree, you hide it in the forest, right? Yes, remember to keep your promise. Of course, as long as you meet the condition, you will get a spellbook." Lack was a typical diligent model student. He memorized countless spells and carefully copied them into his notebook. But even knowing many spells, using them all was extremely difficult. If rank and mana were too low, knowledge alone was useless. But spellbooks were completely different. Seeing him rummaging through the shelves and scattering books everywhere, Lack immediately reminded him to stop messing around. He suddenly shouted, "Awaken!" Immediately a hidden room opened behind the shelf. Lack was shocked. "How did you find it?" "Let us go inside. Wait for me. Let us enter together." When he stepped inside, Lack felt the gloomy atmosphere of the room, truly frightening. He walked closer and said, "It is time for you to fulfill your promise. Remember to do it well." "All right, you want me to help fight the evil spirit, right? But what must I do?" Before he could understand anything, Jinlock threw a powerful punch into Lack's face and knocked him unconscious. "Well then, let us begin. At first I came here to save Lack, at the same time to complete a special mission. If I capture the evil spirit here, I will receive a stealth fragment. But there was a small problem. The opponent before me right now was Duke Bansia, a terrifying mutated evil spirit. This was almost an impossible mission. I wondered why I could not meet a normal evil spirit, but instead had to face this mutated type. Immediately, the evil spirit summoned blazing purple spheres. The attack of the Supreme Commander, who once ruled the South 800 years ago. Just the beginning of the mission was enough to take the lives of most players. Of course, I was not among them. Due to limitations, I could not see souls, so his attacks were also ineffective. However, the problem was that I could not see him either. "Bansia, sorry, but I cannot see you anywhere." Kozilok looked at Lack's body and suggested, "How about you possess this guy's body? In this world, there exist many special factors that can turn humans into demi-humans, such as vampires or werewolves." One day, Duke Bansia, he awakened as a vampire and killed his servant. Though he tried to restrain his instincts, in the end he failed. Afraid he might harm his wife and daughter, he took his family away and sealed the fortress. To avoid tragedy, he used magic to seal himself into a book. It was the magic book inside this library. After possessing Lack's body, he appeared with blazing red eyes. As expected, he immediately rushed forward to attack Jinlock. He even aimed directly at me. Perhaps the vampire instinct had driven him mad. The second reason I decided to choose Lack, because when he was possessed by an abnormal evil spirit like Duke Bansia, the hidden power within his body could erupt to the maximum. Lack was originally known as a model student in the heroic legend of a hand. Yet ironically, his physical strength stat was the lowest. Although I truly liked Lack, from a strategic standpoint, this was the most optimal choice to complete the mission. All right, if I eliminate Lack while he is possessed by the spirit, I can obtain the highest tier item. For example, the Duke's Cloak or Vampire Armor, equipment that once belonged to Bansia and would play a major role in future events. But I was completely different. Kozilok then made a proposal that stunned the Duke. "Are you not curious about your wife, Duke Luina, and your daughter, Cecilia? About how they lived after you were sealed?" Told the Duke how his wife passed away after leaving the city, and how his daughter became a talented adventurer traveling across the world. "Although I dislike the method you used, as Jin, someone who also has a family to cherish. How do you feel? Does my answer satisfy you? I only want this pitiful soul to depart in peace." After hearing about his loved ones, he could not restrain his emotions and tears rolled down his cheeks. "Sorry for attacking you earlier, thank you for telling me. It is fine. I was not hit anyway, and even if I were, Lack's punch was not strong. I still have something I want to ask." Before he ascended, we talked for a long time. After this mission, Jinlock also received several items. An epic for the remaining soul of the evil spirit Duke Bansia. Magic book G.G. Moyes, which once imprisoned the Duke's soul, contained many spells and abilities. If you read it, you can learn the skill Persevering Rebirth Warrior and have gained a new ability. You have obtained a new ability. When using this magic book, Persevering Rebirth Warrior will prevent you from losing fighting spirit, and the body will gradually recover as long as the mind remains firm. Persevering Rebirth Warrior was originally the ability of that bastard uncle, but I had never seen its recovery limit because he was almost never injured. Jack still did not understand what had happened and tried to regain his senses. "You are awake. Calm down. Earlier an evil spirit possessed your body. Is it not supposed to be very painful when possessed?" Hearing that, he awkwardly replied that he was not sure, maybe so. "All right, stop talking, take this." Jinlock handed him an item that surprised Lack, a magic book. "Can I really keep it?" Receiving the gift from him, Lack was happy like a child. The final reason I chose him was that sometimes I want to see someone who strives with all his effort receive a reward. The mission of not being indifferent to the misfortune of a good person was also completed. Notification panel appeared before his eyes with the words mission. Completed Duke Bancia difficulty B reward 80 points evenly distributed. Details cannot be viewed. I received as many as 80 points. In the game, each level up only grants 5 stat points, so this number equals 16 level ups. But I did not see a level up notification, meaning the first tier reward was only 80 points. Perhaps it compensates for my inability to directly increase stats, but this amount of experience is truly large. Switching to the physical training room, Meiji asked the students if anyone wanted potatoes. Everyone immediately replied excitedly, "Me, I want some too." Seeing Jinlock looking quite tired, she asked if he planned to capture spirit entities again today. He nodded and answered yes. "Believe you can do it, Junior. I will cheer for you." Seeing Meiji care about Jinlock made the male students behind feel jealous. "Meiji, how could a 5th rank first-year kid capture a spirit entity? I focused so hard but still failed yesterday." Stop giving him hope. "Oh, really? Then I bet 2 gold coins that Junior will succeed." "Hey, Giant, why are you taking care of him? I bet 70 coins he fails." The chatter made him uncomfortable. "Why are they betting on me? I only want to train. Anyway, ignore it and focus first. With the stats from the Bancia mission, I can certainly capture a spirit entity, but I still do not know how strong I am. Let me start with the weakest ones. Giant Serpent Piercing Burst. Previously, I used the Snake Thrust technique to defeat spirit entities, but that move was quite difficult, so this time, I chose the more basic move, Giant Serpent Piercing Burst. Thought one strike might not be enough, but contrary to expectation, the target was defeated with a single blow. That scene made the surrounding students widen their eyes. Only one move, Giant Serpent Piercing Burst, had reached that level. "Wait, is that not far too powerful?" Meiji gently said, "Yesterday you shocked everyone with 3 moves, today only 1 strike." He nodded and answered yes. Could it be she saw everything yesterday? More importantly, a mage could see false intent with the naked eye. That eyesight was absurd. Seeing him looking at her, Meiji asked if something was wrong. "Ah, here, this is your share. Thanks to you I earned some money too, so giving you a share is only right. This is your part. What, you do not like it?" "Of course I like it. Who would ever dislike money?" But Meiji was indeed very intelligent. In the future, she would certainly go far. The scene shifted to evening. Azalak ate while thinking. "In my previous life it was the same. I trained in combat to refine my martial arts. And now it is the same. I am close to reaching the 5th step among the 6 steps of enlightenment. The road ahead is still long. The problem is the ancient language magic from my previous life was still not completely mastered, because that kind of magic requires an enormous amount of mana. If I can master it, my strength will surely surpass my previous life. I must think carefully." "You, that voice. No matter how proficient I am with spear techniques and ancient language magic, the one I cannot defeat is still in this academy. The only woman even Bancia could not kill. One of the strongest forces in the Legend of a Hand, the infamous breaker of balance. Why did she appear here and even speak to me? Whatever the reason, it is best to leave. I cannot deal with that woman." As he turned to leave, she watched him and said, "You have been fused. I do not think you are the true owner of that body." Hearing that, he felt a chill down his spine. How did she know I possessed this body? It seems a body containing 2 souls, one human and one demon existing together. The existence of Ha Kwa Jian truly defies nature. It is said the yin-yang eye of one who stands between life and death can see the color of souls. Perhaps it is only natural that she recognized it. She continued asking how it felt to crush and devour that original soul. He calmly replied that he did not know what she was talking about. "In my previous life, I also wondered about this. Were Kozilok and I truly 2 different people? Those assimilated memories, did they belong to Jinlock or to me? If so, then who was that student who studied at the boys' high school and later military dynamics graduate school?" Such thoughts were useless. Ha Kwa Jian was not like that. She continued questioning because this body was the true original form. The true owner of the body is not you. You are merely a thief who stole it, so you have no right to control it. In the town next to my hometown, there is a man named Bo Duck. Whenever he gets angry, he turns into a giant. Do you know him? Interesting part is that those 2 personalities hate each other. Is that not fascinating? Because each one excels in a different field. Seeing him talking too much, Ha Kwa Jian explained that whether the original soul or a newly born one, both possess their own personality and can still coexist. Whether we want it or not, we were born in the same body. And once born, no one is guilty. Immediately she changed to a serious tone, saying that in this world, there are those who are born already as a sin. I understood the pain hidden in those words of hers, but right now, after the short conversation, Jinlock left and only said, "See you again." Ha Kwa Jian stood behind watching him leave, but remained silent. The next day he observed the road in the town. It is south of the academy, right? The only reason I left the dorm before the birds signaled the weekend was the mission board. Taking various commissions here to level up before entering the next main mission was necessary for development. But my goal was not leveling up, so there was no need to choose carefully. I only wanted to test something. Before he finished thinking, Alyssa was already standing beside him. She stared at the mission board. Thinking about it again, I do not know much about Alyssa. In the previous life, that bastard killed her, and my memories are now different from the game. He called her name, Alyssa. She replied, "Good morning. Already taking a mission on the first weekend. If you are not rank 2, there is no need to rush achievements." Said she needed money. He asked in surprise whether rank 2 did not receive quite a lot of activity support. She explained that her family was among the top 10% richest in the kingdom, so she did not receive support. It turned out to be similar to the scholarship system in Korea. Those from wealthy families would not receive subsidies. Moreover, my family follows a free-range style, so I must earn my own minimum living expenses. Hearing that he understood her situation was rather complicated. If you need money urgently, try the patrol mission. It pays quite well. She asked in surprise if that was true. This mission allows up to 3 participants. Do you want to do it together? Kozilok shook his head, saying he had other matters. My precious weekend must be used for the most valuable thing. Completing this mission will increase stats quickly. The first mission is to find the cat Nabai. The notice says lost cat Nabai, 2 years old, characteristic cute but stubborn. Reward 5,000. The experience points and reward were small, but that did not matter, because my goal is the commandment. If I rescue and return Nabai before it is killed by the water monster, I can prevent the tragedy that makes the owner fall into depression after losing a pet. After accepting the mission, he immediately went to where the water monster lived and charged into battle with them. The result was, cat Nabai finally returned to its true owner. The notification panel appeared. You have fulfilled the duty of not turning your back on the misfortune of Anna Macmillan. Mission difficulty, E reward 5 points evenly distributed. Excellent. As expected, deeds like this are very useful. Even a small mission increases my stats quite a bit. After that, he continued taking and completing many other trivial missions. Each time he finished a mission, he received the corresponding reward points. Wait, besides points, there was something more important. I wrote it down before going out today. I almost forgot. The scene shifted to the house of an old man. His face clearly showed irritation and frustration. This one is not right. That one is not either. I tried making a sauce with more than 10 ingredients like garlic, carrots, and chili. But the sauce that truly satisfies me, the one that can make cold chicken still delicious, I still have not found it. The person standing behind suddenly spoke. It is not that. Hey. That person was Zylok. He casually suggested, add malt syrup, your problem will be solved. After a few brief words, he burst into laughter and left, leaving the old man confused. Ha, all right, I am leaving. What a strange fellow. Who would add malt syrup? Even if I add it, nothing will change. Wait, this flavor is exactly what I was looking for. This is a mission that must be completed. A world without seasoned fried chicken would be chaos. When he opened the information panel, he saw he received 5 evenly distributed points. What is this? Does this count as doing a good deed? I only wanted to satisfy my personal taste. Wonderful, that is right. Someone who makes delicious fried chicken cannot possibly be a bad person. From the high rooftop above, Kwajayan observed all his actions. Truly strange human. The blonde female instructor appeared and asked, "You are here. I overlooked it because you did not leave the city. But at least when going outside, you should request permission." He thought for a moment before speaking. To be born without carrying any sin, that is truly fortunate. In the past, Kwajayan had to hear harsh words from her family. You should never have existed in this world. The next day, the students were brought to the hunting grounds. The blonde female instructor announced, "Today, first-year students will be evaluated through a survival test in this hunting ground. Whoever reaches the hut in the north of the forest will be considered to have passed the temporary evaluation round. Wear the armband corresponding to your rank. When you reach the destination, you must submit it at the hut. Scores will be calculated based on arrival time along with the armband. Rewards will correspond to the points you obtain." Kozilok looked around but did not see that none. As expected, Kwajayan did not appear. In any case, she could not participate in practice due to fairness reasons. Seeing him puzzled, Alyssa called, "Hey Jin." Alyssa, was the mission the other day all right? Yes, thanks to you I earned some living money. Fortunately, that was useful. Do you want candy? I bought it for my little sister, but it is too sweet, so I cannot eat it. What? Honey bomb candy. I can really eat something so precious. Right, students, the hunting ground test begins. As soon as the instructor finished speaking, a white circle appeared, and purple-pink rays of light spread around. All students stared at the circle with cautious eyes. Only Jinlok remained calm. I have seen many mages, but teleporting this many people can only be Josephine. Still impressive as ever, great archmage. Everyone was immediately teleported to the hunting ground. He had just turned around when he heard a scream. It just started and they are already fighting. The hunting ground is a major challenge that even veterans must attempt many times. This is the battle rival system where everyone starts randomly and must seize opponents' armbands to accumulate points. Kozilek ran past the crowd thinking, "Fight as much as you want. I have no interest in you people." Most dangerous target right now is Alyssa rank 2 with the blue armband. Quad Giant is not here. Once Alyssa is handled, it is finished. The rest are nothing more than free points. Alyssa, perhaps you do not know, I carved a tracking ancient language onto the candy you ate. With this ancient language, we will surely meet again. He ran while shouting like a madman. "Alyssa, where are you, Alyssa?" The blonde female instructor said to the principal. "I will also enter the forest." He reminded her that although professors are stationed everywhere, she must still be careful. Wait, thinking about it again, where is that child? Principal, could it be that you? I did not bring her. She came by herself. Yes, I think her heart has changed a little. Kozilek had no idea someone was following behind him. That person was the Nunqua giant. In another place, Alyssa was alone fighting against a whole group. She said in irritation, "Why are you doing this? Do you feel no shame? So many of you surrounding me alone." After being knocked down by Alyssa, they casually replied, "Being despicable is our specialty." Someone behind attacked sneakily. "This monster surrender now." Immediately, he was stopped by someone behind him. That person was Zylok. Seeing him arrive, Alyssa felt relieved. "You came to save me. As expected, you are a good person." Kozilek then spoke sweet words that gave people goosebumps. "Alyssa really looks beautiful. I mean, that blue armband looks beautiful." Immediately, he thrust his spear toward her, causing her to startle. "Kozilek, I trusted you because of the candy, so I thought you were a good person." Alyssa is a rank 2 knight following the pure martial arts path. Her defense is not fully developed, but her combat power is at the middle tier, so she will gladly hand the armband to me. Even so, compared to a genius like her, he is nothing. Alyssa belongs to the top 1% of talent. She once easily defeated 7 members of the student council ranks 3 and 4. Facing Jin, a rank 5 knight, she immediately became alert. 30 seconds earlier, she had already been overwhelmed by continuous attacks and could not counter. What is happening? He is frighteningly strong, closed the distance, and flexibly combined close combat with long-range strikes. He attacked continuously and applied pressure, yet there were still openings. Breathing rhythm changes strangely when switching between thrusting and slashing stances. If I catch that moment, when she aimed at his chest, Zylok had already noticed and easily blocked the attack. Relying only on talent, without real combat experience, is not enough. This technique is used to suppress the opponent's momentum. He skillfully pressed Alyssa's sword tip down to the ground. He shouted the name of the move, direct thrust. Alyssa was shocked and did not know how to respond. What is this? 3 basic techniques combined, forming an extremely effective attack. At the same time, it was also a sharp counterattack. Spear Supreme, 6 Harmony Spear Curving Execution Strike. Alyssa was struck with searing pain. Her entire body was blasted far away. Alyssa planted her feet on the ground to stop herself. Fortunately, she managed to circulate defensive energy in time. Otherwise, it might have been life-threatening. Although he was not especially strong or fast, every technique was terrifyingly perfected. What exactly is he? Is this really a rank 5 knight? I have completely lost. After taking her armband, he loudly declared, "I will use this for the right purpose." But before he could celebrate, a loud sound rang out. Kozilek glanced around. What was that sound? A greatsword suddenly shot toward him, forcing him to hastily block. Incredibly heavy, this is black steel mystic iron, 4 times denser than steel and reinforced with magic. An ideal weapon for slaying giant monsters. Being attacked by this is difficult to withstand. A voice sounded behind him. "What, you blocked that heavy sword? Not bad at all." A white-haired young man withdrew his sword and coldly said, "Put the armband down and get lost." Rank 5. Wait, it seems his name is Dazan. I truly do not want to face that man at all. Alone, he once overwhelmed more than a dozen opponents at the same time. Looking at him, there was no sign of injury. His face was calm. Clearly, he was completely different from Alyssa. Sai, it seems there is no other choice now. Fine then, in this situation, fighting will bring no benefit. Seeing that reaction, Dazan looked rather surprised. "The thing you are holding in your mouth must be the blue armband, right?" Immediately, he rushed forward, chasing Zylok. Has he gone mad? Why would he do that? Normal people do not do things that earn no money. Alyssa asked, "Why are you running after me? Because I do not want to die yet, and I do not even know where the exit is." "All right then, no need to fight. Just take this armband outside and it will be over." When they were about to reach the exit, they were blocked by a giant man and an orange-haired youth. "Sorry about this. If you want to pass, leave the rank badge." That was Janel Luden, first-year Golem Master. Truly despicable. Who stands guard right at the exit like that? Ha, big trouble now. In front is Janel. Behind is Dazan. Even though he tried to avoid clashing with everyone, in the end he still had to face two strong opponents at once. This time there was truly no retreat. Alyssa was shocked when she saw him take a battle stance. What? You intend to fight both Janel and Dazan at the same time? If the battle cannot be avoided, I have no choice but to face it. After everything ended, the sky had already turned to evening. Oh my, it seems the champion has arrived. May I ask who it is? I am Zinlock. May I choose a reward? Bringing back the blue rank badge. Truly an outstanding student. Haha, it was just luck. Returning to a moment earlier, when Janel had been defeated and only Dazan remained. Seeing this, Alyssa exclaimed in amazement, incredible. He skillfully slipped through the heavy sword strikes with his speed. Before the opponent could fully unleash his strength, he seized the sword and pinned it to the ground so the opponent could not pull it back. Strikes he could not block, he dodged and redirected toward the golem. With sharp reflexes, he hid behind Dazan and used him as a shield against the golem attacks. Finally, while Dazan was still resisting the golem, he struck directly at the core and disabled it. Immediately afterward, Janel also lost because he lost control of the golem. His flexibility, judgment, and decisiveness made him seem like a warrior who had fought countless battles. Everything was decided in a single moment. Perhaps it was experience accumulated over a long time. But he is still young. How can he be this skilled? Watching him reminds me of my sister. She remembered the words he once said, "Do not rely only on talent while neglecting real combat." Alyssa thought silently, I must work harder. Dazan recalled the battle with Kozilok. Before my strength was even revealed, that kid already found a way to deal with it. How did he discover my weakness so quickly? In a blink, he understood all my techniques. Anal still tried to stand despite the pain of his injuries. Kozilok said a few words. With a small but fast weapon like that, the golem is nothing more than a target. If it were me, I would have a friend protect me instead of relying only on it. Anal replied bluntly, I have no friends. Kozilok looked at him and said, then you should find one. Truly provoking words. That day, the three strongest first-year students all remembered Zylok in their own way. Everything went more smoothly than I expected. At this moment, among those still in the hunting ground, the strongest person mentioned was one protected by the green forest. But this place did not only contain ordinary players. There was also the top mage of Mecopper Academy. That person was Meiji. She was playing the role of a monster to assist training. For NHUN, this was the first time facing an opponent far beyond herself. Hunting ground training ended. Afterward, she asked, are you a new student? I am Meiji. I am NHUN. Immediately, Meiji's gaze turned quiet and serious. And the other one, what is your name? Kwajian silently observed every action of Meiji. When she noticed Kwajian, Meiji said, oh, are you looking for someone? Only gathered friends to resist me. Kwajian did not hesitate and rushed to attack, but Meiji lightly stepped aside. Immediately afterward, she raised a gigantic wall of ice to block the way. Sorry, you may ignore me, but by the rules I am still a monster. Therefore I must stop you. During that, Kwajian showed clear annoyance. What a nuisance. Turning to Zylok, he was selecting rewards in the shop, a total of 117 points. It has been a long time since I saw so many points. May I choose a reward? Wild boar hunting knife and leather armor. Shark bear gall. The most expensive item is the shark bear gall, but I already have a plan. Decided immediately, I choose this ginseng seed. The seller was surprised. You truly have sharp eyes choosing the ginseng seed. There are 17 points left. What do you want? Give me nutrient fertilizer and ear traps as well. Shopping feels wonderful. Even after playing 1,000 times, it rarely goes this smoothly. This is the first time I have seen so many people complete the test. Lack and Zyger ran over saying, I am second place with 19 points. I got 15 points. You two worked well together, Zyger proudly said. It was nothing. Tonight train at the fitness room. Kozilok said, if you still have strength, help me find the golem core. During that, Ludin froze. What did you say? That core is very valuable, right? We will help, he stammered. All right then, at this moment it would be proper to say thank you. In my previous life, I worked often with Janel Ludin. Nothing blocks attacks better than a golem when fighting large monsters. Everything is about to end. Rank 2 Mage Janel Ludin was repairing the golem core. Rank 2 Knight Alyssa was injured. Rank 2 Knight Dazan was exhausted. Rank 2 Mage NHUN had fainted. How could she die here? Where are the professors? Life is so important, so she must only be unconscious. NHUN stammered Meiji, that girl. It happened. Immediately a massive explosion shook the entire forest, causing beasts to panic and scatter everywhere. Girls struggled to warn them. Run quickly, Meiji, he asked again, Meiji. With innate magical analysis ability and an enormous amount of mana, a mage who had never tasted defeat, the one expected to inherit Professor Josephine. Meiji Dunilov is a true genius. For her, the hunting ground is only a playground. Her task is only to adjust the difficulty and help juniors grow. Returning to Meiji, she was breathing heavily before Kwajian. I must analyze the situation. Kwajian instantly leapt into the air. and close the distance. Meiji responded by firing icy rays to counterattack, but those attacks were completely ineffective against Qua Giant. Damn it, basic magic cannot block it. What kind of power is that? Meiji once promised the professor that she would not use offensive magic above the intermediate level, but now she had begun using advanced magic. In other words, Meiji was forced to use her full power. In the blink of an eye, Qua Giant delivered a kick straight into her body. Meiji cried out in pain. It hurts. Not come closer. What stood before Meiji was not a knight or a mage. It was like a natural disaster in human form. She trembled and raised her hand. Do not come any closer. Enough. A voice echoed from invisible space. Qua Giant immediately stopped. Professor with golden hair tinged with red appeared and asked Meiji, "Are you all right, Meiji?" That was Professor Josephine Insao. Yes, I am still all right. But the moment she finished speaking, Meiji completely collapsed and fainted. Professor watched that scene in silence. Within this hunting ground training area, several unexpected results had occurred. One at the top of the scoreboard with the highest points was Zylok, a rank 5 student and also the first-year leader, Qua Giant. Meanwhile, the second-year leader, Meiji, had become involved in a conflict. That was terrifying. I almost thought she had turned into a boss. It seems everything has not yet deviated from the original storyline. Now I will leave it like this. There are still 3 weeks before she awakens. I need to prepare a few things. Zylok then walked along the edge of the hunting ground forest. He looked around searching. I came here to meet someone who lives near this lake. First apply a lot of eye drops. Then deliberately pretend to be clumsy. Oh no, I slipped. What should I do now? The precious seed my mother left behind. Oh no, immediately a voice sounded from beneath the water surface. Why are you crying? Kozilok instantly changed expression. Finally it has appeared. In the legend of hero Ahan, there are hidden details that appear only once. Secrets the author concealed for players to discover themselves. The hermit golden kite is one example. The legend says when a woodcutter dropped his axe into a lake, the hermit asked whether it was a golden axe or a silver axe. In the game it is the same, but it only applies to unique grade weapons or lower. Once tried throwing more than 500 items into the hermit lake. Veteran players tried even more. Some even threw rare items. He asked, is this golden seed yours or this silver seed? No, it is not. Haha, then this must be your seed. Yes, that is correct. This is my seed. Who would be crazy enough to throw a ginseng seed worth 100 points into the lake? That is right. That madman is me. The items you receive include ginseng and silver ginseng seeds. The most special of all is the golden ginseng seed. After helping him, the hermit dived back into the water. You are not greedy even when seeing gold and silver. I value your honesty, so I grant these seeds to you. Farewell. This is an item capable of multiplying value. A normal ginseng seed increases mana, but the golden and silver seeds are even more special. Planting the golden seed grows a plant that glows golden. The silver seed radiates silver light. This is a secret that can only be unlocked this way in the legend of Hero Ahan. Before Uncle Paxi ate the golden seed, and I ate the silver seed, but this time both belong to me. The event that turns Meiji into a vampire boss will occur in 3 weeks. The vampire hunt in the Mist City. I still do not know why the demon servant awakened within her. That is why I deliberately displayed strength before the rank 2 students. No one wants to cooperate with a weak rank 5 knight. First thing they notice is always strength and talent. Within 1 week they will fully recover. At that time I will propose forming a team. The first boss of the legend of Hero Ahan, the special vampire Magiet Dunilov, will awaken in 3 weeks. Friends saw Meiji wake up and asked, Meiji, are you all right? How is your throat? That first-year student was too much, especially while your magic was restricted. But Meiji only responded with a cold gaze. Kozilok thought that if he prepared carefully and had enough companions, he could save that girl from her tragic fate. First, he must train Alyssa, help Dazan control his sword, recruit Droon of the Avalik Forest, and become closer with the golem mage Luton. If everything is prepared perfectly, this plan will be as easy as eating candy, as long as no variables appear. Meiji's eyes suddenly turned bright red. Her gaze focused only on the neck of the friend before her. She shouted, I am so thirsty. The vampire bloodthirst erupted violently. Elsewhere, Professor Josephine scolded Qua Giant. I am truly disappointed. Had I known, I would not have sent you. Qua Giant returned to her room and stood silently for a while. Maybe I should just jump from the building. At that moment, Jinlok appeared and startled her. I knew you would be here. You are Qua Giant, right? I think I have seen you before. I am Zylok. Can you open the window? Here, take this. I did not know what you like, so I bought this bread. Coming empty-handed would feel strange. You are violating the rules. I did not enter the room. I am only hanging on the tree. I came thinking she was injured, but there was not even a scar on her body. Perhaps she was forbidden from leaving after the hunting ground incident. Qua Giant asked, has she gone out? It has been more than 4 days since she returned. She has not returned even once. Hearing that, he suddenly slipped from the tree branch. Qua Giant looked at him with confusion. Before leaving, he said, Next time I will bring food for you. Josephine had left the academy, leaving Kwa Jian behind, the most dangerous person in Mekapa. Something was not right. Have you found her yet? Not yet. I will search the outskirts of the city. Professor Dana of the Magic Department and Damon of the Night Department, who once served as guards, were also searching urgently. A gate knight saw Jinlock. What is it? Your request to meet has already been rejected. It is not that. You are security rank 3 Kron right. Josephine told me to bring food. He was surprised. Really? She is quite thoughtful. Request to meet Meiji was rejected. The guard Isabella also disappeared. Soldiers were stationed around the infirmary. Everything was suspicious. After eating the bread, he suddenly clutched his stomach. He asked, what is wrong? There is a restroom over there. Please guard for me for a moment. I must go to the toilet, but do not enter the room. Impossible. There should still be 1 month left. I hope my guess is wrong. Azilok pulled open the curtain. The one lying on the bed was not Meiji. Isabella, why is she here? Meiji should be here. Is she not missing? There is no more doubt. The professors are hiding the truth. Meiji has awakened as a vampire. This happened 3 weeks earlier than the original storyline. To defeat the final boss of Chapter 1, 4 tactical phases are required. Second phase is sealing her within a magic circle, after dealing enough damage to gain the advantage. Third phase is direct confrontation within the blood domain. When the enemy is defeated, it will transform into the final form. Then the last phase begins. Perhaps it could be handled even without the player, if the strong first-year students work together. But Alyssa is injured. Because of me, Dazan's sword is broken. Uden Golem is damaged and not repaired yet, also because of me. I have crippled all the strongest first-year students. This is bad. In the original story, after the vampire incident in Mist City, Meiji attacked her roommate. That time, we waited for Meiji and Isabella under the dormitory to deal with it. But now everything is completely chaotic. Alyssa has 8 broken bones. Janel Golem has also been completely destroyed. I once thought of asking Kwa Giant, but I cannot predict the consequences if she joins the battle. After that, Kozilok went to the training room to find Dazan. This is a mercenary contract. I need you to capture someone alive. Dazan looked at him suspiciously. Are you crazy? Mercenaries only accept guaranteed victories. Besides, you broke my sword. Immediately, he presented an item. Reward 20 gold coins. If you do not trust me, I will leave this as collateral, pure soul dust. Dazan's eyes immediately lit up. You truly are an employer who knows how to persuade. And thus Dazan officially joined Kozilok's team. The group continued forward and headed straight toward the library room. His initiative to offer help shocked NHUN greatly. She asked how he knew about that because she thought all records had been burned along with the forest. He explained that he once read a book related to it. The alphabet she uses is the O-GAM system, right? And she came here to search for that thing as well. If you are willing to assist me, I will pass on all knowledge of magic in this place to you. And say it, what must I do to help? With just one small action, NHUN officially became the next member of his team. In the cafeteria, the next targets he wanted to recruit were Zager and Lack. He deliberately acted humble and said he was forming a team. This mission was extremely difficult. The reward money was small and the danger was immense. They might even face a powerful and rare demon clan, but if they succeeded, fame and glory would belong to them. Zager and Lack listened and fell silent for a moment in thought. Is it really that difficult? But only a few seconds later, their eyes ignited with pride. It sounds truly romantic. Let us join your team. Excellent. They were clearly drawn by the romance of the challenge. 1 damage dealer, 1 support healer, and a few others would be enough strength to overcome the early stage. Thus, the minimum requirement had been met. The current lineup seemed quite solid. After finishing gathering members, the group immediately prepared to enter the forest. He recalled what Taxi Ho once said. Afterward, she cried and ran into the forest. It took great effort to find her. No one expected someone so strong would dig a tunnel in the forest and live there for an entire month. He said she was hiding in the forest, and near Mecha Academy 3, there is only one forest, the hunting ground. Could it be she is truly in this place? Meiji asked. Azan asked him, Master, I already know the mission target, but how do we find her? He replied, if we only search, we might not find her even in several years. If you want answers, then ask around and clues will appear. Do not worry. NHUN interrupted and asked, what exactly did you discover? Immediately she tapped her staff on the ground and chanted a spell. Spirits guide us to where she is. Zager was astonished at the sight. A dense crowd of spirits gathered. Judging by their reaction, countless spirits were answering NHUN call. Based on their reaction, many spirits had responded to NHUN summoning. Yet I could see nothing at all. So have they found magics yet? Suddenly everyone froze together. Ah, there, what is it? What are you all looking at? Where is she? Right behind you. A beast suddenly lunged at Jinlock. Fortunately, he reacted in time and blocked it. Is that? Where did it appear from? Dazan immediately warned that monsters were ahead. Has Meiji turned into a monster? That cannot be possible. With no other choice, the group instantly shifted into battle stance and opened their magic books to cast spells. Haha, you dare face Zeg directly? Perfect timing, because I wanted to warm up my body. Jinlock immediately warned Zeg, do not charge ahead. They will surround you. Hey, step back 3 steps. Do not rush. Fight slowly and their numbers will gradually decrease. Lack support from the rear. Hun stand in the same line with Lack. Dazan, I believe you know what you must do. Just do not advance too deeply. Dazan watched the way Jinlock commanded and felt surprised. Despite the sudden ambush, he did not panic at all. He even issued reasonable tactics and supported his teammates immediately. Clearly, he was not only strong, but also carried the presence of a seasoned leader. He looked exactly like a true commander, who would believe he is only a rank 5 knight. Perhaps the academy ranking exam truly has problems. Zyger looked irritated at this moment. Hey, I thought Meiji S should be here. What is going on? I see no sign of her, only monsters everywhere. I only listen to what the spirits tell me. Could Meiji be controlling them? Normal monsters do not hunt in packs like this. Moreover, they are far more ferocious than usual. No, Magix is not the one controlling them. That would not be easy even for her. And even if she did control them, this chaotic attack style is not her method. Then why are these monsters targeting us? Both hypotheses make no sense. Every species of monster has its own hunting instincts. Yet sometimes they are driven into desperation and abandon those instincts. For example, when something so terrifying appears that they can only flee. Prepare for battle. Nhun immediately stepped back. At that moment, Meiji appeared, her eyes blazing red and a vampire aura surrounding her as she walked straight toward them. The tension was suffocating. Are you ready? Azan Zyger stepped back 1 step and support me. Hearing that they immediately understood. It seems you have a plan. I trust you, master. But how large is 1 step for you? I will be the one to open the path. Activate enhancement. All stats increased by 50%. Fate of Meiji and her influence on this world. Yet the backup parameters seem calculated based on future impact rather than events of the first chapter. A new mission appeared with the words, I will save the world. Perform the first step to rescue the world and stop Meiji. After arranging the formation, Jinlock gave the order. All right, everyone charge. This contradicts the first principle. Do not ignore the misfortune of others. Meiji's face now looked terrifying as she breathed heavily. Those crimson eyes, tears continuously fell. Nhun saw this and felt confused. She is crying, but that changes nothing. We still must eliminate the demon clan. Immediately, Dazan swung his greatsword and charged straight at Meiji. What happened next was completely beyond his expectations. She raised a dark crimson shield that blocked the entire attack. I did not expect my greatsword to be stopped. Lack explained that it was a blood sphere, an entity created from vampire blood. It is unbelievable that a newly awakened vampire can possess a blood sphere. Kozilok Tran, and do not panic. It has just been born, so it has not received blood or magic from its master. Without blood and magic supply, it can only stand there to block attacks. A mage like me facing an opponent with defense like this is a serious problem, but it should still be manageable, do not worry. In a state of mental chaos, she kept screaming, get away. Nhun immediately created a sturdy wall to shield the entire group. It is unclear how things are elsewhere, but in this forest I am the one who rules. A green wall quickly rose up, at the same time increasing attack rhythm and protecting the soul from negative effects. Even though the defensive barrier had been erected, Hun still strained himself to maintain the power and keep the shield from collapsing. What if that defensive wall is broken? No, do not say such ominous things. Just that last strike already consumed half of the mana to maintain the defense. The vampire's poisonous hunting ground effect is gradually eroding me. But I must endure so everyone still has a chance to counterattack. Kozilok asked whether Nhun you are already close to your limit. Hold on a little longer. I will take it down in a few moves. He had firmly declared he would defeat that vampire. You sure you can do it? Of course, I can do it. The battle with the magic vampire Meiji is divided into 4 phases. The first phase is when the surrounding monsters attack the player's party. Entering the second phase, after the monsters are eliminated, Meiji will personally appear and fight. From phase 2 to 4 players must confront her directly to witness the strongest magic. In other words, before the final stage, she has not yet unleashed all her power. This situation is quite similar to the game, and also the memories of the previous life. Ordered Lack to retreat slightly ahead of Nhun. He could only use a few basic spells now, so he should protect himself first. The boy nodded in understanding. Well done. When your mana runs out, run as far as possible. All right, we will think about the rest later. Until now, the attacks spread widely, but their force is not very strong. Truly frightening thing is the alchemy spell that appears right afterward. She is moving forward now. The frost alchemy spell has been activated. After a period of resistance, the wall began to show signs of weakening. Zyger looked up and shouted that the wall is about to collapse. Hun chanted Mother Earth and the nourishment of plants. O spirits and insects, let the leaves cover the whole world. The gods seemed to answer the call. Even though he himself wrote those characters, only pure-blooded druids can activate them. It resembles an ancient language, but in truth, it is the system language of another civilization. This is a secret code obtained only after completing NHUN's storyline. The false forest mage favored by nature and carrying blood friendly to spirits. A giant humanoid Lu Enhan was summoned. What is that? Can ancient language summon something like this? Kozilek thought to himself it is indeed somewhat cheating, but in this situation there is no other choice. Hydra, you still have a living mighty owl, right? Throw it to Lu Enhan. You are lucky to still keep a gem. I already prepared it, even though everyone did not notice while fighting. Quickly throw it into the chest of Lu Enhan. When the sacrifice was placed into Lu Enhan's chest, it became the energy source that maintains the summoning magic of this puppet. The whole group shouted, "Move forward, Lu Enhan." Lu Enhan immediately swung its long arm, sweeping straight forward. Hun at this moment tried to endure, but it seemed this summoning spell was exceeding his strength. Kozilek tran and shouted, "Do not stop, Hun. If you stop, everyone will die. I know, I will try." As Lu Enhan gradually approached Meiji, he began firing blazing red beams to counter. Seeing the attack seemed powerful, they worriedly asked Jin whether it would be all right. Jin reassured that Lu Enhan is only a puppet, so a few holes will not kill it. However, looking carefully, everyone's expressions gradually revealed shock. Normally, in a confrontation between fire and ice, fire should not lose. That was the initial thought, but that magic extinguished it. Lu Enhan's flames were extinguished. Ordinary knowledge was being completely overturned. This is the true special difficulty. NHUN was gradually exhausted. He immediately ordered NHUN withdraw now. Your mana is already depleted. Staying will not change anything. Understood, I am retreating. She immediately ran backward while Edger anxiously asked Jin whether we can do it. Meiji has unleashed all her wide area attacks, so her magic is weakening. Do you know what that means? Jin's eyes turned red, then he rushed straight toward Meiji. This is the moment we counterattack. Hey, wait a moment. Meiji at this moment became more insane than ever. But Jinlok's group still bravely charged forward. Dazan threw his sword forward, forming a chain link. The blade caused absolutely no damage to the shield. This blood sphere is truly tough. From above, Edger spun his weapon, then smashed down, shouting, "I am coming." He gathered all his strength and slammed into the blood sphere, shouting, "Take this." His Zeg's special skill called Stacked Destruction, causing damage to increase exponentially. Fortunately, I pulled him into the team. Haha, I broke it, idiot, watch out. The blood sphere shattered. Meiji immediately activated Phase 3. A massive blood domain opened. Everyone was exhausted, but Jinlok still forced himself to say, "We have been trapped inside this barrier." The moment the blood sphere was broken, trap was instantly triggered, and now we are stuck inside it. The real pressure has begun. The blood sphere absorbed her blood and mana to create this barrier. Before, it required at least 3 people to resist Phase 3. Now it does not matter much because the final result is still the same, the victor. From Meiji's perspective, she wondered, if born as a normal human, could you distinguish between beasts and humans? If truly human, then, when seeing beasts desperately struggling for survival, you would close your eyes in fear. Meiji opened her eyes when she sensed a strange, chilling aura down her spine, completely different from the burning sensation in my throat. My throat was drawn toward someone's neck, whose name I did not know. I bit down, the fangs tore through flesh and reached the blood vessels. That prey trembled violently. I did not know whether it was the fear of the hunted or desperate resistance, but it no longer mattered. The painful moans echoed like piano music. Warm blood flowed across my tongue down my throat, spreading through my body and warming my cold skin. The veins that seemed dried up suddenly expanded and revived. Isabella's moans and the creaking bed stopped, leaving only my heartbeat pounding, as if about to explode. The sweet scent of blood made me both fascinated and disgusted with myself. That lively body suddenly collapsed when I realized it was not a beast but a human. I almost killed my own friend like slaughtering an animal. Even more cruel when realizing that truth. She held her gnawing hungry stomach and ran away from that place until the boy found her. In front of Zylok now stood a giant red hunting dog. From its mouth, something was writhing outward. Its mouth, terrifying red-black virus sprouts spewed out. He spun the spear in his hand, then cursed, "You damned dog!" 6th step, thrust 4th step. "How dare you bite a human?" Heaven returning spiral. Not only that, it also clamped tightly onto the chest. Then it summoned 2 smaller copies to confront him. This dog truly irritates me. He lowered his body in a swift glide, then quickly shouted, 6th step, thrust 5th step. Self-wood mountain throw. Turned toward the hunting dog and mocked, planning to give me a snack. Compared to the roar of humans, this is too simple. Is there anything else? Its eyes suddenly flashed with a fierce light. Its entire body gradually became blurred. As it disappeared, no. It is simply so fast that my eyes cannot follow. Let me teach you a few things. Come here, little one. If you want to win, what you need is not a complicated plan. The most important thing is finding the weakness in a single step. This move is old already deemed. One strike cannot be used twice. Hoasa wai hoasa, ascending heaven poison dragon break. The very next moment, he swung the spear with great force, causing the blood sphere inside to shatter. The hunting dog collapsed to the ground, but still struggled to rise. Still insist on protecting the one who created you until your final breath. Why do such a thing? Just watch. I will definitely save her, your mother. One Zylok mentioned is Meiji. In the final stage, the moment it begins, Meiji will push one member of the team into danger. That is exactly the reason. It is impossible to remove her bloodthirst battle effect alone. Normally, to rescue the teammate targeted, the entire team must stand close together to confuse her, so she cannot recognize the weakest target. Right now, no one can help me. The notification panel appeared. Hit by vampire drain. Meiji's stamina and mana are recovering. So this is the feeling of having life drained away, but I can still endure it. I have a skill to deal with this. He unconsciously clenched his hand. The effect on the body activated. Resilient warrior regeneration. A warrior who never abandons his will, so the body continuously recovers. Something like this I can still endure. I recall the image of that kind child chatting while sharing potatoes with small hands. Since the moment I grew up, Kozilek gently placed his hand on Meiji's head and said slowly, "Eat slowly or you will choke." Hearing those gentle words, she gradually relaxed herself. Her eyes slowly regained emotion. The moment Duke Sebasia awakened as a vampire, he drained the blood of his servants. Even the greatest commander in history could not control the thirst for blood. It took Paxi Ho an entire month to capture Meiji. When forced to drink monster blood, it was like drinking seawater. The more she drank, the thirstier she became. Yet Meiji never killed anyone because she restrained herself with extraordinary will. Therefore, I believe there must certainly be a better ending. Meiji slowly regained awareness, then burst into tears. I am sorry to your subordinates. No matter how many times I die, whether she is the strongest witch or a vampire does not matter. The teachings of the teacher in this world changed me. I am an adult boy. As long as I am an adult, I will protect you. The one I once looked down on as merely an NPC protected me and taught me I was only a child. As the inheritor, I witnessed his final moments. When he was certain I had grown up, he looked with confidence and said, "Paxi Ho, watch closely. I will choose another path." After Meiji was saved, she said, "I thought my sense of taste would change, but it turns out I still like potatoes. Is it good?" Kozilek stepped closer and asked, causing Meiji to blush, "Is that so?" Meiji flushed with embarrassment and snapped, "Go away. I smell terrible." But he replied, "When you bit my neck, you did not bathe either. Stop it." "Oh my, you do not smell at all." But that only made her shrink further in fear. Hearing that, he immediately asked again, "Huh?" Trembling, she said, "Ha Kwa Giant is very frightening. I thought I had died. I was very afraid, but I could not be strong like you." The encounter with Ha Kwa Giant changed her emotions and led her to join the hunt. During training, Ha Kwa Giant encountered Meiji. To fight a first-rank mage, she had to use all her strength, causing the vampire within Meiji to awaken. She asked how you could stand again, why not give up? He replied, "Everyone once mocked me saying you would fail, but in the end I still did it. It is nothing special. I simply like happy endings." Meiji continued to listen in silence. Good people are rewarded while the wicked must pay the price. Something like a touching story with a lesson. You are a good person. You are very kind and also beautiful. In short, I like happy endings, so I want you to be happy. Hearing that, her face turned red like a tomato. Meiji awkwardly waved her hands. "Kozilek, I must bathe and finish the potatoes. Can you go outside?" He and Professor Josephine bid her farewell. "See you later, Meiji." Thinking about Jin's words again, her heart felt lighter. "Thank you for comforting me, but I am still not sure whether I deserve happiness." Meiji will temporarily be detained because of what just happened, and she needs time to stabilize. But I believe she will be released soon, because demi-humans like Kwa Giant still study normally. Although Meiji awakened as a different individual, most people will not see it as a threat. While walking along the corridor, he unexpectedly encountered the Academy chairman. "Can you speak with me for a moment? This is the first time I have met you privately. How do you feel? Is something wrong?" The chairman immediately spoke about Meiji's punishment. Her punishment. Did not think she would be punished. Does that mean the good ending will not happen? Wait a moment, I can explain. It is fine, the punishment has already been decided. But please listen to me. I was the one who fought her directly. How was the decision made so quickly? Seeing Jinlok panic, the chairman laughed. "Haha, just as I expected. Do not worry, there is no punishment at all. I also believe she is not dangerous. I only wish to see the reaction of the one who fought her. Rest assured she will soon be released. We only need to confirm her stability." I heard many students speak, but wanted to hear more details. Kozilek sighed in relief while the chairman asked, "Can you explain it to me?" I told what I could say, that Meiji is not dangerous and that girl is not a monster. I made my stance very clear. "Understand? Thank you. We will make an official announcement but not reveal the entire truth." Now I must return to my work. Thank you, Miss Jin. Before leaving, the chairman even bowed to thank him for helping prevent the mistake of the adults. The academy chairman is a very respectable person because he always sees his own weaknesses and carries responsibility. Even though I failed many times, you were never one of them. Remembering what he once said in the previous life, I believed him sincerely, so I smiled and told him, please raise your head. Meanwhile, Meiji was lying on the bed, reflecting on everything that happened yesterday. The hand patting her back was gentle. The skin touching carried a warm comfort. Reason seemed to dissolve, swept away by waves of intense emotion. When she finally pushed back the cold monster within herself and found her humanity again, the only thing left was an apology. Right, do I have to ask for forgiveness? Is Isabella all right? Because she loves everyone, the guilt gnaws at her even more. Because of that, she did not resist Professor Josephine's magic. She silently accepted and locked herself behind iron bars. When he came to visit, she tried to appear normal, but in truth, she was exhausted. She saw herself as a monster, a demon, the enemy of humanity, a creature that could drink human blood at any time. The words, "I only wish you to be happy," erased all the anxiety within her. It was the most sincere sentence she had ever heard, because she clearly remembered the moment he risked his life to save a monster like her. That courage, that sacrifice, and that sincerity. Meiji understood that the memory of that moment would follow her for the rest of her life. The next morning, he heard several students gossiping. Hey, did you hear the news about Senior Meiji's magical power? Ah, the potato sister. 1 week after Meiji's incident, she transferred to the cooking class. Although there was some chaos when the news of Meiji at the academy leaked, everything soon calmed down. Is she still imprisoned? I heard she has not returned to class. Is she really dangerous? Kozalak thought to himself, she still has not been released. On paper it appears that way, but in reality Meiji has already been free. Someone came to ask about her. Meiji, are you all right? I heard you have become special. But Meiji did not notice. Isabella was not present. And how can it be called freedom? Perhaps she fears and hates me greatly. If it were me, I probably would not want a friend who once drank my blood. I do not want to burden Isabella or anyone else. If that is the case, perhaps I should leave this academy. In the middle of despair, a knock suddenly sounded at the door. Who is it? Would come at this hour. She gently opened the door. The one who entered was Isabella. She rushed forward and tightly hugged Meiji. You all right? How does your body feel now? Isabella, wait. Why are you here? Should I not come? It is not that, but... Meiji stammered and asked, are you not afraid of me? Sorry, but before I fainted, I saw everything. A face after you bit me. A face full of confusion and guilt. Listen, Meiji, no matter what happens, I still consider you my friend. So no matter what happens, I still want you to consider me your friend. Understand? Those words made Meiji burst into tears. Thank you. I thought you would hate me. Actually, I am almost recovered. But the doctor has not allowed me to leave, so I cannot go outside if that junior had not secretly brought me out. Oh, which junior? There was a tall junior standing behind me earlier. Meiji was surprised. Yes, I believe Meiji would not collapse so easily after something like this. He covered her face and suddenly understood, so he helped me again. Meiji's face turned bright red. In her mind, only the name Zylok appeared. First part of the story ends here. Everyone received a good ending, something that never happened in the previous life. Even without players, the world continues to operate. Even though everything deviated from the plan, the ending was still good. This is the beginning of a new world. My life is rather simple. Attend class, eat lunch, train, eat dinner, then continue training. While training, Kozalak thought he must become stronger. The coming events force him to move faster. He thrust the spear straight forward and shouted Supreme Serpent Art. Ascending Serpent Heaven Poison Dragon Emergence. After finishing the training session, Meiji came to visit and praised him. Impressive, Kozalak. You were very diligent today. All right, since you worked this hard, you must eat a lot. I did not cook much but finish everything. He looked at the table full of potato dishes and felt embarrassed. But I am hungry, so I will eat it all. Suddenly, Meiji noticed his hand. There is blood. Seeing her react strongly, Kozalak asked, is there something on my face? Meiji hurriedly shook her head because she had unconsciously drooled at the sight of blood. He asked, recently you drink blood regularly, right? Is there a difference between fresh blood and packaged blood? Yes, there is a slight difference in freshness and flavor. Kozalak laughed and said it is like organic food and preserved food, or fresh meat and frozen meat. Meiji looked confused. How, what do you mean? Your blood. Hearing that she stammered, what are you talking about? Seeing that he continued teasing. If you are tired of packaged blood, you can come to me. Meiji immediately protested. Anyway, what is this? Blood. A little strange, but very good for the body. Vampire blood is a precious magical ingredient. Before she could finish speaking, he grabbed the bottle and drank it in one gulp, making Meiji blush. After finishing the drink, the system notified that the body had absorbed a second-grade elixir. It does not taste very good, but I have become stronger than before. Perhaps now I have caught up with that girl. Alyssa, descendant of the Aiden swordsmanship family and a second-ranked knight. Her life recently changed a lot. After realizing the gap between herself and the fifth-ranked knight at the training ground, She understood she had to improve, at least until a few minutes ago. Actually, Alyssa is quite lazy and not very interested in swordsmanship. She is happy just eating honey candy. She wants to try every dish even though her sword talent nearly reaches genius level. Alyssa thought here, I do not need to swing a sword 10,000 times every day or train exhaustingly with my siblings. I should enjoy this time. Kozilek watched from afar, wondering enjoy what. Seeing Jin, she was startled. Recently I have been busy doing missions, so I rarely come to the training hall. This mission earns quite a lot of money. Do you want to join my team? Damn, why does he keep looking for me? In front of Jin, Alyssa felt that her lazy habits were exposed. Thinking about his strict expression, she felt a little afraid. Besides, this person's training methods are very harsh. 2 teams will receive 2 gold coins. Hearing that, Alyssa's eyes shone brightly. So will you go? She immediately nodded. Today, I was also planning to take a short mission worth 20 silver coins. So she really loves money. So easy to persuade. According to my prediction, that event will happen today. Patrol mission only requires following the street route and checking if anything is wrong. Monsters near the city are usually only level 4 or 5. High-level monsters rarely appear, so the risk is very low. Easy work with high pay. Alyssa did not feel tired at all. Everyone praised her for defeating 10 monsters in an instant. Hearing that, she became excited at being praised as the swordswoman of the Aiden family. Completely different from the harsh words from her family that exhausted her. Lunia is the true genius, while Alyssa is only the younger daughter. Thinking of that, she told herself she is not that bad. At that moment, Jin pointed into the distance. Alyssa, look, there is a big owl. Good, the patrol is complete. Just as the mission seemed to end peacefully, a green flare suddenly shot into the sky. That was the signal from the previous patrol team. A monster nest at least level 2. Even though the mission was almost finished, once an emergency occurs, everyone must join the extermination. Knights cheered happily. It is all right, we have the granddaughter of the genius swordsman. Just as Alyssa was surrounded, Jinloke already sensed what was about to happen. It was a level 2 monster nest discovered by the patrol team. The wolves gathered around a werewolf. Werewolves are monsters Alyssa could defeat even when poisoned. This time it should have been easy, however. What appeared before Alyssa was completely beyond her expectations. Looking closely, she suddenly realized in shock. A figure in black armor surrounded by blue flames approached. It was a Dullahan, a level 1 monster. Damn, why is a Dullahan appearing here? Facing danger, she could only swing her sword defensively. Immediately, she used the Aiden family technique. First /territory explosion. But that strike caused no damage to it at all. Because of a single moment of carelessness, Alyssa was seized by the demon. Its flexibility was terrifying, like a boneless creature. Lifted her entire body into the... With no other option, Alyssa prepared to use her final technique, but she still shouted for help. At that time, Jin was dealing with another monster. Hearing that, Alyssa became even more frustrated. Just as the monster prepared to deliver the fatal strike, its skull was suddenly cut off. The head flew past Alyssa, making her freeze. The demon lost balance and dropped Alyssa to the ground. She looked up to thank her savior, but froze when she heard a familiar voice. The one standing before her was the eldest daughter of the Aiden swordsmanship family, the strongest swordswoman of the generation, the successor of the genius lineage, Lunia. Alyssa stammered, calling sister. Lunia only coldly asked, how did you end up like this? Saw a Dullahan and still did not retreat. Why did you not evaluate the enemy first? And that foolish way of drawing your sword, who taught you that? Alyssa lowered her head and apologized. Lunia sternly said, the result of your actions is your responsibility. After that, Lunia placed the sword on Alyssa's shoulder and said, raise your head. As an Aiden swordsman, you must always be confident. Alyssa hurriedly answered yes. Immediately after that, Lunia looked toward Jinloke and Kozilek. He secretly thought he had been discovered. She stepped forward and introduced herself. I am the Holy Sword first disciple and future lady of the house Lunia Aiden. Kozilek bowed politely. I am the 8th disciple of Lanza Kagante. My name is Kozilek. Lunia looked at him with suspicion. A friend of Alyssa. He thought correctly that she was suspicious, but he could not reveal his abilities. In this world, there are only 2 people who use the spear in that style. Lunia said, if you do not want to say it, that is fine. At that moment, the 5 swords reported. The elite team of Aiden consists of 5 second-ranked knights. They reported the situation one by one. Lunia said there is no need to pursue anymore. We will withdraw. And you as well, Alyssa. Swordsmen often gather into sword guilds, follow a leader, and gradually form an organization like a sect. The scene shifts to make a sword village of the Aiden family. Lunia gave a gentle order, fire. Immediately a servant responded. Strict discipline and a style almost like a gang have existed since the family was formed. Alyssa knelt and greeted. I respectfully greet the lady of the village. The people behind wondered why she had to kneel like that. Lunia looked at the mission board. Patrol protecting merchants, eliminate level 4 monsters. Alyssa explained there was also a mission distributing flyers in a cafe. She spoke softly because the uniform there is very cute. Lunia's gaze became cold. Truly shameful, Alyssa. You dare use the Family Guard certification for such trivial matters. All these missions are merely fighting weak monsters. Do you think doing that makes you a hero? Hearing that Alyssa remembered the warning from years ago, she lowered her head and remained silent, unable to say anything. After the tense questioning, Alyssa was allowed to return to the academy. The 5 swords behind whispered among themselves. They mentioned Jinlok as only a 5th-ranked knight. Lunia seemed not to believe the academy's evaluation results. She recalled the way Jinlok fought, and especially his spear technique. What looked simple to Lunia, it was a very steady skill. The brief encounter made her quite interested. Next day, Meiji, also known as the Potato Senior, came again. She happily introduced freshly baked potato pie stuffed with lamb. Kozilek ate while feeling moved. Meiji asked, "Is it delicious? Next time I will cook braised oxtail." Kozilek held her hand and smiled, saying, "I like it very much." Meiji blushed awkwardly. That moment, Isabella called out, causing her to startle. Isabella asked, "Why is your face so red?" Kozilek watched them leave and muttered, "Women are truly hard to understand." He recalled that in his previous life he was strictly managed. His current life has more friends than before. Dazan often invited him to join missions. Normally they studied together in class. Suddenly someone asked what is happening. A giant approached and whispered 3 meals owed. So it was Qua Giant. She reminded him of the promise to buy food from last month. Edger and Lack immediately ran away. Jinlok brought Qua Giant to a fish shop. She ate an entire fish, making Kozilek panic. She laughed and said, "Just wait and see." After that, she grilled the fish again to make it fragrant. Qua Giant blushed while looking at the food. Jinlok reminded her to eat slowly. Kozilek thought the second step of the plan was about to begin. The second step was the component test. Edger shouted in despair, "There are only 10 minutes left before the exam." Kozilek said he did not need to study, making everyone surprised. He's sorry, but I am not like you all. This is not my first time taking this exam, so the top rank will be mine. After the start announcement, everyone immediately opened the test and began writing. Then let us begin. But the content of the test was completely different from what he imagined. If the inertia value of motion x equals y, what value of y is needed for the motion to reach 85z? Damn it, what is this question even talking about? When time ended, Zyger stretched and yawned, saying, "It is finally done right." Lack glanced over and smiled as if he expected it. "Only had time to write my name." Hey, look, he even left the paper blank. "I forgot that in my previous life I never studied these things." All right, if the exam is like this, there is still another way. After that, everyone was moved to the hall. Many people lamented that all their living money was gone. This is the famous faculty examination, an opportunity to recover points lost in the written test. Each team of 15 students will fight an instructor to receive a score. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. "Wait, who is the instructor?" A woman calmly stepped out and asked Kozilek, "Are you still all right?" He widened his eyes in shock. "Why is she here?" The practical exam of the first-year students officially began. Guests today are swordsmen from the Aiden Sword Academy. When the signal to attack sounded, both sides rushed into battle. The Aiden swordsmen stepped forward lightly, and they coordinated and created a powerful wind. More than half of the students were blown away. Dazan decided to charge forward and fight. The magic swordswoman Milia suddenly attacked from behind. Dazan quickly turned his great sword to counterattack. Alyssa had just glanced at Dazan when another swordsman blocked her. It was the swift sword Jean, saying, "I am your opponent." About 10 students joined the battle, but 3 from Aiden were enough. Her stance is full of openings, young lady. Alyssa was knocked down. Jean's sword rested against her neck. 5 swords of Aiden are truly too strong. Everyone outside watching saw the situation was very bad. Dazan unleashed fire sword and iron sword to counterattack. When the dust settled, Milia was overwhelmed by 5 swords. Alyssa still had to continue fighting Jean. Jean said, "Young lady, you need much more training. With this strength, you cannot even graduate." Those words made Alyssa furious. Even though she tried to widen her awareness, she was still struck. She lost focus from the very beginning. It seems the road ahead is still long. Everyone wondered why Lunia joined the battle. Lunia drew her sword and ordered the true start. A supreme class battle. Those are monsters capable of resisting entire armies. Creatures regarded as disasters. Many people live their whole lives without ever encountering them. But if it is Lunia, the story is different, because she is someone capable of fighting disaster-level monsters. A single slash, the ground cracked open. Kozilek barely dodged and sighed, "How ruthless." Zyger turned pale and said, "This exam is excessive. Glack is being carried like a sack." Kozilek, "Do not collapse, you are heavy." Lunia said, "Even if I wanted to help, you are simply too weak." Kozilek stepped forward, raising both hands, "Can I surrender?" Lunia said, "You will not miss the chance to fight me." No one believed someone would dare face Lunia, but in my previous life I fought beside her. She was the one who taught me how to use a spear, but I never defeated her. Returning to real combat, Lunia rushed forward. The two clashed evenly. Spectators were shocked, a freshman fighting Lunia evenly. But constant defense drained Kozilek's stamina rapidly. "It seems you are about to collapse." Lunia prepared a supreme technique. She drew the sword back. It was the domain slash. Show me the answer of your spear. Lunia eyes burst with killing intent. Everyone panicked. This is dangerous. The professors shouted, stop the exam. Space and time suddenly slowed. Domain slash made the world freeze. Blade advanced slowly. Damn, my spear will not move. In this world, I can only perceive. I cannot control movement. Oh, I need one more step. Just one more step. Suddenly, Kozilek's spear moved. Lunia briefly lost focus. Space returned to normal. A feeling like instinct erupted. Lunia looked at Kozilek dangerously. He reacted by instinct. Before my domain, that is enough. You should find a better spear. She prepared to leave the arena. Her gaze suddenly stopped. The image of Alyssa appeared with thicker bangs than before. She said coldly, the test and similar matters mean nothing. The reason I did not avoid this fight was only so someone like you could witness my domain. You understand Alyssa's abilities well, do you not? Jinlok thought silently. He already had the answer. Even though he lost the match, his goal was achieved. He will remain in this city for a while because there are matters to resolve. Do not foolishly interfere between me and that girl. No matter how you resist, the result will not change. I will absolutely not let you reach her. After hearing that, Kozilek looked back with determination. So that is why you showed her your domain, Lunia. Do you truly believe everything will go according to your will? The judging panel announced the final result. Student Jean Locke achieved a perfect score in the combat examination, facing Lunia directly and still earning full marks. And it was even a 1-against-1 duel, truly formidable. Unbelievable, he could really fight Lunia evenly. That young man is truly a 5th-ranked knight. Perhaps this student is the one who once tried to hunt spirits. Professor Zemegda slowly removed his glasses, his expression full of doubt at this unbelievable event. Why did you use those techniques? A few days later, Jinlok visited a forge in the city. Even if Lunia had not mentioned it, I knew I needed a better weapon. The blacksmith asked, the academy always provides rare materials, so why come here? Hearing that, I crossed my arms and replied, you do not need to know. I have done this many times, so I do not bother explaining. These ultra-rare red ore blocks are worth hundreds of gold coins. Normally, no player could make use of them. Usually, materials are used only after completing quests. But I possess Supreme Soul Dust, a 2nd-rank analyzer, a high-grade silver G-Zanet, and complete support from the Academy Council. A supreme weapon capable of conquering the world. It is the legendary war spear of the White Knight from the Land of Darkness, also known as the White Spear. Returning to Alyssa past, her face now pale, that thing is still not dead. The holy power has not stopped, but why is it like this? I remember the first time I stepped into the outside world. I remember slaying a level 5 demon and staring at its organs and the things spilling from its body. But the smell of human blood is completely different. Realized it immediately, even though it was my first time. That distinctive scent belonged to a species standing on the edge of extinction. Returning to the present, Alyssa could not help but reflect when recalling that memory. Her mission today was hunting werewolves with a reward of 70 silver coins. Sitting on the train, she sighed that at least this job is easier than that mission. The emergency mission to capture the murderer in the City of Mist. The reward is a graduation certificate and consultation rights with the Academy. Thinking about that, Alyssa waved her hand immediately. She still does not want to die. However, there are other reasons why I chose this related mission. She wondered where that man is right now. Suddenly, voices of discussion sounded behind her. A 5th-ranked knight, seriously, damn it. At this age, I still have to babysit. Alyssa, is that GHA coincidence? Ah, no, Miss Jean, greetings. The other guards seemed dissatisfied. The Guard Guild has repeatedly complained about the quota system and even intended to make students live poorly. They probably did not expect a 5th-ranked kid like me to appear. But fortunately, Alyssa is also here. In front of the granddaughter of the Holy Knight, they would not dare protest. Stop looking at me like that, it is uncomfortable. Hey, Alyssa, how are your eyes and ears lately? What do you mean my eyes are fine? You understand I did not mean that. You know something about my sister, do you not? You could say that. Kozilek nodded in agreement. That is right, Lunia never told me anything. You should be careful. Your sister is very serious. She might make you unable to hold a sword again. Alyssa unconsciously repeated what her sister once said. So you may abandon the path of the swordsman, but I will never abandon it. Hearing that, he simply sighed softly while looking at her. Inside the werewolf cave, there are 2 large werewolves and more than 20 ordinary wolves. The capture team skillfully handled most of the werewolves. They even killed one. But then the unexpected happened. Why are there so many? Where did they come from? What is this fog? And son, that 5th-ranked girl. I do not know. Now is not the time to worry about her. Fortunately, the young lady of the Aiden family is performing her task well. Where are they coming from? Demons? No, those are evil spirits. This area should not contain so many evil spirits. There are demons as well. Desolate places with few people cannot naturally produce demons. This is clearly artificial, created evil spirits. While observing, one suddenly rushed toward Alyssa. It is coming. Too strong, this is not an evil spirit. It is a knight. Why are you attacking us? Fall back immediately. However, what shocked her even more was that another knight was silently attacking from behind her. At that very moment, he was about to swing his sword toward Alyssa. Her gaze instantly changed. Suddenly, a massive slash shot forward and cut straight through that knight's body. Seeing his body chopped into pieces, she panicked. What exactly was happening? The smell of human blood was truly different. Right now I cannot. The shock nearly broke Alyssa, and her focus gradually faded. The remaining knights were continuously defeated by Kozolok. He turned and asked Alyssa, "What are you doing? Those are not real people. Why do you say they are not human? Their bodies move by magic power." The main event of Act 2 was to eliminate the murderer in the City of Fog. In the original scenario, the player group had to pursue the mad killer whom Meiji defeated at the end of Act 1. In the end, Zondo was discovered and escorted away after the battle. "Hey, are you all right? What is that over there?" What Alyssa pointed at was an insect-shaped creature, with a head revealing terrifying crimson eyes. Kozolok immediately reassured everyone. "It is fine. Prepare to retreat." He unleashed the ultimate skill 6/5 Sever. The strike instantly blasted it away and slammed it hard against the wall. Everyone stared in astonishment. Was that all? If it had come this deep, then it could not just be an ordinary insect. "Zondo is quite strong, so I cannot capture him alone," he said. "Yet you managed to break my puppet." He spoke. "We will stop here today. I hope we meet again next time." The issue is not strength or compatibility, but that hidden master lurking in the shadows. Immediately afterward, his body turned into smoke, leaving everyone stunned. What the hell was that? What was that smoke? The fire night mist appears when the summoner of the fog is a dead mage. When his blood reaches 0, the fog will disperse on its own. What I destroyed earlier was only a puppet creating the mist, an undead born from the corpse of a mage. The reason he is hard to capture is because he uses puppets to confuse information. No one can find him once he merges into the fog. "Let us go. That fog is very dangerous. Understood? Run, everyone." "Kozolok, are you not retrieving the spear? It is very expensive. It is fine." At that moment, the spear glowed, and ancient runes of return appeared. "Will automatically return to my hand. I see." Suddenly, the two heard a scream behind them and immediately turned around. "I got tangled in the tree roots, Charlie." Alyssa immediately ran over to help her teammate. "Grab my hand." But before finishing the sentence, she warned, "Thank you, over there, a demon." In just a moment, she had entered the reach of a giant crimson hand. It quickly grabbed her and dragged her into the fog, making Jinlock startled. "Damn it, this is troublesome. Charlie, stand up and run from here. Leave the forest immediately. Do not worry about us. Let me borrow your cloak." Kozolok then bravely charged straight toward the crimson hand, dragging Alyssa away. "There will not be a second time. Do not stop me. I have been trapped in this fog before. Back then, my ankle was even sprained. In less than a minute, I was already close to death. Now that I have a chance to live again, I must buy more time. The most important thing is Alyssa." Meanwhile, she was trying to cut apart the entire inside of the monster hand. "I must destroy all of this. That is the only way. They are pulling from the other side. I cannot hold much longer." The more she swung her sword down, the more frustration surged within her. "If I cut all of this away, then it might be enough. Why will it not break? Is my strength too weak, or is my strike posture wrong?" But the truth was not that. It was simply that. In despair, Lunia's words suddenly echoed in her mind. How did everything become like this? When her faith in herself collapsed, the sword in Alyssa's hand quietly fell to the ground. Her face turned empty as she wondered, "Is it because I am too weak? Sorry, I once wanted to save someone in a really cool way. Just like how you once saved my life. I wanted to become someone others could be proud of." It seemed everything was about to end, but Kozolok rushed in like a ray of salvation. Alyssa's eyes immediately regained light. This voice. Could it be my benefactor? "Alyssa, are you still all right?" Alyssa panted weakly. "Is that you, Kozolok? I cannot make this thing release me. Please save me. If this continues, I will die." "Calm down, Alyssa. Flashing wildly will not work. Focus and deliver one powerful strike. What you need now is to remain calm. From now on, I will protect you from those undead. You know what you should do, right?" "I cannot. My strength is not enough. This fog makes me hurt and dizzy." "You can do it. Among the swordsmen, I have known your talent stands out. As long as you are determined, you will definitely succeed. Just take one more step forward, Alyssa." Jin's words awakened her chaotic mind. As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed into the evil spirits, leaving behind a quick thanks first. "Cannot hold here much longer either. But why can someone with a lower rank like you endure it? If you have said that to me, then I have no choice but to make it happen. That secret technique can cut through everything. To use it, I must awaken. The Eye Realm is a cursed power, forcing its bearer to see other domains." At this moment, she concentrated all her focus into a single point. "Just one more step forward, Alyssa. One step is enough. Aiden family sword art. First sword technique. Domain slash." As the words ended, a long blue sword light instantly swept across the evil spirits in a blink. The destructive power of that slash was unbelievably immense. The evil spirit screamed in terror. How can you see it? Alyssa's power erupted and enveloped the space, plunging the entire forest into light. The red fog of the evil spirits also dispersed along with it. Everyone regained their senses. They hurried over. The fog is gone. Hey, are you all right? What exactly just happened? That was Zyger, the demonic murderer of the city of fog. My heavens, the entire forest has been split apart. Can a human truly do that? I have heard of it before. That is the legendary domain slash of the Sword Emperor. I thought she would use the third form of one slash or iron strike. I did not expect she could already use that technique. Ozalok, I did it. I really did it. Oh, so the next successor of the Aiden family is her. Yes, because aside from the Sword Emperor, only that girl can use domain slash. Hearing this, everyone immediately cheered. Alyssa, the future of the Aiden family, the heir of the Sword Emperor. Hey, Jin, look at me. But Jinlock looked confused. Why does my plan always go off track like this? The next day, newspapers simultaneously reported. Breaking news. Zyger has been defeated. The nightmare fog has vanished. The murderer Zondo was taken down by the next heir candidate of the Aiden Sword family. Mecha Times reported. 3 beautiful female knights defeat a first-tier dark mage, who is Alyssa. Reward for Alyssa's achievement. How will the succession structure of the Aiden family change? Will the heir be replaced? Officials in Mecha are extremely confused. One member of the 5 swords finished reading and angrily tore the newspaper apart. This is far too flamboyant. Throw that thing away. Yes, famous Aiden Sword family has always operated under the principle that strength is supreme. Under the glory of Garzan Aiden, they have always awaited a swordsman to inherit him. Domain slash exists in the mind path realm, which most martial artists do not even know. Garzan Aiden has waited for a successor for a very long time. That girl trained until sweat and blood became one. The calluses on her hands are proof. Even Lunia, the genius of this generation, never satisfied the Sword Emperor. However, the younger sister, who had only held a sword for a short time, often trained together with her sister. The illegitimate child the family head brought home. Lunia had never considered that younger sister as a rival. But during one training session, a strange mark suddenly appeared in Alyssa's eyes. That made Lunia extremely puzzled. Immediately afterward, blood suddenly burst out from her side. The bleeding cannot stop. That was not even a fatal strike. How did it become like this? I did not see that attack at all. It is not that it cannot be seen. When she focuses her spirit, the sword strike has already landed. Problem is not speed, but something else, the domain. On that profound path of martial arts, Alyssa has already stepped one step into it. How can that be possible? A young child who is even lazy in training. Perhaps the girl was shocked, but I understand the title he once mentioned. A twisted nature that ordinary people cannot comprehend. Sword Demon, the talent of a demon. I've also decided to appoint Alyssa as a candidate for the position of the next family head. And from that moment, Alyssa became a candidate despite all opposition. Sister, this is the first time I have held a sword. The memory of the half-sister who grew up in the family's cold indifference. Perhaps even now the girl is still wandering somewhere. Seeing Lunia lost in thought, a member of the 5 swords spoke and asked, Master, are you all right? They are worrying about me. Do not worry, she thought in her heart. Actually, I also want that girl to step into that domain. Because if I can see that sword strike once more, perhaps I will also reach it. After regaining her composure, Lunia ordered, everyone prepare for the sword challenge. Scene shifts to Jin and Alyssa. Kozilok asked about her at the hospital bed. Jin, how long do you think recovery will take? Alyssa answered gently. They said just apply medicine and in 1 or 2 days it will be fine. Do you want honey pop candy? You really are relaxed. By the way, that domain slash, how could you use it? Even if you see the domain through iRealm, it does not mean you can use it immediately. You believed I could do it. I did not expect trying once would actually succeed. That answer made Jin a little annoyed. You really are a genius who does not even need effort. Suddenly there was a knocking sound outside the door. Knock, knock. Sister came to visit the patient. Junior, are you all right? The one who arrived was Meiji. Senior Meiji. The 2 girls greeted each other. Hello, I am Meiji Dunilov, 2nd-year student of the magic department. Hello, I am Alyssa, 1st year of the night department. Kozilok pointed toward Alyssa. Did you come to visit her? Yes, I was worried about you. Are you 2 very close? Meiji's face suddenly turned frightening, making him startled. Why did your expression suddenly become so scary? 4 things could stop. Another knocking sound came from the window. Haguayan poked his head in from outside to ask about her, and mentioned the living fish earlier, which made him jump and shout loudly. Meiji seemed uncomfortable standing beside Haguayan, but honestly anyone who saw his appearance would feel uneasy. Meiji asked with an awkward voice, you already ate together with Haguayan. That is what makes you uncomfortable. Do not worry, I will also prepare a very delicious meal for you. A delicious meal. Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind. Wait, Today all these talented people have coincidentally gathered together. Alyssa, the rumor that you inherited the domain / has already spread. Therefore, Lunia will surely soon come to challenge you in swordsmanship. Are you confident? Hearing that, Alyssa jumped in shock. A sword challenge. The sword challenge is a tradition organized by the 5 great sword masters to test the heads of the branches of the Aiden family. That is the name, but in reality the family has long used it as a legal way to eliminate rivals. Just hearing about that challenge made Alyssa tear up. Confidence. If I fight her, I will surely die. Moreover, from the beginning, I cannot even defeat the 5 swords. I have a pretty good method. Really, what is it? I will tell you, but with one condition. I promise I will do anything. Then what is the method? From now on, if I suggest you train or hunt monsters, you must follow without complaining. In other words, you officially become a permanent member of my team. Yes, I guarantee that. Please help me. Very well, I will treat that guarantee as an oath. I Jinlock, after the experiences in this period, whether long or short, together with all the truths I have realized in this life. The scene shifts to evening, when a member of the 5 swords was patrolling. Suddenly a dagger flew past his neck. What was that? Someone there. Haguian slowly walked forward and introduced himself. I am Alyssa Studio, martial arts master. But martial arts? Why are you suddenly doing this? Haguian replied coldly. He said if I capture you, he will buy sushi for me. Elsewhere, another member of the 5 swords encountered the same situation. What exactly is going on? What are you doing? Jinlock with a fierce face replied, I want to learn from the famous sword master Lunia. That is the truth of life. Turned out they had formed a group called Alyssa Dojo. Each person carried a strange title such as Guandao Master Kazala, Alyssa Dojo, Martial Arts Master Haguian, Alyssa Dojo, Flying Sword Master Dazan Kwasuki, Alyssa Dojo, Genius Mage Meiji, and finally the new commander of Alyssa Dojo, Alyssa, number 1 swordsman of Aiden, has been defeated. The brown-haired 5 swords member asked Jinlock, why did you do that? He responded with a sly smile, if you want to develop a new dojo, you must build reputation. We are expanding very strongly. The next day, newspapers reported. Mecha Daily reported that a new technique of the Aiden family defeated the first sword technique from an anonymous source. This image shows the beginning of a new dojo when Alyssa defeated the 5 swords, shocked the swordsman world. Will the Aiden family accept this matter? Alyssa remembered the family rule. There is a ritual called the sword trial to choose the family head, but everyone knows it is a method to crush opponents. That is exactly why Jinlock, she would change this entire system by turning it into the challenge form of the dojo, then defeat the 5 swords one by one according to the rules of the new dojo. What I want in the end is a duel with my sister. If I win and announce it, then her people will not be able to touch me anymore. That is why I started this. Dojo registration fee, maintenance fee, mercenary hiring fee, all handled by Meiji. After receiving the reward from the Zyger mission, I will repay it immediately. Lunia stepped closer to Alyssa and said, interesting, sister. Fool, if you wanted to escape, you should have run the moment you saw me. This dojo challenge idea was not yours, right? He is really sharp, terrifying. Looking at your expression, I already know. It was Jinlock, right? Alyssa, do you have anything to say, huh? She wondered in her heart, can I truly defeat her? Lunia, the number 1 sword technique of the family. Without hesitation, she looked straight at her sister. As the new master of Aiden Dojo, I want to duel with you. All right, but I will say this first. I will not use practice swords or non-lethal weapons. I am ready. On one side is the number 1 swordsman of Aiden, the great disciple Lunia Aiden. On the other side is the second swordsman Alyssa. The battle between the 2 sisters officially begins. At this moment, Meiji thought secretly, even if I use all vampire power, I might not defeat Lunia. Lunia turned and asked Jinlock, is Alyssa ready? I believe in her. Alyssa will handle it. Then I will believe you. Before the duel began, Lunia threw a money pouch toward Jinlock. Take it. What is this? The dojo repair fee is that much? Lunia answered, no, that is the restructuring fee. Immediately after throwing the pouch, Lunia rushed forward to attack. Alyssa used all her strength to block the strike from her sister. The power of Lunia's sword made the entire dojo tremble and shatter. Kozalak and Meiji watched in fear, their bodies stiff. The force of the slash tore the ground apart. Alyssa admitted she had always admired Lunia. Her passion for swordsmanship always burned fiercely. You are my idol. She recalled the past. You were like a hero from a fairy tale, like Gaijin Aiden in childhood stories. While I was only the daughter of a concubine, my mother died giving birth to me and father saw me as a stain, because to him only the blood of Gaijin Aiden had value. Sister, you have returned. Congratulations. You have grown so much. Just like the first day I killed someone. Everything then became terrible. Back to the battle, Lunia entered the sun sword stance. First strike, 1 foot stepped back, and quickly slashed straight forward, a strange defensive style. She is doing exactly what is written in the book. Although famous for powerful attacks, this time she uses defense to fight. Your steps are still as clumsy as before, truly a coward. Use speed, make her confused, then attack at close range. Alyssa immediately dashed behind Lunia, preparing to unleash a move. Upper sword 3 forms thunder slash. But Lunia had already seen through that action and countered. She swung her sword fiercely toward Alyssa, making her startled break form. Immediately after that, Alyssa shouted loudly, "Hey!" Then suddenly she grabbed Lunia tightly and threw her to the ground. She did not fight with the sword, but used her whole body. Lunia immediately stood up with an angry expression. "What a fool. You think you can defeat me with that wrestling trick?" Even though both were already exhausted, neither of them was willing to stop. Alyssa recalled Jinlock's words. Everything was exactly as she had said. "If that is the case, then I will." She unleashed the escape sword technique, chain sword break. Lunia looked at her resilient younger sister with surprise. "Oh, you can still counterattack even after almost falling. It seems I cannot hold back anymore. You are fighting quite well, but you are still too inexperienced." Alyssa was kicked hard in the stomach, making her bend over in pain. Immediately afterward, Lunia leapt high into the air. Then she brought down an extremely powerful strike toward Alyssa. Seeing Alyssa's speed growing faster, Lunia thought to herself, "She is catching up to me. Not only that, perhaps Alyssa is also seeing my domain. That is right, this is the younger sister I wanted to see. I want to see the true nature you have been denying, all of your talent." Alyssa's body was now completely exhausted, but she still forced herself up and continued fighting to the end. It seemed she had realized that victory was not far away, but right before her eyes. "All right then, I will end this match. Come here." Immediately, Lunia unleashed the finishing strike. On Alyssa's side, she showed no sign of weakness. Two sisters rushed forward at the same time to determine victory. The person the younger sister always wanted to surpass was her sister. In that moment, Lunia remembered Alyssa's praise from years ago. "Sister, today is the first day I learned swordsmanship. One day I want to become a great swordsman like you." But now, Alyssa's eyes now held not only anger, but also unwavering determination. The two swords slowly moved toward each other. When they collided, they created a dazzling diamond-shaped flash. The sword path tore through the air and shot straight toward Lunia. Alyssa shouted loudly, "Domain slash." The power of this move was even more terrifying than before. Meiji looked at the scene and murmured, "Is the battle already over?" Winner seemed already decided. Alyssa has won, Miss Jin. Compared to the sword master Lunia Aiden, Alyssa's only advantage is domain slash. Therefore, the only strategy was to drag the battle into the domain, so I told her to focus on dodging and prolonging the fight. Because we understood Lunia's fighting habits from the previous life, we waited for the only opportunity to win the domain battle. As expected, when fighting in the domain, Lunia's sword broke. Alyssa panted in disbelief. Did I really defeat Lunia? Could it be my performance was still not good enough? Lunia turned and walked away, saying that from now on she and her subordinates would no longer interfere in Alyssa's affairs. Alyssa hurried after her and shouted, "Wait, Sister Lunia. I actually..." Perhaps Alyssa was very afraid at that moment. The weaker one had defeated Lunia, so she worried others would judge her sister. Watching Lunia's back as she walked away made her even more confused, but suddenly Lunia turned back and gently patted her head, as if saying those worries were meaningless. As for Jinlock in the previous life, the first time he met Lunia was before Meiji's accident occurred. I was quite surprised because everything happened earlier than the storyline. During that time, Lunia always searched for the one who killed Alyssa, but never found him because the true culprit was Baxiho. Even though 3 years had passed, since Alyssa's death, Lunia still persistently searched for the culprit. Every year she came to pray for her. "I thought you hated your sister. Yes, I once thought that because she was lazy, careless, and clung to me to the point of annoyance." Jinlock silently listened to Lunia's sincere words. "But aside from me, no one has the right to harm her." That is right, Lunia never hated Alyssa. Even if her sister surpassed her, she still supported her silently and smiled behind her. "I've really grown up. The Lunia Aiden I remember has always been that kind of person." At present, the stats of Alyssa and Lunia have changed significantly. Difficulty increased, fame reward increased, average mana exceeded 600, and the skill domain slash was obtained. The scene shifts to the next day. Two sat and talked together. "I am very afraid of fighting. I know, but sometimes when I fight, I find myself smiling. So I always try to avoid combat. I was afraid to face Lunia, so I pretended to be lazy and only accepted easy missions. Everyone has moments like that. Because of the victory, I officially became the heir of the Aiden family. Sister Lunia and her subordinates will be wary of me. But if I avoid her, then the bond between the two sisters will be cut off." Kozilok immediately objected. "No, that is not true, sorry. It may be distance that makes things awkward, but family affection is not something that can simply be cut off. After all, you two are real sisters. Moreover, you did very well. When I was young, I was often beaten badly by the neighborhood bullies. What hurt me the most was not the wounds, but the anger, because I did not dare to resist. You are far stronger than I was back then. I hope you can always hold your head high with pride." Alyssa suddenly said, "You are really a strange person." You are the same age as me, but your thinking is so mature. Kozilek asked in surprise, is that so? She replied, it is as if you have experienced many things. Jinlok thought silently that he had lived 14 years longer than her, and counting previous memories, he was nearly 50 years old. Lissa softly said, thank you. For what? For today. Also for what happened in the forest. The person who saved me in the forest was you, right? How do you know? Your voice and your belt made me certain. I did not expect you to be so observant. If you already know, then I will not deny it. I owe you a lot. If you need anything, just say it. Be friends with me. What is wrong? Do you not like it? No, I mean boyfriend. Ah, no, I mean a friend who is a boy. I have never had a male friend before. And from now on, we are friends. Yes, it is really good to have a reliable friend like you. Punishment always awaits the wicked. A bright future belongs to the good. Children will continue to live happily and have many better choices. In another place, Meiji's roommate introduced herself. I am Isabella Camille, and recently I have been very worried. From afar, she saw a young man confessing to Meiji. Please accept this. My feelings or my blood, or if necessary, I will offer my neck to you. Meiji calmly said, it is all right, I already receive blood bags from Professor Josephine every day. Isabella, standing behind, clicked her tongue. Idiot. Those words annoy Meiji the most. That kind of thing happens every day, so it is not worrying. What truly concerns me is... Kozilek suddenly appeared behind her, making her jump. Sister Meiji, are you finished with class? Meiji turned around slightly embarrassed. Jinlok, it is you. Kozilek is a first-year student who recently became close to Meiji. Although he is only a 5th-ranked knight, the fact he could fight Lunia proves his talent. What worries me is... He asked Meiji, would you like to drink some blood should she accept it? Before she could answer, the room door was suddenly locked. Isabella outside immediately imagined all sorts of things. What are those two doing? He even leaned close to listen. Sister Meiji, do you remember my proposal? What proposal? About the land when registering the dojo. It is being rebuilt, so I want to build a hostel there. Try investing. The profit will be at least 3 times. Hearing that, Isabella bit her nails. Investment profit. This bastard is planning to exploit Meiji. The next day at the training room, Alyssa asked Jinlok, are you training again today? Just some basic physical exercises. You are really hardworking. Jinlok replied, that is the foundation for everything. I also want to train with you. What? Who is that girl? Is that not the illegitimate daughter of the Aiden family? Alyssa, this is the restaurant I often eat at. The food is very delicious. The most famous Than Truck restaurant in the city. Wait, Than Truck, is that not the famous dating restaurant? He just flirted with Meiji. At that moment, Isabella accidentally dropped something, making a loud noise. The sound made Alyssa turn around. Did you hear something? I am not sure. How much money have you earned? Not only two timing, but also discussing money. Kozilek, you are truly shameless. Scene shifts to the restaurant on the following afternoon. Kozilek asked Haguyen, what do you think? Not only sushi, but the meat is also delicious, right? Yes, it is delicious. Do you have money? I have a very good investment. Even Haguyen was drawn in. My concern is now clear. Kozilek is a formidable swindler. That man is truly a real bastard. Guild registration fee, dojo repair fee, mercenary hiring fee, taxes. The total after the battle with Lunia was 97 gold coins, equivalent to about 100 million won. All of it was thanks to Meiji's support. I am truly grateful. I did not expect she would give a full 100 gold coins. Do mages earn that much money? Lunia contributed 50 gold coins to rebuild the dojo, and Alyssa received 110 gold coins from the dungeon mission. Haguyen also has funds from followers. Enhuan Lack and Zager also have savings. As for Dazan, the one obsessed with money, he has an enormous fortune. In the end, I gathered 550 gold coins and used it to buy this entire piece of land, even though it is currently just a barren field outside the city. But in the second semester, the exchange festival with the Bazemen Academy from the Eastern continent will take place here. That time, guests from across the continent will arrive, so lodging services will explode. In just 2 weeks, we can earn back several hundred gold coins. I am both the landowner and the one who returned. Knowing the future means using information wisely. Just wait and see. I will gather all the wealth of the world into my hands. The scene returns to MEK3 Academy. The director was speaking with Professor Josephine. The stance of the church, the royal family, the magic tower, and the association toward our school is currently not very positive. But that is not within our ability to resolve. Our task is to support your decision. The chairman said opportunities should be given to everyone. We'll go out for a trip. Josephine suggested she go in his place, but the chairman shook his head. Other places would be fine, but the church would not suit you. Watch over this place while I am away and use the emergency network if something happens. I wish you a smooth journey. The door had just closed. Professor Clara immediately switched to investigation mode. Let us see then. She searched through hidden records and muttered, vampire renewable energy experiment. Not approved. Third dormitory construction rights. Postpone. What comes next, huh? What is this? What is that man planning this time? Meanwhile, Professor Damon was teaching the class. The group assignment this time is to choose and research a special spear technique set and present different techniques. One student raised his hand and asked, "Professor, does that mean those who use spears as their main weapon will have an advantage?" The professor replied he would adjust the grading criteria and add bonus points. Each group will have 4 members and be randomly assigned. Group assignment was said to encourage cooperation among students. In reality, hardworking people often suffer, like a contest to see who is more shameless. Thinking about group assignments from the previous life gave him a headache. 4 years of physical education university and 3 years at the academy were the same situation. But this time it is completely different. Major Hinshev Peter, 3rd rank knight, outstanding physical strength and decent judgment. He can complete the task well. Alyssa goes without saying, an extremely powerful swordsmanship genius. Final member is Haguayan. Although her personality is a bit rough, she is very hardworking. Recently watching her study seriously has become my enjoyment. Since everyone in the group is strong and diligent, there should be no more suffering. I even reserved 3 hours of training room to teach theory and spear attributes. Jinlock did not expect that training room had been occupied for 2 months. The walls of this room are made from high-density shock-resistant material, right? And they are very expensive. Yet they were still destroyed. At this moment, everyone was witnessing part of Haguayan's strength. Just one punch. I only planned for you to spar with Alyssa to train spear techniques. How did you break the whole room? Look at her expression. She seems not to even realize what she just caused. In the end, the group was kicked out of the training room. Where do we practice now? With no choice, they moved to the church on Sunday. All right, it is time for a group meeting to discuss the assignment again. Everyone speak freely about your thoughts. Haguayan bowed her head and apologized for yesterday. I am not good at controlling my strength. Alyssa replied, you did very well. At least I could train with you. Your spear technique is perfect. Just copying it helps me improve. Jinlock turned to Zyger and asked for his opinion. What do you think? He replied using a long weapon is difficult for him, especially spear rotations. Jinlock encouraged him that learning the 8 basic moves will diversify his combat techniques. What about you, Haguayan? He said little and simply placed food and water on the table, telling everyone to eat. Jinlock thought perhaps, because he brought many earth cultural elements here, similar customs appeared here as well. Alyssa asked about the church. That is the goddess Eucharist ceremony, right? Haguayan said it is voluntary, but the weekend ceremony is mandatory. So Haguayan must attend the ceremony and study to become a nun. She calmly said it is voluntary, but advised everyone to read the Bible, because many lessons can be learned from the myth stories. The church may hold outdated views, but they always teach believers the same thing. It is love, love yourself, love family, love friends, and love those around you. Alyssa showed admiration after hearing it. That is a wonderful lesson. Love is truly important. Alyssa asked further, Sister Haguayan, why did we lose yesterday? She replied simply because you were too weak. The 3 people were all confused, full of question marks. You had no resistance. If I used a little more strength, you would immediately fall into chaos. No matter how you train, the weak remain weak, and the strong always win. Jinlock stood up and argued, what you say is not wrong. Only the strong can say such words. Want to make a bet? Just 1 minute. If I make you kneel within 1 minute, you must treat us to dinner. All right, if I win, I need no reward because I will definitely win. Zyger led both of them to the back. Here is fine. Zyger said he would act as referee and signaled the start. Jinlock sighed, asking how things ended up like this. Alyssa calmly replied, I do not know either. All right, prepare to begin. During the signal, Jinlock immediately rushed forward. I will open with the strongest secret technique, Shadow Serpent Painting Serpent Intent. But that move was easily blocked by Haguayan. She simply received it lightly. She truly was as strong as the rumors said. If so, then try the move Tiger Roaring Wind second step. Even if he switches to another move, the power of Haguayan still completely overwhelms him. Now he has run out of weapons. My goodness, she really is a master of destroying things. Kozilok slightly curled his lips into a smile, then switched to a new technique. 8 trigram step began to operate. Haguayan thought that once he lost his weapon, he would be unable to defend himself. But Jin calmly spun his body and lightly avoided her strike. What is wrong? She cannot even land a hit on me. Haguayan's eyes flared with anger and irritation. If he does not want to lose his life, then try dodging this move. Immediately she clenched her fist and threw a full force punch toward him. That ultimate move was called Disturbing Fist. Jin did not run away, but created an electric sphere to confront it. If that move hits, I might end up in the hospital for a whole month. According to Haguayan, I should die. But let me try blocking it head-on. 8-step chain lock. Even though he blocked it completely, the muscles across his body still ached, as if they had been crushed. He still has not collapsed. After a long exchange of evenly matched combat, Hua Jian finally dropped to her knees, unable to stand. Kozilek, when did he appear behind me? Amazing, my friend, truly incredible. Realizing he had gained the advantage, he raised his head proudly and shouted loudly, "She has already knelt down. Again, forget it, what, I already won. Why do we still have to fight again?" Hua Jian still kept the same annoyed expression as before. "Oh, I do not like that." I can even hear her voice trembling, very angry, right? A few days later, he received a message from Hua Jian. Although it was a little late, he had finally understood the abilities of each member. So he thought they could begin teaching them spear techniques and prepare for the group presentation. "I am sick, everyone just practice first, no need to wait for me." How did she suddenly get sick? She really likes making things difficult for others. In this situation, the team leader must use the secret weapon. Right after that, he brought Hua Jian to a luxurious restaurant filled with delicious dishes. "Welcome, eat as much as you like. But if she eats, then the illness will disappear immediately." Well, can she refuse? Immediately, Hua Jian could not resist the intense hunger rising inside her. She quickly grabbed a piece of fish and devoured it. "I am cured now. You know how long chefs must spend to create a dish?" She answered, "Less than 30 minutes. He shook his head, 10 years. From selecting fresh ingredients to preparation and processing, most chefs need nearly 10 years before they can serve a perfect dish to diners. "What are you trying to say?" Kozilek explained. "I also had to train 3 years just to make her kneel once. Dish she loves and my martial arts are quite similar. Just like choosing the right ingredients is like choosing the correct stance before releasing a move. Everything begins from the smallest details. Anyway, we have caused quite a bit of trouble." Hua Jian suddenly threw the book straight at Jin's face. "Hey, what is this? What is this notebook about?" Hua Jian answered while eating. "The stances in spear techniques, basic principles, and many related things." Kozilek happily accepted it. "Is this not the research assignment I gave her? She already finished it. Truly adorable." Alyssa and Zyger also practiced spear techniques diligently. Thanks to Hua Jian, the research part was no longer a concern. The group gradually prepared fully for the presentation and time passed quickly. Before long, it was already mid-May. First week of the group presentation section began. The presentation order was decided by drawing lots. The group before us had already gone on stage. The professor spoke, "All right, we will begin the group presentations. I am the leader of Group 1, Fallet. Our topic today is 5-star spear technique." "Very good, present your content." Yes. A few minutes later, his group began demonstrating with great confidence. "Not bad, Fallet." He breathed a sigh of relief, then replied, "Thank you, Professor. All right, now I will try to break your formation." Hearing that, Fallet immediately broke into a cold sweat. His expression clearly revealed anxiety. "What?" "Outstanding student of the Northern Guardian Academy, former first-class knight of Kingdom L, Lat Verge Demon, issued a challenge. If you endure for 10 seconds, I will give full marks. The real group test begins now." The mission called Haunted House. This is a seemingly simple mission in the second semester of the game. But to eliminate the level 1 evil spirit haunting the house, the player must dodge countless flying objects attacking. At the same time, find the magic circle hidden beneath the basement and destroy it. The real difficulty is far greater than it appears. Veteran gamers call this the Haunted House Challenge to prove their skill. Normally, I cannot sense souls, but this time it is different. Duke Bancia has possessed, or the souls are controlling the magical tools inside the laboratory of the house. The possession of the house is complete, tremors will occur, meaning everything inside can be manipulated with physical force. They cannot be ignored by relying only on doctrine. Then jump up and attack this point. After that, pull out the spear and cut the top part to sever the connection. Jump once to dodge. Next, point the spear forward and stab through the window, causing glass shards to scatter. Slide to dodge them, then move straight toward the door. Entering, slash the clock in the upper right corner, then jump slash 3 times. Destroy the objects flying from the stairs, and continue forward without looking back. If he steps on the center of the carpet. At the center of the basement beside the magic circle, there is a board. When it flies over, simply split it and destroy it. Then crush the circle to weaken the spiritual power. There is a candle in the right corner. Kick it, then use the spear to ignite the fire. When going upstairs, the door will burst open. A painting flies toward him, but when he sees its horrifying eyes open, it immediately changes to a friendly expression, then keep running. Go upstairs quickly. Tables and chairs will fly wildly, so dodge them. Then a wall appears blocking the path. Plates will fly forward to attack. This moment, no more furniture will fly. When opening his eyes, he will wonder what monster this is. And immediately all the ancient magical inscriptions carved throughout the house burst into flames. The house begins burning itself down, and he only needs to leave. A real man turns his back to the explosion behind him. That is exactly what must be done. Quite easy, right? Only 30 seconds. Kozilek burst into laughter. This is a magical challenge that even a rank 2 mage cannot solve. The professor thought to himself, what is he muttering about? This is the final strategy left behind by the legendary So Chim Mo, experience that once shook the Korean gaming community. Congratulations, truly. He has almost been recognized at the semi-rank 1 level. Recently there is a port city called Sa. There is a restaurant with very delicious food. Let us go eat. If it is a place at the port, then they probably sell raw fish, he thought. And that is also what I was looking for when choosing this area to hunt evil spirits. He knows that place. He likes fresh seafood, right? Very much good. I will take him to the most wonderful fresh fish restaurant. Jin glanced back to observe. From behind the row of trees appeared the figure of a large red hunting dog. Good. It is also following. 8 years ago in the far north of the continent, on the peninsula, despite the harsh climate, countless resources were hidden beneath the ice. The ice mountains there contained enormous quantities of ore, so they were called Iron Mountains. Pioneer miners advanced into the polar region to search for iron and gold. They witnessed an unbelievable sight. Herds of wild boars chewing and swallowing iron ore, a monster capable of eating anything. That was the corpse demon of the Dingle Peninsula, Iron Mountain King. The first time it was discovered, Alyssa hurried along in panic. Why did I oversleep today of all days? He said the laboratory on the 4th floor right. Cannot arrive late, Jin told me that. A few days earlier on the 1st floor of the laboratory, Alyssa and Meiji had a conversation. Oh, it is you, Alyssa. You startled me. I am sorry, it seems she was busy with an experiment. Is it important? It is all right. I am only experimenting a little during the break. But why did she call me here? Dioghep said so I came, right? Jin asked her to explain a few things to me. Alyssa asked in surprise. Jin remembered me. Yes, before starting, do you want to try this? Is this a divine medicine? Yes, you could say that. If it is good for my body, then I will try. It is very hot, so drink slowly. I only need to check the safety. Sorry, what did she say? Safety, what is happening? It is delicious. The flavor feels like homemade food. Really, that is good. The taste is fine, not poisonous, safe now. So what did Jin want her to explain? I will tell you now. Kozilok asked her to tell me about what is about to happen. What is it? About the king of the Iron Mountain. As soon as she heard those 3 words, Alyssa immediately ran away. Sorry, I am in a hurry. Corpse demon sealed in the laboratory, Iron Mountain King. I do not know why Jin called me, but I must hurry. Scene shifts to laboratory basement number. Professor asked, what do you think is the difference between monsters and special demons, Meiji? They are very strong. Strength is obvious among special entities, but one of the most terrifying abilities is domination. Domination, yes. Some demons emit energy completely different from normal types. Theoretically, they are called alpha entities. Unlike ordinary demons, they are far stronger and possess control ability. These alpha entities can easily command the others. However, that domination does not affect demons of different species, but with special demons it still works. Special demons have the ability to control weaker demons. After hearing Maggietti answer, the professor nodded in praise. Correct. It seems she has experienced it before. Meiji recalled the moment when she escaped the hunting ground in a frenzy of thirst. At that time, she forced other monsters to bring blood to her. Professor, thinking about it again, it was slightly different from domination. At that time, I did not control their minds, I only made them terrified. The professor explained, that depends on your race, Magician. There are 3 basic demon types, including monsters, evil spirits, and demi-humans. Although they share the same foundation, their alpha traits manifest very differently. So that means I could command other demi-humans. We need further research, but that possibility is very low. Demi-humans are more intelligent than humans, so this type of suppression is difficult to affect them. 3 is enough. Now we begin the experimental phase. Everyone bring the fang corpses in here. This experiment aims to determine the influence range of the alpha trait in special monsters. If it can be controlled, then humans could theoretically dominate most monsters and evil spirits. The scale of the experiment is larger than I expected. It also awakens the curiosity of the mage within me. If successful, humanity could proactively confront the threat from demons. All right, she has already created the divine medicine with delicious flavor, correct? The thing she asked me about last time. Yes, thanks to her it tastes much better. That is good. Sorry, I was a little curious. All right, Meiji, try applying your domination ability to the Fang Corpse pack. Yes. Magix observed them for a moment, then immediately shouted loudly, come here. The cage opened. The monster immediately stared at Meiji with a fierce gaze. After that, they continued releasing more creatures identical to it. Meiji raised her hand and released a suppressing sound wave toward them. Stand still. Now lie down, all of you. But on the next attempt, things did not go as she expected. What are you doing? I told you to lie down. Not understanding what happened, she turned to ask the professor. Why are they not obeying me? Perhaps this is the communication limit between demi-humans and monsters. Low-level monsters lack the intelligence to understand commands. Let us try testing with monsters of the same species. Professor Damon Mark, please release the King's Seal. Hearing his colleague, he nodded and replied, understood. First ancient expulsion phrase. remove the first sealing layer. This time the monster roared violently with a frenzied mind. Protective circles number 1, 3, and 7 have activated. Reinforce sealing chains 4 and 6. The entire pack of monsters roared loudly together, then immediately charged straight toward them. Meiji had to fight back briefly to defend herself. Professor watched the scene and said, "Is it because they are wild boars that they lose control easily?" But fortunately she can still restrain them to some extent. Before they could celebrate, a loud explosion suddenly sounded and startled everyone. Emergency situation. The monster in cage A107 has escaped. What cage A107? This is bad. In that cage, the lower part revealed a massive snake tail, but the upper body resembled a lion. That was the manticore. A voice shouted, "Blood spear." Instantly countless spears appeared. The monster's speed was terrifying, making it impossible for magics to keep up. "Damn it, it is too fast." Professor Mark quickly rushed forward and threw a punch at the monster. He even used the move Spiral Destruction left fist. However, noticing something unusual, he immediately retreated backward. Professor Dana, something is very strange. The situation was becoming more dangerous with every passing second. A laboratory staff member reported, "Professor, the monster is escaping the cage and charging toward Salem. You must leave immediately. Manually activate Z17. Deploy large-scale anti-monster circle and sealing magic. I will reseal Iron Mountain King. Activate the sealing procedure. Even if we must sacrifice research data, safety is the top priority." This is Team 2. The magic circle is not responding. Sealing circle as well, damn it. Someone has destroyed the sealing circle. Hearing that report, Professor Dana panicked. What? On the display screen, the golden chain could be seen shattered apart. This moment, the professor could only stand frozen in fear. Impossible, Iron Mountain King has escaped. Scene shifted to the port city Sa. Harmon and Jin were heading to a restaurant for a meal. Ah, how refreshing. If there were some wine, it would be perfect. Haha, kid, you truly know how to enjoy things. Reason I am feasting at noon is because old man Harmon brought me to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate my nomination for promotion. He gestured and asked, "Shall we order a bottle of rice wine? Kid, you are still a student while I am a trainer." Jin Locum, currently a third-year student. Theoretically still underage, so I rarely get to drink alcohol. Somehow the restaurants here check identity very strictly. A world mixed between medieval and early modern times truly has many interesting rules. Thinking about how I cannot eat fried chicken and drink beer like in modern fast food shops makes me sad. It is ironic that someone from the nation with the highest alcohol consumption cannot drink. With no other choice he spoke, "Coach, in the East there is a saying, alcohol is something one should learn from elders. I want you to be the one who teaches me to drink." Those words moved him quite a bit. He thought the kid was looking at him with respect and admiration. Surely it is not because of alcohol. Perhaps he simply wants to talk. In the end, he poured a little into Jin's glass. "All right, drink with me." While enjoying himself, Jin suddenly heard a strange sound. "Wait, what is that sound? Is that a dog barking? Who brought a dog here? Why now?" It turned out the barking came from Jin's beast. Realizing it, he could only cry inside. After all these years waiting just to drink alcohol. Returning to the laboratory, where Meiji and the professors were trying to restrain the wild boar. "Damn it, we must stop it." Meiji nodded immediately after hearing the order. She raised her staff and shouted loudly, "Crystal wall." In an instant, a gigantic crystal ice mass crashed down onto the monster, but the attack barely affected it. The crystal wall has shattered. How strange, the damage dealt is far too little. Meanwhile, Mark immediately rushed forward to assist. "Well done, leave the rest to me." After that, the professor could only throw punches. The strikes seemed to produce no meaningful force. Just as expected, this pig's hide is too thick. Punching is useless. The wild boar began launching a fierce counterattack. His eyes widened when he saw the symbol on its body. Ancient attack rune, impossible. Immediately after that, it rammed straight into him, sending his body crashing violently into the laboratory's defensive barrier. Dana cried out in terror. "My God, the wall has been broken. The defense system will." The other monsters also began breaking their cages and escaping easily. Alert, all seals of Iron Mountain King's cage have been removed. Activate emergency defense mode. Red alert. Evacuate personnel. Deploy all defensive circles and dispatch spirit golems to the scene. Golem team deploy. Initiate containment system. Under no circumstances, allow the monsters to leave the laboratory. Extremely powerful creatures appeared, including a level 1 poison dragon beast, and also the level 1 beast two-horn king. Number of monsters increased explosively, creating chaos. Everyone continuously called for support. Without magic circles, it is impossible to stop high-level monsters. But Dana immediately objected. If they escape, the Academy authorized wide-area lightning to paralyze them. Whatever the cost, the budget must accept it. That moment, a two-horned monster charged upward. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached Professor Dana. Just as it prepared to attack, a gigantic greatsword pierced straight through its body. Dana looked back in confusion. "Dazan, why are you here?" He calmly replied, "I came for combat training. My master's predictions grow more frightening." Azan continued controlling other swords to attack the monster horde. The graceful sword arcs continuously cut down one monster after another. The monster giant immediately opened its mouth, gathering a blazing fire sphere, then launched it straight at the ground, causing the floor to crack into fragments. Immediately afterward, the broken earth fragments suddenly trembled, then linked together, gradually forming a gigantic golem. The scrap fortress golem had fully formed. It turned out it was controlled by Janel's flag. When it succeeded, he was extremely excited. Incredible, I have finally controlled it. The technique he taught truly works. Few days earlier, he said stamina was the key to increasing strength, so he forced me to train seriously in the training room. Afterward, he even taught several golem control techniques he read from the library. In return, I had to join today's field trip. Therefore, he decided to use the golem to confront the monster Hazen. They're being pushed back. Is it because it is a level 1 monster too powerful? Then suddenly branches wrapped around the golem to support it. That was NHUN's root support technique. She wondered how he could have predicted this situation and taught her how to respond. Sub-poison dragon is about to climb to the 3rd floor. Alyssa was the next to confront that poison dragon. She quickly drew her sword and slashed a deep cut into its body. Seeing it stagger, she breathed in relief. "You have we defeated it." Dana was astonished. "Your timing is perfect. I did not expect the students here to all reach at least the rank of knight or level 2 mage. I have never felt this grateful to students before." "Wait, why are all of you present in the laboratory right now?" All 4 answered in unison. "It is the field trip." "Ah, the field trip today." As for Kozilok, according to his plan, those kids should appear at the laboratory right when the chaos erupted. Meiji immediately summoned a blood domain around the area to prevent the wild boar from burrowing into the ground to escape. Fortunately, we set up the magic barrier according to Jin's instructions. Now it can no longer burrow underground. It is still frantically smashing against the barrier. Everyone in the laboratory began to worry. What is happening? Not lose focus. It may unleash other attacks. Two-Horned King is not an ordinary magical beast. It is a colossal rank 1 monster like something from a monster film. Damn it, even its movement alone is enough to shatter everything. NHUN, support me more. Do you really want me to do that? Spirit Golem's body has already been shattered by the rank 1 magical beasts, but I reconnected the joints using the magic technique Jin taught. Combined with NHUN's support spell, the golem becomes stronger when facing monsters. Alright, according to the plan, NHUN increased the power of the golem's punch with a buff effect. She asked again whether that would be enough. We will also detonate 5 spirit bombs stored in the golem's body and pour all magic power into the monster. 2 students known as the Han Hero pair had eliminated numerous monsters inside the laboratory. The golem balance control system has completed its check. Magic enhancement technique functioning. Target radar activated. Equipping natural wood fist weapon. Spirit bombs fully loaded. Stabilization system complete. Control authority granted. Luden did not hesitate and shouted loudly, "Advance." His finger immediately pressed the system activation button. Scrap wood golem ultimate form. Elbow missile. That moment would stir the heart of any veteran gamer. Amazing warrior Luden. When did you name it that? This is the port city not far from the laboratory. I chose this mission specifically to reach this place. Hey, wait, damn it, I still have something to do. He knocked on the door and none appeared. He cheerfully introduced himself as a student assigned to field practice. Because of the mission, he could not attend the mass, but hoped to use the prayer room. Oh, a guardian, of course. When entering the room, he sat down on a chair and thought, "Let me see if I remember correctly. This is the seal used for emergency situation." Immediately, a purple-pink light appeared behind him. "I hope she arrives as soon as possible." Ah, just as expected, she responded quickly. The one who appeared was Professor Josephine. She asked Jinlok how he knew about this seal. He should answer honestly. Perhaps she has many questions about him, but now is not the time. There is something more important to deal with. First, the emergency must be handled. Returning to the Battle of the Four Friends, Janel's golem was still operating smoothly. Excellent warrior Luden. When did you name it that? Alyssa looked at the scene in shock. What is that? I have never seen such a thing. A level 1 poison dragon charged forward with terrifying speed. I cannot lose focus now. I must concentrate on dealing with the monsters first. I have to face it alone, but suddenly she remembered Meiji's words. Jin asked me to tell you that you must not use the move domain slash. Absolutely do not use domain slash. Kozilok said that because he saw my potential, but can I really meet that expectation? Suddenly an explosion sounded startling her. What was that sound? The barrier Jin set up had begun to change. Cracks gradually appeared across the wall. Only seconds later it shattered. Meiji's body was thrown far away. Meiji lay on the ground gasping, with countless wounds across her body. Just as Jin predicted, the monster's eyes became increasingly terrifying. Perhaps no one can defeat this corpse demon. After absorbing mysterious iron in the mine, it transformed into a legendary corpse demon. The original ancient script greatly increased its resistance to both physical and magical attacks. The wild boar roared violently, preparing to unleash another attack. That is why countless heroes died, and in the end could only seal it here. But Jin entrusted this to me. I absolutely cannot give up. Alyssa saw her senior striving like that, and felt deeply moved. She bit her lip tightly. I cannot fail either. Alyssa decisively raised her sword and prepared to charge forward. Professor Dana from the magic department could only stand frozen at the sight. Snow Blossom Alchemy Magic. Iron Mountain King Legendary Monster of the Vampire Spear class. Even though Meiji was struggling immensely, she still tried to fight the corpse demon. This battle can only be won if she reaches the special rank. Professor Dana realized she was witnessing a moment that might be recorded in history. She was both astonished and terrified. Meiji, despite her wounded body, still forced herself to stand and resist. Multi-layer blood shield snow defense barrier formation. Her attack obscured the wild boar's vision. The students still risked their lives, fighting to prevent the corpse demon from escaping the laboratory. Everyone could feel defeat drawing near. Monster charged wildly and rammed straight toward Meiji. But what it did not expect, she saw the red creature catch magics. She immediately rejoiced. So he has returned. Alyssa's side, she was still struggling against the giant serpent, her body gradually exhausted. I cannot use domain slash. Then how can I defeat it? If Jin were here, how would he handle it? The serpent opened its mouth wide and lunged straight at her. That is right. If I were Jin, there would only be this way. Return to the most basic principles. Dodge, then counterattack. Cast away all fear and unnecessary thoughts, then act. She swung her sword and slashed the monster's leg, causing blood to spray out. Aiden first sword technique, Ascension. After finishing the strike, she breathed lightly. I finally did it. I won without using domain slash. A voice sounded behind her. Well done. Everyone did very well, Kozilok. So we have won. On Janel's side, he controlled the golem proudly. I defeated it. Do not need Jin. I do not need anyone else. Warrior Luden alone is enough. But was it not Jin who helped you create that warrior? So Two-Horn King has been defeated. But where is the poison dragon? Why is only a trail of blood left? I thought you would not come. Report the situation. Where is the corpse demon? Meiji is still holding it back. I must go support her immediately. Is that so? What is your plan, Jinlock? You pulled her from the church to here, so you must have calculated it, of course. You only need to help me capture the corpse demon. But there are still many other monsters here. Do not worry. Jin had already predicted this when explaining the plan to Magix. The wild boars carved with ancient script in the laboratory would be very difficult for Meiji to control. But if they are lured to eat the ancient script stone slabs, Meiji prepare. When the ancient script resonance activates, it will create a chain explosion, capable of wiping out the wild boar herd. As for me with the silver spear engraved with primordial ancient script, given enough time, it will become the main weapon to eliminate the monsters in the laboratory. Let us go, Alyssa, all right. Among the mid to high-level monsters that could survive the ancient script resonance explosion, there are still about 30 elite monsters left, and Iron Mountain King is their leader. No need to worry, I have arrived as well. You finally appeared, Then said irritably. Dream Team, stop dreaming and come help me. I do not need you. NHUN behind him asked in surprise, what is wrong with you? Let us go. And what is Dream Team? All the protagonists of the Ahen hero legend are gathered here. The ones who will save the world in the future. Now counterattack and defeat it. Begin again. This formation is extremely luxurious, and their coordination is very smooth. But the members still lack confidence, because the opponent before them is a gigantic magical beast, Iron Mountain King, the ruler of the Iron Mountain, a creature that crushes everything without restraint or submission. Eiji shouted anxiously. Everyone spread out immediately. Stay away from that brutal king. It will devour everything in its path. Luden controlled the golem with confidence. Warrior Luden advance. Kozilok shouted when he saw that reckless action. Hey, you idiot, you cannot fight it head-on. What is he thinking? But this warrior was originally a powerful fortress golem, the one who defeated Two-Horn King. 7 spirit bomb detonations, increase airborne knee force. But because of excessive confidence, the golem was bitten apart by the monster. Luden panicked, my warrior Luden. You fool, then attack the corpse demon instead. Everyone spread out. NHUN create vines to hold it in one direction. Warrior Luden cannot lose. NHUN stepped forward and sighed. This outcome was obvious from the beginning. After receiving Jin's order, she raised her staff and cast a spell on the monster. Root vines instantly wrapped tightly around the wild boar. Did it succeed? Her strength was not enough to restrain its violent struggle. What? How is it so strong? Dazan circled behind and attacked with dual magic swords. Understood. Just as my master predicted, the tactics and timing are perfect to reduce casualties. A mercenary like me has no reason not to obey. Dazan drew 2 swords. The first was Fire Sword. The other was Thunder Sword. Weapons enhanced with high-grade magic stones obtained after defeating Dunlev in vampire form. The current Iron Mountain King possesses completely different power, so handling it is not easy. The wild boar activated the original ancient script again. The sword rushed forward, but suddenly bent away in another direction. What should we do now? It is almost unharmed, Kozilek. Yes, I know Dioghead. Immediately ordered the red creature to charge forward and confront the wild boar. A powerful shove forced the boar backward. Everyone was shocked. Did it work? Kozilek explained, to strike Iron Mountain King you must separate physical and magical attacks. This is a basic tactic. This time the boar activated the second original ancient script. Massive stone blocks began falling. Heaven ruins. The heaven that once existed now reduced to void. Thanks to the original ancient script, Iron Mountain King gained nearly perfect defense. Physical resistance through red feather and magical resistance through blue feather. It changes fur color to resist each damaged. NHUN and Jane'll hold it back. If it slips break, then grab it again immediately. Mid-range attacks. Alyssa and I will wait behind. Kozilek, what about you? He replied immediately. Let Dioghead handle the attack. Meiji, you only need to move according to my orders. Everyone do not think too far ahead. This battle must end quickly. Unleash every move, we will win. Just after giving the command, the wild boar accelerated and charged forward. The golem leapt high into the air and slammed down a powerful blow onto its body. The boar's fur bristled upright, struggled violently and broke free. Quickly stop it. The warrior rushed forward again to block its path, preventing retreat. Jin's red creature also charged in to assist. A powerful punch struck its head, causing slight injury. It worked. That strike was more direct than before. Even it cannot. The fur color still has not changed. The transformation stopped. It remains red. A deception. After showing the blue magic resistance, it used that trick to deceive Dioghead, the most dangerous opponent. Gigantic ancient script that destroys everything it touches. Pillar of destruction. It blasted Dioghead far away. Meiji, retrieve him, then use Blood Spear to block it. Hearing Jin's order, she raised her spear and launched countless red spikes. Countless blood spears flew forward and embedded into the wild boar. Now it is my turn. Time to enter the battle. He dashed rapidly toward the monster and shouted provocatively, "Hey monster, let us see how you withstand this strike." Wood Mountain consciousness erupted. One strike certain kill, Crimson Strike. Incredible, what move was that? A single spear throw created such violent shockwaves. Damn it, it only missed slightly. Its reflexes are truly formidable. Meiji use Blood Spear again? Understood. If it uses Blue Feather to block Blood Spear, then it cannot stop the physical thrust of my spear. Conversely, if it activates Red Feather to resist the spear, then Blood Spear will pierce through. This is the combined strike of physical and magical damage. Let us see how you withstand this continuous chain of blood spears. Kozilek struggled against the destructive force, but was still blasted backward. Magic standing nearby had to cover her eyes because of the dust and smoke. So you finally used that card. Absolute defense against both physical and magical attacks. That is the golden, indestructible body. The king laughed joyfully. It seemed extremely satisfied with the situation. Its secret ultimate move, the golden indestructible state, lasts 5 minutes. Once activated, no one can defeat it. It used that move again. Troublesome, everyone run. For the next 5 minutes, no attack will work. Duran's expression turned serious. Master, that is impossible. There is no escape. At some point, the building debris had already sealed every exit. Damn it, you cursed monster. King continued laughing. To corner the humans, it kept ramming the poor wall repeatedly. Advance warrior Luden, the time for us to shine has come. The giant golem still could not resist it. The staff in Magix's hand glowed. Alchemy magic, frozen verdict. But the magic of a small demi-human produced no effect. Now the king is about to break the prison that confined it. Golden Feather, the final state of Iron Mountain King. The corpse demon of the Dingle Peninsula. The 5-minute invincibility of the final boss of Part 2 once drove countless players to despair. Now all hope seems lost. In truth, a secret method still exists. Alyssa released the seal, physical and magical sword technique that pierces through, ignoring all defense and dealing true damage. In the first swordsman, the most effective attack against a legendary opponent. Turning sword slash, domain slash. A single strike from Alyssa covered the surrounding space with blue light. Only then did Alyssa realize she had accomplished something extraordinary. Kozilek shouted from behind, "Alyssa alone is worth more than 10 people. What are you saying? Is this enough? What if it still moves? No, now. This is the moment for Madam to shine." He restored the gigantic magic circle in an instant. Truly, Professor Josephine. The golden indestructible body is indeed powerful. But once its defense is broken, it cannot use the original ancient script anymore. Meiji, I am ready. Professor Josephine, everyone is counting on you. Jin's group immediately retreated to ensure safety. I will finish everything. Grand Blood Art Spear Fusion. The nightmare that existed for 80 years. The monster that defeated countless heroes. The corpse demon of the Dingle Peninsula was finally destroyed. The light from its disintegration made it impossible for anyone to look away. 8 primordial characters leading to heaven are relics of the gods. No matter how great the power, they cannot destroy the ancient script, but its outer shell can be broken. 80 years ago, a wild boar on the Dingle Peninsula devoured and absorbed countless ancient script stones. No one ever thought of killing it to retrieve those stones, because the ancient script stones grant their owner power close to immortality. But now, Corpse Demon has been unsealed and then defeated. The protective shell around the ancient script stones inside its body also shattered. So where did the original script without its shell go? Answer is very simple. It will seek the nearest shell to attach itself to, and it found its target. This is why that man joined the academy and disguised himself as a professor. Iron Mountain King was defeated by the academy students. An easier outcome than he expected, Meiji shouted. Has the laboratory been fully evacuated? There are still monsters. Capture them, block every exit. After 80 years of sealing, it is natural that Iron Mountain King's strength weaken. Now he only needs to leave the academy, then disappear from the city through the secret passage. The one who defeated the vampire Dunalo and the great demon king Iron Mountain. The 5th-ranked knight Jinlok stood in his path. Senior brother, what do you and I intend to do now? Because you are the disciple of the one my master expelled. I am your martial granduncle. Greet me properly. Martial granduncle, dream on. It seems he finally recognized my identity. He saw me using spear techniques identical to his master. Freemark had only one thought. The only person he knows who reached the Grandmaster realm of 6-step spear technique is his master, the Spear King. Seeing my moves identical to those techniques, he must believe I am another disciple of his master. Therefore, his safest choice was to ignore me. Sending me outside the city to evaluate rankings was merely an excuse to remove me from his plan to kill Iron Mountain King and seize the primordial ancient script. He believed that by sending me elsewhere, his plan would become perfect. According to ancient combat rules, each person must announce their name before battle. This battle has only one outcome. Backup system recalling first commandment, never turn your back on the misfortune of others. A plus linkage, commandment 2, restraint. Commandment 3, oath to save the world. Increase damage by 50%. Backup doubling all attributes. Resolute warrior, pain tolerance increased 100 times. Average magic flow 3,500 years. Begin the journey to save the world by defeating Mark Damon. Good luck, hero Jinlok. Battle between spear technique and martial arts began. The martial master used ancient script acceleration to close the distance. He spun his spear and shouted ultimate technique, serpent painting, serpent flow. Spearman attempted to maintain a safe distance. The martial master focused on finding an opening, and the spearman exposed a gap. Martial master immediately closed, but that method of attack had already been anticipated by the spearman. In close combat, jumping exposes many weaknesses. The martial master will wait for the moment I land. Endless heavenly demon mixed spear. Too fast, he unleashed 7 strikes while I was still in the only a single moment of vulnerability. Kozilok immediately counterattacked. Heavenly Rule's second form, Demon Spear returning cycle. Both moved so quickly that ordinary eyes could barely follow. Fredmark's fist now struck directly toward Jin's face. The force was so powerful that it sent his body flying far away. Even with his arm slashed open and bleeding, he could not stop. He had to keep closing in and maintain close distance. So he strikes while enduring the pain. The relentless punches forced Jin to defend continuously. In the next attack, the professor gathered all his strength and swung the heavenly strike toward Kozilok. Placed everything into this decisive blow. If I block it, the battle ends. But in that brief moment, Kozilok noticed something strange. His fist suddenly opened. Immediately, that hand grabbed the spear. It was a feint. Once he secured the weapon, he instantly threw it aside. Now what will you do? A spearman without his weapon. No other choice. Kozilok fought with bare hands. But this was not his usual style, so he quickly fell into disadvantage. In that critical moment, he pulled out a strange golden ginseng with a bizarre face. The ginseng screamed a sonic wave, erupted, sending Professor Mark flying. The blow even made him bleed. Did you think such tricks could save you? Kozilok gripped the ginseng tightly and declared, do not make me laugh. I already said Fred Damon, this place will be your grave. Let us see how you escape. That beast has already died, while the ginseng continues screaming, causing his reflexes to fade. Let me tell you something else. I possess extremely powerful regeneration. The longer the battle continues, the more I adapt. How long can you endure? He looked at him with contempt. Coward. He swung his arm back and shouted. Awakening shadow burst. 2 shadow constructs instantly appeared. They charged together toward Jin. From the moment you stepped into this city of darkness, you already lost your chance to defeat me. Kozilok struggled to resist, but against such overwhelming numbers, it was extremely difficult. Spun the spear to break free from restraint. Demon Spear returning cycle. Mark immediately appeared behind him with cold eyes and a deadly technique. Spiral Jet coordinated technique. The destructive force slammed his body straight into the wall. Even so, he continued attacking relentlessly. Kozilek spoke softly. I have had enough of this. Are you even listening? Suddenly, an immense surge of power erupted from Jin, so powerful that all his shadow constructs began to vanish. I told you already, this is the once-in-a-thousand-year duel between us. Seeing Jin's body covered with golden glowing patterns, he realized they were dense execution runes. That the shadow constructs are useless, but doing this is equivalent to suicide. Is he burning his own body? How foolish. Kozilek leapt high and shouted, Supreme Serpent Flow. Stop these petty tricks. Fight to the end with pure technique. Do not hold back. Use all your power against me. Mark paused briefly and thought. By instinct, I can clearly feel the man before me is my destined enemy. Very well, I will stake my life on this battle and unleash everything I have. Violent purple lightning enveloped his body, 6-step Suzur awakening, a self-destruction skill that burns the magic core to exchange for speed and power. Only the great heavenly kings can use it. But then fight. You should have done that from the beginning. 6-step spear technique, heaven-breaking spear. Kozilek activated the same skill. 2 warriors. Both poured all their strength into the final attack. Kozilek and Mark both possessed terrifying power. They were like 2 mad beasts tearing at each other. After a brutal battle that lasted for a long time, Mark finally collapsed to his knees on the ground. His body was covered in wounds, and blood flowed everywhere. His breathing was ragged. He was completely exhausted. Final victory belonged to Jin. He had defeated him. The scene shifted into a more peaceful atmosphere. After the battle, he was taken to a resting room. The girls surrounded him and took care of him. Kozilek, eat an apple. Try this candy too. They say sweets help recovery faster. It is delicious, right? The 2 friends saw Jin surrounded like that and became irritated. That bastard truly jealous of him. Why do we have to sit here watching this scene? It has been a long time since we gathered with so many people. Let us play something for entertainment. That sounds good. Should we invite Jin's friends to join as well? Hearing that the 2 immediately became delighted. We can join too. That is great. Kozilek, you are truly the best. Luckily, we came here. Everyone was enjoying themselves. There was suddenly a knock on the door. Who else has come? Zyger took the initiative to open the door. Standing outside was Professor Josephine, who had come to visit. Maggie asked in surprise what wind brought everyone here. Kozilek thought to himself, as expected they have come. In any case, I also need to meet them. Along with her was Principal Eziakasa. Student Kajin, how are your injuries now? Greetings, Principal. It is time for me to prove my value. Forgive me, but I must ask your friends to step outside for reasons of confidentiality. First, we have many things to ask you. This matter is even more serious than the ZS ghost incident. Kozilek thought. They still suspect me. Perhaps I must change the direction of the conversation. Professor Damon Mark was actually a spy. The principal was about to say something, but then stopped. Josephine noticed their reaction was not surprised at all. Perhaps they had already discovered something from the traces on Mark's body. However, there were still many secrets they did not know. But when he mentioned the name Vataza and said Mark was his disciple, both of them were stunned. Josephine immediately objected. That is impossible. 80 years ago he had. Jin continued. The 6 spear techniques and infinity were both taught to him by the 2 of you, and I also have a similar identity. I am the same. I am also a disciple of Vataza. Please do not be so wary of me. I am not the type who kills randomly. I would not reveal it myself just to place myself in danger. Besides, this is not the true bodies of the 2 of you, right? The real bodies are in the main building and cannot appear. You, how do you know that? Disciples of Vataza are still alive and have spread across the continent. Now he is far stronger than before and no longer alone. Everything originated from your decision 80 years ago. As for the source of your power, it was scattered across the continent, and only 2 parts have been recovered so far. There is one thing you probably do not know. The Stone of Truth Leah 5, one of the 4 secret treasures of Manhwa, is in his hands. When he gathers everything and restores his strength, he will no longer be a lonely man. You also know what will happen next, Casa. Everything gradually became clear. That is why Josephine, with more than 80 years of experience, did not become principal, and why Casa, the rising star, was chosen instead. 80 years ago, the academy principal was Vision. 50 years ago, it was Kui, and the current principal is Casa. The truth is their bodies were created and strengthened by ancient language stones. Principal asked him, so what do you want to do? Because our goal is the same. Right after that, Jin quietly removed his shirt, revealing a secret. I am honored to become your spear at the vanguard. Those were mysterious runic patterns. To protect this world, you may treat me as your servant if you wish. I am already grown up now. You still remember what you once said. As an adult, I will protect children like you. Casa, I have never forgotten what you did that year. It is time for me to repay that debt of gratitude. Jin's words left the principal extremely astonished. The next scene shifted to a gloomy interior. Silver-haired woman sat on a chair deep in thought, telling the person before her that it was time for her to repay the old debt from years ago. The one standing before her was none other than Professor Josephine. So Vataza is still alive. Kozilok, that child, is he worthy of trust? I know I should not easily place my trust in anyone. Send someone to watch him. We cannot completely trust him yet. Yes, I understand. Cannot act recklessly while carrying such a heavy responsibility on my shoulders. Everything he said could be lies. But there is one thing I still cannot understand. Why he looked at me with eyes filled with such deep sorrow. What exactly has that child experienced? During the anniversary celebration of Macabre Academy, there will be a rank reevaluation based on each person's achievements. This is an extremely important event. If the initial rank was only temporary, then this ranking is the official level recognized by the Guardian Association. The announcement speaker declared that all students had worked hard and brought great fame to the academy. Because of the rank reassignment, many had trained diligently to achieve the best position. Some students had even reached the level comparable to official guardians. Meiji S. asked why you are carrying so many potatoes today. Today is a holiday, so I want to share them with everyone. If they stay in storage too long, the potatoes will spoil. Kozilok heard that and curiously asked about a storage room. The academy even has a warehouse just to store potatoes. That sounds interesting. At that moment, the speaker continued announcing the list of students whose ranks had just changed. Let us go up to the stage, all right. Second-year student top of the magic class, Meiji Dunilla. Despite difficult circumstances, she always strove forward and proved her ability when assisting in resolving the incident at the training field. In fact, during the previous semester, she did not have many chances to contribute because after becoming a vampire, she was not allowed to leave the city. However, she still assisted Professor Nu in research, and the abundant magic power after her transformation helped the academy greatly. With such ability, her promotion was inevitable. Moreover, her efforts in stopping the Iron Mountain King helped minimize casualties for the academy. Meiji S. Dunilov, by nomination of Principal Casa, and the Northern Branch Chairman of the Guardian Association, Dina G. Zandina, will be promoted to semi-special rank. The surrounding students immediately erupted in murmurs. Amazing. That means she becomes the youngest semi-special guardian ever. It will surely be recorded in history. Speaker continued saying the following students also made major contributions during the recent incident. People began whispering that besides Meiji there were others involved. They had never heard about it. Although the incident was quite famous, the internal details were kept secret. No one knew about the existence of the Snow Mountain King, or about Professor Mark betraying the academy. Magic Class C. Janel Luden, NHUN Night Class Alyssa, Dazan Kwa Sokai. And finally, Kozilok. Students NHU, NC Janel Alyssa and Dazan. With the achievements obtained, you will be promoted to semi-first rank. As for you, Kozilok, although you are currently a 5th rank guardian, but with your outstanding performance, along with nominations from Principal Casa Senior Professor Josephine Laza and Honorary Professor Hayming K, you will be promoted to 1st rank guardian. When the words 1st rank sounded, the entire audience burst into astonishment. Someone jumping from 5th rank to 1st rank in just one semester. This was truly unbelievable. This is a special ranking, agreed upon after discussion between the council and the association. My ability was already sufficient, but being promoted directly to 1st rank also came from my effort in the battle defeating Professor Mark. Victory over Mark was an important factor, but the most valuable privilege of a 1st rank guardian is the right to join the official guardian team immediately. I have finally achieved it. In the game, it took 3 years to reach this rank, even with early graduation. Yet I achieved it in less than 2 years. This will change the future greatly. We'll recruit all the elites here. Power and benefits will create authority. Once I have it, I can do anything. The people around looked at Jin with wary eyes because of his strange expression. After the commendation ceremony ended, Kozilok asked everyone that summer vacation had finally arrived. What do you plan to do? The first to answer was Dazan. I will go earn money. Iger said he would return to his hometown. Lack planned to go to the Magic Tower for an internship. NHUN thought for a moment, then said he would go to the Western Forest to meet experienced druids he had arranged to meet earlier. Janel confidently said he would also head west to search for an abandoned castle to obtain an energy core for a golem. Alyssa cried while saying she might have to return to her family because her grandfather was urging her. Kozilok heard that and wished her a safe journey. And you, Kozilok, will you return home? He simply shook his head and replied no. Reason was when he returned to the house from Xylok's memories, he found it completely empty. The family had gone traveling without him because the notification message arrived 3 days late. Alyssa gathered all her courage and asked whether he wanted to go with her. Traveling alone made her a little afraid. Hearing that, Kozilok felt somewhat suspicious. With Alyssa's personality, she should not fear anything. In the game, there had never been any incident. After thinking, he still refused because he planned to explore the eastern region. Hand waved toward Jin. It was Meiji running over, while loudly calling Kozilek's name. In truth, Jin refused Alyssa because there was a place he absolutely had to go. If he did not use this summer vacation, then later there would be no chance. Scene shifted to a train running on schedule. Passengers in the seating carriage were quietly resting, but a group of robbers were secretly preparing to act. The train still had 9 hours before reaching the northern continent. Everything had already been prepared by them. One of them fired a gun to threaten everyone. All of you raise your hands. Hand over all your belongings to me. You had better behave. The passengers immediately turned pale with fear. Unless you want to face a semi-first-rank guardian. At that tense moment, Jin and Meiji opened the door and stepped in. Oh, it seems this is not our room. We got lost again. The robber immediately drew a knife pointing at them. Where did you two come from? Cannot you read the room sign? If you want to live, raise your hands. Jin calmly asked one simple question. What time is it now? Then he launched a terrifying rising uppercut that pierced through the train ceiling. Robbers' accomplices shouted in panic. What the hell is happening? This is the end for us. After Jin finished dealing with the robbers, the story in the south also began. Returning to an earlier moment, inside the secret archive of Macabre Academy's library, Kozilek was holding a magic tome titled Resilient Recovery of the Warrior. As he read, he imagined himself entering the role of the middle-aged protagonist in the story. Before his eyes appeared the image of a dying warrior, lying in a battlefield soaked in blood. The man leaned his wounded body against a rock, but still struggled to stand upright. I asked him, "Warrior, should I finish you off?" He only said in a hoarse voice that it would be nice if there were some water to quench his thirst. Respecting that warrior's resilience, I took water from a nearby lake and gave it to him to drink. Then something astonishing happened. The wounds on his body completely healed. Unbelievable, the man who was dying now stood proudly like an undefeated general. Truly a wonderful story. My southern fortress is still standing firm right. If you ever come there, visit my office. Perhaps that thing is still there. What thing? You must find it yourself. Ancient language mage. I hope you obtain the courage of that warrior. Once you possess that courage, there will be nothing in the world you cannot do. He was only an ordinary man, not a hero nor a sage. Yet he still swore to save the world. People always have the choice to flee from danger. You did not choose to run away. I respect you, young man. And in the end, I thank you for telling me the news about my wife and child. Only a few hours later, we arrived at the gate of the southern lands. Because of the Duke's words, I decided to come here together with Meiji, a southerner. Thank you both very much. Without you two, I would have gotten into serious trouble. It was nothing. After everything ended, the train captain gave Jin a reward. At least take this. Jin declined a few times, but still accepted happily. Mission: do not ignore the misfortune of others. Completed. Reward granted 2 skill points. As expected, being a good person always brings worthy results. After that, the two continued their journey. Meiji said she was starving and suggested they eat first. She knew several good places here. Jin smiled and said he would pay for everything. This was the entrance gate to the southern lands. The carriages stopping here all headed toward the large city. Kozilek walked while complaining that he was tired to death, while Meiji calmly said they had arrived and pointed to a familiar transfer station. The place Meiji mentioned was the parking ground for flying beasts. Oh, so it is a griffin parking ground. Kozilek remembered that in his previous life he had used this transport several times. This method of travel was much faster and more comfortable than carriages, though many people still felt unaccustomed to it. Renting one costs at least 30 silver coins each time. Right? No, the tribe gave me a special one, another one. One Meiji mentioned was Havager, a giant eagle species famous in the city of Le. The legend of a hand, the fastest and most agile transport. Its value equals 12 griffins. It is preparing to land to welcome a distinguished guest. When controlling it, you must maintain balance well. Understood. All right, we begin clearing the landing area. Pin confirm visual at 200 feet altitude. Receive. Expected to descend in 10 minutes. What plans does the academy have this month again? Oh, right, it is vacation, so the students have all gone home. That means the princess will soon return. If so, Miss Meiji should also be on the way here. Everyone prepare a grand welcome. After the flight, the giant eagle landed in front of a luxurious, magnificent mansion. As the door opened, hundreds of servants bowed together. Welcome Miss Meiji back for the holiday. Congratulations on your promotion to semi-special rank. I truly do not understand how I never realized before. Our destination is the city Le. To the east lies Duna. Meiji, you said your family farms, right? But how large is the scale? I am not really sure, maybe around 2 million units. 2 million pi enhong. The unit here is a little different. Not pi enhong, it is hectare. Kozilek froze after hearing that. 2 million hectares. Meiji calmly asked what is strange about that. That equals roughly 65 billion pi enhong. Indeed, the Dunlop family of Meiji is extremely famous in the south. Dunlop hair salons, Dunlop grocery stores, Dunlop offices to Dunlop agricultural centers. There is even the Dunlop Professional Wrestling Union and countless other signs along the road, enough to show their influence. Before them stood the enormous mansion of the Dunlop family. Why did you not say you were this rich? Well, my parents are rich, not me. That truly is the classic line of the wealthy. A butler approached laughing loudly. But later you will inherit everything because you are the eldest child of the Dunlop house. Who is this person? That is Mr. Paul. Goodness, you startled us. Let me carry your luggage. And who is the person accompanying you? This is Jin, my junior. Oh, you even brought a junior home. Butler immediately became excited. For generations, the family always has a son-in-law living here. We will prepare a private house for him. Our Miss Meiji has been known since childhood as the flower of the South for her beauty and intelligence. The number of suitors could fill an entire potato warehouse. Anyway, Miss Meiji, as I mentioned before about the Duke A castle, I heard recently someone purchased it. Who was it? If it is that castle, then Count Kajut bought it. Oh, right, in my previous life that castle also belonged to someone else. It seemed to be a merchant from the southern islands. But that man was extremely terrible. Back then he shouted that if we could not capture the sea monster, then we should not even think about entering the castle. To enter, I and my companions had to hunt the giant sea monster day and night. After countless hardships, we finally stepped into the Duke's castle. Kozilok wondered whether this time he would have to go through that again. Meiji said she had already informed the Count in advance. You seem to want to enter the castle, so I told him. He immediately agreed and even invited us to a banquet on Friday. Hearing that, Kozilok almost cried. The difficult mission from before now became so easy. Meiji truly is a goddess. While preparing, Meiji asked Jin whether he wanted to go shopping tomorrow, because they needed to prepare clothing for the banquet. After agreeing, they went together to the shopping district. Suit costs 3 gold, a necklace and shoes 6 gold, casual clothes 4 gold. This truly was real shopping. There were also watches and many other items, everything paid with a blank bank check. Everything was luxury goods. This amount of money could buy real estate in Seoul. We have arrived, Jin. From behind he tiredly said, Meiji, you are scaring me. Do not buy anything else. Oh, Miss Meiji, finally you have arrived. You came to collect the item you ordered, right? When receiving the item, Jin realized it was the type of mineral he had once seen in Odachi. Indestructible stone, a rare item I had never touched before. Unlike fragile refined silver that shatters under strong magic power, this stone is nearly impossible to destroy. How did you obtain it? This is not something easy to find. This stone was once used for the hidden sword of Emperor Gaijin Aiden. Attached to the spear tip, its power will surge. Even your domain will be enhanced. Yes, I understand. This is a personal gift from me to you. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. Kozilok looked into Meiji's eyes and softly said, thank you. Visiting a friend's house, it is unavoidable to dine with their family. This way, please. Oh my, what a handsome young man. Quickly sit down. Jin politely bowed. The woman with the warm smile was Meiji's mother, and beside her was. The man interrupted, wait, before we eat I have a question. What was Meiji's father? He seriously asked whether he was still a virgin. Jin asked back in confusion, what? Meiji's mother panicked and scolded her husband. Why would you ask that? Meiji also hurriedly told Jin to sit down. Her father insisted that if he wanted to become the son-in-law of the Dunlop family, then he must preserve his chastity. Before he could react, Meiji had already slammed him onto the table. Wait, Meiji, that hurts? You are as strong as your mother. I only want to protect you. All right, stop talking. Save the atmosphere. Meiji's mother said she had read the letter about Jin and truly wanted to meet him. She thanked Jin for helping her daughter. Jin quickly waved his hands, saying he only did what he could. Moreover, Meiji deserves happiness. Meiji's mother laughed, saying when she read the letter, she thought her daughter was too naive. But Jin truly is a good person. Father still refused to leave, and added that only holding hands is allowed, and chastity must be preserved. Oh dear, please stop. Welcome, Jin. Unlike my husband, I am very open-minded. Truly an interesting family. The next day at the Duke's castle, greetings, Count Kajut. Miss Meiji has arrived. Welcome, guests. The Borkwaganda family is honored to receive you. Kozilok became suspicious. Could this be the man who forced me to hunt sea serpents in my previous life? Door opened. Miss Meiji and Lord Kozilok have arrived. The person behind was Jin. The person ahead was Meiji. The two walked along the red carpet with great ceremony, making Jin feel a little proud. If he had not saved that girl that day, he would not be witnessing this scene today. Ladies around looked at Meiji with admiration. In the South, the influence of the Dunlop family was almost absolute. Meiji, just enjoy the banquet first, then we will go to the study later. When the banquet reached its peak, Jin planned to speak with the Count and then head to the study. At that moment, a male voice sounded from behind, introducing himself as someone from the Zondenham family. He was dressed elegantly and invited Meiji to dance the first dance. Immediately, several other gentlemen also extended their hands in invitation. "Miss Meiji, please dance with me." Situation left her feeling embarrassed. Kozilok immediately extended his hand to help her escape the crowd. Those men immediately showed displeasure. Enthusiastic perhaps, but lacking manners. "Meiji, please allow me the first dance. This is the basic etiquette. Before inviting a lady for the first dance, one must kiss her hand." That gesture moved Meiji, and she nodded in agreement. Once the invitation was accepted, the orchestra immediately began to play. After dancing for a while, Jin smiled and said, "You are truly popular. If I made you uncomfortable, then I apologize." Meiji hurriedly shook her head and said, "Not at all. I like it very much. It feels as though I am abandoning the one who saved my life, so at least I must find a way to repay the favor. In the past, in the South, I relied on her many times, but the situation now seems rather dangerous. Even I feel somewhat embarrassed." While dancing, Meiji accidentally stepped on Jin's foot and quickly apologized because she was not good at dancing. Jin tried to keep calm and said, "It is all right. Perhaps it would be better if I lead the rhythm. Place your left foot on my foot. We will dance like this." "Is that so? Doing that will dirty your shoe and make dancing difficult. But it is all right. Do not need to worry about other people's gazes. Now just look at me and enjoy the dance. Just place your foot on mine and follow my rhythm. Look into my eyes and guess the steps. You observe well. Exactly like what I once learned in my previous life. When the eyes tremble, simply looking directly at the other person helps maintain balance." Then the two burst into laughter together. It was unclear who began first. We continued dancing together, as if inside a dream. After the music ended, the gentleman still refused to give up and continued inviting Meiji to dance. "Sorry, but I feel a little tired, so I want to rest for a moment. I will escort the lady." "Thank you, Lord Kozilok." Many people whispered, wondering why the lady was walking with that man. They whispered that she even stepped on his foot while dancing, yet it still looked romantic. The next scene showed Jin opening a door and entering a room. It turned out to be the study of Duke Bansia. Meiji asked what we are looking for here. Jin replied, "We only need to find traces of Duke Bansia." "And what is this?" In the game, the player must search for clues about Duke Bansia's wife Luna and daughter Cecilia. Usually giving this item to the Duke would complete the side quest, but previously there was no hint about entering the study, so Jin felt rather puzzled. Meiji sighed and said she could not find anything. Perhaps it is not that simple. Meiji began complaining of hunger because she had not eaten earlier and ran here immediately. That gaze seemed like a natural sign, as our relationship gradually became closer. Suddenly she sat on Jin and said, "Your collarbone is very beautiful." Jin awkwardly said, "If that is so, then go ahead." Immediately Meiji leaned down and gently drank a little blood from Jin's neck. Finished, it did not hurt, right? Jin said he barely felt anything because of the warrior endurance. "Wait, warrior endurance? I already received it together with the soul." The book where Duke Bansia's soul was sealed contains abilities and spells. Reading it allows one to learn them. Jin asked Meiji to summon the creature Dajep for inspection. Hearing that, Meiji immediately summoned Dajep skillfully. Jin asked her to make it appear clearer in a form close to a stellar body. The creature groaned because its body in that state was dissolving. Dajep gradually disappeared, and Jin realized he could not see the soul. Immediately afterwards, something appeared. A cold black aura rushed from behind. Chilling sensation made Jin instantly alert. Jin understood now. "Duke, you should have said earlier. The soul sealed in the great library of Gimo is Duke Bansia's soul. He could not die and had to endure the thirst for blood. He separated his soul from his body. Then where is his body?" The answer stood before their eyes. The man glared at Jin fiercely and asked why you brought my soul here. Jin said he was his descendant. The Duke looked him over and said his appearance was not bad. "It seems you are still an ordinary human." Jin asked if the soul and body were separated, then how he was still conscious. The Duke shouted that you only need to answer my question. Jin sighed because everything was not proceeding as planned. Turned out that book was not so simple. 800 years ago, Duke Sebasia Duck was the strongest general in the South. He swung his sword toward Jin and asked, "So you have already met my soul?" Jin replied that he did not kill it, but instead helped the soul pass on. Duke remained suspicious because Jin had brought a vampire into the castle. Jin asked in surprise how a body without a soul could move. The Duke said because this body is that of a vampire, immortal, and requiring a fragment of soul to remain conscious. Jin insisted Meiji is not a monster because she has controlled her power. Duke repeated the word trust with doubt. He said he destroyed the emotional soul to escape the thirst for blood for 800 years. Jin listened with astonishment, but there is still one thing that has not vanished. That is the taste of fresh blood. The instinct of a vampire cannot be denied. Duke said he does not believe in anything that cannot be verified. If Jin interferes, then both of them will face danger. Jin realized the situation was completely different from the original plan. The Duke's body had been sealed for long because he once hated vampires. If when alive he was the strongest of the era, then now he is at least comparable to semi-special rank. No other choice, Jin used the six-step technique to fight. He unleashed the ultimate flower serpent strike, aimed directly at Bansia. The Duke's expression remained calm. He swung his sword, and the power transformed into a ferocious dragon. That made Jin feel extremely uneasy. The Duke said, "Witness the power of creation. When I was alive, I killed a dragon to gain this power. Demon Sword Dragon Slayer." Jin realized he had misjudged the situation. The opponent was even stronger than a special grade monster. The Duke looked at Meiji and called her a low-level monster. He asked how she planned to live like a human. Meiji argued that she was not a beast. Duke asked if she was certain she had overcome her instincts, whether human willpower could truly prevail. In the end, she would crave the blood of the one she loved and kill every person close to her. After saying that, he swung his sword and ordered her to leave this place. Meiji immediately dodged the strike by reflex. He cried out in panic, "No, no, I." Immediately, DAGF rushed from behind to assist. He had already anticipated the move and used a true Sigma cord to bind it tightly. His movements were astonishingly swift, truly a powerful beast, even faster than I was at my peak. But you fight without strategy, merely a beast relying on brute strength. Meiji immediately shouted a command. DAGEP, return at once. The sealing sword of Zemania was activated. The sword could seal immortal beings into the space bound to it. Before its power, your immortality means nothing. Die. He looked at her with cold eyes and said, "I will end your delusional life. A monster will always remain a monster." Meiji kept protesting, "That is not true. Whether before or now, I am still myself." Kozilok said everything would be fine. Immediately afterward, Jin's body appeared within a strange effect. It turned out he had sealed Jin in his hand and released him only so she could witness everything. She saw the one she loved wounded, her gaze froze. Meiji slowly knelt beside Jin. Trembling hand covered in blood touched Jin's skin. Blood from Jin's body continued to flow without stopping. Inside Meiji's mind, everything began spinning. Her face showed a struggle between pain and the vampire thirst for blood. The Count watched her despair and spoke. "I told you, vampires should all be destroyed. Even when your lover is dying, you cannot defeat your instinct." Those words made Meiji bite her lip in anger. But the next moment left him stunned. Wait, what is happening? She is not drinking his blood, but using her own blood as medicine to save him. Instead of drinking blood, she offers her own. She has surpassed the limits of instinct, even in this moment. Seeing the one she loved dying, Meiji cried out, "Kozilok, please." Bianca witnessed the scene and fell silent for a moment. "I have failed. I could not save anyone, and I lost to my own desire. Please open your eyes." But these two children made me realize I was wrong. Immediately afterward, he drew his sword, then thrust it straight into Jin's chest. The sword sank deeper and deeper into his chest. Meiji screamed in agony, "Stop, that is enough. How long do you intend to torment us? Do not take Jin away from me." Bianca said nothing and remained silent. A moment later, a black aura enveloped them both. Jin breathed softly with trembling breath. "I am all right now, Meiji. I am still here." Meiji asked in panic, "Kozilok, are you all right?" She looked at Bianca, as if asking whether he had saved him. He decided to throw the sword to the ground and said, "I have transferred my magic core to him." Jin was astonished, yet continued listening as he spoke. "Now I understand why my soul led you here. Within you lies the quality of a hero. Above all, you accomplished what I could not, what I failed to do 800 years ago. I beg you to correct my mistake, hero." After saying that, his body gradually faded away. The magic core of General Bansiada. "I never expected to receive such a great gift." Immediately, Meiji rushed forward and embraced Jin, startling him. "I was so frightened earlier, I thought you had left me. Promise me that unless I allow it, you must not die." Perhaps everything has finally ended peacefully. Jin thought to himself, this reward was already more than enough. After receiving the magic core, Kozilok's level rose sharply, and a new ability formed. If I could make one wish, then I hope that, after 800 years of suffering, his soul can finally rest. Final image was the relieved smile of the Count. Jin's breathing gradually stabilized. Jin felt strange, because in the game the Duke never granted this power. If only he had been kind from the beginning, I would have suffered far less. Jin's clothes were soaked with blood and had to be washed. Suddenly a maid entered and apologized for not knowing there were guests. But her perspective made the situation difficult to explain. Jin quickly said, "It is not what you think." The maid blushed seeing the sweat and the heated atmosphere. Before Jin could explain, she closed the door and said, "You two may continue." Jin looked down at Meiji and thought something felt off. From inside the mansion, her father's shout suddenly echoed. In the end, it took 20 days before the misunderstanding was resolved. Fortunately, everything was finally clarified. Jin returned to the academy. The second semester had already begun. Our in-business is doing well right. The festival brought a huge crowd, so the inn must have earned greatly. Jin even thought that selling land later would bring enormous profit. Aha, money will continue to create more money. But that joy quickly disappeared. What is this, a storm? Meiji reassured him that business sometimes faces failure. He even whispered whether they should write an IOU. If you cannot repay the money, then you must accept my condition. That proposal made Jin suspicious. Jin decided to return to the academy's special dormitory. The principal welcomed Jin and said Josephine was at Xianchefel. He suggested Jin stay here from this semester onward. Jin understood they still intended to keep an eye on him. He asked the principal what exactly that storm was about. Yes, a storm this large will certainly cause considerable damage. I wonder if anyone has been injured or encountered trouble. Principal calmly sat down and slowly explained that no serious damage had been recorded so far. The city lies outside the main path of the storm, so it is relatively safe. Only the suburbs have been affected more heavily. What? But if the storm changes direction, it will sweep through here sooner or later. No, this storm will not move, because it is not a natural phenomenon but was caused by a monster. Hearing this, both of them were stunned. What a monster. Everything began along an important sea route belonging to the Fuangnam archipelago. In the reverse flowing waters along the Eugenia Strait, there exists a terrifying sea creature. It is the lonely king of the ocean named Hygeia. This ruler has gone mad, showing no concern for humans, constantly destroying ships and encroaching upon human waters. At that time, a young man decided to stand up and confront it to become a hero. The scene shifted to another mansion. Livenbo Kwajian stepped out beneath an ancient tree. His father beside him asked whether he truly had to go. Yes, father, it is a rank monster. If I defeat it, I will be granted the title of first-class knight. In his mind, memories of that dinner with Meiji suddenly resurfaced. The moment he extended his hand, politely inviting Meiji to dance. But Jin had quickly pulled Meiji away from the circle of men surrounding her. Of course, that was only Levin's biased perspective. In his eyes, Jinlock was nothing more than an irritating meddler. He swore that he would take Miss Meiji back from that bastard. He would slay the sea serpent and restore peace to the entire strait. And with a heart filled with burning determination, the assault force fought relentlessly for 6 days and 5 nights. When the battle ended, he and his comrades cheered as they saw the sea serpent retreating. We have won. Congratulations on your victory, young master, Miss Meiji. I dedicate this achievement to you. Because of that, the Eugenia Strait regained some measure of peace. However, they still could not capture the sea serpent because it escaped the encirclement. The monster caused many innocent people to lose their lives. The Avan storm bats reproduce rapidly, gathering together to form the eye of the storm to protect themselves from enemies. They are also called golden bats because their bones, blood, and flesh are all precious medicinal materials. Even monsters crave them. The severely injured sea serpent could not ignore such a valuable food source as the Avan bat swarm. After losing its mate, the female Avan made a decision. For the sake of the child in her womb, she hurriedly flew north to search for a safe shelter. In the end, the place she chose to give birth was my territory. It is difficult to imagine. A storm bat. This species is extremely rare. Normally in summer, they only breed on small rocky islands within the archipelago, so they are almost never seen. Yet now one has appeared here. Ah, he understood now. Perhaps it was the butterfly effect caused by himself. A tiny flap of wings that dragged along a terrifying storm crashing down. A storm in the truest sense. We have to retreat. In this situation, it is impossible to continue working. Wait, everyone, the construction is almost finished already. Why abandon it at this moment? The storm winds are growing more violent. If we keep building, we will only lose our lives. Stop already, everyone advises him to give up. Sometimes life is like that. Letting go is also a choice. The storm this terrible, the festival is basically ruined. I bet it will last at least another week. If that happens, then my inn will also be completely destroyed. I spent 280 gold coins just to buy this land. Another 330 gold coins to buy materials, pay the workers, and cover all construction costs. And 220 coins to complete the architecture, of which only 110 coins were his own money. Where did the rest come from? Borrowed, of course. If the business fails, he will carry a debt of 720 gold coins. Then his life will truly be finished. A short while later, K3 Academy immediately convened an emergency meeting to discuss how to deal with the storm. Principal Casa summoned several students and professors. Everyone is present. Surely everyone already knows the reason for this meeting. It is the storm Avan. Hammond K, the newly appointed professor of the Night Department. Professor D, I know a GN of the Magic Department. So that means we must subdue it. If Avan is captured, all research funding for Iron Mountain King will be reimbursed immediately. Emil slammed his hand down on the table after hearing that. Of course we must capture it. But the red-haired professor behind him spoke in opposition. That man was Edgar Linton, a professor from the Magic Department. He explained that the storm would dissipate on its own within about a month. There is no need to take such risks. Professor Matt Luzala of the Alchemy Department looked surprised. Oh, Professor Edgar, do you have any evidence? Aven's breeding season lasts from June to September, and they are famous for having very short cycles. Even considering other factors, the storm will only last about 1 month. Then clearly there is no need to take risks. I think we should simply maintain the current situation. Professor Origin of the Night Department spoke up to remind them. I still think we should subdue that monster. Not only will students be unable to return to school in time, but the festival will also be forced to postpone. More importantly, outsiders will believe the academy is simply standing by doing nothing. Professor Origin, our academy is an educational institution. The extermination of monsters should first be handled by the guild. In this matter, I agree with Professor Edgar. Kozilok in the upper room heard the entire debate and remained silent in thought for a moment. Professors and seniors, although he is still inexperienced, please allow him to say a few words. Immediately after that, he began speaking with great passion. We swore to pursue truth with kindness and courage. Even if sacrifice is required, we must never betray our ideals. To oppose evil, we exist as guardians protecting humanity. Therefore, fighting is only natural. Kozilok, I understand his good intentions, but that cannot happen, Edgar objected. But he immediately continued speaking. Teacher Edgar, how can you say that? Does he not see those who lost their homes because of that storm? In truth, he only wanted permission to capture Aven. Otherwise, he was about to become a beggar. They are pushed onto the streets. They lose their jobs. Children starve because they no longer have shelter. Money cannot be compared to human lives. Seeing that he spoke too strongly, Edgar felt somewhat guilty. No, that is not what I meant. The other professors watching also began to praise him. Such sincerity, the true spirit of a knight. This has already gone far beyond the spirit of knighthood or the oath of guardians. Such a grand matter, yet he only wants to save people. Therefore, please save the citizens and also his inn. After that speech, several professors stood up in support. As expected, I did not misjudge him. A young knight full of passion, truly moving, but what is this inn? Form the assault team immediately. In the name of the Guardians, we swear to protect them with our research funds. Seeing the matter reach a conclusion, the principal declared, then we have our decision. Thanks to his excellent speech, all professors and students agreed to attack. The assault team quickly prepared to enter the storm. Has already discussed everything with the support team. Now they only need to wait for the right moment. Are you that moved? I did not expect such dedication to saving people. Of course, he must be sincere, because to save everyone, he must repay a debt of 720 gold coins. The fate of his entire life is wagered on this. The plan is quite simple. Aven lives in the eye of the storm. They need the support team to create a gap in the storm so they can enter. When the crack appears, the assault team will rush inside and defeat Aven. It sounds smooth enough, but within the eye of the storm, countless monsters are waiting. They were dragged in while trying to hunt Aven. Because they have starved for a long time, they are extremely ferocious, but he is not overly worried. In his golden age, he was called Hammond the Striker, the semi-first-ranked knight Hammond K. That man swings a 2-meter greatsword as lightly as holding chopsticks. The semi-first-ranked knight, Professor Origin. First-rank mage and temporary captain, the man possessing outstanding talent. What he holds is not a pipe but a combat staff, Professor Edgar. And there is also him, a second-year student yet also a first-ranked knight, a member of the savage tribe of the Northern Island, the Berserker Berserker. With such a powerful lineup, it would be strange if they could not eliminate those monsters. Kozilok asked, he is really tall, is he half giant? Focus on fighting. His personality is far more pleasant than his appearance. Anyway, the main target is still capturing Aven. They must enter the eye of the storm before the damage spreads further. Wait there, Aven. He is coming. They enter the eye of the storm. Everyone follow behind, understood. He never expected things to turn out like this. Small storm exists inside the larger storm. He has never seen such a phenomenon. Perhaps it sensed intruders and concentrated its power to create another defensive storm layer. Hammond asked Edgar, does Aven truly have such an ability? Perhaps it is simply a maternal instinct. Even though it is a monster, it is astonishing. Professor Origin, do you think they can break through? If they accept being wounded all over, then perhaps. But their side will also suffer heavy losses. Therefore, it is best to let the support team handle it first. After deciding, he blew the whistle as a signal. Professor DNA requested support. Ah, so that is it. Let him see then. It has been a long time since he displayed his power. The sky around them immediately turned crimson. Flashes of lightning began to appear. Professor Edgar, this seems a bit dangerous. Good heavens, Professor Dana, is she trying to kill them all? Hide behind him quickly. He will raise a shield. They only need enough power to break the storm. But she continued, increasing the power. Terrifying bolt of lightning struck directly toward their area. Good Lord, this is why he hates mages. They nearly all died, but at least it solved part of the problem. With that amount of lightning, the storm will surely dissipate. Wait, that is not right. it is still there. Edgar was also shocked. With that much lightning, even a semi-first-rank monster would struggle to survive. Wait, something is wrong. The Aven is swelling larger. What in the world is happening? Seeing that scene, Kozilek immediately realized, impossible, it is evolving. Demon evolution is a rare phenomenon that occurs when a creature accumulates enough life experience. It is not only the growth of a leader, but also the moment the entire species reaches a new level. A creature capable of existing within such a great storm, lightning resistance is not strange. Aven absorbed all of Dana's lightning. Now it can no longer be considered a weak monster. Aven has now become the Thunder Rain Swamp King. Everyone be careful. Just after he spoke, it created a gigantic tornado that swept the entire group inside. Hey, support mage team, is there no other way? If they keep increasing power now, Aven will only grow stronger. This creature is truly terrifying. Kozilek sneered. Now it is his turn, serpent painting intense serpent flow. He realized that martial arts only unleash their full potential when both feet stand firmly on the ground. The wind gusts grew stronger and stronger, making him shout. How irritating, he cannot do anything at all. Give him a chance to show himself. Berserker, do something. Shut up. What does he expect him to do? In midair, even a 2-meter giant with a spear is just as weak. No, success or failure depends on whether they can capture that Aven. Just because he is floating in midair does not mean he is helpless. Kozilek immediately stepped on that man's head and leapt upward. Let him borrow the head for a moment, thanks. As he shot upward, the man could only curse after him. Truly a madman. Not stopping there, he even used other professors as stepping points, starting with Professor Origin, then Professor Hamel, and finally Professor Edgar. In Jin's mind, there was only madness. He will not lose to a monster, he will kill it. The confrontation between a man blinded by hatred and a monster protecting its child. Fate of both depends on this moment. A desperate battle officially begins. When his foot touched inside Aven's body, he suddenly wondered why there was slime here. Kozilek refused to give up and continued swinging his spear. This battle is not over yet. Self-Wood Mountain Crimson Strike technique. 2 strikes are enough to finish it. The spear shot forward at incredible speed, aiming straight at the monster Aven ahead. But he suddenly realized, indeed, any martial art designed for the ground becomes useless when fighting in midair. So everything truly ends here. This is the end. His eyes were dim now, clearly revealing exhaustion and despair. He should never have invested. If only he had used that money to eat and drink to his heart's content, it would have been better. Tears slowly filled Jin's eyes. His body loosened as if accepting fate. Within the swirling storm, the world seemed to collapse. A loud sound rang out so clearly that even within the storm he could hear it. Someone was fighting Aven, but who exactly was it? That figure shot straight into the sky, confronting the monster directly. The strike made Aven stagger, losing balance and its power clearly weakening. Ferocious tornado began to weaken and then dissipated. Thanks to that, everyone narrowly escaped the dangerous situation from earlier. Professor Origin slowly stood up after the fall. He saw 2 figures approaching. Has the storm stopped already? But why is it like this? Everyone struggled to stand and look more clearly at the situation. Jin's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw that figure. Even if she must walk through a valley of darkness, she will still not be afraid, because the Lord is always by her side. One of them spoke up. What exactly are you doing? The rescue team has arrived. Professor Josephine and Qua Giant appeared to assist. The whirlwind caused by Aven's storm in the outskirts left that area in chaos. Heavy damage remained after it passed. Fortunately, thanks to timely action, the city was mostly unaffected aside from the rural area. The injured will also recover soon. The academy exists thanks to the people's taxes, so its heroic image is very important. At this moment, Meiji was distributing food to the guardians. Eat something. Today there are potatoes and sausages. When you have time, take some juice as well. Thank you. Guardians trained by the academy participating in volunteer activities is how that image is maintained. You gave him more potatoes again. If she gives it, then he will eat. And of course, there are still a few exceptions. Kozilek glanced at Qua Giant and teased him. You are really unpleasant. Do you know when human civilization began? Stop talking like a professor. Has only heard about it. People say civilization began when a broken leg was discovered that had healed. If a leg breaks in the wild, one will surely die. But if the bone healed, it means someone cared for that person until recovery. Qua Giant heard that and fell into deep thought. Being helped by someone else. It is the beginning of civilization. But it also proves that humans are inherently weak. That means nothing to him. No one has ever helped him. Kozilek heard that and softened a little. He can help him. Hearing that, Qua Giant immediately turned around. So now it has meaning. A weak person should not speak such empty words. Ajin looked at Kwa Jian's back and sighed softly. He is a yaksha, a creature born when humans come too close to monsters. If he knew her past, if he understood her true nature, would he still trust her enough to stand with his back beside her? Foolish man. In her mind echoed frantic screams. Give it back. Return my body. Be quiet. This body is mine. I will never give it back. He knows this body is not hers. But if he knew the truth, would he still help her? The Guardian Academy is located in the city of Makaba. People call this place the safest city in the world. But the truth is not quite so. Everywhere there are dark alleys and lawless zones controlled by the Black Star organization. They make money through slave trading and illegal liquor, besides that they take on special jobs to maintain power. For example, dealing with troublesome guests. At this moment, Jin was drinking in a tavern with a beautiful girl, pointed at the man in front and shouted, "This kind of liquor can be called drinkable. Manager, come here immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, a thug appeared. Who dares cause trouble in my tavern? Finally, he appeared. Black Star sells illegal liquor to this tavern and collects protection fees. If one wants to meet them, this is the best place. That man immediately showed an attitude. Judging by the appearance, he must be an academy student. A child like him comes here to drink liquor. Hey kid, finish drinking and go home. I will pay for it. Hearing that, he tightened his grip on the cup. He deliberately splashed it straight onto that man's head. Perfect timing. Are you the manager here? The subordinates cursed loudly when they saw it. You little bastard. But that man was not angry at all. I have seen many children like you, relying on being academy guardians, so they always cause trouble. Teach him a lesson. Immediately, the subordinates rushed toward Kozalak. These people are infamous slave hunters of the north. They are called the Mad Red Dogs. A little pup like you has never known how terrifying a tiger is. Kozalak's expression seemed completely indifferent to those words. In less than a second, his fist smashed into the two men in front. After knocking down the entire group, only the trembling leader remained. You, who are you? Kozalak remained silent for a few seconds before answering. I am the one who hunts mad dogs like you. There was nothing more to say. He immediately dealt with the last one. That day, the Black Star organization disappeared from this place. But destroying a gang was not his main goal. He traded slaves. He wanted to rescue the victims they imprisoned. Those were the demi-humans. Kozalak looked at the scene before him and became furious. It is horrifying. They are treated no differently than animals. In this world, demi-humans are always mistreated. They are different from humans, so they are often despised and abandoned. Holding the key in his hand, he quickly opened every iron cage. The demi-humans were extremely shocked when they saw that. They did not even dare believe what was happening before their eyes. Kozalak pointed toward the door. Outside, there will be carriages from the Dunlop family waiting. Whoever leaves first should follow that path. Doing so would reduce their suspicion toward him. Now it was time to carry out the final objective. Standing before a cell holding a blue-skinned girl, he asked, "Are there two siblings named Gwen and John here?" Hearing that she pointed to the side. Over there. All right. When he walked in that direction, he suddenly noticed something strange. Why do they look so small? How strange. In his previous life, he met them when they were already 20. It is said werewolves mature spiritually, but this is far too small. He stepped closer to start a conversation. The older sister immediately shielded her brother and shouted, "Do not hit my brother." So she is the older sister. He heard that werewolves awaken at birth, so they are often sold from childhood. But she used to be extremely ferocious. In his previous life, Gwen and John were villains serving the werewolf church. They were extreme and cruel toward demi-humans enslaved. Those two were once formidable opponents, but in the end they were both destroyed. After unlocking the cage, Kozalak extended his hand to Gwen. She is smaller than he expected. Come on. He is rescuing those who will become villains in the future. But she immediately slapped his hand away. Go away, do not touch us. Kozalak calmly said, be good. She will get hurt. In the next moment, Jin hugged the two siblings tightly and smiled gently. It is all right. From now on, no one will harm you anymore. Children who have never been protected by adults, only knowing how to live under oppression, are truly pitiful. What are your names? The siblings answered. John, I am John, and Gwen. And I am Cozy Lock. She asked him, are you a guardian of the academy? He nodded to confirm. That is right. After hearing that answer, Gwen seemed less wary and fell asleep in his arms. Perhaps the girl finally felt safer. Even the younger brother soon fell asleep as well, completely relaxed. Sigh heavens, now the two have been comforted, but does he really have to hand them over to the guardians of the academy? Female tavern employee here is named Len Nha. On the outside, she looks like an ordinary worker in a small alley tavern, but in truth, she manages a guild that gathers intelligence. Previously, he thought the two mid-level bosses, Gwen and John, would not be children like this. He once believed they were far stronger and wanted to use their abilities to control enemies. He stared blankly for a moment, then said, for now, bring them back to the inn and feed them. Len Nha teased, are you doing charity? He replied, think whatever you like. But if that is the case, what should he do next? Does he have to personally go rescue Qua Giant? City Mecha 3. the flying beast landing ground in the eastern village. A gigantic white bird descended from the sky. The attendant approached politely and greeted them. "Hello, are you from the eastern region? Please show me your registration papers." After hearing that 3 passengers dressed in ancient-style clothing stepped down one by one, presented a golden bird emblem which the guide recognized immediately. "Ah, officers from Bo Zame Academy. I understand." They introduced themselves one by one. "I am Professor Kang Jae-un. These are my 2 disciples. The Kingdom of Elat welcomes the 3 of you. The carriage has been prepared. Please follow this way." They are truly hospitable. Teacher has not even sat down yet. "Come on, an Ho-ha, you know he is not in good health." The greatest knight saying that. You just said it yourself. "Enough, sit down. Stop talking nonsense." "Teacher, are you sure? That object is truly here." The teacher thought for a moment and then nodded. "That is correct. The leader here certainly took it away. The Emperor has confirmed that. Hide the killing intent within you. Forget about that matter for now. Only when calm can you act." His gaze sank. Forget everything. He recalled that scene and replied, how could he possibly forget? It was the image of a tower burning fiercely. Then that sea of flames, there was also the figure of a person. What did that damned thing do to them? 1 month after the Aven storm incident, the academy began bustling with preparations for the festival. Although it is called a festival, it is actually more like a competition between academies. Students from 4 academies of each region will compete for honor. The professor spoke directly. "First, we must select the teams. But no, first will be the individual, pair, and group matches." Alyssa asked, "Jin, which event will you participate in?" He answered, "The pair match, and he will drag you along." He wants to participate in pair matches, individual matches, and group matches. What do you mean what? They are originally a fixed team. Then what about the group match? The groups are assigned randomly, so he does not know either. Hopefully he will be on the same team as you. Why do you keep saying what? The pair match is also random draw. Even wanting to be on the same team with him is not guaranteed. Only if you are in the top 2 can you participate. Hearing that, Alyssa complained. "So you are treating him like forced labor again. This festival will surely be exhausting work." "What labor? Why not pair with Meiji? Is she not the strongest?" "Meiji, she will definitely participate in the individual match." "What, a mage in individual combat?" It seems she is aiming for that reward. While they were talking, someone suddenly looked out the window. "Hey, look, what is happening? Look at that outfit. It must be bought from the eastern lands, the east." Hearing that, Kozilok also turned his head to look. "That is the attire of a He-Tu Taoist." "Fool, it is simply eastern clothing, so they have arrived." The immortal Taoist Kang Jae-un, Battle Hound Sa Dung, the Sword Saint Kang and Ho-ha. Kozilok recognized the 3 key characters of the 3rd arc. Exchange students from Bo Jiami Academy. After that, the Taoist went to speak with Professor Josephine. Cannot agree. They are only making a reasonable request. After all, she is their blood relative. 1 year ago, they suffered a terrible tragedy, and at the center of that disaster was his granddaughter. When his palace burned down, she took his granddaughter away. They found her, so they wished to bring her back. Kwa Jian is a special case. He should know that. Josephine thought, so he came here because of Kwa Jian. Inside the girl lives a monster. He only wants to save his granddaughter from that thing. The girl survived because of that child. And that was also the wish of Principal Eziu and the father of Kang Nho. They will handle this matter themselves. She truly believes she can harmonize with that monster. He wants her to prove it. Of course, Kwa Jian studied the entire semester without any problems. Bishop Li Jin Enhang asked, "Has that demon truly harmonized, or is it merely its scheme?" Bishop Li Jin Enhang, please be careful with your words. They only believe what they see and hear. Release that thing during this festival. If it truly is a monster that slaughtered countless lives, its nature will reveal itself. Does he mean allowing Kwa Jian to appear in the festival? Josephine looked at them with caution. Even though their words lack basis, she cannot easily persuade them, because to them, a witch like her is already suspicious. But this might also be an opportunity to prove a demon can coexist. Fine, she will allow Kwa Jian to participate in the individual match. Professor Kang Jae-un may also observe. If Kwa Jian wishes to stay, will be the girl's own decision. On this continent, her guardians are Principal Eziu, herself, and the Saintess of Xi'an Cathedral. She thinks they have spoken enough. The 2 of them may leave. Thank you for your time, Professor Josephine. After they left, Josephine sighed and sipped her tea. Thinking again, everything happened exactly as he said. During this festival, there are subordinates of Vataja hiding. Josephine was immediately startled when hearing that. What, where, who? He only said he merely knows something will happen soon. It could be the Catholic Church or Bo Zame Academy, or it could be both. And the real answer is indeed both. The church is weakening, so it tries to expand its influence. The spirit mage of Bo Jiami also participates. The main target is the heavenly Yaksha Kwa Jian. This is an important event that decides the fate of many characters. and changes the storyline of the kingdom of Elak. Kozilek spoke while eating. He wants her to monitor the Catholic Church, Professor Josephine. There are many religious inns here. Bozame students are staying nearby, so it is easy to observe them. He looked at him suspiciously. Why should she trust him? Not trusting him is fine. Keep doubting him. That is the correct way of thinking. But no matter what, his goal remains the same. He swears he will save the world. Hearing that, Josephine only felt a headache. But she heard the new inn in the outskirts was built with money contributed by students. All that matter has nothing to do with him. He knows he is the one who received the money. Kozilek immediately objected. It has nothing to do with him. She also heard Meiji moved supplies there and set up a stall, completely unrelated to him. Guarantee long-term lodging for 100 guests. Supply materials, food, and transportation. All are profit-making plans of a visionary. Sometimes people need a little help. Do not be too rigid. And time gradually passed. Finally, the preliminary round of the festival team battle arrived. Edgar and Lark looked ahead with tension. Will they survive? Only 16 teams will pass this round. Why are there so many people? Even seniors participate. Kozilek looked around. Only Kwa Jian is missing. Perhaps she only fights individually. Kozilek, he is here. Let him pass. On the high stand appeared the judge of this year. Very pleased to meet you all. He is Kang Jian, the preliminary judge. This battle will select 16 guardians entering the main round. Good luck. The two asked in confusion. What? Who is that person? The difficulty of this test must be hell level. When the armband is torn away, you will be eliminated immediately. Be careful. He will begin now. The theme of this test is the most important duty of a guardian. That is rescuing civilians. The moment the words ended, a huge wall suddenly rose from the ground, causing all the students to panic in shock. The technique he used is the 8-gate formation. In just a moment, the entire town turned into a giant maze. Hey, what is this nonsense? What is the meaning of this? Of course there is meaning. Kang Jian is the greatest formation master of the Eastern continent. But this scale? All right, what does rescuing civilians mean? Civilians? Did he really mention that? First, when touching a civilian, you can command them. Second, leading them to the target gives 1 point per person. Finally, destroying unnecessary civilians deducts 2 points. Zyger and Lack observed and said, these stone mannequins are civilians. Also, touching them makes them move. Probably. It sounds interesting. Let us go. Kozilek stood watching and shook his head. Truly children, full of enthusiasm. On Alyssa's team's side, she struck down a hunting hound with one attack. Her teammates cheered. Amazing one-strike defeat. Truly, Alyssa, how fortunate to be on the same team. Alyssa said confidently, just trust him and follow closely. The mission of protecting civilians demonstrates guardian skills. They must bring as many civilians as possible to the safe zone. Alyssa, there is another civilian over there. All right. If they rescue that one, they will have 10 people. Hurry and rescue them. Then finding the safe zone will be better. He will send someone to scout. Inside the 8-gate formation, there must be a safe zone nearby. They were moving the ground, suddenly shook violently, making everyone startled. Is that a sound? A teammate answered, it is. Behind them, behind their backs. When Alyssa looked up, she saw a figure standing above shouting loudly. If you lay down your weapons, they will spare your lives. Alyssa and her teammates looked at the scene uneasily. What is that, a cart? They tied the stone mannequins together into a pulling cart. What kind of madness is this? Zyger was also there. What are you doing? And can a crane thin like a guitar even work? Do you intend to let more than 1,000 students fight over limited mannequins? But he still shouted loudly. Kneel down, they are bandits. He wants more than 1,000 students to compete for points by transporting these limited mannequins. Alyssa immediately realized, you are Jin. Why waste effort doing troublesome tasks like that? Eliminating direct opponents is much faster. Kozilek, no. Call him the Immortal Omnipotent, that is his title. Zyger and Lack laughed loudly. Truly their leader. What extraordinary momentum. At first there were only 3 people, but to win, they must recruit more students. The goal is passing the preliminaries, so opponents must be eliminated first. Therefore, he must quickly find the safe zone and attract students to follow as shields. Student overtaken by Jin became angry. Use magic and defeat them. But another stopped him. Do not do that. If the stone statues break, it will be dangerous. Cowards, if they hesitate like this, they will never fight. The stone statues are the perfect shields. Bringing them to the safe zone adds points, but if they are destroyed, 2 points will be deducted. Follow his orders. They will win. How shameless. If this continues, they will lose. If you have the guts, come down here and fight one-on-one. Climb up and drag him away from those stone statues. Lack saw the scene and became excited. The chance has come. He has held back for too long, boss. Wait a moment. After receiving the order, Lack immediately launched a fireball toward the opponent. Alyssa warned, be careful if the stone statues are destroyed, they are finished. Kozilek reassured her. Relax. They have many troops, so losing a few does not matter. This is the difference in tactics between the two teams. One side accumulates stone statues as manpower. The other destroys statues to deduct the opponent's points. All right, anyone who advances will be taken down. The teammates answered in unison. Understood. For Jin, this battle is truly interesting. And at that moment, he encountered Alyssa. He is the omnipotent one. Alyssa a Delta. He allows her to join their gang in this battle. Alyssa looked at him in confusion. What are you saying? Kozilek proposed. Drop her badge. Come here and he will make her vice captain. Alyssa immediately refused. But he needs her. They are attacking, so they need more strength. Whoever drags her over will become captain. Immediately, Alyssa's teammates turned to attack her. Everyone advance. Sorry, but they must follow the leader's orders. Facing her is still better than facing his army. Alyssa became angry. How can this be? She trusted them. This is truly human society. When there is benefit, everyone acts. Survival is threatened, morality disappears. They will fight each other ruthlessly. After defeating her own teammates, Alyssa sighed. All right, enough. She will follow no one. She fights for herself. Alyssa Arden becomes the deputy leader. In this battle, forming groups is the common strategy of many people. Even the genius Meiji cannot win alone. Her group attracted many participants because of friendship. When they encountered Jin's team, everything changed. Isabella looked at Kozilek's team and said, "Do not worry, they will win. Even though they have fewer people, they are stronger." Meiji looked at Jin with a strange gaze. Does he intend to oppose her? Even though Jin was drawing chalk on his face, it still made Meiji blush until her nose bled. Isabella asked in surprise, what is wrong with her? She does not know their 2 years of friendship cannot compare with love. Immediately afterward, Meiji lost control and laughed loudly. Few seconds later, she turned and attacked her own teammates. Isabella panicked. What is happening? What are you doing? Jin's team cheered when they saw that. Well done, rookie. Defeat all of them. Wonderful. He will become the champion warrior. Everyone advance. Sweep them all away. Having teammates to carry the burden is truly comfortable. Professors watching were confused. What exactly is happening? One professor asked, what exactly is he doing? Even Professor Zafinko cannot guess Jin's tactics. That student is doing something he has never imagined. It seems he is not an ordinary student, just as they thought. Although Jin's team caused much controversy, they passed the qualifiers the fastest. After that came the pair match of second-rank guardians. When they saw Jin, one member immediately threw an attack talisman. But Kozilek had already predicted it and easily dodged. All right, Alyssa attack. Why her? Good heavens. Fine, it is all because of him. Sword break. With only one strike, Alyssa defeated the twin pair. Jin said not bad. Alyssa replied. She fought while he only commanded. Kang Nho Ha observed calmly. That girl is the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. Even so, facing weaker students is still acceptable. The important one is that spear wielder. Everything revolves around him. Before coming here, he thought Berserk and Meiji would be the hardest opponents. But that guardian managed to dodge the twin attack, even though their coordination is not weak at all. That proves he possesses formidable strength. His observation and judgment are extremely fast. Facing an intelligent opponent like that is very difficult. After a moment, he tilted his head in thought. His gaze gradually turned full of hatred. The arena still echoed with wild cheering. Only Kwa Jian was wandering alone. Everyone focused on watching the match, so the place was strangely quiet, which reminded her of that day. Her mind unconsciously returned to the memory of that fateful kiss, the moment that turned her into a yaksha. At that time in Kwa Jian's mind, only one command echoed. Kill them all. Destroy everything. That night, everything had been completely devastated. Turning to reality, she suddenly sensed a killing intent directed toward her. As soon as she turned around, that person rushed forward. None other than Jia. He swung his leg, intending to kick her directly. But Kwa Jian is not someone easily defeated. He immediately reacted and struck back. Is this spreading killing intent? Seeing Kwa Jian block his attack, he seemed pleased. Impressive. Normally, no one can perceive his attack. This man's killing intent is extremely strong. Clearly, he is a master. He will defeat her. That is inevitable. Kwa Jian's face immediately became displeased, and she responded at once. Does he know her? What? No. After that, Jiup continued staring at her with cold eyes. He has never met her before. None. Sorry, he mistook her for someone he knew, so he wanted to test a strike. Strange, familiar feeling. But he remembers nothing. Perhaps it is not important. After the misunderstanding was cleared, she turned away with irritation and reminded him. Next time, be careful. Yes, next time he will pay more attention. But shortly afterward, he revealed an angry expression again. Nho stepped forward and spoke. That action earlier was too reckless. He should not reveal his strength in such a place. Jiup replied. But because of that, he confirmed the master's formation works against that monster. A powerful monster. The masterpiece of a soul mage. To seal it and save land, they must establish the 8-gate Golden Lock Grand Extermination formation. He advised, to provoke the Yaksha, they must wait for the right moment. For now remain silent and wait. When everything ends, they will act. Kwa Jian, once that evil thing is removed from her, she may do whatever she wants. Not worry, sister. He has no intention of interfering. He will kill her after controlling her. In an instant, time shifted to the knockout round. The second round battlefield is the center of the kingdom of Elat, the city of Nazare. Everyone is now resting to prepare for the next round. Kozilek rested his chin while thinking. Somewhat unexpected. He did not think this round would bring them this far away. Professor Kang Jae-un changed the location of the knockout round. When he heard this from Josephine, he was quite surprised. It seems there is news that GZ Finn's goods were robbed. Did he do it? What nonsense. He did not take them. Josephine's glasses flashed and she asked again. Truly, being suspected by the professor made him somewhat embarrassed. Damn it. Actually, he did take them, but those were goods from the old church. Items Kang Jae-un secretly transported into this country. Materials needed to activate the 8-gate Golden Lock Grand Extermination Formation to control Kwa Jian in the next round. The story about GZ Finn's goods being robbed was only a play arranged by Kang Jae-un and Lee Jin Enhang to stall for time and recover the smuggled goods. Truly scheming rats. To break the awkward atmosphere, Alyssa asked. Nazare City does not match the rumors. Kozilek, does he want to eat something? Did she not read the instructions? Eating and drinking are forbidden here. Why is that? Kang Jae-un stood observing the students with calm eyes. Teams A, B, C, D of GG Finn Academy, total 16 people. Teams of B, C, D of MK3 Academy also total 16 people. Everyone has arrived. Now they only need to wait for the time. He began counting. 58 minutes, 59 minutes, 59 minutes 30 seconds. Kozilek and the others immediately assumed battle stances, while Alyssa still looked confused. Kang Jae-un raised a golden talisman and declared, "Begin." Kozilek immediately swung his spear and thrust straight into the person ahead, making the opponent spit blood. Alyssa shouted, "Kozilek, what are you doing?" Not only Kozilek, but Meiji as well, and the others also began attacking just like Jin. Alyssa panicked. What is this? She was witnessing a horrifying scene. After a series of attacks, the ground was covered with pieces of bodies. Blood was scattered everywhere, an extremely terrifying sight. What are they doing? Kozilek told Alyssa to look carefully at those corpses. She bent down and saw a blue crystal protruding from their skulls. They have already decomposed. Meanwhile, Jin wondered, why choose this place, Kang Jae-un? After the event 300 years ago, this city became trapped in a time loop. During the day, life appears normal. When night falls, the entire city of 2 million people becomes a land of the undead. This is the city of the dead, Nazare. Now everyone probably understands the situation. Knockout round officially begins. Each team is assigned an area, and the task is to collect moonlight stones before dawn the day after tomorrow. After the list was announced, the teams received basic instructions and a backpack of supplies. Team D includes Kozilek, Alyssa Arden, Zyger Hinchapiter, and Lackbenjamin, were thrown out of the inn into a city of 2 million undead. If he wants to save Kwa Jian, they must reach the third round. His plan is very simple. The most dangerous creatures gather in the city center. Therefore, they will target the suburbs, where the difficulty is moderate. Jin's spear alone is enough to open the path. After that, they climb the watchtower and target the glowing moonlight stones to safely collect points. Black looked down and asked, Jin, what are those glowing undead creatures? The boss of this zone, they must capture it. Quality matters more than quantity. He only needs to use flight magic. Then he will support with long-range magic. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of metal scraping echoed below. Black was surprised. He has not even cast a spell yet. Why is it approaching? Kozilek immediately ordered, damn it, run now. Black, fly up immediately. Dangerous, that is the boss of the central district. Quickly use flight magic. What is that? Are those spirits? Immediately afterward, Lack was pulled straight into the air by an invisible entity. Lackbenjamin has been eliminated. When receiving excessive force, players are teleported out of the arena. He panicked. Damn it, Zyger Alyssa. Gigantic Blue Titan swung its massive greatsword. It hurled the sword with terrifying speed, causing the entire tower to collapse in an instant. The group fell into danger. Damn it, the tower collapsed. Climbed to higher ground. The clock tower finally collapsed completely. Kozilek and the others pushed away the rubble trying to escape. Is everyone all right? Anyway, the first day is already ruined. Lack was eliminated too early. For now, they must run until morning. But just as he spoke, a monster arm grabbed him. Elijah was dragged into the air. He panicked. Alyssa shouted, Kozilek, look. He knew it, with noise like this that one would appear. White Soul King, the giant abyss demon, and now the White Soul King. All 3 bosses of Nazare have appeared. Moreover, each one is elite rank or higher. Kozilek, are they finished? This is truly annoying. Refusing to surrender, he decided to risk everything. They have arrived. Damn it, he still wanted to endure until elimination. Is it ending here? Suddenly behind him, a brilliant diamond-shaped light flashed. It shot straight toward Jin's side at astonishing speed, forcing him to raise his hand quickly to shield his vision. This was not a real attack, but merely a blinding flash of light intended to disrupt vision. Furthermore, the glowing object. From within that glow, a figure holding a long spear gradually appeared, making him slightly startled. That spear. Before he could see clearly, the person had already passed beside Jin, and only said one sentence this way. Seeing him distracted, Alyssa immediately shouted, "Kozilek, are you all right? And what about Zyger?" Following the words of the hat-wearing figure, Kozilek simply said, "Move." Alyssa still did not understand, but quickly followed. When the group reached safety, she asked if he was all right. Fortunately, he was not injured. The hat-wearing figure still stood there without moving. Seeing that Kozilek spoke first, "Thank you for helping. But that spear earlier." The person laughed and removed the hat to speak. The thing he wishes to ask is exactly that. How can he use her spear technique? "You are," he felt that voice was familiar from the beginning. It turned out to be the silent divine walker, his master. Her blue eyes were as clear as spring water. He is her disciple from a distant future, correct? Jin, still shocked, asked again, as in Danuha, "Why are you here?" Going back a little, at that time it was the 52nd winter break of the senior class. Paxi urged him to hurry. Kozilek replied it was his own business. Why does she always speak to him like that? Why suddenly call him here? Wait, is that not the principal's office? Last time he said he wanted to become stronger. Therefore, she wanted to introduce him to a master who could help increase his strength. This was also the first time Jin met Master Ezen. So it was him. "Greetings, young man." This connection was formed thanks to the gamer privilege of Dr. Ho. That was the first time he met her. To talk conveniently, they erected a barrier in a small house and also placed protective seals around it. That should be enough. Ordinary creatures will not be able to enter this building. Seeing Ezen so cautious, Alyssa thanked her and invited her to try some strange food. She accepts the kindness but cannot eat food belonging to another era here. Ah, understood. This place is a time region repeating 300 years in the past. If one eats food from that era, two possibilities occur. Either the food returns to its proper timeline, or the eater becomes trapped in the past. She has not tested the reverse, but it will surely cause consequences. Watching Alyssa eat happily made Jin worried, but he decided to ignore it. She will know after eating. And why did she appear here? Oh dear, does he not intend to call her master? Kozilek did not answer, and only stared at Ezen with suspicious eyes. He took a sip of tea, and immediately understood the problem. Alyssa stood up and asked again, "Jin's master is from the distant past, correct? She once lived in this city when the event 300 years ago happened. Truly mysterious. This place repeats the time of 300 years ago endlessly, yet how can she move naturally with full awareness?" Master immediately replied, "Because she is a friend of death." What does that mean? The city of Nazasia is a poison created to produce undead. She is trying to prevent the birth of the immortal king, who will soon appear in the city center. The immortal king. If that is the case, they should depart quickly. But Ezen immediately objected. "What are you saying? This is her task. Does he need assistance?" Kozilek stared for a moment and asked again, "Is that not the case?" She does not know whether to say he is too perceptive or not. In fact, from the beginning, she had no intention of refusing, because this is the main quest of Nazasia. Players must help the god of death and the mysterious swordsman prevent the birth of the immortal king Nazasia. Everyone look ahead. This is also a mission he cannot refuse. To weaken the immortal king, they must eliminate these three undead. Giant blue undead immediately swung its weapon to attack Kozilek's group. But this time with Ezen's support, the pressure on him decreased greatly. The two coordinated to unleash sweeping heaven army strike, the ultimate spear technique piercing rampart break. He used the undead giant sword as a stepping point, spun and leaped high into the air to approach the target. Master Ezen simultaneously channeled power through her spear to fight. At that exact moment, when the signal arrived, Alyssa gently drew her sword. Then she swung a decisive slash that sent the head of that irritating undead flying. When the head was severed, its enormous body immediately collapsed onto the ground. It is really big. With just one more person, the difficulty has clearly decreased. As expected of Casa, everyone has worked hard. Let us stop here for today. Dawn is approaching. We will continue the mission tomorrow night. Normally, when carrying out outdoor missions, we set up camp and rest at night. But in Nazasia, it is the opposite because this place is a paradoxical battlefield. Night is dangerous while daytime is safe. Alyssa went to rest. The two continued talking. Alyssa is asleep already. Yes, that is right. We could sleep together as well. Children should sleep early and wake early. Do I really look like a child? Then what else but a little kid? Anyway, I have already taught you everything. The 6 harmony spear and void interval. The 6 harmony spear, void interval, and origin all were taught by Master. Are you surprised? Ezen continued. I chose you as my successor, but did not expect you to be such an ordinary child. Actually, Master chose someone else before me, but after 80 years he regretted it. There was no need to plant more sorrow for someone trapped in the frozen stream of time 300 years ago. To ease the tense atmosphere, she reached out and gently poked Jin's cheek and teased little kid. What are you afraid of? I truly am a lucky woman to have a student who always cherishes me like this. Master is talking nonsense again. Perhaps my future is not very bright, foolish student. You know who I am. Of course I know you are. The one who stood up against evil. The memories of the past when fighting you once said it would not work. At least someone had to stall for time. Why did Master do that? I am an adult little kid. As a grown person, I have the responsibility to protect a child like you. You are the one who guided me, taught me, and changed me. Everything will be fine. You are also the one who sacrificed yourself to protect me. If I had realized the identity of Dr. Ho earlier, could I have saved Master? Even knowing the future, I still fail again and again, and must constantly fix my mistakes. Just a small flap of a butterfly's wings can lead to unimaginable consequences. I came to this festival to save Ha Kwa Giant, but ended up appearing here instead. Meeting Master from 300 years ago in this city was completely outside my expectations, an unexpected variable that could ruin everything. Perhaps this time I will fail again. That thought repeated endlessly and made it impossible for me to sleep. To reassure Jin, Ezen even teased him by pinching his nose, which startled him. Fail at what? Ah, what was that? HMPH? Only fools keep thinking about the failures of others. But those who constantly reflect on their own failures are the truly intelligent ones. At least you belong to the latter type, right? If I had once failed, then I could still say these words. He gently hugged Jin and said, I was once someone who failed and repeated mistakes many times, but choosing you as my successor may have been the right decision. Hearing those words, Kozilek widened his eyes in shock. The Queen of Lac Veen will bless the path ahead of you. Now rest, sleep well, and everything will be fine. Will everything truly be fine? Can I really save everyone? The scene shifts to the Mecha House Festival. House Mecha 3 faces House GZ Finn in the individual preliminary round. The young man was confronting Ha Kwa Giant, repeatedly slashing at her body, but it seemed to have no effect. What is this? Why? Even Professor Josephine had to remind her, Ha Kwa Giant, do not be too serious. Hey, at least hold back a little. There are many people in this world weaker than you. Treat them like fragile young branches. Ha Kwa Giant remained silent without responding. Not even a single strand of hair was cut. Your existence is a threat to them. Cooperate so we can pass this festival peacefully. One person after another stepped forward, and all admitted the same result. I lost. Kwa Giant recalled the sparring match with Jin. Honestly, that boxing practice with that boy was far more interesting. Compared to him, the people here are far too weak. Compared to him, these opponents are truly too inferior. At least beside Kozilek, no one can compare. I will not allow myself to lose again. Those lessons have seeped into my bones after months of harsh training. Recalling that movement, Kwa Giant unconsciously clenched her hand into a fist, roughly like this. Ultimate Technique 8 Extremes Dragon Subduing Stance 3rd Form. When she unleashed this move, the image of a ferocious dragon seemed to appear. At that moment, the opponent had not even understood what was happening, when a violent explosion erupted behind his back. The destructive force of that strike shocked him in terror. A monster. Hearing those words, Kwa Giant still showed no reaction at all. I am too used to such words, so I do not even feel angry. It is just that today my heart strangely aches. Not long after the final match of Group C, and the round of 8 quickly began. The opponent this time was a student from the GG Finn Academy, probably not much different from the previous ones. But when facing him, she felt an indescribable discomfort. It was C-Uck, the same face, but this time there was no trace of restraint. We meet again. He immediately executed the move Heavenly Wind, Long Arrow Rain. Piercing head cross / grass full moon kick, along with a series of lightning fast kicks, with tremendous destructive force. C-Uck's face was filled with resentment as he continued attacking. Take this strike. Indeed, he is not weak. The people around them became excited upon seeing it. His momentum is indeed completely different from those before. When the attack was unleashed, Ha Kwa Giant did not even dodge, and simply stood still. Even the ground where she stood exploded violently. Judged by human standards, very few could withstand these moves. But for a yaksha possessing nearly absolute defense, things are different. Ha Kwa Giant calmly asked, are you out of moves? Up continuing is useless. Those provoking words made him furious. Damn it. Truly a monster. Stop pretending to be innocent. Speaking of mercy now is far too late. Oh, what are you talking about? In the next second, C-Uck roared. That mercy should have been given to my family. They were slaughtered by you. I will definitely kill you. I will kill you no matter what. Looking deeply into Siuk's eyes, she paused for a moment. What is happening? The scene shifts to a forge in the city of Nazaria. Dark mage named Gi Dok suddenly felt uneasy. Damn it, what is happening? Why are my calculations wrong? This should have been the perfect moment, like a miracle. Impossible did the ritual succeed, but I have not even activated the magic array, or did I do it yesterday? But why is this place so peaceful? Who is it who interfered with this plan? What exactly did they do? Then he suddenly realized something. It is the witch. It must be the witch. He rushed outside while shouting, "It is the witch, that spear-wielding bastard. Silver hair, blue eyes, that monster is a spellcaster." Yes, the witch is the cause of everything. But how could it be possible? That repeating 3-day cycle, how could it continue for hundreds of years? The power of the moon had been fully absorbed to strengthen the magic array. She carved across the entire city. Pure magic power refined by primal strength is stronger than any grand magic that has ever existed. Before discovering the strange object carved onto this enormous magic array, did not take much time. En is the primordial language, a special ancient script that has been lost since 300 years ago. The hooded person was Ezen. She approached and greeted him. "Long time no see, Gi Dok." But he only burst into laughter. "Ha ha, I know you, witch. I have discovered the secret of Nungwai. It is you. The repeating time is all caused by you, ha ha." Faced with that reaction, Ezen remained calm and said nothing. Her gaze turned frighteningly stern. "Immortal King Gi Dok, fulfill your role." Immediately afterward, his body began to undergo strange changes. The pupils in his eyes spun wildly and looked extremely terrifying. Soon the scene shifted to the second night in Nazare. Jin's group was desperately eliminating monsters. Alyssa dealt with the Abyss Grain Demon, while Jin confronted the White Soul King. After defeating it, Alyssa proudly lifted a large stone. "Kozilok, this one is really big. Even though Jin and I are not high-level guardians, we still defeated high-level undead. We can now hunt them easily in this city filled with undead. All thanks to Kasa, good work. Now only the immortal king remains." So Master has repeated this hundreds or thousands of times. Guidance is truly experience. The plan is perfect without a single flaw, and then the third day arrives. Finally, we have found Gi Dok. We must stop him before he awakens his power. Dark mage who caused the Nazazia undead uprising 300 years ago. The man who always longed to become the king of the undead. Alyssa pointed at him and asked, "Is that the immortal King Gi Dok? He does not look very imposing." Hearing that, Ezen thought for a moment. Perhaps his evolution process is not yet complete. His soul has not fully been demonized, and his intellect has not reached the level of a true mage. Anyway, everyone step back. I will handle him myself. Kozilok suddenly rushed forward, causing the other two to startle. Kozilok, even so, he is still a super-level boss. Alyssa is right. Even if incomplete, he is still the king of the undead, revived by a dark ritual. His power certainly surpasses that of a super-level magical beast. Gi Dok, with his grotesque body, observed the situation. He saw Jin leap high and launch a direct strike at the immortal king. Truly astonishing power. While fighting, he even provoked him, not an ordinary one. Gi Dok became furious at the provocation, and his rage erupted. He raised his fist and unleashed a surge of energy, death-cursed doomsday wind. In an instant, the surrounding houses were shattered into ruins. Is this? He cast high-level magic without needing recovery time. "Kozilok, are you all right?" Only a few seconds later, he swung a slash that cut the immortal king into many pieces. The power is acceptable. Void interval heaven return. If you consume magic power like that, then how do you plan to withstand this move? Nacha demon strike. Those who rely solely on brute strength like the immortal king are even easier to counter. If I overwhelm him with technique, I can toy with him like a feeble insect. Moreover, Nazazia is a repeating mission. I have killed him thousands of times already. Good heavens, is it really that easy? It feels like Jin is getting stronger and stronger. Really, perhaps she can even deal with him faster than I can. Wait, why are you here alone? What do you mean? Just now we were clearly standing next to each other. Kozilok looked at Alyssa with suspicious eyes. Then he stopped thinking about it. I will go find Ezen. You stay here and watch the remaining undead. Alyssa nodded in response, but still felt something was unusual. Around them now remained only a scene of desolate ruins. Ezen did not notice Jin had already stood behind her. She spoke. "This scene probably has nothing beautiful to admire. Actually, it is nothing special. This is not the first time the immortal King Gi Dok has appeared, right? You have realized it already." "Yes, how many times has it been?" "About 36,539 times. Nazaria repeats the mission of eliminating the Demon King every 3 days. The dark mage Gi Dok used a lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into undead. On the 27th day, The 353rd month many years ago, 1 to 2 million undead suddenly appeared, then vanished together with the immortal king. And she has repeated that action a total of 36,539 times. So every 3 days you destroy the demon king Gi-Dok again. But why does everything keep repeating like this? Yes, the reason is that I myself created this city. Ezen softly said in a calm voice, everything is because I created this city. If those 1 to 2 million undead leave here, then the entire continent, even the whole world, will collapse immediately. Therefore, I used the ancient language key theme to interfere with Gi-Dok's magic circle. Reviving and killing 1 to 2 million people like this repeatedly is truly too much. While they were talking, Jin suddenly heard a whisper, "You will understand eventually." His voice, as expected, it is him. It is Death. He says he will continue observing you. The one who dares challenge Death, Kozilok. Has he already realized it? Perhaps he has discovered you are a regressor. Death is an entity created by the system to collect the souls of the dead. His duty is to ensure souls are reborn to maintain the cycle of life and death. Therefore, undead who escape death and reclaim life are what irritate Death most. Nazaria has repeated this for 300 years. Ezen admitted, yes, I am the one who created this 3-day loop, so Death came here. He came to destroy the primordial ancient language that defiled Death. But I once made a contract with him, because undead turn those they kill into undead. If 1 to 2 million of them leave the city, then all humanity will become undead, and the cycle of reincarnation will end. Therefore, I forced Death to choose to ignore the reincarnation cycle of 1 to 2 million souls, or accept the destruction of the entire world. In the end, he chose to make a contract. That contract has 3 conditions, and Death will not interfere with the 3-day loop. First, only when Ezen Anua defeats the immortal Gi-Dok. Second, Gi-Dok's memories will return to 3 days earlier, and Ezendonia will leave the city. And the third condition, Kasa, the creator of the 3-day loop, must not interfere. After that, the immortal giant will appear. The Abyss Demon Seeker and Bak Fuang will also be defeated. On the third night, the immortal King Gi-Dok will be executed. That 3-day cycle has repeated for 300 years. And over time, everyone gradually became exhausted. After 20 times, Gi-Dok finally realized he was trapped in the 3-day loop. Hearing this, Kozilok immediately objected fiercely. How long do you intend to continue? How long can your mind endure? How many more times do you think you can kill Gi-Dok? He kept speaking without stopping. How long will you repeat these 3 days forever like this? As long as I can still do it. And I also understand why you came here. You are trying to save someone, right? And also saving many people. Ezen turned her back and spoke softly. Saving the world always requires sacrifice. An outcast like me does not belong to this city, and no one even knows of my existence. No one notices that sacrifice. At this moment, Jin's heart was filled only with chaotic emotions. I know you are always ready to sacrifice yourself. I have seen the future where you put yourself in danger to save others. That is why I respect you. Suddenly, Death noticed something unusual about Jin. Wait, what are you doing? Death's call startled her, and she turned around. Turned out Jin proposed to Death. Make a contract with me, I will not give up. After saying that, he walked toward Death. Ezen only had time to shout to stop him. In an instant, he was pulled into Death's space. He spoke with interest. Truly fascinating deceiver. You, the one who deceives Death, want to make a contract with Death. Speak, what do you want? I want to cancel Ezen Janua's contract. But first you must present a worldly treasure, at least level 10 or higher. Then what will you use to exchange? Within half a year, I will cleanse all of Nazaria. Cannot do that. That is not your decision. You only need to place it on the scale. Is this contract fair? After saying that, he followed Death's instructions. Still not enough. Killing 1 to 2 million souls is still not equal to the reward. The scale is not balanced. Choose a number. Kozilok thought for a moment. Odd numbers symbolize items within the top 10. If I must choose, then it will certainly be. All right then, the treasure I want is. After making the choice, he quietly stepped out of the blue spatial gate. Ezen shouted angrily, "What have you done?" But then she realized he was still standing there waiting. He explained that within half a year he would purify Nazaria. If I succeed, your contract will be cancelled. Hearing that, she became furious. You are insane. If you fail to fulfill the contract with Death, your soul will be erased, and you will not be able to reincarnate. This is exactly what I learned from you. Hearing that, Ezen asked in surprise, what? For Jin, at first I only thought this was a game, but in the most dangerous moments, I met someone truly mature. That was the first time I met a real hero. A hero I could not protect, the one who sacrificed himself to save me. Next words shocked Ezen. This time I want to save you. This time I will not fail. I am no longer the weak person I once was, even if this is not about saving the world. It is simply repaying a debt of gratitude. Some time later in Nazaria, it was still the enemy Gidak, still the familiar scream, still the scene of his body being cut into pieces. Life for 300 years has repeated like this. The city remains a chaotic hell. These actions repeated for 300 years. She has fought this cruel loop for a long time. Only because she is a hero, the final sacred body of this land, Queen of the Kingdom of Shadows, has vanished. Ezendanwa clearly understands she is someone special and accepts living as a hero. From the very first time, until now it has always been the same. She recalled Jin's words, "This time I want to save someone." She always believed that saving people was the duty of a hero, and therefore neglected herself. That young man awakened deep hidden emotions within her during those lonely years. He said that he would stay by her side. That moment, Ezen did not realize that her face had turned red. Kozilok was the first person to care about her like that. Death witnessed everything and laughed. Even heroes know love, not bad at all. He felt quite satisfied watching the life of his old friend for 300 years. Thinking about it again, it will still be very difficult. Even though you gave a number, you still chose that thing. Returning to the moment he made the deal with death, the treasure I want is that. The item he chose was the Orb of Death, a treasure focused purely on attack. A single strike can separate the soul from the body. However, only when death uses it does its true power emerge. For humans, it only has limited effect. For Kozilok, who cannot sense souls, this is the worst possible choice. But the scale of the contract has balance. Interesting. What exactly are you trying to change, silver-haired warrior? Scene shifts to Kang Jaeon. He sat thinking as the match neared its end. 8 teams with 32 participants from Bozumi and Mecha 3. Only 4 teams will advance. The time is 6:50 in the morning. Team 1 from Bozumi Academy with Kang Yoha achieved 558 points. Team 2 from Mecha 3 with Meiji achieved 499 points. Everyone cheered, "See, Meiji, I told you those spells were powerful." The final scoreboard is as follows. Team 1 558 points. Team 2 499 points. Team 4 160 points. Team 3 155 points. Team 6 126 points. Team 8 98 points. Team 7 55 points. Seeing the scoreboard, everyone began discussing. The victory clearly belongs to Bozumi. Perhaps there is nothing more to do. We were lucky to survive those crazy situations. Mecha 3 is good at team formation, but their individual skill is rather weak. Aside from Meiji's Team 2 and Kajinya's Team 5, Mecha 3 nearly has no chance left. Team 5 even lost 2 members on the first day, so turning the situation around will be difficult. Thus, Bozumi has 3 teams entering the finals, while Mecha 3 has only a single team remaining. That moment, the door outside suddenly burst open. Kozilok and Alyssa calmly walked in while greeting good morning. "Oh, it seems we arrived late. Almost an hour late, but at least we made it in time." You two are late, Jin and Alyssa." Alyssa immediately blamed Kozilok. "I told you we should finish the task before eating. It is already hard to find food outside. How long were we supposed to wait?" "Argue later. Hand over your bags now so we can check your scores. It is obvious anyway they must have been eliminated. You just need to place them on the scoring device right." "Yes, but your score probably will not be very high." When they saw the number appear, everyone was stunned. "What is that?" 250 points. Team 5 has 250 points, temporarily ranking 3rd. Kozilok immediately interrupted. "That is not all, there is more. Moonstone of the Immortal Giant. Moonstone of the White King. Moonstone of the Abyss Demon Seeker. Where exactly did these 2 go? Do not tell me they went all the way to the center of the city and defeated the 3 great monsters of Nazaria. Unbelievable. Oh, there is also this, the final item here. Moonstone of the Immortal King Gidak. Number on the board instantly soared in a terrifying surge. Kang Jaeun saw it in panic. What is going on? He reached 1,768 points. How can the total score be like that? Final ranking immediately changed. Team 5 1,768 points. Team 1 558 points. Team 2 499 points. Team 4 160 points. Team 3 155 points. Team 6 126 points. Team 8 98 points. Team 7 55 points. The teams entering the finals have been determined. After finishing everything, they boarded the vehicle to depart. The atmosphere was lively. Indeed it was. Alyssa turned and asked Jin, "You are going again, right?" Hearing that Kozilok was slightly surprised. Yes, I have to go." It seems she had already realized he was preparing to rescue Ezen. "This time, Professor Meiji and I will go with you. Do not know what your plan is. But Jin, we can help. Do not carry everything alone like that. I am truly worried about you. I thought Ali was the foolish one, but thank you. However, think about yourself first. Working too much will exhaust you. I also need to find a way to use the power received from death." although this worldly treasure is different from the original expectation. The Orb of Death may become an important hidden item for this plan. It is useless, no one will help me. Perhaps it is the secret card to save some stubborn child. The scene shifts to Professor Josephine. She announced shocking news. Student Ha Kwa Jian has been captured and is currently imprisoned. Speaking of Kwa Jian's past, long ago there was a little girl named Kwa Jian who was dearly loved by everyone, father, sister, and Cho Han. Long time no see. Kwa Jian, are you well? But the girl carried an unfortunate fate. From childhood, she was never free to step outside because of a fatal illness. Absolute Yin Meridian, a body bearing a curse of self-destruction when Yin energy completely overwhelms Yang energy, causing imbalance within the body. Kwa Jian carried that curse from birth. Her father Kang Nhu searched every possible cure, but no remedy could break it. Family that had once been very happy and peaceful. If speaking of misfortune, then the first was Kwa Jian's illness. The second was the extraordinary talent of Kang Nhu, known as the greatest soul mage of the era. He swore he would save his daughter at any cost. Devoted his life searching for a source of Yang energy strong enough to suppress the Yin energy within his daughter's body. But the wall of the absolute Yin meridian could not be broken by human effort. Therefore, he changed his approach. If the Yin energy cannot be suppressed, then drain it away. Thus a creature born with innate Yin energy. A monster familiar to soul mages, those who guide the souls of the dead. Kang Nhu transformed his own daughter into a Jiangshi while she was still alive. The moment the Jiangshi birth flame ignited was also the moment the girl was reborn. Returning to the fight between Jai Huk and Ha Kwa Jian, he angrily told her that mercy should be reserved for my family. When they were slaughtered by you, I will kill you. I will definitely kill you. Normally, Ha Kwa Jian remains calm in battle, but this time her eyes were filled with unease. Kill all humans on this land. Not a single living being should exist. You are a monster, a cold, emotionless creature pretending to be kind. How disgusting. This body does not belong to you. You are not Kwa Jian, but a monster that stole her body. Surrounded by ghostly flames, she kept shouting back, no, this body is mine. Suddenly, an undead hand burst from the ground and seized Ha Kwa Jian. It roared, die monster. Your father was torn apart by me. I will bury you under the name of royalty, die. Immediately after that, a child's hand appeared and strangled her. You should never have been born. Child with pale white eyes kept repeating, give the body back to me. A giant panicked and could only resist, mine. This body is mine. I deserve to possess it. I will never lose it. After saying that, she charged to attack Zuha. Ha Kwa Jian's power at that moment exceeded safe limits and could threaten lives. Fortunately, the professors had already prepared restraint ropes for the worst situation. Ropes immediately bound her entire body. At that moment, she could only collapse to her knees under restraint. After that, everyone escorted Ha Kwa Jian into a prison cell. All of this was the report from Professor Josephine, and also the reason she was imprisoned. Ozalok thought to himself that he had partly expected it, but did not imagine everything would happen this soon. Could it be because of those two seals? She pushed up her glasses and replied, it seems you already knew. That is correct. Ha Kwa Jian was restrained by Sion's chains and an Eastern talisman. But during the battle with Sajihuk, the talisman was burned away. Bishop Li Jin Yang used that as an excuse to criticize her loss of control. In the end, under the order of Professor Kang Jai, Kwa Jian was sent back to the east to create a new talisman. Just because one seal was broken, they made such a harsh decision. Now they even blame the academy for failing to control her. Truly ridiculous. Headmaster Kasa stepped forward and asked, Jin, how much have you discovered? By this point, Master has probably realized that Professor Kang Jai-un from the east is secretly planning something. Ozalok said to Professor Josephine, you do not intend to let Ha Kwa Jian fall into their hands, right? Please leave the rest to me. The result I want is that everyone can live their own lives. No one is left behind. The story and characters are fully established. You are forced to choose between saving Ha Kwa Jian or saving land. In truth, the simplest choice is like Paxi Ho. Simply choose one of the two. But I do not want that. I will save both. Main mission Ha Kwa Jian and land. Difficulty a plus. Failure if Hoa disappears. Failure if land disappears. The scene shifts down to the prison. A giant curled up in the corner of the cell, murmuring, this body is mine. Standing before her was Kang Jai-un with cold eyes. You are the uncle of Kang Kwa Jian, the original owner of this body. Turn it to me. This belongs to. Oh Ha Kwa Jian, it seems you have misunderstood. Do you truly want to completely possess that body? Kill all humans on this land. Do not allow any living creature to remain. I can help you. The moment she looked at him, it was like a venomous serpent smiling, while offering a deadly sweet apple. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from behind and blocked him. Hua Giant stopped, but that voice could not reach her. This body had never belonged to that person from the beginning. 2 days after returning from the preliminary round, we were allowed to rest and recover from the Nazaria expedition. I must prepare carefully before Professor Kang Jae-un makes his move. Kozilok asked Meiji, "Senior, I heard you opened a stall in front of the inn. So how are the earnings?" The story goes like this. The ingredients are supplied by the Dunlop family. Just spread some sauce on the skewers and sell them for triple the price. And then that day finally arrived. Those GZ Fin fools. This is the price for your excursion. While the two were strolling, the shop owner suddenly called Meiji over. Beautiful young lady, try throwing once. Curious, she stepped closer to examine the goods. He explained that these magic stones were defective ones from the mine, so they had been crushed. Try touching them, they are soft, right? Oh really? A stone can be soft? Normally no, but magic stones absorb magical power strongly, so their properties change easily. Therefore they are often used as materials for crafting magic staffs. Kozilok held a magic stone in his hand and said, "A soft one like this will explode immediately if magic power is infused. Let me try once." Thanks to the spear throwing and stone throwing skills I trained before. Such a close distance, my accuracy is almost absolute. 95 points. Higher the accuracy, the smaller the explosion radius of defective magic stones during the festival. When accuracy decreases, the range expands. In the game, I once lowered accuracy to 0%, and the explosion radius expanded to 100 meters. He told the shop owner, "Sell all these magic stones to me. I will pay double what all of them. What are you planning to use them for?" Use them for what? Of course, to perform a special skill that only veteran players know. I came to this festival because of this. Let me see if I give it to that old noodle seller. Haha, that works. Seeing Jin's strange expression, Meiji could not hold back her laughter. She is smiling so slyly. He turned and asked Meiji, "Senior, the carriage transport company belongs to your family, right? Can you show me the carriage schedule? What scheme are you planning now?" Jin only said softly, "The meal is about to return." Inside the carriage, Hua Jian had a talisman stuffed into her mouth by Kang Nho under Kang Jae-un's order. It was a peach wood talisman specialized in suppressing Jiangxi. Not only did they restrain her, they also warned her not to cause trouble before reaching the destination. Is that all? It only weakens the girl. That is enough. Our goal is to separate that evil thing from land. Hua Jian looked at them with contemptuous eyes. "What are you planning to do?" Kang Nho replied, "I already told you, Hua Jian. Kang Jae-un will separate you from this body. What? That time you will either disappear or become a malicious spirit, because this body never belonged to you." Those words drove her deeper into despair. The driver outside suddenly lifted his head in confusion. Is that a bell? But when he looked forward, he saw a large carriage. In an instant, it crashed straight into the carriage, causing the carriage to tilt and overturn with a heavy crash. "Which bastards did this?" Nho Ha, Jae-huk, are you two all right? "Yes, we are fine. Who dared attack us? Not sure, but they are definitely not easy opponents." Soon after, a blood-colored sphere enveloped them. "What is this, a barrier?" Bandits laughed with delight. "Good, now get to work. Gather all the valuables. Oh, there is even a pretty little girl." The leader's voice rang out, "Hey, leave that girl to Mothen." Not long after the news reached the building, there was a kidnapping. 5 minutes earlier, a mysterious group of bandits attacked the carriage, transporting GZ Fin guests, and abducted a student named Hua Jian. Professor Josephine, who had never cursed in 35 years, exclaimed upon hearing it, "What the hell is this?" After the robbery, they rode away on horseback. "What are you doing?" It turned out Mothen was Jin in disguise. "I told you not to cause trouble when I was away. By the way, I came to rescue the girl." Hua Jian weakly said, "If they take me away, it will be very dangerous. It has nothing to do with you. Living under the same roof, how can it have nothing to do with me? Luckily, we made it in time. If Kang Jae-un takes her away, he will forcibly separate the soul from the body. That moment, either Hua Jian or Lan will surely disappear. We have arrived. I will stall them according to the agreement. Pleasant cooperation, Mr. Mothen. Live well." Seeing his smiling face, he must have earned quite a lot. Suddenly, she coughed softly, which worried him. "What is wrong with you? Your complexion has been terrible since earlier. They made me drink something. Could it be a talisman? If it is Hua Jian, she would only catch a chill, but it would still take days to recover. Then there is only one option." He had no choice but to carry her and search for a temporary hiding place. "What are you doing? Put me down. I can walk myself. Walking is already difficult, yet you talk about running. It is fine, you are light anyway," but she still protested. "This is uncomfortable, let me go. And just consider that I owe you one." Meanwhile, Kang Jae-un and his students were still trapped inside the blood barrier without understanding what happened. "Good, this is enough. According to Jin, we only need to stall them for 1 hour." They observed deeply into the barrier, then began to break it. Kang Jae-un ordered Kang Nho to pursue the target. "Yes, I will chase them." When the barrier shattered, Meiji saw it and was horrified. Unbelievable, someone broke my barrier. Be careful, Kozilek. The sky gradually darkened and rain began to fall. Giant's condition worsened further. Is it because of the rain? We have gone quite far and must find a place to rest. But Kang Nho had already caught up and blocked the road. Too slow, I thought you had run much farther. With no choice, Kozilek ran in zigzag to dodge while Kang Nho continuously threw hidden weapons. When did you catch up to me? While running, he was struck in the shoulder by a hidden weapon. Giant coughed softly and asked, "Are you all right?" "I am fine." He is not the type to coat poison on blades. He placed Giant on the ground. "Wait for me a moment." "What should we do?" "Then we fight." "You are not planning to run away. Eliminate the least feasible option as early as possible." Spear Revival 4th Form. HMPH, how ridiculous. Do you think you can defeat me? A low-level one like you can release such a powerful strike. Indeed, the force condensed into that attack is astonishing. The strongest sword master of GZ Fin is also called the female sword immortal. Her battle aura is so powerful it can be seen with the naked eye. Stop holding back, use your full strength. You also have battle aura right. I prepared many methods for this moment. My battle aura is the final card used only when absolutely necessary. The reincarnation magic core obtained after killing Bansia is like a dam filled with battle aura, but with no outlet to erupt. If that is what you wish, then so be it. I will help you unleash its power, dragon-slaying cataclysm. As soon as the words ended, Kang Nho suddenly vanished in a baffling manner. Kozilek raised his head and observed the sky above. A brilliant golden bolt of lightning tore across the sky. It was the first move, dragon-slaying strike. Waging 5 oaths, false heaven, demonic war. At this moment, Kang Nho looked exactly like a furious lightning dragon and charged straight toward Jin. He refused to lose as well. He immediately launched a counterattack. False heaven, genius war, body breaking spear, world annihilation slash. One side attacked head-on, the other poured all strength into resisting. Collision of the two forces caused the surroundings to explode violently. After blocking the strike, Kozilek laughed and said, "That was terrifying, I almost died. You were far too serious with that attack." At that moment, Nho jumped onto a tall branch to observe the situation below. Supreme move launched with absolute confidence still failed to leave even a scratch. Just who exactly is this man? She asked him why he risked his life to protect her. "What are you saying? I am the kidnapper. Stop joking. I am that girl's cousin." "That girl is not human. She is a demon, a cruel, bloodthirsty yaksha. You must have heard about the massacre in Luna City." Hearing that, Jin sighed. The real criminals roam freely outside the law, while the people below must slaughter each other. Kang Nho continued, "Do you know, martial halls in this country compete with extreme brutality. They constantly challenge and sabotage each other." As soon as he finished speaking, the branch Kang Nho stood on was cut in half by an incredibly fast slash. It was the divine speed cut, swift light sever. One who had just attacked was Alyssa. She had appeared to assist Jin and Giant. Kang Yoha recognized the opponent. "Alyssa, are you planning to confront me openly?" Alyssa awkwardly opened her mouth. "Ah, the master of Alyssa Martial Hall challenges the sword master Kang Nho of GZ Fin. Would you watch the scene and join the act? Swordsmen truly think differently. Challenging someone right in a wilderness like this, truly passionate. I have always admired you. Please guide me. What? Can that really work? Do you truly think you can win?" She immediately glanced at Jin as a signal. "Hey, kidnapper, go do your job." "Good, thank you. There is truly nothing left to say. You two continue. I will take my leave." Rain in the sky continued falling without end. He smiled faintly and wrung water from his blood-soaked clothes. "I do not know whether to call this lucky or unlucky, but whatever. In any case, the rain helps with escaping. It will reduce the tracking ability of the guards and knights searching for the hostage. The pursuit will certainly slow down." Unfortunately, the hostage was not in good condition. Kozilek asked Giant, "Can you still endure it?" "Sorry, I have a fever." Giant's rising body temperature made her face look utterly exhausted. There was no other choice. Kozilek handed her a bottle of medicine. "Drink this. You will feel better, be good, though it is a bit of a waste." What she drank was the high-grade miracle medicine Magicit. After a sip of the medicine, she weakly opened her eyes and asked, "Where is this?" "This place is quite spacious. It is the territory of horned bears. They cannot find a suitable cave. Horned bears usually hollow out large tree trunks to build nests. This girl looks far too weak. The medicine probably needs some time to take effect." "This is not good. Where are you going?" Kozilek replied, "To hunt a bear, there should be horned bears nearby. I will take its fur to make a blanket to keep you warm." But the moment he stepped outside, thunder suddenly roared across the sky. Giant weakly grabbed Jin's clothes. Her breathing became rapid and strained. Her face was flushed with fever. Sweat dotted her skin. "Do not go, please stay." With no other choice, Jin stayed behind according to Giant's plea. Memories of the past surfaced. When she first opened her eyes, that person said to her, "My daughter, you have finally awakened." Hoa looked up and saw her master shedding tears. Kang Nho called her daughter and gave her the name Qua Giant for a newly born Jiangshi that was her identity. A soft father echoed from her lips. The little girl repeated the word without understanding its meaning. Her master was overjoyed and tightly embraced Hoa. Perhaps in that very moment, Hoa instinctively understood that she had to continue playing this role, because if father knew the truth, he would immediately abandon her and search for the real Qua Giant. He once imagined the future after returning this body, but that false life quickly shattered, all because of an incredibly trivial reason. At that time he said, "You are not my daughter." The first time she saw blood was when she was ordered to eliminate sea beasts in the city. Father commanded her to kill them. The Jiangshi easily kill a level 1 demon. Beside her stood the uncle who came to treat her. Well done, Hoa. That very uncle gave her the name, his gaze greedy and calculating, while father turned cold when he learned she was not his daughter. Only then did she understand her own value and what they wanted. What did the city lord want? What did the royal family need? What did the Taoist priests desire? She had to obey them all, killing endlessly, whether demons, ghosts, or humans. Then fragmented memories. She saw countless humans burned into ashes. Hoa believed she had eliminated the weak self and seized this body, and thus the flying yaksha was born. Another stone was engraved with the symbol Tiu and Gayatla. "What is wrong? Do you like the darkness? Here, take this." After saying that, he tossed her a red blanket. "Just use it. Stop complaining about the cold night. Dawn is coming. Sleep. When the sun rises, I will wake you." "Let me see, the rain might stop soon," she asked. "What do you actually want?" Jin's gaze became serious. Everyone she had met wanted something from her. A lost daughter, a healthy cousin, or a weapon capable of destroying everything. "You remember the first time we met. Back then you said you were not the owner of this body, only a usurper with no rights at all. And my answer remains the same. Being born is not a sin." During that, Qua Giant's face reddened slightly. That was truly such irresponsible words. Do you know how dangerous it is to set a monster free with words like that? Josephine and the principal understand that. Can pretty words turn monsters good? Can the world change? He scratched his chin and replied, I do not know whether the world can change or whether monsters can become kind. I want to save the people standing before my eyes, those who are suffering misfortune, and I am the only one who can help them. That alone is enough, right? Just reasons like that are enough, are they not?" She trembled as she replied, I am afraid. This body was never mine. It was like that from the beginning. Everyone says I must return it. I know that. But if I return it, what will become of me? He looked at her and remained silent for a long time. "Answer me, should I return it?" "It must be returned." "That is right, in the end you also. But first, we need to talk with each other." At that moment, Jin even spoke in a mocking tone. "Hey, landlord, I paid a deposit and rent. Can I stay with you? What? This is completely different. You clearly know my nature. Does that really matter? In this world, there are countless humans more vicious than demons. Some wear the mask of heroes, yet secretly slaughter others. What truly matters is always choice and action. Therefore, nature itself does not decide everything." Exhausted, he relaxed his body and lay down beside Qua Giant. She had still not made any decision. "Until she finds her own path, I will stay here and help you. So stop worrying so much. Sleep peacefully." "Now let it be like that. I am going to sleep." From the very beginning, the outcome had already been decided. I can no longer return Qua Giant. I also cannot tell the truth to that girl. If I say it, the only hand that ever reached out to me will disappear. Her heart aches. Qua Giant cannot grasp that hand, yet cannot let go. The next morning, the sky had become clearer. Qua Giant asked where he was going. "It is probably somewhere around here. Struck by lightning like that, there is probably nothing useful left." "What is this?" "A jujube tree struck by lightning. From it I can obtain this." What he held in his hand was a piece of wood called Bitch Tao wood. "Since we came to this forest, I thought it might be useful." "Hoa, you are a Jiangshi, right?" She nodded to confirm. "Do you know that a Jiangshi with abundant yin energy like you also has weaknesses? Bitch Tao wood carries extremely strong yang energy. It is often used to suppress evil spirits. If you eat it, the yin and yang in your body will balance again. At that time, your Jiangshi traits will be temporarily disabled." "What do you mean?" "If you swallow it, you will no longer be able to control your body." She was startled and asked, Why did you give this to me?" Not only that, she also threw the piece of wood to the ground in anger. "Hoa, you must choose your own path. You cannot remain selfish forever, taking benefits while avoiding responsibility. I understand very well those who think only for themselves. I do not want you to become that kind of person. Whatever path Qua Giant chooses, you must bear the consequences of that choice." Her face gradually darkened with heaviness. Kang Du-huk approached them and asked, "Why are you here?" "Oh, that monster, impressive. You already cling to a man so quickly. Step aside, what do you want to do?" No matter where they run, he and Kang Nho Ha will continue the pursuit. We must resolve this now. As soon as the words ended, the two young men rushed into battle. Du-Huk looked closely and realized the other person was Jin. That is not right. I am Emoton. Have you lost so much dignity that you must disguise yourself? There was no other choice. Jia-Huk unleashed a supreme technique, acceleration releasing the power of Storm Wheel. And he thrust the tip of his sword straight toward Jin. Was this also instigated by that monster? That hurt a bit. You can use alchemy without a formation. If possible, let me broaden my horizons. A thrust with terrifying speed, perhaps equal to his own elder sister, maybe even faster. Your attack is far too reckless. There are openings everywhere. Only then did Du-Huk realize he was at a disadvantage. Jin's gaze turned icy cold. The game ends here. But suddenly, dozens of sealing talismans descended from the sky. They stabbed into the ground surrounding Jin to bind his power. At that moment he thought, what the hell is this? Kang Jai-un appeared and cast a spell, useless. These are sealing talismans based on the 8 formation diagram. Your thoughts, muscle signals, and internal energy flow will no longer obey your will. Bastard him, run now ha Kwa Giant. At that moment, Kwa Giant had absolutely no way to retreat. Kang Jai-un immediately pasted a black talisman, engraved with red characters on her forehead. In less than a second, her consciousness began to fall into a hypnotic state. Master this talisman? Yes, it is the talisman that seals Hoa's consciousness. When the 7 souls lose awareness, they will be burned by the Great Luo Annihilation Formation. At last we can bring Kwa Giant back. And roared madly, Kang Jai-un, you bastard. He replied calmly, you must pay for your foolish dream. Become food for the demons. Damn it, where is Alyssa? We cannot let Ha Gazan be taken away like this. Kwa Giant, do not go, stop now. But every effort was useless. Jin's entire body was filled with despair. However, right after that his expression changed. The smile of someone who had planned everything beforehand appeared. The plan truly went too smoothly. From deep within the forest, a pack of purple fur wolves began approaching. They howled fiercely with savage brutality. Behind them 2 even larger wolves appeared, their aura terrifying. They roared together in unison. Immediately, all the sealing talismans were torn into pieces. It turned out they were Jin's allies who came to help. As Kang Jai-un already left. That was exhausting. It seems everything is finished now. The 2 wolves looked at him and said, you were acting too much. That was over the top. And John, have you 2 finished handling it? That matter, Sister Lenya handled it. But brother, no. Big brother told us to do this for what reason? Kozilek stroked his chin and replied with scholarly confidence, just a small matter. Perhaps it could be called a strategic scheme. They still have not found the one who stole the relic. And they have not found a replacement either. Patient a little longer, like Nho Ha and her companions. This place lies beyond our control, but it seems you brought quite a lot of things. These heretics, in the past, they would never dare speak to a church bishop like this, but we must endure it. The church is weakening. We need their strength. They always hide in the shadows, not the type to reveal themselves easily. I have found a merchant guild that can provide replacements. They are merchants who have long traded with Fuangdong too. Today they will deliver the goods. The guild is called Manderga-go-ya. Manderga-go Merchant Guild. That name sounds familiar. Last, the most exciting part of the festival arrives. The team final officially begins. Inside the preparation room, Sang Jai-un was speaking with someone. Where is the item? Is it here? It is still intact. The announcement outside echoed and the atmosphere became lively. And now please contestants enter the arena. Qualifiers for contestant Kang and Ho Ha Group A and B. Mako Academy 3 teams Group A and D. Team D seems to be missing 1 member right. Team leader Kozilek disappeared and did not appear in the previous round, so he likely will not compete in the final. But the professor suddenly stared in shock toward Kozilek. Wait, who is that person? When victory comes, I will personally lead you to the gates of Valhalla. That bastard is still alive. Whoever is ready should show your full strength. Emoton. The contestants are all present. Professor, may we begin the match? Kang Jai-un glared at him, troublesome brat. But I must admit he is special. I declare the test begins. The rules are very simple. Within this formation, 8 gates constantly shift, causing anyone trapped inside to become disoriented. Whoever finds the correct path, reaches the center, and retrieves the yellow dragon seal will win. Gates Dungia Great Luo Annihilation Formation. Is this a maze? Damn it. I'm starting to feel dizzy. Formation activated, transforming the entire arena into a bewildering array and separating the contestants. Kozilek, I do not know what you are plotting, but the goo poison has already been deployed. Now you cannot escape anymore. Suddenly, the television broadcast screen of the match began to glitch. Why is the image breaking like this? Hey, what is happening? It seems the magical energy from the formation interfered with the broadcast signal. Damn it. How could such a foolish mistake happen? Kang Jai-un watched everything proceed exactly as planned and declared, good. From now, the ritual to separate Hoa from Lan officially begins. Nho Ha and Du-Huk, the 2 of you immediately protect Xuanvu in the north. As long as Xuanvu is secured, the destruction of anything else does not matter. Uncle, I have brought Lan to you. Do not worry him, perfect timing. Agua 9 palaces, then the position must be there. Quickly find the exit of the formation. Jin, can you remove that disguise? I want to call you master. Since ancient times, the one who guards the emperor at the center is Xuan Vu, standing watch in the north. It always stands behind the emperor, so it can both protect and prepare to counterattack at any moment. Therefore, to break a formation based on the 4 sacred beasts, you must first eliminate Xuan Vu. Facing Du Huck, Jin only showed slight surprise. We meet again. Du Huck was startled. You, how much do you know? How could you come straight here without getting lost? Kozilek said, it is only the 2 of us. Will it be fine? It will be fine. At least it is better than letting Meiji S face the other 3 alone. Choha thought silently. You passed through the illusions of the 8 gates and reached the wounded gate. Has Uncle's formation already been broken? Impossible. The 8 gates Dungia has 365 transformations including stone walls, fog, and labyrinths. Even a genius formation master would struggle to escape this formation. I can already hear the wheel behind your head. Recently you purchased several relics, right? I followed the trace of the inscriptions carved on them to reach this place. Hearing Jin mention the relics, Choha's expression immediately changed. How do you know about that? Relics used for the formation were recently stolen by a group of thieves, so we had to purchase a new batch from the Mandar Zagosa Merchant Guild. Only then did she realize something. Could it be? That is right, I was the one who stole them, and also the one who sold them again. Moreover, that Mandar Zagosa Merchant Guild was also created by me. Ha ha. Enraged, Kang Choha gritted her teeth and cursed. You bastard, useless. Do you think you can defeat me? At that moment, Alyssa rushed forward and blocked a sword strike. Alyssa, this time you must repay the debt from before, right? Last time you lost to Kang Choha. That time was because Jin told me to yield. I had to pretend to lose. You yielded to her? Shut up, Du Huck. Let us end this quickly. Use all your strength. That is exactly what I want. Sorry about that. You all seem to be in a hurry. Let us unleash everything together. Alyssa. Guild Leader Ultimate Technique. Armor-piercing Beast Slayer. Dragon-slaying Sword Art. 7th Form. Mad Dragon Demon Slash Supreme Fury. Van Thien Tai. Poison Dragon Strike. Den Sword School Domain Slash. All 4 immediately clashed together, creating a terrifying shockwave. After that collision, Kang Jai Huck's device immediately malfunctioned. Even Kang Choha could not escape the shock. Only Alyssa and Jin were still relatively stable. My leg is broken. My sword is broken as well. I cannot lose like this. Even so, both of them still forced themselves to stand. Their eyes were like hunting beasts, determined to eliminate Hoa and reclaim Qua Giant. Jin did not speak. They would fight to the end, even with only claws and teeth left. He threw the spear into the statue and solemnly said, I will tell you the truth. Both of them stared in shock at the thing before them. Kozilek lifted it up. It was a bizarre creature, tiger fangs, goat horns, pig face. The 4 fiends, Taudi, symbol of chaos and destruction, completely opposite to the 4 sacred beasts representing order and protection. Why is Taudi carved on Xuan Vu's turtle shell, Jin? Could it be Master Kang Jai-un? A mage like him could not possibly fail to notice this. Kang Choha saw Jai Huck. You think the great Luo annihilation formation ritual is meant to separate Hoa from land, but the truth is completely the opposite. This ritual is not meant to separate Hoa from land. From the very beginning, Kang Jai-un never cared about Qua Giant. To achieve a great undertaking, sacrifices are necessary. What he wanted from start to finish was only Hoa. This is Kang Jai-un's ritual to destroy land and allow Ha Qua Giant to fully occupy that body. 3 years, a period both long and short. After witnessing Hoa created by my younger brother, I was captivated by its power. At that time, he was only obsessed with finding his daughter again. When he realized control of Hoa had fallen into my hands, it was already too late. In the end, he was accused of causing the Luna City massacre and was captured by the Royal Army. Truly something to be grateful for. He not only died in my place for the Luna incident, but also created the flying Yaksha Hoa. What I did not expect was that Kang Cho handed Qua Giant to the principal of Macabre Academy. Even as a formation master of GZ Fin, it was difficult for me to interfere across another continent. When I fell into despair, a man appeared. His name was Tatet Bathagio, a legend from 80 years ago, an alchemy creator. That man only asked me for one thing: destroy everything, kill as many as possible, and tear apart the principal's facade. Force her to leave the royal palace. That was an irresistible proposal, as long as I could obtain Hoa. Destroying a single city meant nothing. Very soon the chains of Kshin, a sacred relic of the Western Church, will bind her tightly and drain all her inner energy. The thing maintaining Ha Qua Giant's human form, the soul of Qua Giant, will also be completely erased. In the end, I only need to make her consume the 10,000 flesh pill Ba Tha Du gave me. Qua Giant will immediately evolve, awakening into a true Yaksha. Kozilek calmly spoke from behind. Oh, that will not work. If everything were that easy, it would not be interesting. Uncle, I just heard a horrifying truth from him. Answer me. Is this ritual meant to kill land? Why use relics of the four fiends instead of the four sacred beasts? And was the Luna massacre ordered by you rather than caused by Kwa Jian losing control? He lowered his head and clicked his tongue. Fools, useless, and still asking so many questions. It seems you no longer have any value. Kang Jian opened his fan. His eyes cold, blood demon magic activated immediately. Not worry. In only 10 minutes, every living creature within this formation will melt into one mass. I will turn them into medicine to help the Yaksha evolve. Aven Golden Fall was only a level 2 demon, but after desperately evolving, it easily wiped out an entire group of level 1 and level 2 adventurers. Kozilok sneered. If Ha Kwa Jian, a superclass demon, ascends, then what? Of course I cannot resist either, remember this. You reap what you sow. After Jin said that, his gaze suddenly tightened. The hell is this? My blood demon magic has disappeared. And this is the answer to why old Kang Jian secretly transported relics through the old church. Stole them, who was the merchant guild supplying them in the emergency. I arranged everything. Who supplied the relics, who engraved the inscriptions on them. It was all me, you damned old man. You know what happens when Meiji destroys all the four fiends' relics? Your evolution plan will collapse, and you will be finished as well. Bastard, it is not over yet. Kang Jian furiously waved his fan, releasing streams of magical flames. The barrier sealing land has begun to tremble. Kozilok cast a cold gaze straight at him. I will abandon the ascension ritual. I will pour all remaining strength into killing you first. Afterward, the ritual can begin again at any time. Kill them all. That moment, Ha Kwa Jian suddenly sat up on her own, then immediately rushed straight toward Kozilok at astonishing speed. Is that old man truly controlling Ha Kwa Jian? Then he is the one behind the Luna City massacre. Calm down. How can I stay calm? I must grab that bastard by the throat right now. My prosthetic leg is broken, and you lost your sword. We cannot do anything right now. Let them handle it. We still have another mission to complete. Iroh Huck looked at Kang Nho for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Alyssa, step aside. The plan is the same as when fighting the Iron Mountain King. I will hold her back. You release Domain Slash to finish it, understood? After agreeing, both of them began executing the strategy. Truly terrifying. Those movements were like a meteor falling from the atmosphere. Looking toward the spear-binding land below, Alyssa admired Jin even more. If I had to face Jin now, I would not last more than 30 seconds. Is there anyone in this world who can defeat her? That thought was completely wrong. Flying Yaksha Ha Kwa Jian. To her, this moment felt like relaxing in a steam bath. But for Jin, this battle was far more dangerous than expected. 1 minute 20 seconds after the battle began. Even though Jin unleashed a series of fierce attacks, the opponent, like a natural disaster, remained unmoved. Kwa Jian condensed a sphere of poisonous lightning magic and launched it straight toward Jin. But with swift reflexes, he managed to dodge in time. Alyssa shouted loudly to Jin. Even though he tried his best to hold on, Jin still gradually fell into a disadvantage. Cough, this is bad. Strength, remaining aura, physical endurance, everything differed far too greatly. Keeping up with her speed makes my organs feel like they will burst, damn it. I have reached my limit. Regeneration is useless. So I am about to die. Just one more strike and I will disappear. Even so, in that moment, Alyssa risked everything and blocked the strike with Spirit Flame Slash to save him. Kozilok shouted in panic. Alyssa, what are you doing? I understand the plan, but Jin will die. She has already stepped deep into the domain. The pressure on her body is even more terrifying than blocking Kwa Jian's strike. Kwa Jian rushed forward. Jin shouted loudly, move aside. But instead of retreating, Alyssa chose to stay and fight. Damn it, this fool. After the violent collision, a massive shockwave erupted. Kwa Jian's face remained empty, her gaze lifeless. Kozilok asked, why did you go this far? Worry about yourself first. Why risk your life like that? Hee, can you still move? Open your mouth. This is the miracle medicine I brought. Alyssa followed Jin's words. If she does not receive treatment immediately, Alyssa will become crippled or die from blood loss. I thought I was already dead. If everything went normally, I would hold out until Magiet destroyed all the four fiends' relics. After that, only one opening would be needed. Alyssa's Domain Slash would pierce through completely. Then I would unleash the final move. I prepared this plan since returning to Nazaria, but two variables appeared. First, Hagazan escaped the seal and became stronger than I expected. Second, Alyssa was injured, saving me. Even though the emergency was handled, She lost the ability to fight after pushing too deep into the domain. He sighed and wondered, can I hold on until Magiet destroys all the relics? Cannot blame Alyssa for breaking the plan. If that attack had hit me directly, I might have died even with regeneration. It is fine, thank you for saving me. For now it seems temporarily safe. Kozilek, are you all right? No, I am not all right. All the aura stored in the reincarnation core, and inside my body has been completely drained. After the fight with Sajak and then Qua Giant, I consumed too much reincarnation. Should I continue using it? I can force myself to use it, but the reincarnation core contains power my body can barely endure. Even with the restraints assisting, it may not be safe. Alyssa looked at him seriously and said, Kozilek, listen to me. Qua Giant has not used her right hand from the beginning until now. It seems she is holding something, that he suddenly understood. In the end, she must choose for herself. She still carries that burden, then it is still there. Jin's silhouette gradually appeared within the hazy smoke. Spear in his hand began to shine. He immediately assumed a combat stance. There is no other choice. As expected, Qua Giant also prepared her battle stance. He raised the spear high and declared, I remember now, the demonic sword forged by Vancia that I once saw in his castle. Its magic power passed to me. Seven Sayadaw, the great hero 800 years ago. Today I will recreate that legend. You have waited long for this moment, have you not? She tightened her grip on the talisman on her forehead. Beside Jin stood Black Chuan. Beside Qua Giant stood demonic energy. A confrontation worth anticipating. This was no longer a battle between Jin and Qua Giant. It was the clash of two legends, Flying Yaksha and Seven Sayadaw. Impossible, this cannot be happening. How can you stand equal with the Flying Yaksha? What are you waiting for? Kill him. Qua Giant immediately obeyed Kang Jai-un's command. Judging by the aura she gathered, it must be around 1,000. And Black Chuan Demon Spear. The amount of power I must prepare is also 1,000 reincarnations. Even if Qua Giant possesses 100,000 reincarnations, she can only release 1,000 each time. If I balance that power, I can resist her using the aura of Seven Sayadaw, but my body is being crushed little by little. Pain spreading from my fingertips makes it almost impossible to hold the spear. My entire body feels like it is being torn apart. But I cannot stop, I must not stop. She still has not used her right hand. Black Chuan 8 trigrams Supreme Fist, risking everything to take another step forward. The right foot stepped forward, steady like Mount Tai. The left arm stretched out like a broken spear. Kang Jai-un saw that scene and was shocked. Consciousness, breath, muscle movement, half-step distance. The opening appeared only for an instant. I will not miss this opportunity. Black Chuan 8 trigrams Supreme Fist. Flying Shatter Evil Flower Mirror. 8 Force Primordial Head. A terrifying surge of power exploded and shot forward. Kozilek gasped heavily. I did it. Last I broke through Qua Giant's nearly absolute defense. But right now I can only reach that point. I cannot completely suppress the power of Qua Giant. His death already been decided. Seeing that scene, he burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha, I knew it. What could you possibly accomplish? Kill him, time is up. Just as she prepared to unleash the finishing blow, suddenly something caused her entire body to freeze. Jin looked up. What is happening? Suddenly the ground shook violently like an earthquake. From afar, golden chains rushed forward with incredible speed. They were the same chains that restrained Qua Giant during the battle with Zha. Did it succeed? This is exactly why I had to stall for time. Did not waste even a single second, Magiet. Kang, Yoha, and Sajahuk, who left earlier. They must have destroyed all the relics inside the formation. Hearing that, he immediately shouted loudly, impossible, that cannot happen. But before he could continue, the professor pressed a sword against his throat and restrained him. Stand still obediently, Professor Kang Jai-un. The other side has already finished. Then only the final objective remains. Her body now resembled a ticking bomb about to explode. Kozilek slowly approached. He tore the talisman from her forehead. How can someone use such cruelty on a girl? When the seal was removed, Qua Giant collapsed from exhaustion and immediately fainted. Kozilek gently caught her from behind. After a moment, Qua Giant's eyes gradually returned to normal. Jin's figure slowly became clear within her vision. She spoke when she regained consciousness. Ah, you are awake. You, but why? I told you already. I will help you until you make your own choice. Qua Giant remained silent, listening, with hesitation in her eyes. He advised her to make a serious and proud decision. Though she would not regret it, I must repay his kindness. I must prove I am not a monster, because as he said, what defines me is not nature but choice. When she looked down at her hand, she froze. Crushed by overwhelming power, Bitch Tao wood had shattered into powder. What should I do now? It is useless like this. No matter what I choose, the result will not change, but I still want to show him. I want to repay his kindness. The bitch Tao wood has already been crushed. You are truly strong. There are still many other ways. In any case, thank you for responding to my kindness. I am a monster. I hurt others. I killed many people. I even took Kwa Jian's body. Can I truly be forgiven? Kozilek closed his eyes for a moment and said, I do not know, but we can search for the answer together. Those gentle words moved Ha Kwa Jian to tears. Kang Jai-un's awakening ritual had failed. He is now imprisoned underground. The aftermath will be handled according to the usual procedure. I have received instructions from Professor Josephine and Master Ezen if everything ended peacefully. More precisely, concealing that the head professor of Ji Ziffin caused this tragedy is the real issue. But revealing Ha Kwa Jian's abilities may cause everyone to fear the girl. Those who fear her will attack and condemn her, and others will crave her power. Professor Kang Jai-un has been reported to have died in an unfortunate accident. We will handle it that way. I have discussed it with the principal of Ji Ziffin. Fortunately, everything was resolved smoothly. Dai Fim could not hope for more. You already requested compensation, right? The principal originally intended to overlook it, but I agreed with Jin, correct. The principal is truly too kind. We cannot easily trust others, but in any case you worked hard, Jin. It is nothing. I only did what needed to be done. One day we will truly trust each other. I hope that day will come. Take care of your health. The festival has not ended yet. After Professor Josephine left, a small arm blocked the door. It was Meiji visiting. She joyfully called out, Jin, you are awake. Are you all right? Does anything hurt? Your fingernails are all broken. Seeing this, no wonder I felt pain under the bandages. Jin is always reckless and ends up hospitalized. Situation made him awkward. Why are you crying? Of course I am crying, because I was worried about you. Senior, are you injured? You destroyed the stone wall and relic alone. Kang Yoha and Sajihuk also destroyed one. So that was why they left. Thanks to that I barely survived. But everything was caused by them. Kozilek quickly reassured her. Do not say that. They are not bad people. They were only forced into a difficult situation. Du-huk wanted revenge for his family, while Cho-ha wanted to save her cousin. They were only doing their best. The worst person was Kang Jai-un, who exploited their despair. We should not mistake who deserves hatred. Meiji looked somewhat insecure. Kozilek is always so mature. I should be the older one, hearing that he teased, then call me brother. Here it is again. That call me brother line. Jin always wants to be called elder brother or sister. I only hope Jin will not get hurt again. But Jin will probably be injured many more times, right? He looked at his wounds and thought, I cannot deny that. I carry the responsibility of saving the world, yet I have no power. Compared to other players, I only rely on swordsmanship. This body will endure much more pain. Why are you silent, Kozilek? I feel like you are living in another world. I will fight beside you. Just like this time, I will always stay and support you. Whoever you face, I will support you. Thank you, I truly appreciate those words. Because from now on, I must fight those with dark ambitions and misguided beliefs, as well as those powerful beings who wish to destroy the world. How can I save the world from such people? The answer is actually simple. After saying that, the two of them clasped hands tightly like an oath. I will register the G Zadian group then, that soon. The harvest festival is coming soon. If we do not register now, everyone will be busy with the holiday. All right, leave it to me. Jin will be the leader. I will be vice leader. As for the others, well, the thing is. Suddenly someone called Jin, and Meiji startled and turned around. Alyssa arrived in a wheelchair to visit him. Aha, you look like a mummy. Hey, whose fault is that? Yes, that is indeed my fault. I truly apologize. And thank you. Well, all right then. Thanks to the GZ miracle medicine, her wounds healed. But she still has to rest for 2 weeks. Even though she received treatment at the best facility, the festival ends in 1 week, so she cannot participate in the closing torch run. Even so, she will be discharged soon, but rest first. I also wanted to participate in the torch run. Jin comforted her. There is still the winter ball, but that is different. Thinking about it, that is true. I have participated many times, but this is Alyssa's first time. That moment, Kozilek spoke, making Meiji jealous. At the winter ball, I will buy you a Jessica dress, really. That luxury brand, say whatever you want. I am rich now. What do you mean I am rich? We are the same age. By the way, did we earn a lot? Enough to buy Jin a dress. Kozilek, what about the other members of G Zodian? Well, oh senior, when did you stand behind me? Let me introduce. This is Alyssa. After that, there is also Len at the door. A girl, yes, there is a very beautiful girl working in intelligence. Beautiful. I also want to invite NHUM. I am just a bit shy to ask, but since we are close, she will probably accept. That girl, Darren, are you two that close? We are close enough to tease each other sometimes and eat meals together. Finally, there is Ha Kwa Jian. She will definitely join, so write her name first. hearing that the magic pen Meiji was using suddenly snapped in half. Professor Josephine has also agreed to attend, so there is no problem. Hey Senior Meiji, what happened to you? Kozilok, are you trying to drive me crazy? When she looked at Hakwa Giant, she remembered the past when everyone hated and despised Hoa. They were always wary and critical of her. They said she should never have existed. They threw stones, hurled insults, and called her a monster. Just like this time, she injured Jin. She almost harmed everyone again like before. When he said, I told you before, I will help you until you make your own choice. Power is my only value. It justified pushing the original self away and taking this body. Therefore, I cannot be weak. I cannot rely on anyone else. I will help you. Choose for yourself. Do what you can be proud of so you will not regret it. We will find the answer together. The more she recalled those words, the more confused Ha Kwa Jian became about what she should do. That warmth made her heart ache. That concern felt like sharp blades cutting into her heart. I hate you, Jin. You make me suffer. Hoa since birth has always been alone. She lived a life exploited by others. Therefore, she never allowed anyone into her world yet. Then Jin suddenly approached and asked, are you feeling better? Are you all right? Before she could answer, Jin urged again, hurry up, Kwa Giant. You have a way to change everything, right? After understanding her intention, he finally realized everything. Truly pitiful. Wait, this fish, that fish, do you want to eat? Yes, she must have been very afraid. It is all right. When everything is over, I will definitely buy it for you. After preparing everything, the two decided to go outside to perform the soul separation ritual. Then let us begin. Death God's pearl will surely hit the target. It can separate the soul from the body and bypass all defenses. This is a divine tool specialized for harvesting souls with absolute accuracy. But if a human uses it, the accuracy drops drastically and becomes nearly useless. I cannot even sense the soul. Accuracy 0, Kozilok directly launched an attack toward Kwa Giant. Watch carefully, I will show you a kind of magic. This is a faulty magic stone, often used in festivals. Its characteristic is that the wider the spread range, the lower the accuracy, so it is quite difficult to use. According to its mechanism, when accuracy is 1, the maximum range can reach 100 meters. But what if someone with 0 accuracy like me uses it? The spread range becomes infinite. Even though I cannot directly affect the soul, I can still trigger the effect. More precisely, this is not my attack, but an attack released by the magic stone itself. After the ritual finished, Ha Kwa Giant's consciousness once again fell into unconsciousness. He gently spread his arms to catch her body and laid her down. Kwa Giant, I only sent a little magic power. How is it? You are not hurt, right? Thank you very much. Kozilok then looked again for a moment. The one looking at him with blue eyes was Kwa Giant. The girl's true soul had appeared. She politely spoke hello. He stood still staring at the girl for a long moment. Kozilok remembered the conversation with Meiji. That annoying way of calling me brother again. Brother, what brother? We are the same age. Thank you, Knight Uncle. That is great. Finally, I escaped the title Uncle. Meeting you for the first time and hearing that makes me very happy. It seems you are very happy since normally people call you Uncle. I think so too. It seems you really like being called brother. Hearing that, Kozilok realized she had been watching everything all along. Kwa Giant had occupied this body for 3 years. During that time, the girl was trapped inside and could only observe everything. Having her body taken for 3 whole years, and you do not hate it, no. Look at this, I am running. Since getting sick, this is the first time I can walk and run like this. It is probably because Hoa used the power accumulated in my body. Hey, the body is not used to it yet. Do not push too hard. Kozilok simply stood there watching calmly. Kwa Giant shared that at first she hated her very much. She shouted demanding her body back, but no one could hear. She could only talk to herself. But she knew those words were not avoiding her, but the torment and regret of Hoa herself. She understood how difficult it was to overcome that fear and worry, because they shared one body. So now she no longer wants to push her away. Kwa Giant bravely decided to return the body to her. That was tolerance and forgiveness. A girl whose body had been taken for 3 years still willing to embrace Hoa. MS Jin watched that scene and smiled. You have grown up. Of course, even though I will forever remain 14 years old, Hoa is only 3 years old. I always wanted a younger sister, and now I truly have one. Yes, that is right. Now the two of you have become sisters sharing one body. But hey, if I get into danger, will you save me as cool as last time? Just say it, anytime. I knew you would answer like that. You are amazing. Hearing that, he only nodded with an embarrassed smile. I also like many things just like Kwa Giant. From food, music, books to many other things. Even taste in men. If you marry me, then legally you will have 2 wives. Kozilok replied in panic. Wait, what are you talking about? Answer me right now. Oh, about that. Should not tease others like that. Seeing his reaction, Kwa Giant laughed even more. I am not joking. Where I come from, people at this age have already done many things. And about dating, if you want to continue living together with Ha Kwa Giant, then you should ask her opinion too. Kwa Giant's mood became increasingly cheerful. She even lightly kissed his cheek to express it. Thank you very much. The next second the girl collapsed onto him, making MS Jin startled. What happened, Qua Giant? Soul of Ha Qua Giant immediately returned to the body. She looked at him with angry eyes. Do not misunderstand, those words were just nonsense, but switching people seems quite easy. Who allowed you to call me sister? So noisy, it was just a misunderstanding. Be quiet. What is this? Are the two of you talking to each other? A giant turned her head and asked why he had not left yet. Remember to come before dinner time at level 1 like usual at the old place. Ah yes, all right. Perhaps this was the apology from both Qua Giant and Ha Qua Giant, but also that matter about taste in men. Such children, truly children, damn it. In another scene, the enemies lay scattered on the ground groaning. The old church had invested many resources for this macabre festival. We thought after finishing we could overthrow the princess leading the Protestant church, but the result was complete failure. Who exactly was that man who knew all our plans beforehand? I followed the order of Lord Le Duhan and summoned 100 Crusader knights. All were deployed into this 100-year-old tunnel. To lure the danger from Qua Giant and Ha Qua Giant, I accepted great risk. But that man ruined everything. 100 Crusader knights. If truly going all out, then the Holy Banner Knight Order should have been deployed. What gives you the right to dare do that? Do you think you can survive? Kozilek immediately threw a stone, making him roll on the ground. Professor Josephine stepped forward and said, "Leave this to me." "It is fine, I also want to test a new technique." The professor asked again, "You mean that throw just now knocked them all down in one strike? Even though your body has not fully recovered, you did very well. Let us capture them. Take the poison pill hidden in his right molar out." Josephine still had many questions to ask. How did he know about the tunnel prepared by the old church 100 years ago? And from the beginning, why did he request monitoring the old church? For now we can rest easy because he is standing on our side. Take turns tying up the knights who are still unconscious. With astonishing calm, it seemed nothing could harm her body at this moment. The girl's rhythm of life was far slower than ordinary people. In short, Qua Giant and Ha Qua Giant were both extremely lazy. Inside the consciousness, Qua Giant shook Ha Qua Giant awake, making her annoyed. "Are you awake yet? Hurry up and wake up. So noisy, hey, is that how you talk to your sister? Get up and eat breakfast." No other choice, she followed Qua Giant's words and woke up. Suddenly, a sound from below caught both their attention. "Not because you forced me out, I was just curious." The two walked down the stairs and discovered the person lying stretched on the floor before them was MS Jin. "Why is he sleeping here?" "It is Kozilek." "Should we wake him up?" "Giant, why are you making me do it? Sleeping here can make your mouth crooked. Hurry up, come on." "Hey, Qua Giant, you also like Kozilek, right?" "I'm not sure. He acts very recklessly, doing all sorts of things I never asked for. Always overly enthusiastic, so I cannot understand him." "So you dislike him, not dislike. If so, that means you like him, right?" Seeing Qua Giant keep teasing, Ha Qua Giant replied, "I hate him." After that, the two continued teasing MS Jin while he was still sleeping deeply. Right then, Meiji S walked over from behind and suddenly asked, "Awake early today. There is no other way, Decap. Put him on the bed. Do not let MS Jin make Ha Qua Giant and Qua Giant lose sleep. If you are still sleepy, then go inside and sleep more, Junior." Inside the body, Qua Giant asked Meiji S, "Can he not lie on the sofa?" Seeing Hoa talking to herself, Meiji S simply stayed silent. Qua Giant explained that there was no blanket here. The weather was cold, so he could easily catch a cold. Hearing that, he simply nodded in agreement. "In the kitchen, there are steamed potatoes ready. Just take and eat. MS Jin and I can eat later. Even if you eat it all, it is fine." Ha Qua Giant's eyes briefly showed confusion. Switching to the classroom. In situations like that, you can use surrounding materials to respond in emergencies. Although the festival has not ended, classes still continue. Because MS Jin had already studied this content, she took the chance to do other work. MS Jin's current status panel includes Strength 8130 points, Magic Power 6770, Warrior Recovery Trait, Pain Tolerance, Domain Understanding, 3 cores releasing demonic energy. These parameters, he has already surpassed Alyssa in the early stage. In addition, there is also Warrior Recovery Attribute, Pain Tolerance, Domain Understanding, 3 cores, and the skill of releasing demonic energy. My aura level has now reached the upper tier. At this stage, ordinary knights only possess the first core, but I have the second core from Mandor Dagoda back, and the third core inherited from Duke Zebansia. That means when other knights only have 1 aura core, I already possess 3. Alyssa also said this time she has obtained a core. After several advances in this field, she has grown tremendously. Alyssa currently reaches upper-lower level in Auza. Before, she was only mid-lower, so the progress in half a year is truly promising. Remains is releasing demonic energy. The technique of activating inner power and compressing it under high pressure allows releasing up to 20% aura and magic power. This is an extremely useful ability. My current aura is 8130. 20% of it creates a burst of about 1600, astonishing power. But when testing in the hunting ground, I still could not control it. Perhaps I could do something similar with the final demon sword of Duke Zebansia. Heavens, could I tear the sky and kill a dragon with a single thrust. All right, 5 minutes left before time ends. I will check your notes. Hearing that the whole class and MS Jin were startled, why check now? Because everyone is sleeping in class, so the professor is angry. Terrible, with Professor Lulala's personality over 4 years. She will definitely make us clean the classroom. The problem is this is an alchemy laboratory, so everywhere is full of stains from experiments. Seeing classmates confused, hey, let me borrow your notes. No, I have not finished writing either, Kozilok sighed, damn it. After this session, I plan to spend the whole afternoon enjoying the festival. No choice, I will just write something random. He did not notice his hand accidentally touching someone else's hand. On the left was ZG, and on the right was, my God, why is it Hakwa Giant? When he intended to pull his hand back, he gripped tighter, making him startled. La Lan, yes, it is me, Kozilok. You want to see my notes? See what you mean notes, right? Turn to the page on the right and look. By the way, do you want to have lunch together? Oh, of course. I will treat you to something delicious. The conversation made the 2 male students behind curious. Who is this guy? Since when did he become close with Kwa Giant? Until now, the only one talking with her was MS Jin. What is happening? After class, Kwa Giant and MS Jin walked out into the corridor chatting as they went. Kwa Giant is sleeping, so I temporarily switched places with her. She will probably sleep for quite a while. He asked if Kwa Giant had met them yet. The photo of Jai Hoot and Chairman Kang Enhoha. Those two also bear great responsibility in this incident. Although they are victims, they cannot completely avoid responsibility. Uncle Kang Jai-un will be executed secretly, not publicly. Perhaps the royal family will handle it quietly. Now he is gone, Sister Enhoha will have to take the position of head of the Kang family. Actually, Enhoha has suffered greatly because of me. Head of family means the leader of the clan, right? That is correct. From small matters in the house to the clan's marriages, they decide everything. Therefore, I already asked permission in advance. What do you think about this matter, my husband? Kozilok could only stammer, Kwa Giant, when will you wake up? Dealing with Kwa Giant is not easy. At this moment, Meiji S felt somewhat displeased. She ordered, slowly recount everything in detail. Outwardly, her actions were still normal, but the aura she emitted carried the scent of jealousy. Even though MS Jin and I are not lovers, but Meiji is a very rational person. Her actions are more about survival instinct than emotion. However, frequent intimacy still carries special meaning. If you become my husband, then you will have 2 legal wives. So Degep had witnessed the entire matter and told Meiji. After hearing it, her eyes grew even more furious. Special measures must be taken. Should I plant more potatoes or open a diamond mine? No, I cannot wait any longer. No, but this matter. In the end, she asked Degep, do you know what men like? It looked at her for a moment, then barked once, suggesting bones. After finishing the cooking, she invited Kozilok to the dining room. I have researched this dish for a long time. Are you ready? What dish is it exactly? This is a dish the uncles at the farm often. This is Dazim's special blood soup. Kozilok will surely like it. When he lifted the bowl, his eyes immediately lit up. I really like this dish. How did you know? Blood soup in this world is wonderful. It is made from coagulated blood. I do not know if you will like it. Oh, this dish is rare. The soft texture is delicious. Thankfully, you like it. While such a cold gaze, it is amazing. You have consumed a special grade blood medicine. Special ingredient activated the skill Herculean strength. Strength increased by 30 points. What is this? Why did a notification? After a while, he turned to Meiji and asked, Senior, as expected, the blood used for this dish is not from pigs or cows. Strength temporarily increased by 200%, but cannot stack with other effects. Crazy, this is truly crazy. Sister, I love you. Meiji thought to herself just as Degep said. Doing this was indeed wise. The scene shifts to Professor Josephine's office. This is a story about a friend. Someone said when being beside a person, the heart feels as if floating on clouds. It turns out the professor is listening to Kwa Giant confide. Is that so? Yes, the feeling is like sitting on clouds weightless. When touching, the heart beats loudly. Sometimes the chest aches sharply like sinking in mud. I see, so this is love advice. The special grade demon girl has now become a maiden experiencing her first flutter of emotion. The person she likes is probably Kozilok. If Hakwa Giant has the most contact, then it can only be him. A responsible and mature freshman. He was even once reported by a second-year female student for being too flirtatious. Such abundant romantic experience. For the inexperienced Kwa Giant, it is certainly a difficult challenge. The person she likes, I never said I like him. Anyway, he surely has many girls around him, right? Then listen carefully, Kwa Giant. Opportunity does not come many times. Men surrounded by many women usually do not take the initiative. Women will approach them. 100 years ago, there was a famous novel recording 101 ways a young witch seduced men. Actions must be bold, decisive, and burning with passion. Otherwise, love cannot be seized. Hearing that Kwa Giant gradually became more confident. The greatest regret of a young maiden youth is missing love. Anyone blocking the path must be eliminated immediately. The one giving this advice is a 117-year-old single witch, whose only romantic experience comes from a famous love novel a century ago once called The Jewel of the Witch World. Kwa Jian and Kwa Jian were both inexperienced girls, so they seriously accepted the advice based on that ancient love novel. And I will go inside here. I will return before dinner. I wish you can seize your love. Soon as she left the professor room, Gep was standing outside guarding. Through the window, Kozilek and Meiji could also be seen. Kwa Jian narrowed her eyes and looked closer. She saw Senior Magiette even placing a hand on his shoulder and sitting on him. At that moment, she was even breathing out seductive breaths. The two of them were even embracing each other very intimately. All of that scene was seen from afar by Kwa Jian. Her mood sank. You said you would search for the answer with me. You said you would help me and stay beside me. I know, I understand. You are the type who is always willing to help others. Not only I receive that kindness, your kindness is also given to that little vampire girl. I know, but my heart still hurts. Could it be that from the beginning I assumed myself to be someone special? Why does my heart ache when I see them like that? More she looked, the deeper sadness filled Kwa Jian's heart. Meiji was lightly licking Kozilek's neck with a seductive expression. That gaze clearly was not the gaze between senior and junior. In her mind, Kwa Jian appeared to reassure her. From now on, let me handle it. Anything blocking my path will be swept away. After a while, Kozilek's group finally gathered together. Alyssa ate cake while praising this chocolate candy as truly delicious. Have you never tried it in the East? My hometown is a rural region. In Trung Village, there is no bakery, so if we want to eat, we must make it ourselves in the kitchen. No bakery, your hometown is really remote. I have been to the East several times for missions, but it had nothing to do with the main matter. I only intended to go out for a little rest before the holiday, just to eat some sweets. Unexpectedly, the three of us met on the road, and two more followed. Right after that, Kwa Jian handed a dessert plate to Kozilek and happily said, "Hey Kozilek, try this. It seems to be baked biscuits. It looks delicious." Meanwhile, Meiji S was a step slower, turned and asked, "Magiette, are you not saying anything?" "Oh, it is nothing." Lan asked Meiji, "Sister, can I eat that cake?" "Yes, you can." That action unintentionally irritated Meiji, but she still endured and said, "All right, go ahead and eat." "Brother, I cannot reach it. Can you help me take that one?" "Yes, all right." Kozilek reached out and took the strawberry cake under Meiji's displeased gaze. When he prepared to give it to Kwa Jian, the girl instead acted spoiled, asking him to feed her. "What is this? You want me to feed you?" This brat truly a child. Unable to endure the sight, Magiette directly pressed a piece of cream onto Kwa Jian's face. "Here, eat it." Conversation between the two grew increasingly tense. "Delicious, right? This place is famous for good food." "Yes, very delicious. Do you want more, Sister Kwa Jian?" "Haha, no thank you." "What is this? Why is the atmosphere so frightening?" "All right, Sister, Meiji has a potato farm, right? Are there potato cakes there?" "Yes, there are. I put potatoes into a mold, then bake them in the oven. But calling it cake is not exactly right. Anyway, do you want more strawberry cake?" "I already said no." Zyger glanced at Kozilek as if asking, "Hey friend, what is going on? Did you cause trouble?" "I do not know either. This is frightening." With no other choice, the boys immediately stood up pretending, "I will go to the restroom." "Yes, we will go too." As they left, they joked, "Are those two arguing?" "I think you are the worst one," agreed Woman Slayer. They left Alyssa behind, leaving her confused. "Hey, so the East is your hometown. That is good. The air in the countryside is fresh. Our home is not like that. The forest breeze is cooler than the smell of leather." The conversation between Meiji and Kwa Jian made Alyssa feel even more tense. "The atmosphere is too heavy. Anyway, this winter Kozilek will go south with me. There are several hot spring inns there, very good for relaxation. Really, I plan to invite Kozilek to the sacred land Dai Enhan with me. There he will receive the blessing of the saintess. Surely that is better than hot springs. By the way, perhaps you have not heard, Kozilek already agreed to go to my home." Meanwhile, the group of boys were in the restroom. Kozilek himself could feel the strange, tense atmosphere. Alyssa trembled while explaining that because she had matters in the East, she formed a team with him and would travel together. "Ms. Jin, did you not tell them about this?" Everyone gaze focused on Alyssa, making her even more nervous. "A few days ago, I received news. This morning, a spirit from the Eastern Forest came to find me. That surprised him. From the Eastern Forest. Druids beloved by spirits can accompany them without powerful rituals. But for a spirit to come from afar like this is truly rare. Could it be that I have already found it, the one you mentioned, named Uxorcat and Four Lindat? Four Lindat is the secret realm containing one of the four great treasures, the solar banner Lion Solar. The druid Uxorcat protects that land. In the game, the secret realm containing the solar banner Solart, according to the main storyline, will be seized by Vataza and the Royal Guard. It is good that I grow stronger, but if the enemy becomes weaker at the same time, that is even better. If among the four treasures one falls into the hands of the Royal Guard, I only need to seize one before them. Normally no one knows the time and location, so it cannot be obtained. But after defeating 4 demand the reward is a map of the solar banner treasure. That information is not stored in the inventory, but engraved directly into memory. When the solar eclipse occurs, when the sun power is weakest, we can seize the solar banner. During 3 years of playing the game, there was only one eclipse on February 8 next year. So 4 Lindat and Uxorcat are both in the eastern region of the kingdom, specifically beyond the border in the territory of the Wolf King. 4 Lindat is a druid secret realm. Though hidden with NHUN ability, I believe he can find clues. Everything is according to plan. In the coming holiday, I will go to the east to find 4 Lindat. There I will obtain the solar banner first, and break the plan of Vataza and his subordinates, making them completely fail. Therefore you will go with me. Besides, you still have not fully understood the techniques of Duke Zebansia. You can also ask the old sword fanatic in the east for advice. But why are you looking at me with such a frightening gaze? After the festival, when the holiday ends, we will depart right. Here, take this. This is the emblem of my family. Carrying it will make it easier for you to receive help. Do not follow someone just because they promise you potatoes. I am not a child anymore. Then I will go now. Wait, Kozilok. Before you go, give me one more time. I will drink your blood, but I will not regret it. Hearing that he nodded, all right. After finishing, his body was drenched in sweat. Why does sitting still and letting someone drink blood make him this exhausted? He left Meiji room just before dawn and planned to go sleep. But when he stepped outside, he saw Hakwa Giant lying stretched on his bed. What is this? He calmly asked. You took a long bath. What does my long bath have to do with you? Why are you here? I will sleep here. Hey, men and women are different. Do not say things that can be misunderstood. Do not know last time we slept together too. That was only an unavoidable situation to avoid the rain. I am tired. Do not make me waste more energy. As long as Professor Josephine does not find out, it is fine. If you want to sleep together, what can he do? Besides, that time in the rain made him feel he could rely on you, all right. Suddenly, Hakwa Giant threw the pillow hard toward him. Why are you taking off your clothes? Are you worried about me? If you get hurt, I will feel heartbroken. What? You will continue fighting, right? You will still fight like you did for me, right? I will protect you, so do not let yourself get hurt too much. What on earth does that mean? Does she want him to get hurt a little? Whatever, understanding the general idea is enough. Thank you. Wait for me, I will soon come to the east. Hearing that, he felt relieved. The next day at a cafe, while reading the newspaper, Kozilok asked, Alyssa, is this you? What? Hot news. Swordmaster Gallet handed the 5th sword to his granddaughter. The succession war of the Aiden house begins. I knew nothing about this, but at last you escaped being oppressed, perhaps so. By the way, have you all prepared winter luggage yet? Yes, coats, food, and clothes are all in the backpack. I can protect myself with nature, so I do not need to prepare anything. 2 are truly rookies. What do you mean by that? We will ride a Quiven flying straight to the east. Do you understand how harsh this journey will be? In a moment, you 2 will regret that decision. Just as he said, this ride on a flying beast exceeded their endurance. Kozilok, I cannot open my eyes anymore. Please save me. It turns out nature cannot shelter everything. In the end, one must endure alone. Idiots, at a height of 1,000 meters, regardless of season, you need cold-resistant clothing and protective goggles. By the way, learn to fight with your whole body. Not long after they set foot in the eastern region, Talakan. While explaining, Alyssa suddenly pointed aside and shouted, Ah, there, Kozilok, be careful. What is it? What are you saying? Looking in the direction she pointed, they saw a herd of elephants running wildly. These mad elephants are charging straight toward the village ahead. Good heavens, if this continues, the village will be flattened. There is still time, no need to panic. Saving a small village will not delay our plan. We will stop the herd of elephants. NHUN make the trees grow and block their path. Alyssa, can you support? Understood, I will begin immediately. Following Kozilok's words, the tree roots immediately burst from the ground. Alyssa exerted all her strength to restrain the herd. Can we really stop them? The branches cannot hold much longer. Bind the leader first. Hold it tightly, leave the rest to me. While observing, he noticed someone approaching. They were monster hunters of the Aiden family. In less than 10 seconds, the hunters slashed down the leader leg. A barrage of sword strikes followed, making it collapse dead on the spot. If they appeared here, then that person must be nearby. A voice sounded, You're still as weak as before. Then that person tossed something to Alyssa. Kozilok also received a few similar remarks. What is this? What is this thing? Honey bomb candy. The one speaking was Lunia. She came to support them. Sister, you startled me. Next time be more careful. Do not rush into danger like that. I heard MS Jin has already advanced to first rank, right? Yes, a commendable step forward. Keep striving. Thank you, sister. She is still that cold, huh? But that makes sense because her personality is naturally calm. All right, Kozilok, you want to marry me? Hearing these words from Lunia, NHUN, and Alyssa were stunned. Even Kozilok was bewildered. What? In contrast, the East must fight the heretical empire and the harsh environment with barren land and monsters constantly attacking. Even so, this place still maintains a powerful reputation, all thanks to those people, the guardians of the far north of the Aiden family. Before Lunia, the servants of the Aiden house bowed respectfully together. A younger brother and his friends have arrived. Prepare the guest hall for them. Alyssa, follow me, yes. While Alyssa spoke privately with Lunia, the other two played chess to pass the time. This game is difficult. How are you so good, Kozilok? I have played it for many years. You have played it too. Yes, occasionally. By the way, is Alyssa all right? She looks quite tense. It will be fine, after all they are sisters. Could it be because we did not catch the elephant, so we will be punished? Kozilok reassured NHU and that Lunia is not that kind of person. Suddenly an Aiden servant came to inform, Miss Lunia wants to see you, Kozilok me. After agreeing, he immediately went to meet Lunia. You are here, sit down. I have some matters to discuss. It is not about punishment, right? What did you say? Nothing. I heard you will soon be 18 years old, the same age as my younger brother. Let me ask one question. Are you married yet? No, is that so? If you have no one, then have you considered marrying me? Are you serious? Do I look like someone who likes joking? Objectively speaking, you are a good seed, outstanding talent and hardworking. Your face also suits my taste. I am a woman, so at least I must care about the man who will hold me at night. You also care about appearance, but tell me honestly, why did you suddenly propose like that? Very simple, it is because of you. After Alyssa defeated me in the sword duel, the old sword priest suddenly appeared and declared, Alyssa must become the 5th chair of the sword pavilion. After that declaration, the faction supporting me began to waver. You who helped Alyssa plan surely understand. My position is shaken. Now I must face many famous swordsmen to keep it. Political marriage is a good option, but I hate that. I do not want to become merchandise. You mean you want him to pretend to be your fiancé? That is right. Alyssa is only an illegitimate child. But when she returned to the family, her path of succession had already been prepared. You must have heard the news. Father has appointed you as the 5th chair of the sword pavilion. Yes, but the order of the Aiden family head is absolute. Personal opinion cannot change it. That woman is Lady Sophia, the lawful wife of the Aiden family head and Lunia mother. That is right. Everything is decided by Golan Aiden. You will become the 5th chair of the sword pavilion. Devote yourself to the honor of the family and protect humanity. The command sword has chosen you. Alyssa did not object. In fact, she had no right to object. Since childhood, she was accustomed to bowing and obeying, and that had not changed, even though she knew she would never be fully accepted by them. After finishing the conversation with the lady, Alyssa secretly looked at the conversation between Kozilok and Lunia, then comforted herself. Actually, this matter is not my concern. Tomorrow, I will spend some time relaxing. The two of them can try dating. The corner of her lips curved slightly. Her voice became somewhat brighter. Alyssa recalled the words her sister once said, "Will you marry me?" Such a straightforward sentence, exactly her sister's style. Even if the marriage has its own reasons, there must also be some favor. Lunia is both curious and somewhat fond of Kozilok. She respects a swordsman who has reached a high realm and yearns to reach the peak. If she did not have feelings for Kozilok as a man, she would never have made that proposal. Thinking this, Alyssa felt happy. Lunia is the half-sister she has always respected, someone who was like a mother during her childhood. Even though they now stand on opposite sides, she still hopes her sister finds happiness. Kozilok is also a special person to Alyssa. He believed in her talent and helped her survive the pursuit from her sister faction. Those two truly suit each other. Both are people she cherishes. If they marry, perhaps that would be a good ending. Outside, the snow began to fall, and the air gradually grew colder. Lunia held a sheet of paper and asked her mother, "What is this?" Sophia replied that it is a list of famous swordsmen of the East and the descendants of major families. Most of my supporting forces belong to the faction of the maternal family. I cannot continue ignoring the pressure from political meetings forever. Therefore, although saying it may sound sudden, looking overall, he is not bad. Objectively speaking, he is a good man. In the end, what is that quality? It is the desire to reach the peak of martial arts. In any case, the one who ultimately decides who becomes family head is still grandfather, the Sword Emperor Gajan Aiden. With Kozilok talent, if he truly reaches the realm of martial mastery, then no matter how strong the opposing faction is, it will be suppressed. Will her feelings lead? At least there is goodwill, perhaps even deeper than that. She guessed the emotions of her younger sister. Your feelings are also mine. I have every right to decide. A female general like me does not need to worry too much. A member of the 5 Swords approached Lunia to talk. My lord, is this a secret meeting with Kozilok? Xenia, calling it a secret meeting sounds unpleasant. This is a proper proposal. Do you not like it? At least compared to the men Sophia once forced upon you, he cannot even be compared. The reason we lost in the sword duel was because of that. Besides, he overwhelmed Lena while still very young and has already stepped into the martial realm. Considering him as Lunia partner, he is completely worth. As expected, Xenia, you truly have good judgment of people. But my lord, are you going on a date dressed like this? Is something wrong? Let me see, it seems I called him here. When both finished preparing, Kozilok looked slightly confused seeing Lunia. Ah, Lunia, well, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face? Nothing at all. Is that so? Then let us go, yes. Switching to Alyssa and the guards, My lord, traces of magical beasts have appeared at the border. Understood, immediately gather forces and head there. Kozilek and Lunia leisurely enjoyed the concert. Alyssa had to lead troops to eliminate the magical beasts outside. After finishing, she coldly said, "Everyone worked hard today. You enjoy today?" "Yes." The title angelic voice truly is no exaggeration. I asked if you enjoyed it. This was quite a new and interesting experience. That is good then. The most important thing is that you feel happy, right? Today truly is a memorable day. Immediately after, Lunia knelt down and gently kissed his hand. Kissing the back of the hand is originally my responsibility. Right, yes, perhaps I am used to doing this with noble ladies. Next time I will leave it to you. See you tomorrow. I have prepared some interesting things. Alyssa stood behind with her body covered in magical beast blood and saw the entire scene. Lunia noticed Alyssa gaze and turned to ask, "You look miserable. Did you just return from outside the city? You just met Kozilek, right?" "Yes, I just walked with him in the city." "Is that so? You must have had a very pleasant time." Looking at her younger sister expression, Lunia seemed to notice the jealousy. "Moreover, you even wore the traditional outfit. I remember you have not worn it for 7 years. Immediately, Lunia turned away and said, "Alyssa, I will change clothes and go to the training hall. Spar with me." What sparring? Normally, Alyssa could refuse, but this time, the reason behind the request was difficult to understand. In the end, Alyssa could not refuse that invitation. Night had fallen. Two sisters took their combat stance. "How strange. You always avoided sparring, yet today you accepted easily." Alyssa. She raised her sword but still hesitated slightly. "Sister, no one is watching. Swing your sword freely." Senior disciple of the Aiden Sword School, Lunia. First-rank swordsman of the Aiden Sword School, Alyssa. Then let us begin. As soon as the words ended, both immediately rushed into battle. Lunia's strength still overwhelmed as before. One slash split the ground open. Alyssa struggled to dodge the flying fragments of stone. Without stopping, Lunia launched the second strike. Fierce tiger stance. Second move, golden rooster. Still remember this move, right? React quickly. Alyssa instinctively raised her head to look and saw her sister preparing a chain of continuous attacks. Lunia's strike clearly lay within Alyssa reading range, but her body reflex could not keep up. From lightning speed to thunder power, she could read Lunia attack beforehand. If she could predict it, then the only option left was counterattack. Alyssa immediately thrust her sword straight forward, but Lunia easily blocked it, causing her to lose balance. Breathing is already disordered. With just a counter strike from Lunia, Alyssa was thrown far away. Alyssa's body was bruised, yet she still struggled to stand. Only thanks to your training effort and extraordinary observation could you do that. Good. This time you improved more than before. Your effort was not wasted. Perhaps it is because of that person that your mood changed. That person, you mean that person. That person and sister share something similar, right? Not a waste of strength at all. The principle of the technique is also similar. For humans, flashy moves are unnecessary. Lunia pointed her sword straight at her younger sister. Just a moment of deviation. When you understand that absolute distance, next time it is better for you to avoid it. Avoid it. Alyssa knew she could read Lunia's strike. But when the next strike arrived, how should she dodge? "I cannot continue anymore." Alyssa dropped her sword. "I have lost. Thought I had moved one step closer." The victory in the sword-breaking match made me believe I had become a swordsman worthy of pride. But that was only arrogance. Sister advises you to train more. That victory was only luck. Otherwise, will always stand behind me, and that person. The gap between Alyssa and Lunia remained something impossible to close. How shameful. Several days later, on a quiet night, Lunia spoke with her mother. The lady asked, "This year you still are not engaged. Recently I heard you have been seeing a young man." She took a sip of tea and replied, "It is merely fate guiding the way. If it is only for nightly pleasure, then wait until after engagement. Men in the end are only tools to elevate family prestige." Sophia Aiden, once the #1 swordsman of the East in her youth, but after the affair of her husband, Z. Aiden, her view of marriage had changed. "You should marry the one who brings the greatest benefit." Lunia calmly replied, "Mother does not need to worry. I believe that person is more valuable than anyone on that list." Sophia was surprised. "Is that so?" Person entered the martial realm at a very young age. His talent is not inferior to grandfather. I understand my own talent clearly, but that person also has another kind of gift, an ability that leads to victory. And also, he is very handsome. Hearing her daughter say that the lady of the Aiden family was immediately stunned. "What? His appearance suits my taste very well. Besides, I also find it interesting to win what my younger sister desires." This was the first time Lady Sophia felt that this thought might not be entirely proper. She began to reconsider her concept of marriage on the 9th day, after arriving at the main territory of the Aiden family. The New Year festival had just taken place in this village. The atmosphere carried strong colors of Korean culture, and the event was now slowly coming to an end. Alyssa cheerfully waved and called out loudly toward him, "Miss Jin, over here." Yet Jin only stood silently, without responding with another word. For him, the true purpose of the journey to the east from the very beginning was to find Fa Lindat. the land that stores one of the four great treasures. This is the territory of the Drun, wild nature surrounded by countless monsters and overlapping mountain ranges. That place lies beyond the boundary, managed by the Den family in the east. Thank you for guiding us. Would you like to eat some cake? After a while, the four of them moved deeper into the forest. Lunia widened her eyes in surprise. Oh, a spirit. Having a Drun accompany us is truly convenient. Even going deep into the forest, we do not fear getting lost. It is all thanks to Colonia. Because she came with us, we were able to safely leave the border. No need to thank me. I do not know why you are searching for a secret realm beyond the border, but you are still minors. Moreover, he is my fiancé, so I have the right of guardianship. In this monster mountain range, mediocre warriors only become burdens. Without both Hakwa Giant and Makaya, Lunia's strength right now is extremely valuable. Lissa hurriedly reminded from behind, sister, words like fiancé are best not spoken. What is it, Thai? Well, the looks of the people around are a bit strange, but we do not care about the gaze of outsiders. Sister, if you truly do not intend to take responsibility for Jin, then do not obstruct his marriage like that. Hearing her younger sister reproach her, she paused briefly, then revealed a meaningful smile. Do you truly think so, Hem? Hun summoned a magic circle, then continued. Just ahead here. Once we step past this place, we will arrive. After the magic was activated, the space around the four people began to fluctuate strangely. Realizing the abnormality, Jin immediately confirmed that they had fallen into a trap. Truly a place worthy for a sage-level Drun to guard. Have I been separated alone? This is a type of enchantment technique meant for intruders entering the boundary. The feeling is similar to the 8 trigrams formation from before. Perhaps this is a trial to see whether those accompanying the Zune are qualified to enter the secret realm. But this level is still too ordinary. Kozilek took a deep breath to prepare himself, then spoke loudly. Come, whether illusion or monster, I will destroy them all. As soon as he finished speaking, footsteps from behind approached and a voice called out, Hey brother. Hearing the familiar male voice, his face immediately broke into cold sweat. Impossible, this voice. Just as expected, the deep voice mixed with mockery belonged to Dr. Ho. That man looked at him, then greeted him. It has been a long time since we met again. He stood frozen, his eyes filled with panic. But then he tightened his spear and immediately swung fiercely toward that man. What kind of nonsense is this? When he thrust forward, the opponent's 2 blades blocked it, creating a violent resistance. You are just a fake. Exactly, but you should also remember one thing. You are only a copy as well. The player is the true protagonist, not me. Has that man already eliminated Yun Chang? The central character of this world is Paxi. He is ruthless. His power cannot be denied. He deserves to be called a god, an existence far beyond my current level. If you kill me, then you may be proud, but there is one thing I want to remind you. You truly believe you can save the world. Hearing that Kozilek paused slightly, I tried to seize everything, yet in the end I still failed. So who do you think you are? With that incomplete system, you think you can accomplish anything. A mere supporting character like you dares to defeat me. Of course I can. I will seize one of the 4 great treasures to weaken him. That is why I came all the way to this distant eastern land. I want to create a complete ending. Paxi Ho laughed faintly in rebuttal, liar. If you truly wanted that ending, then you should have chosen me once more. Kozilek was startled. Would that not threaten my purity? But you originally liked that. What are you saying? What I speak of is sacrifice. How do you feel when you dedicate yourself for others? But think again. Instead of saving those NPCs, you should place the greater cause above all. If you had found the treasure faster and collected all the items, then by now you would be far stronger. Yourself know the current way of playing is not the most efficient path. I sacrificed 10,000 lives to achieve this power. Players grow stronger through the sacrifice of others. Discard unnecessary things and join me to save the world. Oh yes, exactly like that. The game has now begun again. I also regret the items and events I missed. Perhaps because that trash-like thinking still exists that I am seeing this illusion. Meiji, Lissa, Kwajayan Volan, people I saved, and those who will be saved later, whether it is effective or not. Because this is my world. After saying that, he threw a straight punch into the illusion of Paxi Ho, causing that man to collapse to the ground in pain. So I was once afraid of this illusion, but thanks to it, I have become completely clear-minded. Regarding Jin, I have no regret, even if I return to the past. My decision would still be exactly the same. After escaping the illusion, everyone immediately called out to him. Jin turned back with confusion. Hun is a Drun, so she was not affected by the illusion. But Lunia, how did you escape so quickly? That man kept rambling, so I simply cut him down. This woman truly knows no fear. And what about Alyssa? Could this be her weakness? She will wake up soon anyway. That moment Lunia and Jin heard a voice descending from above. I did not expect you all could break the illusion so quickly. Truly extraordinary guests. A talking leopard, could it be not a magical beast? Please forgive my rudeness. As soon as the leopard finished speaking, it transformed into a long, bearded old man. I am Yuso Cat, the guardian of Pho Lindat. It is an honor to meet the young Drun and her friends. Allow me to guide you there. This is the scenery of Pho Lindat, the place that stores one of the 4 great treasures, the sword Mat Troy Ko Lao Zo Lat. Like you, these people are all the same. Yes, they are my kin. Kozilok joked while walking. The houses here are truly beautiful. Will you sell me a piece of land? Are you sure? People call this place the Green Land. Real estate investment requires long-term vision. Follow this path, right? I once heard about a young Drun searching for this place. The spirits informed me. Why did you come to this distant land? I came here to find one of the 4 great treasures. What is it? Are you also searching for that thing? That is right, because I am the rightful heir of that person. There is no mistake. I am the true successor of my master. Even if time turns back, that fact will never change. The moment he finished speaking, a voice sounded from outside, but if you say that you also. Gigantic insect-headed creature walked inside while asking. The smell of blood here is really thick. Beneath the cloak a terrifying cold purple eye was revealed. So it is you, the brat who killed Pho Ray Mak. I guess someone would come looking, but I did not expect someone even more insane to appear. The monster Sumu Rat, the Lord of Darkness, the Beast King Du So Kai. Little brat, are you the Queen's guardian? But the throne of darkness belongs to only one ruler. When the age of darkness begins, your goddess will be torn apart. Nothing will remain except food for wild beasts. He continued staring at him for a long moment, and he suddenly waved his hand. Stop calling me. I already said it, do not call me. Oh, sorry about that. My friend is just a little noisy, cough, cough. Now let us get to the main matter. Both of you want Ko Lao So Lat, right? But I have no authority to give it. I am only the one who sets the challenge. A challenge, as expected, to Jun still maintains a neutral position. This does not make me happy at all. I do not know the content of the challenge. In this situation that one also knows nothing more. But according to information from the previous round, the Vataza faction already holds the 4 great treasures. He gave the order. Both of you return to your lodgings and wait. The content of the challenge will be announced after I finish discussing it. If it follows the original script, then this brat will pass the challenge. The brat killed Pho Day Mak. I really look forward to seeing that. Everything ended just as night fell, the crescent moon hanging high in the sky. Alyssa was still sleeping soundly in deep peace. In her sleep, she began to dream. A dream where Jin and Lunia were together. They became a happy, reunited family. 2 people I respected vowed and shared their love with each other. 12 grandchildren called me aunt and hugged me tightly. It seemed like a happiness that should never be broken, an extremely faithful love. Jin was also not the type of man who would make his partner shed tears. So this should have been a beautiful ending for everyone. But why does my heart feel so uncomfortable? Outside, Alyssa's face showed clear sadness as if she were about to cry. Kozilok tried calling her but could not wake her. Perhaps she was still trapped in an illusion. We are missing one person. Hopefully she wakes before tomorrow. While everyone was still confused, Alyssa suddenly grabbed his shirt and pulled hard. She even climbed up and sat on top of him, which shocked him greatly. Alyssa, what are you doing? She touched the corner of his mouth with her finger and softly said, brother-in-law. Her dreamy eyes and hurried breathing made Alyssa look like a charming young woman at that moment. Her actions even became bolder, leaving him completely flustered. What exactly is she doing? Leaned close to his ear and whispered while panting, brother-in-law. Now she is no longer here. What do you mean by that? Suddenly her eyelids grew heavy. Then she immediately fell asleep again. It turned out everything Alyssa just did was sleepwalking. What exactly is going on? The next morning the old man announced, now I will reveal the second challenge. Second, was that not the first mission? No, you already completed the first challenge. It was a test to see how far you would go to protect your stance. You have proven your own self. Proven ourselves. Suddenly she remembered the scene from before. Just thinking about it made her face turn red, and her heart beat wildly. Think I cannot go that far. Anyway, do not belittle yourself. Believe in yourself because you held on to your faith. Whatever your justice or actions are, pursue them firmly. Human strength is born from that determination. Really, I do not think I can do it. Noticing her strange mood, Nhun softened his voice. Alyssa, if you are tired, then rest. It is fine. A sinner like me has no right. The second challenge begins. The Dadun accompanying you will assist. The mission is to find mistletoe parasitizing an oak tree to craft a staff. Begin immediately. The deadline is until sunrise. The oath announcement board appeared. Both factions accept the result of the challenge and will not attack each other for 60 days. This oath was established before the challenge announcement. Actually, such a procedure does not exist, but I asked Yuso Cat to mediate. If he interferes in the challenge, it will become extremely troublesome. Nazik is different from the neutral Darun. He stands on Vataza's side. Even though Nhun has grown much stronger, Dong Nazik is still at the sage level. Even with a non-attack clause, the gap in power is still enormous. This is bad. The spirits are not responding. Just as expected, they are all standing on Nazik's side. It seems this will not be easy at all. While everyone was discussing, Alyssa suddenly shouted, "I found mistletoe." But Jin glanced over and said, "No, this is just an elm tree. This really is a difficult gamble. Mistletoe rarely parasitizes oak trees. In this vast forest, finding an oak is already difficult, let alone an oak with mistletoe. Even with forest spirits helping, it would still be hard to find. But all of them stand with Dong Nazik." Lunia suggested, "How about we take mistletoe and stick it into another oak tree? I am very confident in chopping trees. But doing that would ruin the ritual's meaning. I will end the challenge. Everyone take out the staffs prepared earlier." Kozilok was startled hearing that. A moment later, Donald Zick said, "I prepared a staff that is both big and sturdy." Hun was surprised. "Why is your staff bigger and sturdier? Shut up, you bastard. It does not matter." Alyssa attached the mistletoe seed to the oak seed she found. Then Nhun used magic to make it grow rapidly. Normally, it would quickly die, but combining it with something brought from the east made it succeed. You completed the second challenge quite well. All of you passed. Now I will announce the final challenge. In the northern forest, there is a rowan tree with red berries. Your task is to bring them back. Kozilok glanced over and said, "I guess this will definitely not be simple." And indeed it was. Soon after, a sky-touching giant appeared and introduced himself. "My name is Savan. Whoever wants the berries must prove they are worthy." This giant belongs to the same race as the Titan who guards the sun, Fa Lindat, and the hero, Legend to Hand. Donald Zick looked and could not help exclaiming, "A truly gigantic giant. Terrifying. Defeating him will not be easy. Do not even think about fighting, Lunia. Win or lose, we will not get Ko Lao Zolat." That is right, they cannot force us to fight a giant like that. The previous two challenges were not like that either, perhaps. He said, "I will test your intelligence. When I present a riddle, you must solve it." Mythical creatures love riddles very much. Did you not know? Not exactly. Hearing that, Dong Nazik immediately became excited. "Excellent. The Titan likes riddles. I will solve them." The Titans in the sky love precious treasures and riddles. Because the world is easily destroyed, they rarely play. Kozilok nodded. "All right, I agree." "Very well, I will explain the rules clearly. Whichever side answers 5 questions first wins. To be fair, each side may only have 2 participants. The done familiar with riddles will be excluded." "Ha ha, if the Titan likes riddles, then our side definitely has the advantage." Lunia and Alyssa were somewhat dissatisfied. "Do I look like someone good at riddles?" "Well, I solved a few in books before. Perhaps Alyssa and I are enough." "Everything is ready. Then let us begin." Savan gave the first question. "In the morning it grows long, at noon it becomes short. In the afternoon it grows longer again, and at night it disappears." Kozilok thought for a moment. Morning long, noon short, afternoon long again, night disappears. Just think a little more and it becomes clear. The answer is... But before she could speak, Dong Nazik had already raised his hand and seized Jin's chance. "The answer is the shadow." Two of them looked at him suspiciously. Was it just coincidence? Because he is usually so overwhelming. I forgot this trait of So-Ke. The second question, there is something that cannot be seen. No strength can defeat it. It always approaches, but once it passes, it stops forever. He answered immediately. That is time. The third riddle was presented. Sometimes it brings joy, other times it is comedy, and sometimes it becomes tragedy. It is a play where every living being is the main character, life. A stage both sad and joyful, to live or to die. That is the question. This was definitely not coincidence. It felt like thousands, tens of thousands of eyes were watching at once. He sneered arrogantly, "Heh heh. Solving riddles is quite something, but it is easy." Unwilling to lose, Kozilok turned to her teammate. "Hey, Alyssa, try it. You read a lot of strange magazines." "What strange magazines?" "I only read things any girl would read." This is the fourth question. To me, it is something extremely beautiful, but others cannot understand it. For some people, it is an act of violence, but for others, it feels like an escape. This question was truly difficult. Could my imagination really be this? Hearing that Alyssa spoke up, this may I try to answer. After hearing that, Savan nodded. "All right, go ahead and try." She intertwined her fingers and awkwardly spoke the answer. "To me, it is something very beautiful, but others cannot understand. But for some people, it is violence, while for others, it resembles an escape. The answer is adultery." Kozilok turned pale the moment he heard it. The others also widened their eyes in shock at that answer. It can be seen that way. Interesting. Your answer will still be considered correct. No, please count it as wrong. I was mistaken. That is not what I meant. Alyssa, what were you thinking? No, that is not it. Truly not. Hey, do not avoid my gaze. Let me explain. Even though the flow of thought was disrupted, could it really be just the coincidence of a cautious person? Ticket answered 2 questions correctly in a row, and the riddle match ended with our defeat. Heh heh heh. Wonderful. I did well. Right. We lost completely. What should we do now? Did we truly fail? Think the challenge has not ended yet. Perhaps we simply have not obtained a necessary material. If that is the case, then there is still hope. To run, never give up just because of a single defeat. Perhaps the enemy is somewhere around here. If you sense anything strange, then use magic. There are no spirits around, not even a human shadow. Thinking about it, there are no monsters either. On the way here, we still encountered some from time to time. No spirits and no monsters. This is the demonic realm of the eerie forest, the place also known as the Mountains of Monsters. If both species disappeared from this forest, then there are only two possibilities. Either someone exterminated them all, or everything fled to avoid an overwhelming presence. Sickett walked a bit further, then grew suspicious. Could it be that we have gone too deep inside? That man turned around for a moment. At the same time, the old man seemed to have guessed something. He immediately slammed his staff onto the ground and chanted, Alabu Mentata. A strange green light appeared before their eyes. A structure resembling a castle gradually appeared before Kozilek's group. Realizing the danger, Jean immediately warned, everyone move away at once. Targeting system from there locked onto them. NHUN still stood frozen, not understanding what was happening. Kozilek hurriedly pulled her into his arms to shield her from the attack. That thing was a humanoid monster. Why would such a creature exist here? Fall back quickly, thank you very much. Sickett immediately summoned purple pythons from his hands to counterattack. The strike had no effect. A single slash from him crushed them. Even Lunia could not hide her astonishment at that sight. The one who would later become famous across the world. The demon sword of the Aden school. Beyond the borders of Aden lies a land called the demonic realm, where ferocious beasts and demonic creatures coexist in a strange balance. But the one who shattered that balance was merely an old man holding a sword. That demonic creature, that sword belongs to me. They are not called demon men, because their origin comes from beasts. But sometimes, demonic creatures with human forms are still born. No one knows whether to exist or to destroy. When he saw the sword-wielding demon creature, the Sword Emperor burst into laughter. A demonic creature learning swordsmanship. A strange master and disciple relationship began. Only the master knew it. That relationship lasted until the 8th day. Dixon gave that demonic creature a name. He called it Demon Sword. So Ket showed annoyance. What kind of name is that? Demon Sword now raised both swords as if preparing to attack. At present only, I and that mad old man know this name. In the future it will echo across the world, becoming the strongest swordsman in the legend of Ahan. Yet a demonic creature standing on the side of Vataza. Even so, its attack on Dong Nazik and Sickett proves that at the moment it has not completely joined that side. That can be considered fortunate, but it still cannot make anyone feel at ease. How can we possibly stop that thing? Next it will probably be our turn. Lunia was the one who stepped forward to face it directly. She immediately unleashed a powerful chain of strikes aimed at the demon sword. She could not overwhelm it. She had to retreat to maintain distance. After stabilizing her breathing, she looked at him and asked seriously, "Where did you learn that sword technique?" Demon Sword gave no reply. Instead, he immediately dashed behind her to launch an attack. Lunia barely dodged to the side and escaped death by a hair. She did not know that he could change the trajectory. HMPH, truly arrogant. Not only his hands, but even his legs turned into sharp blades, as if he were swinging countless swords at once. She used only a single sword to control the distance. Lunia's eyes flashed, ultimate technique, mind sight. Two sides rushed into each other in a tense battle. The factor that would decide victory or defeat was Lunia's decisive half-body advance. That was her combat experience. Lunia smiled confidently. It ends now. Immediately, Jin and Alyssa rushed forward together and unleashed their ultimate techniques. Two-faced fragrant slash, brave blood kill. But the demon sword's speed was too fast. The two of them still could not reach him. Avoided it, barrier creation technique. But I will not let you escape. The three of them pressed the demon sword from 3 directions. Suddenly, Jin noticed that the demon sword showed a strange expression. His smile seemed to reveal that he had already seen through their strategy. He spun his sword into a circle. Shadow Soul Slash, peerless capture. The power of the demon sword now even overwhelmed all 3 of them. Within this range, even moving became difficult to breathe. Not yet perfected, but the number of slashes reached 8. That ultimate technique erupted. Even with all their strength, they only blocked 5 slashes. Final 3 slashes unfortunately aimed directly at Lunia. Even though Lunia noticed the change in the domain, she was still half a beat slower than her opponent. If this situation continues, Lunia will certainly fall into danger. At that very moment, she tightened her grip on the sword hilt and swung, creating flashes of blue lightning. That was the ultimate defensive technique that only swordsmen who reached the Supreme Realm could comprehend. Lunia's entire body now emitted a powerful aura, her movements swift and flexible. Before the demon sword could adapt, he was already slashed by Lunia in a straight line. a den-style single sword, domain slash. Instantly blood burst from his shoulder like rain. Avoided the fatal point. This man is extremely dangerous. We must end him here immediately. I think so as well. The demon sword has not yet reached the realm I once knew. But the final ultimate technique he will reach is the slash that cuts everything. Thousand hands peerless. Therefore he must be eliminated here. As the demon sword prepared to re-establish his stance, Nozick suddenly appeared and provoked him. Immediately turned and slashed at Dong Nozick, splitting the body in two. The pieces of the body scattered everywhere. Even black slime filled with eyes splattered across the ground. In an instant, they transformed into many pythons rushing to attack him. Demon sword had just prepared to move. When green vines bound him tightly, they were the king's subordinates. Only then did he realize that he had fallen into the trap set by Nozick and that old man. Situation that even the demon sword found terrifying. With no other choice, the demon sword was forced to retreat. Creatures that were nearly immortal. The tree king Don So-kai and the lawmaker Dong Nozick. Kozilek's group, they were monsters that they were forced to face. After the battle, everyone returned to the resting room to recover. Sorry, I could not help at all. Do not worry, that could not be avoided. Besides, I was not seriously injured. That demon creature used the swordsmanship of a den. Alyssa asked her sister, could it have read swordsmanship books? Do not say ridiculous things. It is a demon creature. If it truly could, then it could only be because it went through hundreds, thousands of battles. And the one who did that could only be one person. Just as they were speaking, a burly man burst into loud laughter. Ha ha. So my granddaughter noticed it too. Grandfather, that old man is the sword Emperor Gaijin A Den that everyone often talks about. Lunia frowned at him. You crazy old man, what did you do? Teaching swordsmanship to a demon creature. He explained it was merely amusement in old age. But to be more precise, I did not teach it, I only let it see. With a single step, he opened a domain for the two sisters to witness. He did not enter the sword domain of humans, but the sword domain of demon creatures. Does it not seem interesting? Those words made Lunia even more furious. The old man has truly gone mad. Perhaps we are about to witness the next realm of swordsmanship. You truly are a shameless old man. Immediately after, Alyssa seriously spoke to her grandfather. Grandfather, I do not want to be weak anymore. Please teach me swordsmanship. Hearing that, he burst into laughter. Ho ho, very well. I will teach you the ability to be enchanted by the blade. From that moment, the awakening of the sword frenzy began. Kozilek asked the old man, even though we did not bring back the Ma-Ra mock fruit, can we still participate in the final challenge? It is fine, but since you do not have the fruit, final challenge will lean in favor of Soket and Dong Nozick. They do not show favoritism just because they are to run. We lost only because the demon sword suddenly appeared. At least give us some advantage. I will announce the final challenge. Everyone immediately listened attentively to the next task. Nurture the magic staff you created. When it reaches the sky, face the giant who guards the sun. From now until the solar eclipse, only 3 weeks remain. Before that time, they must make the staff grow high enough to touch the sky. For Alyssa, those who shared the same aspiration carried the deadly enchantment of swordsmanship. Therefore, she understood the talent and the demonic nature of the demon sword. That made her feel afraid. Moreover, his power far surpassed hers. During training, Alyssa constantly thought about the demon sword. Gaijin Aiden said to her, your basic technique is still far too poor. Granddaughter, I did not expect you to ask me to teach swordsmanship on your own. That disciple is truly worth training, disciple. You mean that demon creature? Why not kill him? That cannot be done. He is a genius who can reach the realm of heavenly sword. Heavenly sword. This is the first time I have heard of it. Of course, because that realm was created by me. Hearing his casual words, Alyssa felt somewhat annoyed. Immediately after, she gathered strength in her legs, then leapt and swung her sword. Stop teasing me. Gaijin also drew his sword and said, one who reaches this realm will be able to cut the sky and slash the world. I truly want to see such a swordsman. Alyssa's strength was already great, but her combat skill was still insufficient, so the strike missed. Truly a senile old man. Hearing that, he laughed loudly. Ha ha. Now you look exactly like your sister. The scene shifted to the kingdom of Jaya, the southern fortress. Meiji turned to ask her mother, Mother, may I go now? Her mother asked back, what is the matter? Only 4 days remain before the spring festival ends. Kozilek left a sign. He said to meet before the solar eclipse on February 8th. Even riding Quiven would still make it in time, but I still feel worried. Hearing that, the father opened the door and shouted loudly, no, where do you think you are going, Meiji? A holiday is for family to stay together. A family can be built there. Immediately, the wife covered her husband's mouth, leaving him speechless. Dear, our Meiji has reached the age to think about men. Hurry and give Duguk a younger sibling. The scene made Meiji wish she could disappear into the ground and quickly leave. Come on, let me borrow it for a bit. Come on, Duguk, we will go find father. Could this be the intuition of a high-class vampire? Ejunalov instinctively sensed that, besides Koza, another rival had appeared. The scene shifted to the first Holy Land Jejun, the Grand Cathedral. The professor entered with Hakwa Giant, Saintess, I am Hawkwa Giant, a novice nun. Is that so? Come in. Before them stood the beautiful pink-haired saintess. Her name was Esotli Hadad Isat. The girl's gaze darkened for a moment. Then she hugged Hawkwa Giant tightly. Thank goodness you are here. Responding to the pink-haired saintess, she only said coldly, how troublesome. I heard you encountered great trouble at the festival. Were you injured? Of course not, but the excessive enthusiasm made Hawkwa Giant uncomfortable, so she avoided eye contact. Quickly removed the seal for me. Why? It is like this. I feel suffocated. Please help me. Hearing the strange tone, Esotli realized, that is right, Lila. Giant looked directly at the saintess and said, Saintess, I also understand your feelings. We need your power. Why? I want to become his rightful wife. Hearing that, she remained silent without speaking. Then she began performing the ritual to remove the seal according to Kwa Giant's request. When everything became quiet again, she asked, is the seal completely removed? At present, only the first layer has been opened. All right, I will go immediately. Professor Josephine reminded her. From here to the eastern border is 24,000 kilometers. Ride Quiven to go. Kwa Giant responded decisively that she was faster than that. Moreover, we absolutely cannot let her arrive first. I will reach there in only 2 days. After saying that, she immediately jumped through the window, making the professor panic and shout, Kwa Giant, you cannot do that. The trip should take 3 weeks. Why jump out of the window? Meanwhile, St. Lee revealed a meaningful smile. Truly interesting, is it not? Lunilov of the vampire clan, Tiger Sword Lunia, and Alyssa, you have confronted both of them before. From the battle with the Iron Mountain King, to the transformation of Kwa Giant, from an innocent girl to someone full of determination. All of them were swept into a chain of unpredictable events, and you Zylok are Jr. 3 days later, Kozilok complained. Sword Emperor, that old man truly does not know restraint. At that moment, he was bandaging Alyssa. We have not even climbed the tree yet, and you are already about to bleed out. I am going to die. Come on, dying is still far away. But perhaps I can still climb up there. Right before them stood a tree more than 10 meters tall. Think that will not be easy, Kozilok reassured. Do not worry, everything will work out. He is always that optimistic. Looking at Jin from this angle, she realized that from stopping the giant boar from escaping to confronting Professor Mark and the indestructible Diamond Demon Man, he always carried an unyielding will before challenges that seemed impossible. She asked Jin, what do you ultimately want to achieve? Who knows? Working late like this is truly exhausting. Suddenly Dong Nazik appeared and approached. Jin locked the spear of the queen. I want to speak with you at least once. Sensing a hidden intent, Alyssa immediately stood up vigilantly. Jin asked him, what is it? He asked why humans oppose the descent of heaven. Jin calmly replied, because many people would die. You also understand that, as a Darun who always placed nature above all else, why stand on that side? That is very clear. The only conclusion I have drawn after hundreds of years of existence. Protect nature, humanity must be eliminated. Hearing that, Alyssa's expression darkened, eyes dry and cold like grass, containing enormous malice toward the world. Look carefully, Alyssa. What I want to do is to eliminate people like that. Ha ha ha, coming all the way here to obstruct us. It seems you are very serious, but soon you will fail. Look over there. See it, the growth speed is clearly different. I have lived with nature for hundreds of years. This gap cannot be compensated by any magic on the continent. It is the law of nature. But for Jin, after once posting on the forum about throwing a golden Mander Zago into a pit, many people believed that was the correct method and used it to increase their stats. But for me, who was already tired of the usual way of playing, even such a rare item I still took out to experiment. Perhaps I am the only one who ever used Golden Mander Zago to test the tree cultivation system. Because of that, the rue tree Alyssa brought back in the first mission became a giant tree. Just a few drops of the experimental liquid produced such a huge effect. Even someone who lived with nature for 100 years might never witness it. Golden substance in this bottle was created by me. A rare secret piece, Golden Mander Zago fertilizer. While pouring the liquid, Jin spoke. Hey Dejun, for beginners like us we call them newbie. I do not know how many years you have lived, but live a few more times, and you will understand there is always something new to learn. Watch this, I will show you my magic. Alyssa stared with her mouth open at the sight. The golden light from the tree became brighter and brighter. I did not expect the effect to be this strong. Wonderful, the growth speed has tripled. After observing, he showed astonishment. I do not know what method you used, but you nurtured them very well. Now you will ascend to the sky. But as the sage Fa Lindat, I have one final piece of advice. To obtain Ko Lao Solat, grasp the moment when the power of the sun weakens. I offer my final greeting. From now on, everything depends on you. Stop them, young hero. After those words, determination appeared clearly on his face. Alyssa said, Jin, I will call my sister. Are you planning to go immediately? No. Climbing cannot be finished in 1 or 2 days. I need to prepare food, clothes, and many other things. Once everything is ready, I will depart after 1 week. The final battle for the legendary treasure, Ko Lao Solat, will take place in the sky. The time is 1 week from now. Prepare yourself, nausea, because the strongest lineup I can gather will appear. In the blink of an eye 1 week passed, yet no one appeared. Strange, what are they doing? Why has no one arrived? As they walked, they realized they were near a barrier. This is. Scene shifted to Qua Giant and Meiji. When they were first brought here, the scene was not like this. Massive source of energy, the mana and aura levels are terrifying. What exactly did they see inside the illusion? That is right, they have been like this for many days. If it continues, the secret realm will become dangerous. I will enter the illusion and pull them out. Should we help? We'll create a clone to bring both girls out. Had a child before graduating from the academy, did they not? Inside the illusion, an event was taking place in the church. Oh my, they are really in a hurry. Meiji walked around the illusion, wondering why the children looked exactly like their father. I understand now. This is a wedding ceremony. When the groom was announced, Meiji looked toward them. How he looks truly impressive. Yes, he looks very majestic, so handsome. While staring at the groom, Meiji did not notice the announcement of the bride entering. What the bride? That person is the bride. Impossible. Bride was Qua Giant. Everyone around kept praising her. She is so beautiful and elegant. It did not stop there. That face even turned into land. She saw them holding hands. Meiji's spirit nearly collapsed in despair. This is not right, Jin. 1 year passed, that child looked exactly like Jin. That child should have been mine. Jin carefully prepared for the wedding day, but he was still wearing that old suit. I could give him something better. Food, clothes, houses, territory, minerals, treasures. I could give him everything. He would not need to do anything for the rest of his life, as long as he smiled and welcomed me home. Then on, now I understand. I cannot accept this defeat. No, I will never accept it. Before long, Jin will grow old. He is only a creature that lives less than 100 years. While I am an immortal ancient vampire, I will turn Jin into a vampire and bind him to me. Whether as father and child or master and servant, it does not matter. He will belong entirely to me. I can grant him those 100 years. After that, he will belong to me. Every trace that woman once left will gradually fade, wear away, and disappear. I will surely bring him happiness. Qua Giant's illusion side things were not much different. She personally witnessed Jin marrying Meiji. For me, this is the first time I have tasted defeat. Offering my heart or taking the hand of another man. She was forced to watch the man she loved living happily. That made Lan feel a trace of jealousy rising in her heart. A giant appeared and asked, "What are you doing just watching? What are you planning to do?" I do not know. Suffering was never part of my plan. My dear, my lover, my husband, my love. All the names I could call him. I only wanted to love, normally date, normally have a family and children. And why can you not do that? I will help you achieve whatever you desire. True to her words, Qua Giant walked straight into Jin's room. Long time no see, are you well? Hurry and find a way to run. Before he could understand what was happening, she restrained him and pushed him onto the bed with shameless intent. Why did things turn out like this? It is all your fault, Jin, entirely yours. Because you looked toward someone else instead of me. It is all. Before finishing her words, she bit fiercely into his neck. Qua Giant also appeared with anger. Jin, this is your fault. I gave you all my first times, so your first time must also belong to me. A man and a woman stayed together the whole night. They held each other's hands tightly, and of course that would lead to a baby. I have one. Meanwhile, in reality, while both were still trapped in the illusion, the old man's voice sounded, waking them. Wake up quickly. I am User, the guardian of Fa Lindat. He spoke while coughing lightly. If you are searching for Jinlock, then you are too late. They began the journey to the sky 3 days ago. We arrived too late. But how did you know we were searching for Jin? That question made him freeze. The great Darun sage had already predicted this day. He turned away and lied. I am a Darun sage, I know many things. Turning to Jin's group, they had climbed very high and could clearly feel the cold air. Kozilok, there is nothing here. Just endure a little longer, we are almost there. According to the storyline, the forces of Vataza already possessed all 4 great treasures. In the original scenario, players could reach Goziat and Musiat. Of course, all achievements had already been taken, calling the documents in the game that I once ignored. Before the shield technique of Musiat Anderzai lay deep in the darkness. In reality, it lies inside a pit filled with coiled snakes. So if the words of the Du runabout Ko Lao So Lat reaching the sky and seizing the sun are correct. Immediately after they encountered a strange disturbance. Kozilok, the clouds are rushing downward. They are about to collide. It is not the clouds descending, but the oak tree still continuing to grow. Growth speed of the tree became faster and faster. When it reached a certain height, Jin looked into the distance. Before them stood a gigantic castle. Its walls rose 50 meters high and were extremely well maintained. It is rather small. NHUN believes that with that size, this is not the fortress of the faceless sky giants. Perhaps it only belongs to an ordinary titan. But Yuso Cat said there is a giant guarding the sun. No matter who guards it, we cannot pass through the main gate. Madamada fruit is the key to enter. Hearing that, Kozilok decided, then we will knock on the door and see what happens. Took a deep breath, then shouted with all his strength, "Come out here." The iron gate immediately opened. The wooden door inside slowly creaked open as well. From here, everything depends on improvisation. The next sight sent a chill down Alyssa's spine. Who are you humans? You are humanity. All of them are high-level titans, Kozilek. Are you planning to fight them? One titan spoke, speak human. You have the key. We do not have it. Do not have it, then you will become human soup. As the titan prepared to bring his gigantic hand toward Kozilek, raised his hand and shouted loudly, stop. We are the vanguard heroes recognized by Lord Yahello. Soon our master will bring the ma-ra-mock fruit here. The titan asked again, then who is your master? My master is the great hero Sunke, the one recognized by Titan Sabin. Jin thought to himself that he only needed to pretend to be the owner. One lie followed another. Sage Fa Lin Dat also acknowledged it, and even sent a Run as a representative. Sabin and Fa Lin Dat both recognized it. Nhun trembled, that. Just try it. No other choice. Nhun had to follow Jin's words. She used magic to summon the green creature named Quickerman. If one understands the red ma-da-mock and knows how to control quick command, then acting as the representative of Usher Cut makes sense. But the problem is the key, Kozilek said. I understand now. Without the red ma-da fruit, we cannot carry the sunlight. The Titan heard that and said, your hero only wished to inform us in advance to show respect to the great Titan. That makes sense. Very well, servants have done so, Kai. I will treat you as guests, but the sun. Of course, you are absolutely right. After succeeding, Jin looked pleased. See, was it not simple? Yes, so the plan ends here. No, from now on is the important part. We will clean this place out. Be safe. I left Lunia and Nhun waiting outside, while we head straight into the Titan treasury. It may sound embarrassing, but in the previous round, stealing had almost become a habit, because players had the all-powerful inventory cheat. So whenever entering any area, the first thing was always searching for treasure. Kozilek, this is your first time at a Titan castle, so how do you know where the treasure is? Treasures everywhere share something in common. The important thing is finding the sun sword. Wait, the base of the wall is hollowed out, yet there are no guards. Olao Solat must absorb sunlight during the day, so only during a solar eclipse when its power weakens can it be taken. Then waiting until night to take it would be easier. Who knows? Can we really find sunlight in a place like this? I thought no one was guarding it. Cannot take the sunlight without touching other things. So the lack of guards is understandable. Is there a chicken here? But for Titans, that one is too small. Suddenly Jin sensed someone approaching and shouted, someone is coming, hide quickly. What hide where? Titan approached their place and laughed creepily. Oh, here is my little darling. My good little one. Come on, come here. Meanwhile, Jin and Alyssa were hiding among the piles of gold watching. Please just pass by and do not discover us. The chicken turned toward the place where they were hiding, then showed a puzzled expression. Right after that, it laid a shining golden egg. Kozilek watched that scene in shock. Is that not a golden goose? Do not tell me this pile of gold came from that thing laying eggs. That sounds crude. Ah, such a cute little one. Come here and stay with father. Well, that is that. It has already been taken away. If we could catch just one, then our lives would be luxurious forever. Get a grip. Our target is the sun, not gold and silver. Oh my, we almost got into big trouble. Suddenly, the vision from earlier flashed through her mind again. Mother-in-law, right now my sister is not here. The memory of that night suddenly returned. She decided to ask Jin directly. Sister Jin, what do you think about that matter? Yunia, yes, she is a very good person. I have a good impression of her. Talented, friendly, and beautiful. Men are naturally attracted. Alyssa fell silent for a moment before asking again, is that truly so? No matter what, we must find it. In 2 days, there will be a solar eclipse, and it will last only 2 hours. If we miss that moment, Sokai will receive the sun through the official path. But listen, Jin, something feels rather strange. Step back a little. Place that absorbs sunlight during the day, but cannot be approached at night. Suddenly he realized, could it be? Place whose power will certainly weaken on the day of a solar eclipse. And tonight is a half-moon night. The sun Kolao Solat is actually disguised as the moon and floating above the floating island. After understanding the clue, he and Alyssa immediately returned to inform everyone. During the day, it is the sun, and at night it disguises itself as the moon hanging above the floating island. Perhaps it is not as distant as the real sun, but stabilized by the barrier of the floating island. But it certainly cannot be reached by simply stretching out a hand. Then how can we approach it? Who knows, with our current ability, it is almost impossible. But there are still 2 days before the eclipse, so we must quietly find a way. However, our plan is being tested by reality within these short 2 days. Because finding a path that reaches the sky is not simple. Soon Dun Sokai and Dong No Ditch will also arrive. In the end, arriving 2 days earlier gives us no advantage. Except for that foolish fellow, the rest can be eaten. Calm down, they may not be as we imagine. But by their standards, the patience has already lasted long enough. Giants of Sokai Sita Dio. The sky giant lineage carved with the command not to attack Dejun. They only hand over the sun to the one carrying the red ma-ra-mock fruit. The Titans discussed among themselves. After handing over the sun, we will be free. Once the mission ends, we will climb down the tree trunk and hunt humans. Oh right, Nupsy Cat also said he prepared gifts. It seems he even brought copper snakes and horns. All that conversation reached Jin's ears as he secretly listened. However, arriving early was not entirely useless. The moment of the solar eclipse is also approaching. Dun So-kai revealed a confident smile. Sabin is not here, so this place is somewhat cramped for giants, but my heart is beating strongly. Come, let us retrieve the sun's sword. Just as the door opened slightly, a shout came from inside. Stop, seize them. This was clearly something he never expected. What is this, Quickerman? Inside, Jin, with strange makeup, was holding the chicken in excitement. Oh, great master, you have finally arrived. Master, I have completed the mission you gave me. He asked in confusion. Hey, my friend, what is happening here? The Titans angrily rushed forward, pulling weapons. You filthy thieves, daring to take our treasure. Kill them all. Great Dun So-kai, mighty hero. By your command, I stole all the treasure of these stupid giants. When did that happen? Immediately after he gave the order. Come on, destroy these fools together. Only then did they realize they had been deceived. The giant rushed forward in fury. Kill them all, eat them completely. They madly destroyed everything and attacked all of Dun So-kai's people. Some were even captured alive and eaten by the giants on the spot. Seeing everything unfold according to plan, he declared, no one can stop me, whether Dun So-kai or Ba Tha Ra. If I cannot obtain Ko Lao Zo Lat, then I will destroy it into ashes. Haha, let them slaughter each other. If they all die, that is even better. Lunia looked at his actions and asked, do you feel no shame? Kozilek shook his head. Not at all. That is the duty of a great rogue. What is a great rogue? Well, something like that, sister. How embarrassing. Yet I must accept even this side of my fiancé. Just thinking about it feels depressing. But what if Dun So-kai defeats all the giants and obtains the sun? No problem. Once we descend to the ground, I will cut down every oak tree. Hun cried out, too cruel. It can only be called a devil. History has always been written by the victors. Of course, obtaining the Solat flag is best. But if I descend first and cut down all the oak trees, then the king's 2 lackeys will be trapped forever on the floating island. Everything is within my calculations. Wait a moment, what is that? Suddenly, the entire group was transported into a familiar domain, a place where beasts thirst for the song of cold steel, a place where hot blood collides and life and death are decided. A cold gaze shot straight toward them. It was the demon sword. Kozilek group had no choice but to face him. Lunia raised her sword. Let me open the battle first. Immediately, she activated the protective aura technique to defend herself. Does he look down on us? He dares confront a domain user. In the future, he would become the king's retainer, the strongest swordsman of legend. But right now, he was only a monster. That had absolutely nothing to do with the destruction of the world. So in this battle, we cannot rely on. Before he could finish speaking, he was dragged into another space, his entire body freezing stiff. Seizing the chance, the demon sword unleashed the ultimate skill, Peerless 8 Hands. The slash left Jin severely wounded in agony. Without stopping, he followed with another strike that gave him no chance to react. Alyssa turned back and saw Jin falling into danger. When she tried to rush forward to help, he shouted loudly and made her stop. Do not come here. Even with his entire body covered in wounds, he still tried to warn her. When fighting, always look straight ahead. The demon sword was now approaching. Lunia drew her sword, preparing to fight. Move aside. When the domain ends, the next step will begin. He'll move half a step slower than the domain, yet he still dares to look down on me. The pseudo-domain sword technique of the Lunia Aiden school. Outside the domain, Lunia's strength even surpassed Kozilek and Alyssa combined. Even the demon sword would struggle against Lunia outside the domain. But the pseudo-technique once again, still weaker than a true strike. Entering the domain once was already the limit. Yet he managed to do it twice in succession. At this moment, he unleashed the ultimate skill, Peerless 8 Hands again. This time his target was the domain user instead of me. When the domain ends, I will use that half step to ensure the demon sword is cut down, but a younger sister can block at most 3 of his sword paths. When this domain closes, understanding clearly what to do next, she immediately acted. Then the image appeared of a blade swinging through and blood spraying out. Alyssa was the one who saw that moment most clearly. Her pupils shrank as she shouted, "Sister." At the critical moment, Lunia risked her life to rush out and take the blow for her younger sister. She poured all her remaining strength into attempting a counterattack. Lunia spun the sword in her hand once. Both swung their swords at the same time, each leaving a deep wound on the other. Demon's sword howled in intense pain. It tried to rush forward toward Dylan, but Alyssa immediately swung her sword and forced it back. Alyssa ran over, calling to her sister, but Lunia coldly shook off her hand. Let go. Once your body has entered battle, do not look back. Foolish girl, my little sister. After saying that, Lunia collapsed unconscious from exhaustion. It was unclear whether she was alive or dead. The sight nearly drove Alyssa to despair. How could I possibly fight against him? At that critical moment, Tickerman appeared to block the enemy. Nhun hurriedly reminded her, Alyssa, run now. Even without a sacrifice, Tickerman still continuously used his power for the second time. The giant arm prepared to crush the demon's sword. He immediately swung his sword fiercely, and wounded Tickerman's arm. That counterattack also severely affected NHUN. Alyssa could only watch as each person collapsed one by one. From her classmate NHUN, her sister Leunia, and even the one she secretly loved, Jinlock. In Alyssa's mind there was nothing left but fear. But she could not run away. Ajin and NHUN moved toward Leunia to support each other, while Alyssa alone blocked the demon sword. Kozilok, are you all right? I can still endure. Take Leunia away first. Give me some time to recover. But in this condition, it is very difficult to overcome the danger. Both my strength and speed have dropped greatly. Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. Greetings. You look badly injured. He laughed softly. You no longer have time to worry about those others. Those words were like salt in a wound. He recklessly rushed toward him. NHUN saw this and shouted, Kozilok. The two now faced each other in midair. Brat who killed Mark, let me see what ability you have, bastard. He stretched out his hand. The backup system activated and began analyzing the sword patterns. The spear immediately flew toward Jin. Once the weapon was in his hand, he unleashed the Skill Heaven Reversal Serpentless Spear Barrage and cut off all the serpent heads. After finishing, he stabbed the spear into the tree trunk to keep his body from falling. As the situation gradually calmed, he asked him, according to the rules you cannot attack each other, correct? Sneered, that is right. But if we violate it, then our heads explode and we die, correct? Something like that. Actually, the mission or puzzle does not matter. Whoever obtains the sun sword first makes no difference. Just kill and take it. Expected that already. It sounds quite suitable for me. While he was careless, he did not notice the blood spears rushing toward him. It was Meiji and Qua-Giant arriving as reinforcements. Kozilok, are you all right? What is this? Oh, so they are your companions. They look quite terrifying. When he tried to attack the two of them, Kozilok immediately delivered a powerful kick to his body. He shouted loudly, do not worry about me, go up first. He chuckled, trying to save your companions. But I am curious. A spear queen like you should understand clearly. My master is willing to grant you a divine position at any time. So why do you oppose us? Mark Domno Ditch and Ba Tha Ra, all of you are wrong. What pride is there in being a god in a ruined world? The reason I defeated you is simple. To defeat evil and save the world. East King Dun So Kai, I want to see my victory with my own eyes. Returning to the moment when Gajan Aiden first encountered the demon's sword. Saw Gajan standing on a distant mountain peak. He declared that sword belongs to me. To them, the actions of that old monster were difficult to accept. This only made them even more suspicious. Why did he teach him swordsmanship? Did he know that I not only inherited the sword, but also the feeling he once carried when facing an enemy? Swordsmanship, stamina, and even the boredom of surpassing everything. That was what made me realize. Even though I possess immense power, I still cannot reach the level of that old monster. Therefore, the demon's sword still had more than enough strength to keep fighting. Meanwhile, Alyssa stubbornly defended against each of his strikes. She wondered, after so many days climbing trees to reach the sky, how did I fall into this situation? After calming herself, Alyssa stepped out of the smoke. Do you think I do not dare to kill? Demon's sword refused to accept this situation and immediately rushed forward with two swords. This truly was a strange feeling. In his eyes, I was the predator. The opponent was merely prey that could collapse at any moment. But why does it not break? Why is it not cut apart? Why is she still? Smiling as if nothing had happened, she raised her sword high and unleashed the skilled primordial light swift slash. The blade cut straight down along the demon's sword's body. Just a little slower. Still have plenty of strength. I am not slow. That prey has become faster. Aiden Sec Twin Dragon Descending Sword Art. Single sword form domain cleaving sword. Even after being struck by Alyssa several times, he still counterattacked with the ultimate skill Peerless 8 slashes. As the blade was about to touch Alyssa's flesh, she swiftly dodged every single slash. For the first time after using domain cleaving sword, I felt nothing. Those movements seemed to have predicted my attack. Alyssa raised her sword. Alyssa's mind enduring sword art combined with Leunia swordsmanship. A false domain cleaving sword strike descended upon the demon's sword. Only then did the demon's sword realize, now I understand why I came here. This one is the same kind as me. I am a soul possessed by swordsmanship, born only to cut down the one before me. If I can defeat him, then I will move closer to that old monster. How boring. I have grown tired of everything in this world. Everything except this one. Your existence, your life, every effort you made. All of it was prepared for me at this moment. I am certain of that. The moment only the will to cut down the opponent remains is the peak I have reached. Ultimate realm of the sword path. Aiden Sect Sword Art. Form Sword Soul Heavenly Sword. Ultimate skill Peerless Heaven Cleave. Single slash now was like 1,000 blades piercing at once. As he had just finished taking a breath, Alyssa had already appeared behind him with explosive momentum. The surrounding titans all suddenly rose. Demon's Sword thought to himself, beyond the will to cut down does an even higher realm exist. Alyssa remembered what her companions once said. Once you step into battle, never look back. And holding a sword, always face forward. The more she thought, the more she felt regret and anger. Advance Aiden's Sword Art Alyssa form. This was a realm difficult for humans to reach. A lifetime may only meet the sword soul once. One more step would create a miracle. After using infinite sword domain break, all the surrounding titans collapse. Even the demon sword, his body was split into two. For Alyssa, she learned the sword for this very moment, to step into the next realm. Turning to Jin's side, the ground trembled violently as massive rocks continuously fell. Kozilek observed and realized that even climbing up alone was extremely difficult. To prevent everything from going out of control, he repeatedly calmed himself. Stay calm. Down below, Sicket mocked him. Hee, it seems you are struggling quite a lot. Dronzer Kai was called the Beast King not because he was a single creature. His death meant nothing. It was like a bottomless abyss covered in darkness. Inside were snakes, toads, and 3 fused dragons. His very body was a great treasure. Endless serpent legion. All the snakes within his body rushed toward Jin. Only then did he understand the problem. A weak beast soul cannot compare to me. Combined with Death Soul Orb, the strike that never misses separate soul and body and ignores all defenses. Seeing something strange about Jin's weapon, he was shocked. So you are a soul reaper. Do you think I will stop? Do you still have enough magic power? You know a lot but understand nothing. Do you not know about the only fertilizer in this world? The oak tree that reaches the sky. Its roots have absorbed an endless source of magic power. How far do you think its roots spread? The entire vast land is nourished by it. My sword domain provides endless magic power. The first spear of Queen Jinlock. But the joy did not last long. He laughed provocatively, ha ha. In this form I cannot defeat you. How long has it been? As soon as he finished speaking, his body began transforming into a gigantic form. Ever since the entire army merged into one. This was one of the final forms of Dronzer Kai. To him it was utterly terrifying. Grand Slaughter Commander Serpent King of the Bakjia clan. Dronzer Kai's final form seemed to have no end. The queen pushed me into darkness, locked me inside a narrow cauldron just as she was once imprisoned. Now the chains have vanished. Like a wolf unleashed among sheep, I will devour everything you once protected. The guardian of Queen Jinlock will even devour the final goddess Ezin. Kozilek calmly asked, are you going to keep talking about yourself? I already said this is the domain I created. He leapt high into the air. Inertial magic activated in resonance. Choose a place to lie down, fool. What, are you insane? Ever since climbing the oak tree I carved every symbol. Before that he had written characters onto the tree trunk. Now they all activated at the same time, with the same source of power. Creating a sea of infernal flames like this, do you still think you are safe? Kozilek ignored everything and continued jumping even higher. You came here to fight me. I only came to take that thing. But when he saw Jin moving toward the sun, he suddenly realized. One of the 4 sacred treasures appears only during a solar eclipse. The Sun Sword Solat Flag. No matter what, the one who obtains the power of Solat Flag will win. The one who fails will fall and die. Realizing that, he looked at him with a mysterious gaze. That is right. If you want to live, then fly away immediately. Sunke tried to leap, but the flames burned everywhere, making movement extremely difficult. Bastard. No other choice, he spread his wings wide. Then he poured out all his strength and soared upward. While flying, he shouted madly, Jinlock, Jinlock. Last, the 2 of them reached the top of the oak tree. Meiji turned back and shouted loudly, Jin. For a human, you lasted quite a long time, but now everything ends. Dronzer Kai's final form appeared for the 2nd time, named Mysterious Transcendent Dragon. But my full power strike has already activated the 3rd core. Will surely reach that legend. He risked everything and unleashed the skill First Spear Black Abyss against Dronzer Kai. The 2 attacks collided violently. His eyes suddenly widened, and he immediately returned to his original form. Did he transform to dodge the strike? Let's wait and see. After saying that, he unleashed countless long tentacles to attack. Kozilek cut them apart while muttering, damn it. Could it be that my full strength strike was useless? He asked, do you know the condition for the red Mara seed to sprout? In darkness, the condition for that seed to sprout is to absorb yin energy. More precisely, the yin energy born during a solar eclipse. From above countless strange trees, roots began appearing around the eclipse zone. Those roots even enveloped and tightly bound the eclipse zone. Countless gigantic serpents and enormous toads large enough to fill an entire mansion. That was the very moment. 3 ferocious dragons and 3 bulls filled with magic power. Leading the herd of bulls was the Black Bull, king of them all. Everything before Jin's eyes seemed exactly like a dream. Moreover, the Sun Sword, the supreme treasure, had also appeared. When the Taurus appeared, he let out a piercing roar. I did not expect to face the sun twice. What terrible luck. Just a light strike Taurus sent Jin flying straight into the house behind. His body was now covered with wounds on his forehead and limbs, but he refused to submit. and still struggled to stand up. Taurus sneered and asked, "Did you prepare all this beforehand? It seems you spent the entire day doing nothing but this. All of it is meaningless, because every flame must bow before the sun. Damn it, I cannot even buy more time." Before his eyes now remained only raging streams of firepower. Each attack seemed ready to tear apart everything ahead. He tried to lean aside to dodge. Taurus raised his great sword high, preparing to strike down, die. "You think you can run forever?" He sneered in reply. "How ridiculous. A beast holding a weapon. If that is the case, then Demon's sword was the only special exception." He laughed harshly. "A dying brat still talks big. Just die obediently." The very next moment, a spatial domain activated. The ascending angel ritual began to activate. At the same time, he unleashed the ultimate skill. Single dragon emerges. Kozilek gathered all his strength into his palm. With just a single clash, my weapon was knocked away. The two cores that stored power had already been completely drained, and now only the final move remained. Black Spear pierced even indestructible diamond. A desperate strike. Black Abyss 8 trigrams extreme fist. That blow made the entire surrounding area tremble violently. As the dust gradually settled, his arm began to tremble. Taurus's breathing remained as powerful as before. Those attacks still seemed insufficient to kill him. "It's monster, I used everything and still could not win." The giants of the Sky Fortress, creatures classified as an ancient race, once matured, will reach the strength of first-ranked demon beings or higher. And now this side must face two special-class demon beings. While fighting the monsters, Magiet urged Qua Giant to hurry. "Go help Kazin quickly." Yes, even though they cooperate quite well, it is still extremely difficult. The giants within the Sky Fortress number as many as 50. On Alyssa's side, performed a miracle by cutting down nearly half the giants with a single strike. But those were only soldiers who followed Dunsokai down here. The special class giant leaders still remained intact in the Sky Fortress. This situation, the chance for both of them to survive and leave this place, was almost impossible. In the end, they could not rely on any assistance. As for Jin, he had also exhausted all his strength. His body collapsed onto the ground unconscious. The warrior's resilient recovery ability had reached its limit. In the energy core, no trace of strength could be felt. His entire body felt heavy. His eyelids closed. Could this be death? In the haze, a figure appeared mocking Jin. "See, I told you already. The more one kills, the stronger one becomes." That person was Paxi Ho. He continued speaking. "At least I reached the final battle. What about you? Almost lost your life because of one of my subordinates. You understand now. Everything you did before was meaningless." But Jin answered with only a single sentence. "Wrong, you call yourself a professional, yet you do not understand. Perhaps because you have never witnessed it yourself. Even after becoming a vampire, I still made the people around me smile." The children gradually accepted themselves. Step by step they grew and surpassed their limits. Laughed loudly. "It hurts a lot, does it not? If so, then give up. You already did your best." As soon as he finished speaking, Jin grabbed dirt and threw it at his chest, causing the illusion of Paxi Ho to shatter. If you understood those things, you could never live so calmly. Taurus looked at Jin and wondered. He still has the ability to recover. He immediately shouted, "Return mark." But when he rushed forward, Taurus grabbed the spear. That thing again. If you want it so badly, then try to catch it." He hurled the spear toward Jin with terrifying speed. The spearhead aimed straight at his arm, forcing him to halt in pain, giving him no chance to resist. Swung the great sword down, while Jin had to block it with his bare hands. The blade burned fiercely from the heat of the flames. Before long, his palms were blistered by burns. The flames still raged violently. Even Jin's clothes were burned and torn apart. Taurus tightened his grip on the great sword. He turned his head to observe Jin's condition. Seeing that he was still moving weakly, he grabbed his hair and lifted him up. "What is this, still not dead?" Then he threw him high into the air without a trace of mercy. If everything burns until not a shred of flesh remains, then there will be no chance of revival. Even so, he still reached forward, trying to pull the spear back. "You still stubbornly cling to it, then die in the devouring flame breath." "What is this? My fire is being absorbed." "Impossible." He immediately noticed the great sword. On that weapon, a return mark from Kozilek had already been placed earlier. Was it at that moment, when he blocked with his bare hands and secretly left the mark on the sword? Snakes, toads, bulls, and now dragons as well. "After all, you are a subordinate of King Dunsokai. Then who am I?" Went mad and spewed flames even more violently. "You are nothing but a trivial being. Die." In the previous round, Taxi Ho and I reached the final battle before meeting the final race. That means the king's subordinates. And even those who wielded the 4 sacred treasures were all defeated by us. And what became of those 4 sacred treasures? That is right, I am the first master of the Queen's Spear, and the only one in this era who truly understands the power of Solat Flag. The former master of Solat Flag, Jin Lo. System notification. Sun Solat Flag absorb. Selecting user. Sun Solat Flag recognizes you as the Great Warrior. At that moment, he received the title Solar Divine Might Kozilek Agitlium and comprehended the Solar Light Agacham. When the sun appears, he will be protected. On the enemy side, he continued spewing violent dragon flames. But with the new power, Jin now seemed like a different person. His hair turned white and his eyes shone brilliantly. This is the second time I have used solar power. He could not accept that someone like him possessed such power, so he charged madly while cursing. But Jin merely turned lightly and avoided without any effort. Immediately after that, he began chanting, Kinatso Quilo. The runic marks on the surrounding stone surfaces began glowing at once. A massive ring of fire surrounded both of them. You, how dare you, that is my power. Kozilek raised his spear and commanded, so Lat Flag gather all heat and fire energy around us. Converge into the sun. Flames created by Junai magic condensed into a single point. Jin's new power exceeded Taurus's imagination. That light made his body gradually fade. In a single instant, he was blown away by that force. After everything ended, the sunlight made the scenery shine brilliantly. In the wind, the dust of the battlefield slowly dispersed. 1,000, 10,000, or even a million. It does not matter, come at me. I will not stop until the world is saved. On Kwa Giant's side, she struck down Titans while shouting angrily, You harmed my companions. While still resisting the monsters, Meiji summoned the blood magic bow Crimson Calamity. Red arrows immediately shot into the monsters from behind. Meiji quickly rushed over to support both of them. You feel it too, do you not? Something strange is happening with Jin. This is troublesome, because the number of enemies is overwhelming. As Kwa Giant suggested, do Jep and I will clear a path first. Suddenly the monsters panicked. Captain, what is that? Could it be? A beam of light from above slowly descended into the battlefield. Kozilek appeared with the divine might of the sun, his presence majestic. Their instincts forced them to bow. The power of the sun bound them in place. The Titans immediately knelt in submission when they saw Jin. Kwa Giant was still stunned, wondering if that was truly Jin. But Meiji had already rushed forward and embraced Jin despite his injuries. She asked, It is me, Meiji, under the sunlight. Does it hurt you? Are you all right? That does not matter. Why are you so badly wounded? I cannot bear it. You are injured. Yes, that is right. And Jin smiled confidently toward Kwa Giant. But the calm did not last long. Solar power within Jin suddenly vanished. His face turned pale. This is bad. Lim, right now, this very moment, run. He shouted in panic. Why did it disappear so quickly? Jin's entire group immediately shouted together. Run. After killing you, I will descend below and devour all humanity there. Damn it, there is no escape. Just when they thought the Titans would crush them, their limbs suddenly severed in an instant. Several collapsed dead immediately. Arrived a bit late, old man. A muscular man approached laughing loudly, ha ha. This old body really is slow. Climbing tall trees is not easy. But the sound of that battle just now was magnificent. The duel between the two of you. It turned out Gaz and Aiden had appeared. He said to Jin, Go, young man, leave these to me. After he held back the Titans, Kozilek said, All right, thank you, enjoy yourself. Yes, the demon's sword was still immature, but he was killed. I missed quite a spectacle. At last, a swordsman capable of matching me has appeared. And it happened in a lofty world like Mount Tai. How interesting. Sword Emperor Gaz and Aiden appeared at the perfect moment. Hey, on your way down, could you help me with something? What is it? Jin said, Without you I could hardly escape. I will surely repay this debt. Kozilek suddenly had an idea. This tree probably needs to be cut down. Thinking about nearly dying to the demon's sword he made it impossible to ignore. An ancient saying came to mind, a gentleman's revenge is never too late in 10 years. Today is the day of repayment. Trapping him on the Sky Island for a year is fair. Meiji nodded when she heard that, if Jin says so. And we will help. After saying that, the whole group immediately began acting. With only a few swift motions, a massive oak trunk was split in two. Kwa Giant suddenly felt uneasy and looked outward, and saw the oak trunk gradually collapsing. At last, the entire oak tree vanished into the void. The scene shifts toward Alyssa. After the battle with the demon's sword, she slowly woke from her faint and quietly stepped outside one step at a time. Before her stood the great oak tree. On a branch, Jin sat waiting. You are awake. Is your body all right? Even though his whole body ached, he could still move. Only his mind was in turmoil. Alyssa confessed that when she first entered the academy, she only wished for an ordinary youth, staying up late, dozing in class and thinking about what to eat at the cafeteria for lunch. But perhaps those ordinary things were never meant for her. Swordsmanship, battle, and the feeling of being drawn into killing. Kozilek said that feeling was not something wrong. Alyssa asked in surprise, What do you mean? What matters lies in belief and choice. Even if you feel tempted when swinging your sword, you never use it on others without reason. In this world, there are countless strange people, and their choices are equally strange. But even with such power, you still wish to live a normal life, do you not? That is why you can be proud of yourself. Promise me. Even if I am somewhat unusual, you will still take care of me. When I lose my way, pull me back to an ordinary life. On weekends, we will go downtown to eat snacks, watch a new play, wander through shops, then visit a lovely cafe for dessert and take a walk together. Simple things like that, I want to do them with you. Hee, that sounds wonderful. And so Jin and Alyssa talked together until the night passed. Thus the story of the Sky Island came to an end. Of course, life does not always end so gently. All right, there is still something to say. I'm about to become engaged. During Jin's announcement, the other two froze like statues. What did you just say, Kozilok? Engaged with whom? Is it someone from our class? Seeing their stunned expressions, Jin became flustered, then slowly replied, It is Lunia. In 1 week, I will hold an engagement ceremony with my fiancé. That person, my fiancé. Lunia continued that as the eldest young lady of the Dunlop family and sister of the great Cathedral John, Aiden respectfully invites everyone to attend. Hearing this, the eyes of the other two seemed ready to swallow her whole. How surprising. If this lasted a few more minutes, they might panic. Seeing the amusing situation, Kozilok joined in. From the moment I met Lunia, I fell in love with her. Though she is young, her integrity makes it impossible for me to look away. Meiji muttered that on that full moon night we exchanged. Senior. It seemed she was recalling memories within the illusion. And countless vows of 100 years, repeated again and again. Kozilok understood nothing and could only ask his sister what happened, then turned to look at Kwa Giant. The girl was already crying loudly. Congratulations, brother, congratulations. Why does it feel so happy? Kwa Giant, actually all of that was just a lie. But before he could finish explaining, Kwa Giant covered her face crying and ran out. Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, he felt confused. What should I do now? Truly sinful, and my fiancé as well. Haha, where did those two run off to? Night had already fully fallen. Kozilok stood below the house thinking, if I meet them again, I will knock their heads. But what if they run again? Now I cannot even find them. Suddenly, Kwa Giant appeared behind him like a shadow. Kwa Giant, do you have something to say? I do not want to talk to you. He revealed her bare feet, then slowly approached Jin with a tone that made him uneasy. What is it? Tonight I will sleep here. Kwa Giant, are you all right? Is it really you? Just earlier she said such frightening things, yet in the end, she was still just a child. She even asked to hold hands while sleeping. Well, perhaps that is lucky. So they slept deeply together until early morning. Kozilok yawned and asked, Helen no Kwa Giant, why are you awake so early? At that moment she only asked one question. It did not come. That thing that did not come, grass. Why did it not appear? He explained that there was no grass in this region. To find it they must go north. Near the northern kingdom there might be a place like where she once lived. Eat breakfast first. Fake engagement. Only meant it as a joke. Perhaps I was truly insensitive. Please tell Kwa Giant that for me. Oh, now you did well. I am always busy. Kwa Giant stared at him with deep suspicion. And if something like this happens again, come with me. After saying that, Kwa Giant handed a piece of fish to Jin. Yes, thank you. Now we must find Magiette. Even the servants of the Aiden main house do not know where she is. Then the only one who might know is none other than Daigep. I truly wonder why this fellow is so popular. Kozilok made a deal for its help. If we return, I will buy you a top-quality black bull from the southern lands. Now find Magix for me. Why is this dog richer than me? After some teasing, Daigep finally revealed where Magix was. It turned out she was hiding in the quiet secondary house of the Aiden estate. After learning the truth, the senior was so embarrassed, she kept kicking the blanket. After a long struggle, she finally dared to answer him. Kozilok, I always believed everything Jin said, never doubted. If Jin says gold will triple, I believe it. If he says a meteor will fall tomorrow, I believe it. So Jin must never deceive me. No matter what happens 100 years later, she will still belong to me. The girls who once liked Jin now learned that the engagement between Jin and Lunia was fake. Thus they realized those dates were only a show for others and could calmly let go of their feelings. Except for her, Alyssa wondered why she stood here. Whenever she saw the two of them together, her brows would slightly furrow. Since the beginning of the semester, this strange feeling had persisted. Did it begin from the battle with the Black Sword, or from the serial murder case in the City of Mist, or from when he said he would always stay by her side? Exactly is the relationship between Jin and me. But before she could think further, Alyssa's eyes widened. What is happening? The scene before her unfolded so quickly that she froze. Lunia whispered that someone was watching, so they should act sweet. Understanding the hint, he followed along. Your hand is rather rough, not like a lady's hand. That's so, I think it is quite wonderful. Your taste is good, but your intuition is poor. Intuition. Did I miss something? All right, that should do. I will go first. What, this final date still does not satisfy you? Hearing that, Lunia only smiled secretly. If you want to keep me like that, it is not bad. Very sweet, my fiancé. Before long, the day of Jin and Lunia's engagement ceremony arrived. Everyone present was impressed by the bride's beauty. So beautiful. The word beautiful alone cannot describe Lunia's appearance now. Haha, you truly know how to make people happy. Thus the engagement ceremony of Jin and Lunia officially began. As the atmosphere filled with joy, a sudden shout rang out. It was Alyssa. Stop, I oppose this engagement. I absolutely cannot accept this. Let us return to Alyssa's past. When she was an infant, many people despised her and called her a filthy bastard. But Lunia immediately refuted. Filthy, impossible. This beautiful girl is my younger sister. Since she was a tiny life weighing barely 2 or 3 kilograms. Sister, I have grown up. Now I am over 100 centimeters tall. In the future, I will become a great knight like you. Do you want honey candy? To Lunia, Alyssa was always the girl with bright round eyes. Sister, tomorrow I will go to the academy. Children who grow up often lower their heads more than they look at others. Were you not still at the academy half a year ago? Back then you were still a clumsy girl who could not even keep your belongings. But now you have changed. At last you have determination. Alyssa, what are you doing? Follow me quickly. The events happened so quickly that the lady immediately ordered. What are you standing there for? Chase them now. Lunia immediately pretended to feel dizzy. Madam, I feel slightly faint. Are you all right? With no other choice, the lady could only support Lunia and leave first. Meanwhile, a gigantic eagle swooped down upon the engagement ceremony to take Jin away from this place. Guajian reached out his hand. Come here. Before leaving, Alyssa turned her head to look back. In Lunia's eyes, there seemed to shine a trace of satisfaction. That only made Alyssa even more determined. She tightened her grip on Jin's hand. Then she pulled him onto the eagle's back. What on earth is going on? Ah, this shock makes me never want to meet men again. And so the simple engagement ceremony at the Eastern Aiden Swordsmanship clan ended in complete chaos. Switching to Jin's side, at this moment, he stood there bewildered, wondering what exactly had happened. Immediately afterward, Alyssa threw him a piece of paper. Inside was Lunia's message. Later, I will officially come to take you away, my fiancé. You already knew everything, right? So that is how it is. I have found reliable companions. Now, Jin, where shall we go? He unconsciously tightened his grip on the emblem in his hand. Just keep moving forward. We still have many things to do. And so our break from the academy to the east came to an end. I do not know how many times this scene has repeated. This was already the 3rd night. As continued purifying the wandering souls, a faint smile appeared on her face. The god of death asked why she was still smiling. The army of the undead king grows stronger. You are close to your limit. If you fail to fulfill the promise to purify this place, then that boy's life will also end. The deadline is approaching. Are you not worried? Jin paused for a moment, then sat down to rest. Instead, you seem rather cheerful. Yes, because that is a sign Jin will soon return. Scene shifted to when Jin trained with Ezen. When she restrained him, he had no choice but to admit, I lost. Even so, it could be seen. He trained very diligently, so his basic foundation was quite solid. He seemed to be studying the Bagua spear intensely. Is there any particular reason? Jin replied that in the library it was the first martial arts book that attracted him. Ezen asked again, then why did you choose the spear? I heard it is easier to use than a sword. That is quite a practical reason. If I want to learn your spear technique, not just the Bagua spear, no. That art would crush the soul of a student like you. Spend another half-year practicing the Bagua spear. Those words made his mood sink slightly. The ultimate secret technique of the Vataza clan is the 6-harmony spear. When I said I wanted to learn it, Paxi introduced me to someone. But there are too many things to learn. More than a month has passed, and there is still no significant progress. I truly envy Sihir. He only needs to open the skill panel, and he can cast grand magic. Envy solves nothing, so he began to train like a madman, little by little. Day after day, as long as he keeps moving forward, that is enough. Every second and every minute of training finally brought worthy results, along with the 7 basic forms, the 5 intent 8 forms, and even beyond that. Success, he finally did it. When he reached a certain level, he showed as in his hand. It only took 2 months to succeed. I thought even half a year might not be enough to learn this spear technique. But why do you want to become stronger? If it is only about power, then Sihir alone is enough. Even a hero needs companions. At the very least, I must become the coachman beside him. And if I become stronger, fewer people will die. Hearing that Ezen showed a surprised expression, you truly are a kind child. It is just something ordinary. Understand what you mean very well. The chaotic incident at the Magic Tower. The mages there joined hands with Forjamak Damon and broke the seal of Kasa. The shell was shattered. Kasa stepped into the real world and brought with it the death that had been written in the scenario. Ezen entrusted the will to protect the world to the player. When Danwa's secret treasure was opened, it became the major turning point of this chapter. An event that the power of the player could never stop. That was what I once believed. The hand holding mine was incredibly warm, and that voice was gentle as well. Must someone like that really die? When I learned that and saw that smile, I could no longer smile. You know the story between me and Tate. Yes, she passed down everything including the 6 harmony spear to her direct disciple. But his goal was heaven's descent, the destruction of this entire world. In the end, she refused the final step of the inheritance process. That must have been the most painful failure of her life. Ezen said, I hesitated many times. I have experienced too many failures, and I did not always make the right choices. He suddenly called Jin's name loudly, which startled him. Are you willing to accept Mikasa as your master? This is an event every player who experienced Legend of Hero Ahan knows. An event that only appears when sufficient conditions and achievements are accumulated. Content exclusive to the player. Yes, I accept you as my master. At that moment, the date of the game no longer mattered. Falling is fine as long as you rise again. Failure is fine as long as the next time you succeed. Crying is fine as long as afterward you laugh even louder. Hold firmly to your righteousness. Believe and walk upon the path of kings. I will grant you the blessing of the goddess. I will never forget the warmth of that moment. Scene returned to the city of the dead Nazai. The night of death has repeated for 300 years, yet the army of the undead king continues to grow stronger. Fragile balance maintained for 3 centuries has now reached its limit. Today is the 3rd night. If this continues, the undead king will become a true catastrophe. This time the situation is extremely critical. Suddenly Ezen heard a voice. I have dealt with Gigiup. Not rush, we still have time. I came to save you, Ezen. If the undead King Gigiup dies, then the time of the city will return to 3 days earlier. The undead he created will also disappear as if nothing ever happened. The population of Nazia exceeds 1 million people. If the undead escape the city, the entire continent will be destroyed. Therefore, Master made a contract with the god of death. During the day, this place is a peaceful city. But when night falls, it becomes a city of the dead occupied by undead. That cycle repeats endlessly. However, if all undead bosses are defeated within 3 days, then the undead King Gigiup can be destroyed. To achieve that, Master split her soul into 2 parts. The remaining souls separated from the memories of the original body and existed within the loop. But Gigiup gradually realized that repetition and this fragile cycle has nearly reached its limit. Therefore, I made a contract with the god of death. Within half a year, I must purify the entire Nazacia, and now as that deadline approaches its end, I've experienced 3 repetitions of the time loop, fighting the undead at night. During the day, we wandered through the city, reading books together, watching plays and films, and now the final moment has arrived. Thanks to you, this time has been joyful. 300 years have passed, yet you did not grow tired. She smiled and said, watching alone and sharing together are truly different. I am glad you are happy. It is a pity we did not reach the best restaurant yet, but a place does not need luxury to have meaning. With my future disciple, anything we eat feels joyful. He spoke softly as if reminding her, Ezen, tonight. Before hearing the rest, she nodded in understanding, yes, tonight. Jin displayed the power of the sun before the god of death. He cried out in horror, the sun, do not joke. How can you suddenly obtain such terrifying power? Immediately afterward, the full power thunder break was activated. Do you truly think you have a chance to win? The endless magic power of the moon protects me. He could only stare at her with eyes full of fury. Without stopping, Jin continued activating 2 more ancient words, sun and fire. Seal characters appeared densely across the ground. Ancient words, how can you possess so many ancient words? You are right, this power could not have appeared without reason. The last 10 days beside my master were the only time I truly became a disciple. Hero willing to be forgotten. That is the ancient word of fire, built alone for 300 years. And the ancient word of the sun, formed from the traces of battle, because Master carved runes throughout the city across countless battles. Gather the radiance of the sun, unfold the art of light. It is unfortunate, but this is our final night. Disappear, undead king. Sun manifests, it melts, it burns, and it purifies everything. Never before has any priest or source of power carried out a purification on such a massive scale. Impossible. How could an ordinary human possess such power? Millions of deaths and 300 years of darkness have accumulated. After everything was destroyed, even the god of death had to admit it. You truly accomplished it. Unbelievable. I did not expect you to use Danua's treasure for this. But that is only a one-time miracle. After all, that is not my full power. I fully completed the covenant. Then I will also fulfill my promise, O Queen. Ezen looked at him with emotional eyes. Everything is over now. Kozilek, when this covenant ends, I will. I know, I have seen it in the future. The one who protected this land for 300 years will finally disappear. The 2 gently asked about each other. You have worked hard, yes. I have fallen many times. Did you cry often? I cried all the time. No matter what the future holds, I still cannot forget you. Even if one day I stray onto a different path, I still hope you will always hold fast to your true heart. Even though your memories now differ from those of the master you once were, continue to believe in your ideals and walk the path of a sovereign. Then you will still be a hero. Those very words once comforted me. I once said that I would grant you the blessing of the goddess. That is why this very moment makes one's heart tremble all the more. Right after that, Ezen suddenly gave him a kiss of gratitude that left Jin completely stunned. I truly hope you will find happiness. When the sun completes its journey, darkness quietly returns once more. Now Ezen has vanished, leaving behind only the disciple she raised since childhood. For so many years, no one has ever set foot in this imperial palace. Because of the betrayal of the disciple she once regarded as her successor, the queen had been sealed away for more than 80 years. The letter awakened her from a long slumber within the still and frigid air. At the same time, memories from 300 years ago during her wandering days surged back like a flood. When she met death, she proposed a pact. Sign a contract with me. Nazasia, for some reason, that name seemed to have been forgotten. Has it already been the 3,784th time? The endless battle with the dark mage bound to that city. For 300 years, you must have been lonely and in agony, another self of mine. Jin also made a similar proposal. God of Death, form a contract with me. Death was surprised. Was this boy not Vataza's disciple? I thought he had betrayed Vataza and thus sought me out. This time I want to save you. I already said it. This time I will save you, Sister Ezen. As her questions continued, the final memory surfaced. Pong pong, that cannot be. Wait. Recalling that mortifying scene only made Ezen even more flustered. Suddenly, a beam of light appeared right before her eyes. It was Professor Josephine paying a visit. Ezen, I brought a new book. Would you like to try reading it? Oh my, I really am going crazy. What should I do? Seeing that Ezen seemed strange, the professor immediately asked what she was doing. Memories had merged into one and could no longer disappear. Jin, her disciple, that had become her first kiss and also her most unforgettable memory. The story shifted to the second holy ground of the Grand Cathedral. Stella and her guard were discussing the event from the other day. Nazaria, the city with over 1 or 2 million undead, was purified in a single night. Yes, it was like sunlight, perhaps a blessing for humanity, but I know. Saintess Estella, praised as possessing the greatest holy power in history. 4 years ago, she had gone to Nazaria and purified it with a prayer ritual. But only 3 days later, everything changed again. Yet now there was a power that purified even Nazasia without anyone knowing its owner. In some sense, this was far more terrifying. I must find the one who purified Nazasia. This news shook every force across the continent, from the Mage Tower to the old Holy Temple. It even spread to the frozen lands of the north, the Dingle Peninsula of the Northern Kingdom, a harsh land covered in ice, snow, and monsters. The people of the north always lived in a warrior spirit where strength was the only thing revered. And more than 80 years ago, a warrior appeared there. At this moment, the messenger trembled as he spoke. I am sorry, please forgive me, because the one before him was someone worthy of standing at the pinnacle above all others. The sun has been stolen from our hands. The surrounding air grew heavy to the point of suffocation. The man propped his cheek on his hand and asked indifferently, forget it. So who exactly did it? Kazalak, it was Kazalak. He is surely also the one who killed Mark. He calls himself Kasa's first spear. Upon hearing those two names, the corner of his lips curved slightly. You know that name? Of course I do. My opponent has changed from that brat Paxi Ho to him. I did not expect him to reveal himself less than a year after that event. What kind of power is this exactly? Master I respected most, and at the same time the one I resent, Ezen Danuha. If you dare call yourself her first spear, then I will personally come to you. Story shifted to Kazalak's side. Only a few months have passed, and it is already the 2nd year. This place was established to manage special demons within the academy. The integrated dormitory, in other words, the isolation dormitory for Hakwazan and Mazai Ed. Because there are not many residents here, Professor Josephine personally serves as the dormitory head to manage it. What is going on? That bluefin tuna, a food extremely good for the brain, it is said to even increase intelligence. Professor Josephine approached Jin's group. At this moment, Alyssa and he were busy preparing the fish. On the other side, Meiji and several other male students were handling the remaining tasks. Reason everyone gathered here is because I am temporarily acting as vice dormitory head to assist the professor. Senior Meiji said many people would visit, so she wanted to buy large furniture. Watch where you are going. If that metal part falls, it will be dangerous. Be careful. Huajian just bought bluefin tuna at the market, so we plan to split it. No, that part is mine. Alyssa also helped a lot with her black-style sashimi cutting technique. Please have a seat, Professor. I will give you a discount. Forget it. Hurry and clean up and prepare the rooms for the new students as discussed. I can do it quickly alone. The 2 new students I mentioned are siblings, so they can share a room. I am also helping prepare new rooms for the students. There are still 2 rooms to arrange. The important thing is that the freshmen will arrive tomorrow. Can you show them around? After hearing the professor speak, Kozilok, a somewhat peculiar smile immediately appeared on his face. If you give me one condition, every year an outstanding second-year student leads the freshmen. Senior Meiji SG is already a third year, so the one in charge this year is. In the blink of an eye, it was the next day. On the left is the Hall of Creation. Kozilok was dressed impeccably, while Ra looked at him with disdain. They were serving as guides for the freshmen. The male freshman exclaimed, "Brother, you look so cool. That outfit is amazing." The female students were more indifferent, sing a song to impress us. Jian found it too much and stopped them. "Stop it. All right, I will guide you only this far. The professors are inside. Go in and do your best." "Well, go ahead." Why so sudden? I am running late. Someone said they would come cause trouble for me. Who is it?" Before he could answer, Jian had already left, leaving Jin confused. Flying is forbidden in the academy. Only by leading the freshmen like this can one truly feel it. The new semester has truly begun. "Big brother, no, I mean sir. We will head inside now." "All right, do your best, Jin. Of course I will be fine. This year there are several noteworthy freshmen, but these two will surely become the center of attention." "Phew. This way, everyone. Be careful stepping down from the carriage. Alyssa, you are in charge of the west gate, right? Walk carefully." Just after greeting Alyssa, a voice from behind made him halt. "You are Sir Jin, correct?" "It is an honor to meet you, Sir Jin." A red-haired girl in an elegant dress with sharp eyes introduced herself. "I am Mizuam." The moment he saw her, he immediately knelt down. He thought he had been mistaken in assuming Jen and John would be the most outstanding freshman. Many may not remember her face or name, but no one is unaware of the Ezad family. She is the second princess of the kingdom, and also the wicked woman of the century in the legend of the hero Ahan. Seeing he act respectfully, she curled her lips slightly and asked, "Such elegant bearing, who taught you that?" "I learned it from an acquaintance. In truth, when a lady stands before a gentleman, the man should kiss her hand and invite her to dance. That person taught me so. Of course, there were many other things as well. Look, Sir Jin, beautiful is she not? That girl is our daughter. I met her in the previous cycle, but not within the academy. Oh my, is it not Jin's day?" According to the script, the princesses were not supposed to appear yet. "Hello, I am Estella Hazada Ezad. Let us shake hands." Seeing the pink-haired girl, he also greeted her politely. "Saintess Estella, it is an honor to meet you. No need to be so formal. We are classmates now. I am not using honorifics either. Mizuam, you are here too. I did not see you because you are so small. I told you not to shorten my name, Estella. You can call me Sister Demizu or Senior if you like. I have taken a break for more than 2 years, but starting today I will return. You should use honorifics with someone whose strength surpasses yours. The only thing you surpass me in is that excess pile of muscles." After finishing their conversation, the two prepared to leave. "Alyssa, I will head into the free hall now. Thank you for guiding me. I will go ahead as well. See you later, Junior." Yes, no, I mean, it is an honor to meet your highness." Jin's face instantly stiffened like stone. This is truly disastrous. "Hey, Nane, are we really going to live in this place? Do not act so rustic. But this place is so big it looks like a castle." Behind, Mizuam stepped forward to speak to the two of them. Sorry for the interruption. I am Mizuam. We are in the same class, right? Let us shake hands and get acquainted." Hello." As soon as she finished speaking, Mizuam quickly grabbed the girl's arm. "Your autumn tribe was mercilessly wiped out by us long ago, yet a piece of trash like you still remains. If you dare touch my staff one more time, I will rip out your guts while you are still gasping for breath. Understood?" After uttering that cold warning, she turned and walked away. The situation was like walking on thin ice. No one knew what would happen next. Two figures who were supposed to appear only in the latter half of the academy arc, Estella Hazada Ezed, appeared at the same time. As another butterfly flapped its wings again, "It must be because of the purification of Nazasia. I drew attention too early. At this rate, there will definitely be major trouble." Another flap of wings could turn into a real storm. Lost in thought, the professor suddenly called him. Student Kozilok, losing focus on the very first day already. "I am sorry." Then explained the concept of a peace judge. Upon hearing the question, he immediately grew flustered. Well, that is." His hesitation annoyed the professor, who immediately declared, "Points deducted." Right after the class ended, he stepped into the corridor and sighed. "What kind of class is this? The first day is usually just orientation and ends early. Have the others not arrived yet?" The special dormitory was supposed to have Professor Josephine, me, Meiji, Jian, and the two wolf siblings. We prepared 2 extra rooms. You said 2 more people would come, right? Do not tell me. Welcome, Sir Jin. The one who entered was Mizuam. Are you not going to greet me? Come, kiss my hand. Gentlemen should only kiss a lady's hand once a day, princess. How interesting. A commoner like you understands noble etiquette. I will be direct. Support me in next year's succession battle. I am merely an ordinary guardian. Do you truly need my support? Knight who holds a holy relic acknowledged by both the new and the old church is no small matter. She immediately scoffed. How ridiculous. Not stopping there, she moved closer with a half-teasing tone. You look profound. Are you doubting me? And I can pay you in advance. As she spoke, a strange crimson fragrance spread from her. That scent caused Jin to instantly lose strength and collapse into Mizuam. Tell me, what can someone as noble as I do to satisfy you? She even wrapped both legs tightly around his body. I am willing to indulge any pleasure you desire. Speak, what do you long for? The strange scent made Jin's mind grow hazy as if hypnotized. I will give you everything, so say that you love me. Oh, my hero, my destiny, take me and make me yours. Just as she thought she had completely subdued him, Azalak immediately swung his arm in resistance. You actually used an enchanting fragrance just to seduce me. That method is utterly unbefitting of someone of royal blood who is about to inherit the throne. Marrying the enemy king of the sun god is a powerful political card. Marriage and reproduction have always been the oldest forms of exchange. Sir Jin straightened his clothes and asked, then what about this destiny you spoke of? Mizuam sighed. Do you not understand what I meant? Forget it, let us drop it. I will try again next time when I am in a better mood. That will not happen. You might change your mind after hearing my offer. Why are you so certain? I learned from an acquaintance that one must always be wary of beautiful women. After saying that, he slammed the door shut. Seeing things grow more and more interesting thrilled her. It seems I must try harder. Meanwhile, Jin stood outside, panting. Lately, why do these kinds of things keep happening? Even Senior Meiji is like that. Alyssa is not much more normal either. I understand you chose drama as an elective, but why pick that bizarre adultery play? Alyssa, that story is beautiful. And even that person as well. Hua Jian is like that every break. Do you really find that comfortable? She did not answer, her cheeks merely flushed red. Ever since swallowing the sun, my body has been filled with yang energy. Especially when Hua Jian releases yin energy through the Guo meridian. Just being near me makes them feel at ease. Perhaps that is why. Hua Jian stopped. Break time is over. Just a little more. Jian only appears occasionally anyway. After telling the story to Lack and Zegger, Lack understood. So that is it. You must have it hard. So your problem is that girls keep clinging to you, right? Took a sip of water and spoke frankly. Kozilek, I am saying this seriously as your friend. Dai, I mean it. He even raised his middle finger at Jin. Even Zegger angrily grabbed his collar. Just pick one girl. It is useless, Zeg. Kill this flirt. Their fierce reaction startled him. Why are you suddenly so angry? At that moment, a voice sounded from behind. Greetings, Sir Kozilek. Princess, why have you come here? I intend to go into town. Could you be my guide? All right. It seems we do not need to interfere anymore. He is about to be torn apart. At first I was jealous, but now I think we should study this seriously. Jack pointed ahead. Perhaps his body is emitting pheromones, and somehow we are immune to it. What are you talking about? Look over there. The sight before them was Jin greeting the principal. Kozilek, long time no see. Greetings, Principal Ezio. Impossible, he even attracts men. That guy is definitely hiding something. On the other side, the principal announced. This year, the freshmen of Manga Academy 3 will undergo field training in the hunting zone. The second-year seniors are already in the forest. Some outstanding students will act as monsters to challenge the freshmen. By any means necessary, the freshmen must defeat them and seize their armbands. And let us begin. After being assigned zones, the freshmen began discussing in the hunting area. Are you a second-year student? There are not many of us. Want to form a temporary group with us? Let me join too. Hearing that, the young man smiled. Good idea. Form full teams, then split up to search. But inwardly he was extremely irritated. How troublesome. Just because I am in class 2, being surpassed by Princess Mizuam or that class 1 mage is acceptable. Being ranked alongside that trash. If not for the sacred mission, I would have left this academy long ago. Last semester, the church's dark unit secretly infiltrated the academy to eliminate monsters, but was captured. Bishop Jen now denied involvement, but to rescue them, the church sent me, German Luther, here. Now I must hide my identity and act as a model student. They are merely 3rd and 4th years, but I will pass this test to earn trust. Found it. This way, German. There are 400 people like me. I almost pity those seniors. In the end, it all depends on who defeats them first and seizes the armbands. They said any method is allowed, right? I will use my intellect to lead these fools, pretend to befriend them, then turn them into pawns. While he was still calculating, something unexpected suddenly emerged, stunning all the students. From behind, the professor quietly observed everything. He recalled what Jin once said. Even if that is how seniors usually do it, for this hunt let me choose the seniors myself. I will lead the freshmen. Although that request had been approved, was this truly the right idea? Freshmen were completely unaware of the second-year students of Manga Academy 3, NHUN, who comprehended Dudon's final secret technique in just half a year. What the hell is going on? Thanks to timely investment, he possesses one of the strongest origin sword sets of Dazo, a mercenary spirit swordsman who specializes in using blades. Likewise, thanks to a successful investment and a golem crafting book given by someone, he laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, no one can stop me. Janel Luden, the supreme golem controlling mage. And there is one more. No lengthy introduction needed. This thing is truly difficult to control. Next is the future heir of the Aiden family. Even Alyssa is the same. Run quickly, she is smiling. I am only smiling lightly. Freshmen who could not resist all fled. Please, senior, spare me. Watching them flee one after another. German frowned in irritation. What the hell is happening? Suddenly Kozilok stepped out of the forest, carrying a strange aura. Are you so pathetic that you must run from a mere clown? He had no idea that the opponent before him was someone who absolutely must not be underestimated. Ancient runic characters had already been inscribed on the ground. Then the fire rune erupted upon activation, causing a violent explosion in one corner of the forest. Freshmen immediately fell into an extremely disadvantageous situation. One junior after another was defeated by Jin. He had forged the core second-year students of Mako Academy 3 into living weapons. When more than half of the freshmen had been eliminated, Jin looked at German with blazing red eyes and spoke. Is something serious the matter? At this moment, German's bravery had vanished, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. Is wrong, try smiling. Born and raised in the Satan Michaela monastery of the old church, I spent my entire life walking the path of faith. I often wondered whether God truly existed. But now there is one thing I firmly believe. Demons truly exist. With no way out, he thought he was about to be crushed. In the end, he clutched his head and surrendered. All right, enough, I give up. But right after that, Jin gently patted his head. You are tougher than I thought. Nice to meet you, I am Jinlock. Lady Jinlock, I mean. The one who crossed blades with Sulunia Aiden and still stood firm. Jin lowered his voice and explained. I am evaluating outstanding freshmen. Aside from the princess, you are the strongest. Would you like to cooperate with me? Those with strength are always welcome. Why, yes, I will follow you, senior. Good, then welcome aboard. Everything happened so quickly that he was still dazed. I was chosen by Senior Jin, but Jin's true goal was the first task of this hunting exam. To assess German, the spy of the old church. He had to approach the enemy while keeping his distance. Meanwhile, on the side of the sisters Jen and John, they were also fighting with difficulty. John, another one. I told you to check the back pouch too. Take the armband and strip him clean. All right, if it is enough, let us go. Our classmates are already in the lead. After all, we are demons. They want our armbands because we are second-class knights. Stealing seniors' armbands gives more points, but the seniors are too strong, so we will take from others to earn points. At the final point of the exam, the cabin, we can exchange armbands for rewards. Hurry, we are almost there, that cabin. Oh, why is this place burned? Was that an earthquake? What is that? Second-year seniors, before understanding what was happening, they looked at the signboard beside them listing the rewards above. What are they doing up there? At that moment, Mizuem laughed with interest from behind. How interesting, I like this. She glanced at the sisters Jen and John. All I smell is beasts. Then she slowly stepped into the cabin. Was this made by Dajan? If it is destroyed, it will be troublesome. We must continue. What are you doing? Stay close to the princess. And what should we do now? Let us go the opposite way. Fine, I would rather die than go in there with her. But perhaps we should still follow them. After only a few steps, a mysterious force appeared. Countless swords flew toward them. Continuous assault of blades left them struggling. Why are there so many? The one controlling them was Dazan. That was the client's request. They said not to go easy on you. Not only that, there was also a hidden figure, a ninja concealed on the ceiling. Infiltration complete. The structure is very simple. 3 entrances, 3 rooms, 3 guards. After regrouping, proceed to the second floor with 2 rooms, then the third floor. Kozilok raised his spear and said, "It seems no freshmen have come before us." Jin immediately spun, creating a purple vortex. The ninja watching from afar was astonished. What is this? It feels as if my soul is being touched. Death orb can separate soul and body, though its effect on humans is not very strong. My focus is collapsing. The concealment technique is breaking. Oh, a second-class freshman knight? Jacid. That concealment technique belongs to the assassin tribe, does it not? How do you know about that tribe? Sorry, but you should not have said that. He immediately moved behind to attack, but Kozilok reacted extremely fast, throwing a stone to block him. What is this? How did you do that? With no other choice, Jacid drew another weapon resembling a whip. He lashed it repeatedly at Jin, forcing him to dodge again and again. Skills are decent, but if you walk that path, the assassin tribe of the underworld, what do you intend to do? For Jacid, he hated that blood-stained doctrine. He came to the academy to escape, seeking a life that was not one of killing. He left the tribe, but if his identity were exposed and endangered them, he would have to seal that secret with his own death. Something Jin had never anticipated. Jacid clutched a bundle of burning explosives and charged straight forward, so he intended to perish together with Jin. Immediately after, a tremendous explosion echoed across the area. Fortunately, Jin managed to prevent disaster in time. Close call. You are walking a dangerous path. Lucky for you, fire and heat are within my grasp. Jacid could only stare at Jin with wide eyes. Ah, one more thing. Whether you study assassination, swordsmanship, or magic, that concealment technique, I think it will be needed sooner or later. The second objective of this hunting exam is you. You will work with me. Trial to test the abilities of potential talents. Meanwhile, the sisters John and Jen were still running in frustration. Hua Jian could only raise his hand to cheer them on. Keep going. Jen, there is a scent this way. Yes, I know. Oh, so you are here. Look, is that not Brother Jin? Then immediately spoke up. What is going on? I heard this year's test is even harsher than last year. But before she could finish, Jin's spear swept past, startling Jen. What exactly is happening? Before they could observe, Jin had already delivered a direct kick to John's abdomen. The boy's calm expression instantly turned to panic. In battle, you must never let your guard down. The slightest slack and you will die. Only then did Zen realize this was no longer a simple test. The next target Jin turned to was Zen. Did you not hear what I just said? She stared at him intently for a few seconds. Then she was forced to release her power for a brief moment. I do not like doing this, but there is no other choice now. This is difficult. The final task of this hunting exam is indeed not easy. In the end, the purpose is still to make the children stand on their own, to help them grow. Right, then let us end the exam here. Controlling a beast when it is only half transformed is easier if it is not the night of a full moon. But once it enters a complete beast form, it is entirely different, because at that time, their violent instincts reach the absolute peak. In the final form, they appear almost human, while in incomplete transformation, they are even harder to control. Even the gentlest person, when transformed, becomes a bloodthirsty beast. Worse still, I have to deal with two of them at once. In beast form, they communicate without words and attack in perfect rhythm. Especially since the sisters have endured countless dangers together, their coordination is nearly flawless. Jin tightened his grip on the spear, his gaze turning sharp. Then he unleashed a powerful strike toward Zen. Seeing her sister injured, John immediately rushed forward, trying to save her. But if you only stand stiffly, it is meaningless. When your sister is attacked, do not only think of saving her, counterattack the enemy. Watching his sister being struck, John roared in fury, but Jin closed in instantly, his fist crashing down. Another wrong decision. In battle, you must keep a cool head. If you still have time to growl, use it to observe your opponent. 1 second slower means giving the enemy 1 more second. It is true that your sister is stronger than you, but you must strike the precise weakness. Do not attack in anger. Focus and hit the target. Immediately after, a fatal blow descended, leaving John no time to react. In the end, both sisters were knocked down. When they struggled to rise once more, Jin coldly ordered, "Get up. Until your arms are broken or your throat is cut, you must keep moving. This is real combat. We know nothing at all. Does Big Brother always have to fight in terrifying battles like this?" Jin raised his spear high and drove it hard into the ground right before Zen. Before she could understand what was happening, Kozilok lifted her up with a bright smile. "That is enough for now, right? We cannot push them further. Have not reached their final form, but I want them to understand what fighting means and be ready for it." Yes, yes, how frightening. Big Brother, are you not a bit too harsh? Sorry. Sob, it is you. You are too cruel. HMPH, do not treat me like a child. All right, my fault. But your reflexes and stamina are truly impressive. You did not defeat me, but you passed. Stand up. In those broad arms, the two sisters felt both relieved and aggrieved. They felt safe, yet swore that one day they would step out from that shadow. After Jin finished calming them, the two sisters left. At that moment, applause echoed from behind. "Oh, how splendid." Mizuam stepped out in astonishment. "They have left and you are still standing here. Those two dogs have physical talent, yet you toyed with them. Now it is my turn to test you." Did you just call us dogs? If you want to pass, you must defeat me. But I will not hold back as I did with children. You are a princess. If you pull something out from beneath my skirt, I will have to use my full strength. Last time as well, I removed the cloth strip, yet you still did not fall into the trap. Mizuam, you are eliminated here. Hearing that, she merely tilted her head and looked at him with interest. Princess Mizuam, what you hide beneath your skirt is a serpent spirit. Even though her move had been seen through, she did not falter at all. This time will be different from before. How should I handle her? The scene shifted to the top of the tower. The freshmen stared at the board in confusion. What is that? What does it say? 4 words appeared on the board. Return to the starting point. Seeing those words, everyone grew furious. Are you mocking us? Before long, the sky was completely dark. Everyone was exhausted as they moved. Damn it, if only that mad clown were not here. Even so, do not call Senior a lunatic. Is he Jinlock? The name sounds familiar. Rumor says he will marry the daughter of the Dunilip family and is also the fiancé of the swordmaster Lunia. Truly a madman. As soon as Jin was mentioned, a student turned around and shouted, "There, that guy." Before them, Jin stood atop a magic stone and spoke. "Greetings, freshmen. Did you find this exercise interesting? Heavens, that smile is terrifying. This is the reward you deserve after the test." There are 4th grade magic stones, 5th grade even higher. Do you know what you and these stones have in common? You are all very flammable. Immediately after, he snapped his fingers. The pile of stones burst into flames and burned away, causing the freshmen to curse loudly. Huh, that bastard. Special dormitory is where the academy manages those it values highly. At first it was only Hawkwa Giant and me, but now nearly every room is occupied. Every morning I argue with Hawkwa Giant. Kozilok realized something after finishing his bath. As he stepped onto the 2nd floor, now crowded with students. At the end of the corridor were the rooms of the 2 queens. First Queen Estella had gone to the cathedral for morning prayer. The 2nd Queen Mizuam was in the laboratory. The 2 living at the academy differently from the original story made me uneasy. The opposite end of the corridor was, "Hey you twins, time to wake up. Brother, give us 3 more minutes." Sir Jin, just 5 minutes. According to the original story, these 2 adorable ones would become villains. Perhaps discrimination and pressure made them so weary. With no other choice, Jin pulled them both up. "Come on, brush your teeth. I hate toothpaste." They looked no different from children. In the original story, they were supporting villains with formidable combat power. Thinking of the challenges ahead, reaching their final form early might be a good thing. Children who once became villains after tragedy. Now they are this adorable. Looking at them strengthened my resolve to change the predetermined future. After settling personal matters, Jin went to the principal's office to gather more information. The mages of the Mage Tower are visiting. What is their purpose? Casa said they came to use research materials. Yes, the Mage Tower always lacks manpower, so surveying students' orientations is reasonable. Recently, many prefer becoming swordsmen over mages. You understand the Mage Tower well, Jin. For a long time, the place that monopolized nearly all mages and magical knowledge was the Mage Tower. It is also a place rife with injustice, where young mages are exploited and the achievements fall into the hands of the upper class. But since Macabre Academy emerged, the Mage Tower lost its exclusive status, and the 2 quickly became sworn rivals. During that same period, the witch hunt of the old church erupted. The Mage Tower already disliked the academy and viewed magic humans as experimental subjects, so it naturally became an ally of the old church. The academy immediately resisted. Heroes rose up to end the witch hunt, an event later called the Witch Revolution. Cannot understand the Mage Tower as deeply as Professor, since you directly participated in the Witch Revolution 80 years ago. That is also recorded in the textbooks. Professor Josephine shook her head wearily. That is all in the past. Moreover, I was not the only one involved. I had Vataza by my side. But mentioning Vataza, the traitorous disciple, was clearly not a pleasant memory for the professor. Even so, what must be done must be done. On the surface, both of them claimed to be Vataza's disciples, so Jin decided to reveal his future plan. Immediately after, Jin bowed his head and revealed a secret. The Mage Tower has ties with Vataza. Just as Jin expected, both were shocked. Then this visit of the Mage Tower, is it because of information from the future? Yes, they claim to survey students and borrow the library, but that is not their true purpose. In truth, this visit is aimed at Senior. Meiji asked in surprise, "Tell me for what reason?" Senior's vampire bloodline is something the Mage Tower, obsessed with researching magic humans, will surely covet. If they touch me, it will not be a small matter. The Dunlop family is regarded as the imperial granary, and also the strongest family in the south. Invoking that family for a small experiment would be unwise. But the Mage Tower does not care, for they follow Tatet Bartheza. Tatet Bartheza. Kozilok pondered for a moment, then decided it was time to tell the truth. He proposed to Meiji that from now on everything he said must remain an absolute secret between them. According to Jin, the Heaven Descends plan that the headmaster's traitorous disciple is carrying out is precisely this. After gathering 4 primordial runes and 4 great treasures, he will use that power to destroy all civilization on Earth, then recreate the world according to his own will. Is that correct? Yes, exactly so. Therefore the Mage Tower and the old church following Vataza do not care whether their opponents are strong or weak. They believe sooner or later everything will be erased, and only the world they desire will remain. Can something so dreadful truly happen? It sounds absurd, yet Bartheza possesses enough power to do it. That is why even knowing Senior will face pressure, I still want to ask a favor. Hearing that, Meiji suddenly grew excited. How interesting. You manage everything well without me, yet this time you need my help. Kozilok, there is no need for courtesy. I will help you with anything, just say it. Senior, then today there is something I need you to do with me. After explaining, Jin waved and left. Tonight at exactly midnight, come to the Happy Inn. I will prepare everything, you just need to come. Hearing that, Meiji was so startled she dropped her potato. All right, tonight at the inn with Jin. It is fine. During the day at the academy, at night at an inn in the city is normal. Before long night fell, Jin stood in a corner silently observing every action of the Mage Tower members. In total 50 Mage Tower mages were visiting. Among them 3 particularly famous figures. First was Elder Ad Malik of Fire Magic. I told you to bring document number 137. He is known for his temper and is the leader of the Fire Mages. Next was Elder Mose Hatton of Dark Magic. Prepare the specimen quickly, do not waste my time. Finally, there was a Delzin of Gold, the one who will become the final boss of the upcoming Mage Tower event, and also the collaborator with Tatet Barthesa. Capturing him is the most important thing. The problem is not knowing which of the 50 he is. Hey, you low-level mage monkey, bring the luggage here. If you drop it, I will crush your mana. Yes, yes. Jack chose the path of aligning with the Mage Tower, so now he has to act as their errand boy. I hope he changes course soon. Someone disguised as a Mage Tower member quickly slipped inside once everything seemed stable. Seeing things go smoothly, Jin smiled slyly. The Mage Tower is about to disappear. Night fell and curses echoed from a room. Damn it, lost again. Turned out 3 mages were sitting there gambling. Hey, do you not think you are too greedy? That man was Manzorj, a 4th-tier dark mage of the Mage Tower. He disliked alcohol but was addicted to gambling. The winged eye was secretly observing like a camera. Let me see. That one is Tufir, and over there is Cheha. Too easy. By now someone should have shown up. Just as they were playing, someone approached and asked to join. It was Linia dressed beautifully. The dark mage's eyes lit up as if he had found gold. Very well. This is exactly what interests me. Immediately he dragged her into a private room, making her panic. If you do this, you will really pay, right? Of course, what I enjoy most is turning people into paupers and then toying with them as I please. So behave. Before he could do anything, Jin was already standing behind him with a strange smile. Sensing danger, he immediately cast a low-level curse spell. Who is there? Is that all? Stop struggling. Before he could resist, Jin grabbed his head and smashed it to the ground. If you are caught bragging, you usually lose a hand. But since you were about to do something filthy to a young girl, the punishment must be heavier. Wait, I did nothing. It was that woman. That person is the owner here, Lady Linia. Not a young girl. The real maiden is Meiji. Hearing that, his eyes widened. The Mage Tower's target is the special grade magic human of the Dunlop bloodline that you plan to kidnap. Correct. The old church and the Mage Tower have never regarded magic humans as human. That is why I prepared in advance. Senior, please. Meiji stepped in cautiously. Jin said something that made him terrified. Senior, turn him into a vampire. She nodded and began to act, and merely smiled eerily. Yes, do whatever you wish. The scene shifted to the library of Manga Academy 3. A Mage Tower member grumbled. That damned Manzorj has been missing since yesterday. Damn it, this mission is so important. If this continues, the Golden Tower Lord Adderjan will look down on us. No, what if from the beginning Adderjan disguised himself as Manzorj and acted? Only Adderjan can contact Tatet Barthesa directly, so I do not know. Who knows whether he is secretly cooperating with the heretical faction behind the dark faction? Zelen find Manzorj's whereabouts immediately. Yes, after giving the order, he suddenly noticed something. The sisters Jen and John were wandering around the library. The older sister whispered, "Keep quiet, this is a library." Zen is always nagging me. Anyway, stay quiet for a bit. Those brats, could they be beast folk? Damn it, that bald old Manzorj is nowhere to be found. I'm also a 3rd-tier mage. Why am I stuck doing errands like this? That woman was Zelen, a 3rd-tier disciple of dark magic. Once this mission is over, I will switch to the heretical faction. Uncle Fong, give me 2 martinis. Do not shake them, stir gently. Glancing to the side, she saw Jin dressed elegantly, holding a glass of wine. Hello, I am Jinlock. Are you here alone? Are you here alone as well? But to flirt, you are still too young. Or is it because the Mage Tower is full of old men? Even if you are just a rising star, you can still recognize a beautiful flower. Thinking back, the drama class with Alyssa had already finished the test. I know I chose drama as an art subject, but why that bizarre adultery play, Alyssa? Returning to reality, she snatched Jin's drink. You are underage and dare to enter a bar. Go home. Heavens, in the heretical faction, there is an old man who keeps wanting to dig out my liver. The moment he sees me, he wants to kill me. Ah, sorry. Now there are these troublesome brats, too. It is unbearable. Hearing that, Jin froze for a moment. I have truly lost my way. Have another bottle. Alyssa saw this and looked puzzled. Strange, why am I still not drunk? Is it now? A finger lightly touched Jelly's lips, making her frown. The person opposite spoke sweetly. Oh, darling, do not say such crude words. Speak gently, that is cuter. Your lips are truly beautiful. How about I treat you to a drink? I heard you are a saintess. Then why appear in a place like this? Grand princess, blessed by the gods, an all-powerful saintess. But the problem was that this girl was extremely narcissistic. Oh, you are 20 this year. Then we are the same age. Come out with me tonight. All right. Though we are the same age, if you wish you may call me sister. Come on, drink. A hedonist? It must be said her beauty was enough to enchant both men and women. Not as much as me, but you are quite cute. But the problem is, sister, actually I am not drunk at all. How did this person crawl all the way here? We'll take Zlin back. To prepare for this mission, we even practiced acting for several sessions. What, the mission succeeded because of your beauty? I just saved the whole plan from collapsing, and now you want all the credit. Not to mention, we prepared for this mission for a long time. With just a snap of her fingers, the hooded figures in the tavern revealed themselves. What is this? Could it be all the guests here are? Hey, there are 2 first-tier knights here. Step back. Alyssa, stop. You are the secret unit that punishes those who oppress magic humans, the counterintelligence organization of the new church, correct? Oh, how do you know that? Hey, Junior, knowing too much can be dangerous. For an organization like that, I do not need Alyssa's help. I can handle it alone. You insolent brat. Stop, Vice Captain Mazukai. So it is true. It seems you are the one who possesses the sun, Kozalak. Let us make a deal. I have 2 conditions. Fine, the first condition is that you want to take this person away, correct? Then what will you offer in return? Elder Mazu Sultan, leader of the Dark Faction. If the goal is to punish those who oppress magic humans, no one is more suitable than me. I will provide evidence of the illegal experiments you conducted on magic humans. If it is information like that, then, on private land behind Antic Village, northeast of the mountain, there is a wooden house quite close to the Mage Tower. You reveal such important information without asking anything. What do you want in exchange? My goal is to lure all the mages of the Dark Mage Tower here. That place has become a nest of evil magic. From foot soldiers to elders, even trusted disciples, none are clean. Impossible. Do you think capturing all of them is simple? If left unchecked, they will join forces with demons and betray humanity. They are the embodiment of evil. Ah, Elder Majusatan already assigned you the task, right? Just lead your people there, I will handle the rest. Very well. Then the person we captured today will be handed over to you, Saintess. The first condition, I have already yielded you much. Do you not feel moved? What is the second condition? From now on, cooperate with me. As long as it does not involve politics, I will actively assist the Saintess. In return, pray for me. Hearing that, she covered her mouth. So you know my ability as well. Very well. As long as my holy power remains, I will pray for you. Since we live under the same roof, it is not difficult. The Saintess's prayer is an extremely powerful support buff that only appears at the end of the story. Then regarding the prayer schedule, please inform me, Saintess. Immediately the Saintess grabbed Jin's hand and said firmly, from now on you must call me sister, little brother. What? Heavens, how can I call the Saintess, who is also a princess, your highness, like that? I told you to call me sister, and you still argue. That scene made the hooded figures behind feel irritated enough to want to eliminate Jin. Do you not see that we will be very close, little brother? In his mind, he thought this progress is too fast. Is it all right? Returning to the Mage Tower group, Zelen had vanished without a trace, and whether that other man lived or died no longer mattered. He clutched the necklace and sobbed. Jelen, only because of that girl did my life regain meaning. As long as she joined the heretical faction, I intended to pamper her for a long time. I even prepared a slave seal for her. Whoever dares touch my Jelen. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Delivery, I will leave it at the door. When he opened the door, the only thing there was a blue magic stone. What the hell is this? A recording stone. He reached out and rubbed the surface lightly. Immediately, an image appeared of Zelen being humiliated by a blonde man. This cannot be. The man humiliating Zelen looked extremely excited. Young and beautiful, exactly my type. Today is truly my lucky day. Save me, this place is on the outskirts of the city. Seeing that scene, he immediately ran to rescue them. No, do not do that. I am coming right away. I am coming right now. Kozalak stood behind observing and smiled smugly. The plan unfolded exactly as expected. From the very beginning, my target was not those small fry, but the master of the magic tower, the golden mage SD Jin. The problem is that among the 50 newly enrolled mages, no one knows who the golden mage is. However, at least I can still recognize who is not. After he arrived at the place where Zelen was being held, he hurriedly rushed in and opened the door. Could do something this cruel. In the original scenario, there is a side quest. If the main characters are Zelen and Jalen, then at least these people are not the golden mage. As he approached Zelen, he was suddenly restrained by Jin from above. The black mage man Joji whom I captured earlier was the same. In the side quest, about the gambling techniques of the anonymous gambler. Originally, he had already been captured by players for cheating in the casino. Those involved in the side quests such as Jelen, Jalen, or Manzer are certainly not the golden mage. After being knocked unconscious and waking up, he discovered he was tightly tied to a chair. Where the hell is this place? Magi had also appeared beside him. Kozalak stepped forward and asked, Hey you, do you know who I am? What is this supposed to be, torturing me before even asking anything? If you have something to ask, then ask it. Immediately afterward, he shoved a metal object into his mouth. Those playing major roles in the side quest might not necessarily tell the truth. Ah, I am the same. I only held my father's hand. So that is how it is. But what about Jin? So she will become a vampire. First restore his spirit. Now that he has become a servant, he will not be able to lie. Now then, spill everything you know. As soon as the words ended, Jin used his hand to tightly clamp the man's mouth. At that moment, a bag was pulled over his head to conceal his identity. He asked, "What is your name?" "Zulin, I am Zulin. Speak the plan. Why did you come to this city?" "It was to kidnap Meiji, right? After that, assassinate the principal Eziakasa." "Why, as for that matter?" Seeing him hesitate, Jin immediately shouted, "Answer immediately." "Master of the Magic Tower, we only know the Golden Archmage Iden. We only follow his orders. I heard this mission is extremely important, so he will personally participate. It is unclear whether he infiltrated the Red faction or the Black faction, but he has definitely disguised himself as one of us. The necessary information has been obtained. The next step is, haha, adorable Professor Dulin. Those missing low-level mages are all in my hands. If you want to save them, then within 1 week, bring enough gold to fill an entire ship and deliver it here. Otherwise, every night I will cut off 1 finger of those mages. This one will be the first." The other 2 mages saw their comrade captured as a hostage and immediately became furious. The Red faction leader, Elder Ad Malek, gritted his teeth. "Zulin, this idiot, if he were not my disciple, I would have abandoned him long ago. This is the Red faction's matter. Even though we are the Black faction, we cannot interfere arbitrarily." "Shut your mouth. Who allowed you to speak?" The Black faction leader, Elder Moore, said coldly. "In any case, neither faction is allowed to act alone. A space wizard, they want to capture that vampire and the principal, then that wizard will certainly use spatial magic to let them escape. Therefore, chaos must be created exactly when the academy finishes its term, so he will be distracted while saving the students. I did not expect that clown to discover the plan. Very well, the Black faction will also assist, but you intend not to share the gold." "That is right. The Magic Tower does not negotiate with clowns. Then we must capture that clown first, but how?" "Just follow him. Did not our supported person just enroll in the academy?" Elder Ad Malek pondered and sighed for a moment before speaking. "Yes, that is right. If it is her, then she will certainly recognize the true identity of that clown. She once saw my disguise at the hunting ground in the forest. Because the Magic Tower is the largest sponsor of Mizuam, she will naturally report my identity to the Magic Tower and cooperate with them. At that time, they might change their target from Sister Meiji or Principal Ezio to me. They will certainly plant people inside the special dormitory to capture me. At that time, I will wipe them all out in one sweep. That was my plan, however. After the 2 of them brought Mizuam into the room to watch the tape, she immediately cried out, "Heavens, what is this? You recognized it already, right?" "I am not sure. Does such a bizarre clown really exist in this world?" "Oh, is that so?" After that, Jin and Jasid sat chatting together in a bakery. He asked in surprise, "What, Princess Mizuam did not mention me at all?" "Yes, senior, but why is that?" Seeing Jin's reaction was rather strange, Jasid quickly explained, "I am not sure either, but your name truly was not mentioned at all. What is going on? Could it be that Mizuam is standing on my side? If that is the case, then my plan will be completely disrupted." "Ah, senior, thank you, but if you are busy, you can go first. As for the information payment as promised." "No, it is not that. I think you should rest a bit. Are you all right?" "It is fine. I still have plan B. I have calculated every possibility. This time I will absolutely not lose my master in vain like before." Scene shifts elsewhere. The Saintess and her army are escorting the Magic Tower mage Eldermore Certain, the man arrested for illegal human experimentation, murder, and unlawful imprisonment. "What does this mean? Are you planning to suppress our Magic Tower, Princess Estella?" She only looked at him and revealed a faint smile. "Of course, as the Saintess, I still respect the authority of the Magic Tower. However, we have received reports. This incident is extremely serious, and the evidence is overwhelmingly clear." When he saw the file the Saintess presented, he was shocked. "How is this possible? Why are my experiment documents here?" "Actually, I am the curious one. Monster Tan's laboratory constantly changes location. Even our Black Crow unit could not track it. I do not think he would lie, but I did not expect that in such a short time he gathered complete evidence. Moreover, the documents Jinlock gave me were not prepared long ago, but were all the most recent information." She crossed her arms and thought, if the Academy had any movement, Monster Tan would have moved the laboratory. So this entire matter was prepared by that boy within just a few days. "Kozilok, are you truly planning to overthrow the Magic Tower alone? For the great advancement of scholarship, to continue suitable sacrifices are necessary. Witch Hunt was originally created to discriminate against and suppress demon humans. But the old church and the magic tower failed. They were defeated by the three heroes who stood alongside the new church. After that, the witch hunt was called the Witch Revolution. The authority of the old church and the magic tower gradually weakened after that defeat. Eventually, the old church and the present magic tower joined hands with Ba-Tha-Ra to plan the destruction of the academy. They thought the plan would easily succeed, but recently everything began to fall into chaos. Why did the new church learn about it and even attack the secret laboratory? We must act before the master is taken to the holy land of the church. We need to burn down the academy and use the chaos to rescue him. Do not tell me that Clown arranged this as well. Or is he an insider of the new church? Stop talking nonsense. It is already troublesome enough that he discovered it. In this situation, what kind of knight are you trying to be? Return to the tower immediately. Seeing the members arguing, one man stomped his foot heavily and shouted loudly, "Silence!" A violent surge of magical fire erupted behind him, causing everyone present to feel fear. Yes, Lord Elder Admela. His face briefly showed anger before turning into irritation. Lord Eiderzin, Elder Monster Tan has already been captured. We alone do not have enough strength. At this moment, the master of the magic tower must step in to help us. Immediately, the flames behind him began to react. He slowly drifted forward, then formed a line of words, capturing witches right before his eyes. Witch capture words? How could that be possible? Then another line of words appeared behind it. He saw it and immediately understood the meaning of the flames. Very well, then deploy the plan immediately. He quickly moved toward the northwest region of Mekaba. There exists a secret sigil called Marker. It was carved during the Witch War. Secret of this sigil is known only by Kasa and Zofin. Therefore, when the signal came from Marker, I immediately thought it was Kasa's signal and rushed there. When the professor stepped out from the teleportation gate, she immediately asked, "Who are you people? Long time no see, witch." As soon as he finished speaking, he launched a stream of magical fire straight toward her. Fortunately, Professor Josephine quickly created a protective barrier. "You bastard. Was it you who activated the Marker sigil? How did you know its location?" The master of the magic tower said there is a very powerful ally. Besides that, there is another person who also knows the location of Marker. The Witch War back then, there were three heroes. The professor immediately realized, could it be Ba-Tha-Ra? You truly cooperated with him. Have you thought about the consequences afterward? Now no rules matter anymore. You, or rather, the beginning forcing dark magic to obey the law was already a mistake. Protecting experimental subjects like animals because of human rights or morality is extremely inefficient. Moreover, you even dragged ordinary criminals into this and recklessly taught them magic. Your academy is only hindering the development of magic. Do you understand? Hearing those words, Professor Josephine immediately became furious and clenched her teeth. You people have not changed at all. From demons to demon humans and then witches. You always hunt down and hate anyone who dares oppose you or use magic. But when the hunt ended, you imprisoned me while I was still a child and discussed how you would dissect and experiment on me. In the end, one side claimed fire magic was the foundation. The other insisted dark magic was the true core. Then they started fighting each other. Remembered the first time Ezen said to her, "I came to save you." Only when his heart was pierced by Kasa's spear did you people begin to care about magic. Just a pitiful group of people living their entire lives in hatred. Truly the protagonist of the Witch Revolution. But do not be too arrogant. Immediately after that, his power instantly suppressed Professor Josephine. This body can maintain the imprisonment state for at least 3 days. Although it is somewhat regrettable to hand the great enterprise to those black faction people. But while I hold you here, the magic tower will kill Principal Eziu and capture the students who are about to graduate and take them back to the magic tower. In just 3 more days, this academy will disappear. Just as the situation grew tense, a voice suddenly sounded. 3 days, even 3 minutes is longer than that. He immediately turned back and roared, "Who is there? Who is hiding there?" A portion of his flames immediately shot straight toward Jin. Professor hurriedly shouted a warning. "Run now, student Jin, he is an elder." "Professor, do you know why those people never change? Because they have never been beaten hard enough. Hey, you lot, first take a few hits. Activate the professor rescue plan." Elsewhere, the 2 beast-eared sisters were running toward the professor to prepare for the monster hunt. "We are here. You are late. Student Zen, Student John." Even though they ran at full speed to arrive on time, both were still scolded. Professor Orjin Genchai shouted loudly, "Today is the first day you join a monster extermination mission. Even if it is only an ordinary level 4 monster with such an attitude, what can you accomplish?" "I hate repeating myself a second time. What did I say?" 2 sisters immediately answered in unison, "Yes, Professor. A good guard needs not only strength, but also the discipline to keep the promised time." "Right then, now we depart. Today's mission is to eliminate ordinary level monsters." The sisters wondered, maybe because he is not here we ended up like this. That is right. Every day he wakes us up. I wonder where he went so early this morning. Meanwhile, Jin was still confronting the mages of the magic tower. Come on, first take a beating, the professor asked in surprise. Student Jin, why did you appear here? It's simple. When cornered, the magic tower will surely target the most dangerous person to them, Professor Josephine. Therefore, I prepared a backup plan in advance. It turned out Jin had secretly placed an ancient tracking spell on the professor beforehand. Elder Ad Malek, you truly disappoint me. The place where you should appear is not here. Is that not the disciple you cherish the most? Master. Immediately Jin threw a cold gaze at the other side. He recognized that face and the familiar voice. So you are that clown. The armor has fire resistance and can withstand intermediate magic, but his sword had already been knocked away. That was heat powerful enough to burn everything into ashes. Subordinates simultaneously unleashed the ultimate technique of the Red Faction. Sky strategy fi him. What could the flames of the Red Faction fail to burn? Die, you bastard. Immediately a massive fireball roared and shot straight toward Jin. Yet instead of showing panic, revealed a provocative smile. The flames almost caused no damage to Kozilok. To be precise, they were completely useless. Impossible. That man is not merely fire-resistant. It is complete suppression, a form of absolute counter. Jin immediately retaliated by summoning another energy sphere. Even if you are an elder, if you only use fire, then you are not worthy to be my opponent. Facing that terrifying power, the Magic Tower members also began to grow cautious. Immediately afterward, Jin continued activating the power solar convergence. I cannot yet fully control this power, but with this level of heat, it is still quite easy to use. Blinding white stream of energy instantly shot straight toward the opponent. Jin's current strength is far from ordinary. The destructive power is extremely terrifying. It is hard to believe. After unleashing that attack, on the ground, numerous Magic Tower members had collapsed everywhere. Let out a slight sigh. Truly astonishing. Yes, after all, that is one of the 4 great secret treasures of Danon. No, I am talking about you, Kozilok. The solar system completely counters both the Red Faction using fire magic and the Black Faction using monsters. This Magic Tower incident, you prepared the data in advance, did you not? While defending, he answered, about that. Kozilok, this child carries too many mysteries. Being wary of him is natural, but she remembered the words Jin once said, in order to protect this world. Image of a young man carrying a great vow upon his shoulders, gradually merging with the symbol of justice itself. I will help you without hesitation. So what is the next step of the plan? According to the original calculation, the next target is Senior Magi. I have already arranged things on that side as well. The Magic Tower mages have 2 objectives. One is to assassinate Principal Eziakasa, or Ambassador Meiji. Originally, I planned to turn myself into the target instead of her. Princess Mizuem unexpectedly stood on my side, so the plan was slightly disrupted. Even so, I still have Plan B, the official opening day of the Dunlop trade chain. During that time, I will support Zoffin's side. Senior will deliberately appear at attention-drawing events, places that attract many eyes. After that, gradually move toward a deserted area and choose a suitable location to launch the ambush. Meiji glanced around and wondered. They still have not arrived. There are too many eyes watching here. They must be extremely cautious. If there is no ambush, then pretend to prepare the carriage and leave. If they appear, then it will be here. Exactly as Jin said. If captured at this location, the carriage can immediately be used to retreat. Immediately afterward, she turned to speak with Agha. Everything is prepared. Come here. As soon as the words ended, 2 figures, radiating purple aura, suddenly appeared before her. What is this? But those 2 were Kwa-Jian and Alyssa. Kozilok said they would appear from this direction. Why has no one from the Magic Tower come? Meanwhile, in the deep forest west of the mountain range, John boasted to his sister, Zen, look, I just caught a giant wild boar. And I caught an even bigger one, but something is strange. Hearing that, John could only stare in confusion. It is said this is the breeding season. There should be many more. Last year, Professor Dana even bought a whole batch for experiments. Yet we went deep into the forest and only saw this many. Zen, do you smell something strange? This is definitely the smell of decaying corpses. Upon discovering the suspicious person, the sisters immediately shouted loudly, Who is there? Come out now. An elder-level vampire is also valuable. However, golden fur wolves are not ordinary either. That man is the Black Faction successor of Monster Tan, Professor Aka. They are no less rare than vampires. There are even 2 of them, and they are young, so capturing them will be much easier. Lord Monster Tan will certainly be delighted to see this gift. All the Fang Ba in this forest have already turned into corpses. Do not resist. Obediently come with me. You are extremely precious specimens. Surrounded by the herd of wild boars, the sisters immediately took battle stances. Then I understand now. You intend to resist me. Truly unfortunate. If the specimens are damaged too badly, how will I explain it to Lord Monster Tan? Immediately, Akai ordered the wild boars to attack. Hearing their master's command, the wild boars instantly charged forward. At the same time, at the western forest entrance, Professor Origin was dealing with the wild boars. Everyone form a defensive formation with me at the center. Fight side by side and protect each other. Fangba is a species capable of mutation and omnivorous feeding, so their population must be controlled each year. They are classified as level 4 monsters. Led students to eliminate monsters with such effort. If I cannot save them, then what? You filthy dark mages. You are not allowed to harm Academy students. That is a serious violation of the treaty. The members of the Black Magic Tower appeared one after another before the professor and spoke. Both you and those students, the Magic Tower does not care. If you do not resist, we will not harm you. Then what is your objective? It is those 2 monster wolves. You talk too much. I hate repeating myself. Clearly you people still have shortcomings. Returning to the 2 siblings, John and Jane, only a single swipe of their claws. Herd of Fang Ba was neatly dealt with without any effort. However, they are still in the stage of growth, whether demon humans or beast humans. If they have studied and grown within the academy, then they are students. The Magic Tower members saw the professor step forward and immediately warned, "You dare confront the Magic Tower?" Professor Origin replied at once, "I am not confronting you. You were the ones who touched my students first." It is them. Scene shifts to the special dormitory. Senior Meiji. I did exactly as Jin instructed, but there was no attack at all. Sensing something strange, Jin wondered, could it be that Zika has discovered it? Their original plan was to attack Zoffin, Meiji, and Chairman Ezel simultaneously. Therefore, I set traps in advance and waited. 30 black faction mages have disappeared. I captured the red faction, but I do not know where the rest are. Amazuam walked in and interrupted Jin. Are you wondering where the Magic Tower mages have gone? After dealing with the herd of wild boars, one Magic Tower member spoke in shock. As expected of golden wolves, their reputation truly is not false. Their value is no less than elder-level vampires. We have even tamed death itself, using dark magic to stitch together multiple corpses to create a new monster. How could beasts like you resist the path of magic? Seeing the situation becoming dangerous and difficult to resist, the older sister hurriedly said, John, yes, I understand. Retreat from them immediately. But while retreating suddenly, a violent explosion erupted near them, sending both of them flying and tumbling onto the ground. What is this? What kind of destructive force is this? A gigantic chimera appeared before them after being summoned. How is it surprised? For beasts like you, it is difficult to understand. This is the essence of life magic. I researched a method to synthesize life essence to increase the muscle density of creatures. As long as the muscle density of each individual is precisely calculated and each muscle fiber is controlled, not only strength, even endurance increases dramatically. Not a single wound. That man is both fast and strong. Yes, I understand now. But at the academy, there is still someone faster than me. John recalled the moment Jin once said to the siblings, in truth, there are still 2 people stronger than me. But if we truly fight, I will still win. How would you do that? First, guide the opponent's gaze and deceive him. After successfully luring it, John gave a signal. Zen, right now. Then strike directly at its weak point. If claws are not enough, then bite with your teeth. Do not rush. As long as you patiently repeat it, you will win. After Zen delivered a fatal strike to the back of the chimera's neck, she stepped back to regain her breath. Seeing everything going smoothly, John rejoiced. Good, that is enough. Now we just need to finish it. Excellent, keep going like this. But things were not as simple as he thought. The moment Zen bit the chimera, blood suddenly burst from her mouth. That forced her to return to human form, to spit all the poison out of her mouth. But what the hell is this? The chimera immediately seized the opportunity and raised its giant hand, then aimed directly at Zen. The strike pierced straight into her abdomen, causing massive blood loss. Ha ha ha, you stupid beasts. The flesh of the chimera itself is pure toxin, knowing nothing yet daring to bite and tear. Another man immediately shouted, wait, if you kill it, then what is left for the experiment? The air around instantly filled with John's fury. He suddenly turned and stared at the enemy with killing intent. John rushed forward, throwing a punch, but the chimera blocked it in time. Slowly, do not kill it, capture it alive. Losing one leg does not matter. The bond between the wolf siblings always depends on each other. If one collapses first, the other will completely awaken and fall into a berserk state. John, now with only a few simple claw strikes, tore the chimera apart in an instant. His current strength was completely different from before. Even the Magic Tower members were stunned. His eyes widened. John now looked no different from a true bloodthirsty beast. He roared in despair, I will kill all of you, every one of you. I will slaughter every last one. Seeing the situation worsening, he immediately gave the order. Kill him. Forget the experiment. Kill him first. Yes, Professor Akai. The moment they attempted to attack, John had already reacted. In a blink, he tore all of them apart. Impossible, my disciple. John prepared to kill Akai. Kozilok appeared in time and stopped him. Seeing Jin, John cried while shouting in anger. Is that you, Jin? Zen is dead. Why did you come only now? You should have come earlier. Why did it become like this? The wolf siblings live for each other. When one dies, the other goes mad and loses reason. I am sorry. I arrived too late, did I not? Zen is still alive. The wound is very severe. If it had been any later, it would truly have been dangerous. She only fainted. Now she is fine. Don tightly hugged her while choking with emotion. You. Yes, it is all right. Everything is all right. While calming him, Jin remembered the words Mizuam once said. Why did you say that to me? Princess Mizuam is supported by the magic tower. She would never easily reveal the location of their mages. I have already given up something very great. There will not be a second time. Consider that I owe you once. I know. You will surely have to pay the price for that debt. After Jin arrived, he immediately shouted at the remaining ones. Red faction or black faction, it does not matter. Line up and sit down. Lower your heads. Lower. Why are you still raising your faces? Fortunately, none of the freshmen were seriously injured. Was it thanks to Professor Orjin risking his life to protect them? No, it was not my credit. This year's freshmen have much better equipment than last year. Thanks to expensive magic stone devices, they were able to protect themselves. A certain senior spent almost his entire fortune. Hearing that, Jin smiled awkwardly. Not the whole fortune, only half, ha. Suddenly, Professor Josephine contacted Jin. He asked, Professor, we just stabilized things and already there is an emergency situation. The marker held by the chairman has begun to react. Jin suddenly remembered those words. You will surely have to pay the price for that debt. The red faction has attacked Professor Josephine. Yet among both the red faction and the black faction, the golden mage still has not appeared. Simultaneous assault. Could the target be the chairman? Even with the antidote from the regressor, the scenario is still returning to its original course. We must leave immediately. Be careful. This time it is not like the games of the red and black factions you once imagined. I know, no matter what, I will go. But now I am no longer the helpless person from before. Seeing the urgent situation, the three of them also decided to charge forward. Me as well. I cannot avoid walking the path Jin has chosen. A special class vampire, a creature as hard as diamond. The swordsman enters the battlefield. And Jin Lok, who holds the power of the sun with 3 aura cores, now possesses enough strength to confront the golden archmage Aderzin. Misfortune hides opportunity. When they stepped through the spatial gate, they saw the chairman lying motionless on the ground. Professor Josephine called his name in panic. Chairman Eziu's body had not been completely destroyed, but the one who could leave him like this was certainly no ordinary opponent. The special class archmage Aderzin. The 4 great secret treasures of Luidadadonin have gathered here. The light spear Azadakwa, the endless alchemy furnace Erndi, the stone of destiny Diafa, and the sun sword Ko Lao Zolat. At this moment, every one of them radiated a dangerous aura. The group of Undersick and Sunke. It has been a long time, the permanent captain of Ezio, the orator Dunasik. Oh, meeting you again on this bridge of destiny. Perhaps fate arranged it deliberately. To live or die, to kill or be killed. That is the true question. The all-capable beauty king Ohan BZ. The coronation ritual in heaven has been activated. The system is displaying data and conducting checks on related connections. Current correlation level A+. Donazik correlation level A+. Dronzer Kai correlation level A+. OHBZ correlation level A+. Finally, Ta Tet Ba Tha Ra. Backup correlation level. Status index increased to 740%. Why is it you? He answered Jin. Fate has bound our destinies tightly together. Immediately afterward, Vataza's crimson battle-hungry gaze pointed straight at Jin. Are you prepared, boy? When he saw the person standing before him, Jin froze. Why are you here? Ta Tet Ba Tha Ra. Are you that surprised? I came only to meet you. The student who repeatedly ruined my plans and even stole my brain. You think I am provoking you too much, do you not? Fortunately, Headmaster Eziu has not yet been killed. No matter what, this must be stopped at any cost. Both in the game and in the previous loop, I could never prevent Ezio from being destroyed. When the true body stepped into the real world, Master was still ultimately killed by Vataza. Because I revealed the assassination plan beforehand, Master managed to evacuate in time. Ezio forced himself up and said, Jin, I am sorry. The ones who know the location of this place are only the heroes who participated in the Witch War. I did not expect that man would personally take action. Jin raised his hand to his forehead and sighed. Ha, truly beyond expectation. Another incident far beyond the scenario. It does not matter. I will adjust this scenario again. I always turn everything toward a better direction. Soon as the words ended, he cast a summoning spell. A golden dragon appeared behind him. Poison Dragon emerges, the dream realm of every martial artist. The domain activated, a lightning-fast strike aimed at the gap in consciousness. Vataza was not an ordinary opponent either. He used his spear to unleash a technique similar to Poison Dragon emerges. The attack was neutralized with ease. The domain has already been deployed. The legendary hero, a hand. a clash between the deadly ultimate techniques of martial arts. Still not enough, Kozilek immediately thrust his spear fiercely into the empty space ahead. At the same moment, Bataza also unleashed a similar strike. The second domain, he executed the technique Crimson severing ultimate intent. At the same time, he praised Jin's weapon. That spear is beautiful. Jin also continuously unleashed domains such as Demon Sword. System backup notification. Donazik correlation level A+. Dronzer Kai A+. Ohen BZ a double plus. Rule review TATES BATASA. Correlation level increased 740%. But I am the same. Third domain. Then the fourth domain, even the fifth domain. Seeing Jin gradually gain the advantage, Bataza became even more excited. You have grasped the basics. Try accelerating further. Combine the sixth domain, Tula. Refusing to fall behind Jin, covered his body with electricity to increase endurance. Two still fought desperately on equal footing. The tips of their weapons nearly touched. Sound of metal clashing rang out sharply. Kozilek tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, then gathered all his strength and thrust directly at the opponent. But Bataza's expression was strange. He seemed to be smiling during the battle, although their techniques were identical. Only 1 second after the battle began, first drops of blood had already splashed. Giant and Magiet were shocked when they saw this scene. Kozilek had been pierced through the body by that man's spear. Those who do not understand domains could never comprehend what just happened. When everyone prepared to rush forward to assist him, Alyssa immediately opened her own domain. She entered a battle stance. Naturally, the one who deployed a domain was ready to counterattack. Dark one-sword domain slash, and laughed with contempt. That is no ordinary domain. Your talent is not bad. The king will surely enjoy this after so long. As soon as he finished speaking, Alyssa's face was seized by Ba Tha Ra's giant hand. Not be overconfident. A domain is not an invincible technique. Seeing the danger, Giant behind him threw a punch. Not act recklessly, but Ba Tha Ra reacted extremely fast and easily dodged that attack. He immediately grabbed Giant's arm and hurled her straight into Alyssa's body. Alyssa was already injured so severely she coughed blood. Giant could only grit her teeth in anger. You people are quite tough. Then he used his bare hands to continuously strike their bodies. Giant endured the blows to protect Alyssa. The situation grew increasingly dire. Giant could only hear Alyssa's faint breathing. Furious, she summoned chains that shot straight toward him. Stop right there. The chains immediately wrapped tightly around his body. 1 second later, they tightened around Ba Tha Ra's muscles and arms. You are finished. But suddenly he pulled her closer, making Giant startled. What is this? He said coldly. That is not my fate. Foolish half measure. With his strength, she was completely no match. The chains shattered instantly. Giant's vision gradually blurred. Her entire body collapsed before Ba Tha Ra. Tried to maintain the last bit of consciousness. He raised the spear high, so it was lack of experience. No matter how tough the body is, if the brain is shaken, it is over. Then die. Just when she seemed about to be killed, suddenly his body froze for no clear reason. Giant looked around, but also could not understand what happened. He turned to the left. So you are that blood-drinking demon. Turned out the power from earlier came from Magiet. Her face was covered with sweat, and her breathing was rapid. Ajep quickly executed a technique. After the command, Ajep rushed forward at extreme speed, aiming straight at Ba Tha Ra. With a slight movement, he shattered the ice on his body. One of Danan's 4 great artifacts, the Holy Spear Azekwa, automatically activated. Absolute penetration. Every strike is guaranteed to hit the target. In the next moment, he aimed the spear directly at Ajep. A single strike, he split its body into 2 pieces. That trajectory was so deep that the spear tip seemed to point directly toward Magiet. He suddenly halted, as if realizing he was about to take the full impact of the strike. The professor immediately shouted and moved to block it at once. Unexpectedly, the spear rushing toward Magiet suddenly vanished in midair. You threw the holy spear into another dimension. Only one person can do that, but are you not a little late? As expected, it is you, my old friend, Zofin. Shut your mouth, traitor. And the one who just acted was not me. Elsewhere, Jin activated the power to materialize the solar Ko-Lao Sala. This is already the maximum limit I can reach right now. Sun formed from magic power has been amplified to 740%. Even if it did not pierce the heart, it was still a fatal strike. His recovery ability is abnormal. If so, this is no longer the power of a human. Is it a commandment? Perhaps he engraved a great vow completely opposite to mine. But manifesting the sun at that level has already surpassed the limits of a human. Maintaining it even briefly is already too much. Immediately afterward, the professor cast a special class spell, multi-layer spatial transfer. Ba Tha Ra's 3 subordinates saw it and acted, running away. How cowardly. Do you think I will just stand here and watch? Kozilek seized the moment to stall and ordered the group. Everyone hurry. No one hesitated. They quickly helped each other into the spatial rift to retreat. Professor Josephine hurried. When everyone had entered the spatial hole, he immediately rushed in as well. Before disappearing, he even raised his middle finger in provocation. "See you later, bastard." After the spatial rift completely closed, Sunke turned to ask Ba Tha Ra whether the strike had landed. "Oh, my spear will definitely pierce the target. It is flying toward the one I locked onto from the beginning." Just when everyone thought they had escaped, Vataz's spear continued flying forward without stopping. Seeing the spear approaching Meiji, Kozilek immediately spread his body to shield her. "Senior, be careful. One possession and another regression. I always try to adjust the scenario toward a better direction. At least I once believed that. But then, he never expected that spear tip to aim directly at Headmaster Ezio. Even as the spear pierced through his body, Ezio still smiled in satisfaction with his choice. Kozilek spread his arms in panic and cried in despair. Headmaster, no." The headmaster's body gradually began to fade away. He rushed toward Ezio but still could not reach him. His breathing gradually choked. In the end, only hopeless silence remained. I still could not change anything. First beings to set foot on this land were the celestial giants. Like every epic, their era eventually ended. From their bodies, countless creatures and plants were born. Sun, light, land, oceans, and all living beings represent every element of the world. They are the entities that people call gods. They built heaven and the era of perfect peace that lasted for centuries. The age of Dan and was once considered the peak of civilization. But as time passed, a new visitor stepped into that heaven. It was a small and fragile species, yet with burning ambition and endless curiosity they won the favor of Dan and. They were called Goi Den, the humans of today. Danan granted them civilization and magic. Humanity flourished and their numbers grew beyond belief. However, humans did not stop. They cut down the vast forests of Dujun and Elvis. Eventually, they even seized this land from Danan. Individually, they could not compare, but the number of humans overwhelmed them 100-fold. So the era of Dan Nang ended at the hands of the very humans they once nurtured. Even so, Dan Nan remained resolute until the final moment, still wishing for humanity and this world to coexist in harmony. The last Dan Nan remaining in heaven sealed himself within that eternal place. That person is me, Dan Nan of Justice as in Danuha. I am the only survivor, and I guided humanity along the righteous path. My disciples all became heroes recorded in the history of the world. Yet in my heart, I always carried the loneliness of the last one remaining. Therefore, I constantly searched for relics and artifacts left by the ancestors, Goi Dayat. And finally, I discovered it. Another Dan Nan still sealed away. I named that child Ba Tha Ra. He eased my loneliness and became my rare happiness, so I gave him everything. Love, spear techniques, and even precious treasures. I cherished him like a son, like a comrade, even like a lover. But I never knew why this world had two Dan Nan. Those who wished humanity to live in harmony with the world left behind Dan Nan of Justice. But there were also Dan Nan who wished for humanity's destruction. He left behind the Dan Nan of Vengeance. When he learned the true history of the world and his identity, he wanted to destroy all humanity and rebuild the heaven of the gods. Thus, 80 years ago, we prevented the descent of heaven and punished the traitor Vataza. In return, I was gravely injured and sealed in this place, the Shadow Royal City. Therefore, I always believed Ba Tha Ra had died long ago, until now when a familiar fragment of memory resurfaced. This event occurred when Kasa's avatar was destroyed. After everything ended, Kasa left the Shadow Royal City and eventually died at the hands of Ba Tha Ra. Kozilek unconsciously tightened his grip on the THVKFOGN as if suppressing his anger. How deeply I hated this event. The strange thing is that in this life I have never had any connection with Kasa. Then why did she speak to me, someone who is not her disciple? He asked Ezin whether she mistook him for Vataza's disciple. In a time when caution is needed, why summon me here? She hesitated and said, "Child, you are my disciple, a person from the future trying to bear everything. How could such a thing happen? Could it be that you know what happened at Nazaria? The important thing is that she knows I came from the future. If that is the case, then everything will progress faster. Immediately reinforce the defenses here and hide temporarily. Do not let anyone enter." Ezin continued, "Knowing the future does not mean you must bear everything alone. You are the only queen of heaven on the chessboard. The king must always be protected. I have never been a king, but I have been a teacher, and I have always been a hero. I know that even if you know the future, you will still choose sacrifice." Kozilek knelt before Ezin and pleaded, "Please remain here. Do not leave this castle. This time it must not repeat like before. We can still change things. We can still control the future. We only need to prepare beforehand and rewrite history, just like what I have done until now." Ezin gently raised her hand and touched Jin's face. Then she embraced his wounded body. "We meet again like this, reunited and cherishing one another, but fate cannot be denied. It's like Casa 300 years ago and like I once did in the future. I of the present will also trust and support you. I will protect you. That is my duty and also my choice. Which means even knowing everything in the end, nothing can be changed. A few days later, Jin threw himself into training like a madman. Leaps to acrobatic movements, everything was pushed to the extreme. He trained continuously, without allowing himself even a second of rest. Jack observed for a while and said, "Luckily he still seems fine." Edger, however, seemed worried. "Yes, this is the first time I have seen Jin so gloomy. I mean during the headmaster's funeral. When Jin read the eulogy, his expression was so sorrowful that it worried everyone. I feared he would not endure it. Yet only a day later he plunged into such insane training. Truly a monster. By the way, have you noticed the girls around Jin have become much quieter lately? Senior Maggietti has returned to the south. Alyssa is in the hospital. Among us, perhaps only that girl remains clear-headed." She saw Jin Hua Jiang's eyes immediately flashed with anger. She stepped forward and grabbed the bleeding hand still gripping Jin's spear. "You even understand what you are doing?" When she opened his hand, numerous wounds were revealed. Some had even begun to show signs of necrosis. Jin did not listen and immediately pushed Hua Jiang's hand away. Now is not the time. She called his name, causing Jin to turn his head toward the center of the yard. Suddenly, Hua Jiang threw a punch with tremendous force. The wall ahead instantly exploded into fragments. He slowly walked toward the place where the strike landed. Then she coldly gave the order, "Follow me." Rain began to fall with light pattering sounds. The two of them stood facing each other in the freezing rain. Jin asked in confusion what she intended to do. "It is too cramped in there, not convenient to make a move. Come out here and fight around." "What is this? This is truly unexpected." With no other choice, Jin was forced to swing his spear to counterattack. The tip of his spear reached the arm of Hua Jiang. Suddenly, the spear was deflected toward another direction. Kozilek thought to himself, "Why did it deviate? Wait, this move is." During Mark's group training session, I once tried teaching Hua Jiang a few martial arts moves, but she herself was already a genius. Moreover, Hua Jiang's body was as tough as an indestructible diamond. She could have blocked that spear strike head-on without any harm, yet she deliberately deflected it. Although the movement was still clumsy, this was clearly a move beyond expectation. When exactly did she manage to learn these things? Jin's body lost balance, and he crashed heavily onto the ground. He tried to open his eyes again. Before his eyes was the image of Hua Jiang raising her fist high, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Just one punch crashing down made the ground tremble and crack into many pieces. Yet she did not strike Jin at all. Hua Jiang only looked at Jin with a helpless expression, then said, "You are too weak." What are you saying? Do not force yourself to become stronger anymore. It is enough to be strong enough not to die. Therefore carve that thing onto me one more time. I will become stronger so that I can protect you." Jin stood frozen when he looked into Hua Jiang's eyes at this moment. He gently shook his head and refused. "That will not work. I am an adult, kid. As a grown person, I have the responsibility to place protecting a child like you above everything. This kind of power cannot be given to a child like her. It was never meant for a genius like her. It suits a useless person like me far more. The risk is far too great to take." Hua Jian immediately stepped forward and hugged Jin tightly. "That is not true. She is absolutely not a useless person." Chaotic question echoed in his mind. "What on earth am I doing right now, Jinlock?" Earlier he himself said that he could handle everything alone. In the end, his actions were no different from those of an immature child. He was only carelessly placing the burden on someone else's shoulders. "I cannot keep collapsing like this anymore." "That is right. Thank you very much. Now it is time to stand up, because there are still countless things waiting ahead." 2 weeks had passed since the shocking incident at the Magic Tower. Professors were buzzing with discussion. Admalik of the Red Robe faction attacked Senior Professor Zoffin, while the Dark faction openly kidnapped a first-year student. This clearly cannot be ignored. The Magic Tower responded that it was only the independent action of a few deviant mages. But could that really be true when 2 elder-level mages and 50 other mages participated? Everyone knew the truth. But if a protest were to be sent, the one on the opposing side was Aed Zin, the representative lord of the Magic Tower, who had personally responded. Our side also needed a representative to speak, so at present the Academy urgently needed to choose a new council chairman to succeed the position. For many years, the chairman's seat of Mecha 3 Academy had always remained in the hands of the Eziu family. This time, it will probably continue the same way. Successor seems to have already been decided. Akazofin also comes from the Eziu family, right? No, that is not the case. The assassination of Chairman Ezu threw the Academy into chaos. But everything was only just beginning. Coming battle will be a great war that determines the survival of humanity. The academy exists to train heroes who can save the world at that moment. For that purpose, Danhwa, the one called the Guide of Heroes, declared before everyone that she would assume the position of the new council chairman. However, after the negotiation session, Professor Josephine arranged to meet Ezin privately outside. I still oppose this. Vataza is targeting her. That man is no longer alone like 80 years ago. Behind him stand the cult, the magic tower, and even the northern kingdom. The scale of his forces is now far greater than before, completely incomparable. Ezin sighed softly and replied, "Yes, that is true, but it has been a long time since I returned to the academy, so, to be honest, I am quite excited. I hope everyone enjoys this time." The scene shifts to the city of Mecca 3, at the emergency hospital. Lissa had just awakened on the hospital bed after the recent battle. "Where is my sword? Please bring it here." The nurse could only sigh when seeing that scene. "Good heavens, why are you so stubborn? This condition is truly not good at all." She recalled the warning Vataza once gave. Do not be overly confident in the technique of the void strike within the domain, because she was too excited after learning she could use a domain. The one blown away was Ha Kwa Giant, while the one underneath like me ended up in the hospital. Kozilok once had a giant spear pierce through his body, and the very next day he was already in the training room strengthening his body. As for me, I cannot do anything at all. In the end, I am still just a useless person. Thinking about that, her eyes gradually blurred with tears, both hands unconsciously gripping the blanket tightly. When she opened her hand and looked, suddenly Jin appeared in front of her, startling her. "Hey, hello. Oh, Jin, why are you here?" Immediately after that, he took a boiled egg and gently rolled it on her cheek. "Good heavens, be gentle. A little softer. Hey, it still hurts. Do not have absolute defense or recovery ability. One mistake and I end up in the hospital again. Does that mean I can only rely on your help, Jin?" But unlike Alyssa's thoughts, Kozilok felt that it was actually fortunate. People with special physiques, indestructible bodies, or genius swordsmen who can use domains, all of them are helping me. Every time that happens, I always wonder whether I deserve that help. Because I can also support you somewhat, that is why I dare to ask for your help. Saying that is a little embarrassing. In the future, I will still need you. Just hearing those words instantly made Alyssa's face turn red. Walking alone may be faster, but walking together will go farther. Then give me a honey candy. Consider it an advance payment for that help. We grow by overcoming challenges and learning from them. She even asked Jin to personally place the candy into her mouth. Just as the candy was about to reach her lips, a red surge of power suddenly appeared and blocked it. Both of them were startled and immediately turned their heads toward it. Some people learn how to stand up after failure. Others have just discovered a completely new emotion. Yuang inside Kwa Jian's body asked curiously, "Hey, are you jealous right now?" Making Kwa Jian respond irritably. Yuang, stay quiet. When she saw her students appear, Professor Josephine finally felt relieved. It seems everyone has recovered. Even though the situation is quite complicated, I understand Zoffin's concerns, because humanity is facing an unprecedented threat. Even though I was once stripped of my power by my own student and imprisoned, what I must do has never stopped. The place I have built for so long has quietly nurtured the seeds of heroes. Perhaps among them the greatest hero in history will appear. That man returns with forces far stronger than 80 years ago. I still believe we can win, because Mecha 3 Academy exists precisely for that purpose. The next day arrived. Today we decided to hold a small party to celebrate Alyssa's full recovery. Alyssa proudly held a pile of food in her arms. "I bought this much." "Oh, that is quite a lot. How much did it cost in total?" "Only 2 gold coins. Hearing that, Jin immediately panicked. 2 gold coins? You were overcharged. That cost is a bit excessive. Besides them, there were also other guests attending the party. They were acquaintances Jin had known before. NHUN cheerfully brought some food. "Hello, everyone. I just picked some mushrooms in the forest." Meanwhile, Ko de Neo leisurely said, "So this is the special dormitory." As for Alyssa, when she looked toward the other door, Lunia's 5-sword female group stood neatly lined up right in front of the entrance. "It has been a long time since I saw my lovely little sister. Welcome, Lunia. Very glad to see you again. You look healthier than before." As soon as she stepped into the room, Lunia immediately shouted loudly, "Bring out the wine. After the last incident, my heart is still full of emotion. That debt you will repay with both principal and interest. So then start with the food. Everyone bring out the dishes." Just a few seconds later, the dining table was already set with plates and utensils. Next came beautifully arranged slices of fresh sashimi. Oh, this technique. The sashimi is wonderful. Is this fresh fish preserving the original flavor from premium ingredients prepared by Alyssa? Next came Hagazen's dish, using extremely precise flame control technique. The craftsmanship is not bad. This is truly a top-class dish. Black and Zeg laughed happily. "Haha, this is delicious. Kozilok is truly lucky, having 2 great cooks beside you. So which dish do you think is better, Kozilok?" Hearing that question, Jin suddenly froze for about 5 seconds. His expression immediately darkened. Ah well, for me, At this moment it felt as if the 4 of them were cornering him against the wall. Come on, say it. Between the 2 of them whose dish tastes better. Just a slight mistake and the one placed on the table might be me. What should I do now? Is there any way to escape? The most tense moment, he suddenly heard a voice calling from outside the door. Sir Jin, I thought coming empty-handed was inappropriate, so I bought this. Would you like to eat it? As soon as he saw them, Jin immediately hugged the basket. Oh, thank you. For me, fried chicken is still the best. The other 2 frowned when seeing that scene. Still not sober yet. Forget it. He is going to die soon anyway. Azan immediately changed the subject. The food is very good, but now I want to talk about work. Lunia also nodded in agreement with Dazan. Surely we did not gather just to celebrate her discharge from the hospital. That is right. That is exactly what I was about to say. Let us go straight to the point. The reason I invited everyone today is to announce the next objective of Kozilek Guardian. I have shared everything that can be said. Along with the assassination of the chairman, the story also revealed the forces behind Vataza and their true objective. The descent of the heavenly demon. Vataza's ambition is to wipe everything from this land and rebuild a world exclusively for the gods. First, the atmosphere was quite relaxed. Many people thought it was just an unbelievable fantasy story. But as the details were gradually explained clearly, the entire room immediately became far more serious. It was mentioned that the old church and the magic tower had allied themselves with Vataza, even saying that the pope of the new church was actually a heretic. Several fanatic believers immediately objected. A member of Lunia's 5 Swords slammed the table upon hearing that. What? Impossible. Enough, this man tells quite an interesting joke, but what he has said so far does sound somewhat believable. Then what is the plan to oppose that enormous force? Everyone here is a master, I acknowledge, but it is still not enough. The goal of the warrior Kozilek is to help everyone become even stronger. That is why I invited this person here. The reason for gathering everyone is very simple. A person stepped out from a crack in space with a calm voice. Greetings, young heroes. I am Kasa. We are about to begin the counterattack. Whether inside or outside the academy, we are all considered strong. But unfortunately, there is still an enormous gap between us and Vataza. At this moment, the warrior Kajin cannot match him in any aspect. From weapons, troops, to combat strength. The enemy has already mastered the use of magic armor, fate stones, and even the spear of light. The fastest way to narrow that gap is to equip weapons on the same level as theirs. Therefore, the first step is to obtain weapons. Before the summer vacation ends, we will infiltrate the Dan and Treasure Vault, the Treasure Vault of the Gods. The Dan and Treasure Vault is a place where legendary and epic grade items can almost certainly be found. As for the location of that treasure vault, Dan Nan of Justice will guide the way. For Jin, this was originally an event that only occurred after the academy collapsed and Kasa had died. Lift your head, do not worry too much. Yes, Master. Because Master listened to my words, this event has happened 1 year earlier than in the original story. Seeing that scene, Alyssa and Kwajayan both looked confused. Meanwhile, Kozilek continued explaining. And the second thing we need is manpower. You mean to organize us into an army? Is the reward mechanism guaranteed? The Dan and Treasure Vault is also called the Treasure of the Gods. Just look at this contract. The Quasar mercenary group will obey the employer. Not only Lady Lunia, but even the members of the 5 Swords will be interested. Lunia covered her mouth and laughed softly. Because of the marriage debt, I am willing to sacrifice everything to protect my family. She continued speaking, making Jin listen attentively. But using the lives of subordinates like chess pieces is another matter. The Sword Pavilion has the duty to protect the crucial rear. If the Sword Pavilion must sacrifice itself just to make the warrior Kozilek stronger, no matter the price, I cannot casually mobilize the Sword Pavilion. As expected, weapons, manpower, and finally, at that moment, Ezen suddenly appeared behind them. Why do we not hear how he plans to increase strength before deciding? Traces of training are truly impressive. Lunia glanced behind and thought. That man entered all the way here as if nothing happened. Ezen's sudden appearance startled Lunia, and she stepped back several paces in caution. Even now, the Sword Pavilion continues training without rest. Yet you say you can make them stronger. How? Now on, I will personally train you as your master. Of course, if I can become strength for that child, then I am willing to do anything. That moment, both of them released extremely overwhelming auras. Not wanting to lose face, Lunia immediately sheathed her sword. We withdraw. Kozilek did not understand what happened and called out, Lady Lunia, please wait a moment. My 4 Lanzi family, the secret of your strength is a great master. 5 Swords heed my command. Yes, Sword Pavilion Master. From now until entering the Treasure Vault, reorganize the Sword Pavilion. At the same time, according to the request of Warrior Kazan, prepare so the Sword Pavilion can mobilize at any time. After saying that, Lady Lunia and her guards turned around, left, and closed the door. Lady Lunia, Miss Zylock might be somewhat acceptable, but who could believe that self-proclaimed chairman when he dared to say he would become a master? As a master, I have opened the eye of insight and seen countless paths ahead. Could he truly be qualified to cross swords with Lady Lunia? Lunia's face showed slight embarrassment before she retorted, "No, that is not it." Returning to the others, Ezin asked, "Finished eating? Do you have enough strength? Then let us begin the lesson." Let me see who should start first." He smiled and thought for a moment before making a rather bold decision. "How about this? All of you come at once." A while later, everyone was brought to the training ground. But because Ezin belongs to an entirely different level, the training session will stop here for now. Just a few short minutes, she had defeated nearly everyone who participated. Impossible, truly unbelievable. Ezin slowly walked to each person and gave guidance. Anne and John, the Wolf brothers, yes, you two fight too instinctively. The theory is understood, but the body cannot keep up. Action comes before thought, right? Judgment cannot keep up with bodily reflexes. Zone, your balance is good. But when using the magic sword, the support still has flaws. You increase the number of magic swords too quickly. If not facing many enemies, then reduce it. Quick evaluations along with subtle guidance continued to be given. As expected, this person seems happiest when teaching others. During that time, Kozilok asked, "Master, then may I try once?" Our Kozilok is getting heated, but you will be the final turn. However, before that, I need to do one thing. I want to see those two with special power first. Yes, this will be a private training session. Immediately after that, she brought Alyssa and Kwajayan to another area. "Come here. In this place, you can use your full power freely. If we join forces, we will definitely win." A den domain. But before she could draw her sword, Ezin had already restrained her with bare hands. "Student Alyssa, you have the habit of invading the opponent's domain, do you not? Just like last time, even before the domain could be completed. Your foundation is not stable enough. Therefore, begin again with basic swordsmanship. First, adjust your posture from the lower body to the danshin. After the first person, next will be Kwajayan." As soon as her name was called, Kwajayan appeared above Ezin and threw a straight punch downward. But as said before, Ezin is not an opponent easy to handle. It seems you have learned a few things from Jin. Kwajayan, train the essential principles of Ba C letter 1 EF 1 C and Ba Kwai again. Kwajayan, focus on the essential principles of Ba C letter 1 EF 1 C and Ba Kwai. You need is not additional strength, but engraving the posture and principles into your body. And why are you so angry? Kwajayan suddenly remembered the scene of Ezin patting Jin's head and saying, "Lift your head. Do not worry too much." The more she thought about it, the more irritated she became. That was the feeling of jealousy appearing for the first time. Josephine saw the situation becoming dangerous and shouted, "You fool." Immediately, a small white bolt of lightning shot straight toward them. It struck Kwajayan's body. At that exact moment, Ezin directly blocked it with bare hands. Ezin's hand immediately pressed firmly onto Kwajayan's neck. The overwhelming aura from Ezin gradually calmed her, and she fainted briefly. Immediately afterward, Ezin gently supported her and softly reminded, "Do not rush and become impatient like that. You are already very strong." How strange. Her movements resemble Vatazar exactly, but the feeling when being held instead reminds one of Miss Zylock. Kozilok stepped out from the space crack and asked, "Then it is my turn. Though a little embarrassed, please allow me to show the results of my training. I have already seen everything through Ezio's eyes, Kazin. I kept you here to awaken another power within you. A power you still cannot control. You are only using it as an energy reservoir. Core of Dusobantia. Dusobantia. It has been a very long time since I last heard that name. Fate is truly unpredictable. I did not expect you could use that core. Duck was once my disciple 800 years ago." Hearing that, Kozilok widened his eyes and listened closely as Ezin continued warning. "He was an extremely rare genius, so controlling that power is not easy. Are you confident?" "Yes, I believe I can do it. Fate is truly unpredictable. Those disciples of mine who once shone like stars, some became heroes while others stood on the opposing side. But never have I been as certain as now. From now on, I will pass on everything I know to you. I will perfect you. You will become the world-saving hero stronger than anyone else." A final disciple. On Vataz's side, Dusokai asked him, "Will you not pursue them, destroying the world? The law within me demands enemies and trials worthy of me. Besides, those women are the karmic destiny bound to me. I am a warrior who chose the path of assassination. If it becomes an open duel, then it would be utterly disgraceful. Is that not so? Kozilok is your opponent. How ridiculous. Instead of stopping me yourself, you let that mediocre disciple appear in front. The fate arranged by Li Ampher is absolute. In the end, you will still have to fight me. The fate of the world will be decided in that battle. My great cause will never change. My great cause is absolutely unchanging." Turning to Ezin's side, she looked at Jin with pride. "Today you did very well. Not only your foundation, but your practical combat skills have improved clearly." After the training session, Kozilok replied while panting, "But I still feel that I am lacking. Please allow me to try once more. The demonic nature of Duck Geobansia has been passed down to me, but what I can use right now is only the #1 demon spear, Hugh Kai Ian. It is not bad, but there is still a problem. It proves you are still immature in controlling aura. The most important thing is that you have not understood the essence of Bansia's aura. Look carefully. This is the power of Zeon Zigiba, the power I once used to slay dragons in my youth and behead 5 evil dragons that shook the kingdom. I honed that power solely for that purpose. Demon Spear #2, 5 Dragon Heavenly Pillar. I do not think you can do it immediately, but if you train persistently. Kozilek observed for a moment and realized, this is the force when the Bansia core is used correctly. Of course, you can reach that level as well. You mean like master, or do you mean like when I defeat Vataza? He is indeed very strong, but if you only aim for him, then it is meaningless. His existence is my greatest mistake. It is also my regret, and I will correct that. You understand what I mean? Kozilek suddenly became confused. Do you mean you want to fight me directly here? I cannot leave everything to the children. Adults must not hide behind them. Even if I have made mistakes, I must still. At that moment, Jin shouted loudly, Ezin. When she turned back, she saw the spear in Jin's hand had transformed into a lightning spear. In the future, I lost too many people. By the hands of Fa Zemak, Du Sokai, Dun Nazik, Ohan, and many others. Many comrades fell. Even those who could have been saved slipped from my grasp. Saying I have no regrets would be a lie. But risking my life is not because of regret. The reason I return, the reason I bear the destiny of saving the world in place of the player. Even if I am called arrogant, it does not matter. In the world I save, everyone must exist. No one is allowed to disappear. Even if it is only my personal greed, I will not accept a world where you are absent. Demon Spear #2, 5 Dragon Manifest Lord. Please believe in your disciple. Did you not say he carries the appearance of a hero? Zin saw Jin's current power and widened her eyes in shock. This time you will not die, because I will save you. Is that so? I am truly fortunate. At this age, I can still receive such luck. Hearing that Jin lightly knocked on Ezin's head. What old age nonsense. How long you live is not important. As long as you believe everything will be fine, then any age is still youth. Yes, I understand, thank you. But they had no idea that 2 people were burning with emotion after witnessing that scene. Lissa and Hakwa Jian spoke to Ezin at the same time. Please allow us to continue the training once more. In another place, when invited to join a rescue mission, he replied, that might be difficult. Sorry, I only go to the church where Saint Estella often visits. After those 2 youths left their sight, the purple-haired young man showed irritation. His name is Gigi Mamlu, the youngest male spy of GGM. Suddenly Jin stepped forward and asked, Zion or Zizam? Is it this I see? That copper bead necklace? I was only asking. I do not follow any religion, but the copper beads symbolize the integrity of Jeju. It looks quite cool. Oh, so you also understand religion. It sounds grand, but Jejung is still an ancient organization. Recently, they even established the warrior Kajin. The scale is probably only like a club. Even though his words sounded concerned, personal feelings had to be set aside. Someone sent by Bishop Dyer Nang to infiltrate the academy. My mission is to approach important figures. All right then, come to a mission with me. What mission? Immediately Jin pulled Mamlu toward a large cave. I heard near a village 70 kilometers from here there have been many disappearances. It is probably caused by goblins. This kind of task is accepted too. Matters outside the academy are usually handled by the guild. Since last week, the missions around here have been handled by the warrior Kajin. Dazan defeated the spear mage Phelan. Reward is being distributed. Kodai Neo Luden eliminated the golem engineer Zelens. Reward is being distributed. NHUN also stopped the plan of Drun ZNA. Currently, the other members of Warrior Kozilek are outside doing missions around the village, so there are not enough people. We will return before evening prayer, so do not worry. This person truly has a strange charm. He is kind and always cares for others. If I did not carry the mission of the cult, then perhaps I would have trusted and followed him like an older brother. As they went deeper inside, they suddenly realized something was following them. What is that? His friends are truly strange. Seeing Kwa Jian acting oddly, Jin asked, Kwa Jian, what are you suddenly doing? She only replied with 2 words, insects. Huang Thai Ha. Are they not filthy demon race? The Johns treat the demon race like humans, but that goes against the sacred canon. The demon race will forever remain filthy demons. While everyone was not paying attention, Kozilek shouted loudly, Mamlu, be careful. Look ahead. A gigantic parasite with countless teeth was charging toward him. Mamlu's face instantly turned pale with fear. When the monster opened its mouth, preparing to swallow him whole, Kwajian desperately unleashed a powerful slash that split its body in 2. Damn insects, get lost. After defeating that disgusting monster, he immediately turned and asked the young man, are you all right? Thank you, senior, very much. At that moment, countless questions surfaced in Jin's mind. Very strange. The scale of the swarm is abnormally large. Moreover, this is a goblin cave. Predator and prey never live in the same nest. That means something must certainly be hidden. From deep within the cave, a light wind blew toward the three of them. Realizing something was wrong, the group immediately advanced deeper inside. They're quite clever. Outside, it is disguised as a goblin cave in an abandoned village. But in truth, this is a research laboratory for familia fusion created by mages. That giant worm outside must also be an experimental product of this place. The thing inside is a human fused with a monster. How could such a thing happen? Who could be this cruel? This pattern, this handwriting. When they looked at the signature on the paper, a familiar name appeared. Could this belong to Bishop Dai De Onang? Azalak immediately made a plan. Hakwa Jian take care of Zizmem and bring all the evidence outside. I will pursue the mastermind. As Jin rushed forward, a suspicious red-headed worm creature appeared. That man turned his head and realized someone was chasing him. With no other choice, he launched dark magic to attack Jin. Jin's speed and strength now completely overwhelmed him. In an instant, a purple flame erupted and blocked before him. With terrifying force, Jin quickly finished the worm-headed creature. Preparations are complete. My plan consists of 3 steps. First, allow the spy of the old church, Dai Ez Mam, to expose the collusion between the old church and the magic tower. Second, destroy the giant resurrection laboratory. And finally, the third is this object, the head of the monster Mata. It belongs to the 100-leg, 4-head species. Everything is ready to raid the Danon treasure vault. They are the strongest formation I can trust. But Vataz's subordinates all possess special weapons, including the Spear of Light Aziguar, the magic armor Ondersea, and the Fate Stone Lyamfa. Balance this unfavorable strategy. Today I will open the treasure vault of the gods, the McMeo Treasure Island. Master is the heavenly empress of Lac Veen, also the last Dan Nan remaining in this world. But even Master does not know every secret of Dan Nan. Even Vataza and the ruins where he was discovered were personally found by Master. The maps of hidden realms only appear when hidden events are activated, and this place is the same. The initial condition to reach it is death of Master. As you said, I will wait here. Really, without me you will still be all right. Jin answered confidently, please trust me, even if this event happens 1 year earlier, because I am not going alone. Alyssa and Kwa Jian have completed many weeks of harsh training with Master. And there is also Senior Meiji, who has just returned from the south. As soon as she was mentioned, she descended from above with a gentle voice. Kozilok, I have checked the surroundings. There is nothing suspicious, it seems safe, except for Colonia, who must remain to manage the sword pavilion. This is the strongest lineup able to fight. Going with these 3, there is nothing to fear. Just as he thought that, Alyssa grabbed Jin's arm. Jin, I do not know why, but I have goosebumps. Since childhood, I have hated this kind of atmosphere. Even Senior Meiji echoed, I feel the same. Seeing the 2 acting spoiled made Kwa Jian visibly annoyed. But then she copied them, I am also scared. Kwa Jian said that. The whole group immediately became chaotic. Then everyone hold hands. Meiji and Kwa Jian looked at each other with jealousy, while Alyssa quickly changed the subject. Hurry up, it feels like ghosts will appear at any moment. Kozilok reassured them, not ghosts but gods. This place retains the lingering thoughts of ancient Dan Nan. Jin, you know something again this time, right? Yes, I came to this place in the game and also came here with Paxi. If you pass the trial of the gods, you will receive a treasure. The trials are divided into stages. Anyone who fails stage 1 cannot enter stage 2, because the final trial is the most difficult. The trick is to help all teammates pass the first 2 stages. The problem is the difficulty of stage 1 and 2 is completely random. It may be a riddle, or it may be a life and death trial. Jin, I cannot see anything ahead. Do not worry. People say gods appear randomly, but they often pay attention to those carrying objects related to them. And what I carry is the head of the monster Mata, the creature once slain by the god King Dakda. Therefore, the first god to appear will certainly be god King Dakda. His trial is cooking a delicious dish. This is very easy because I am responsible for cooking in the dormitory. But when the group moved further ahead, a strange melody suddenly echoed. What instrument is that sound? Immediately after that, the mist gradually dispersed, revealing a strange blue sky. This scenery does not match the cave at all. A god holding a lute appeared behind them. Welcome heroes who seek the trial. This is a god Jin has never encountered. Just a single pluck of the lute. The 3 girls immediately fell into a deep sleep. Kozilok immediately ran forward. What happened? Meiji, Kwa Jian, Alyssa. Immediately after that, the scene shifted to Alyssa's dream. In the dream, she saw Jin and Lunia exchanging sweet words. They even kissed passionately like a real married couple. Alyssa hid behind watching the scene with jealousy and anger. My brother-in-law, the perfect man for my sister. But why do I? In the dream, the god appeared behind her and said, what a beautiful scene. He whispered, making Alyssa startled. Ah, Yes. When did you stand there, since the moment you began secretly watching them? Being exposed so directly, her face immediately darkened. Alyssa continued listening to his tempting words. Miss Alyssa should try pursuing them as well. A student like you would surely be loved by many. But if you are still troubled by your brother-in-law, then forget it. This is the trial of love. Returning to reality, Kozilok asked directly, "What did you do to them?" "Ah, the trial has begun. The three are inside those spheres, enchanted by the romantic object they desire. And the main cause is you. This trial is created from the memories between you and those girls. But they are all forbidden loves. The kind of love that could harm the one they love or harm themselves. They only wish to preserve pure love. If they overcome their desire, they will receive a reward. If not, they will remain trapped forever in illusion. No, how can they pass the trial? Very simple. They only need to abandon you." Hearing that, Kozilok felt uneasy. The god standing beside him whispered, "Do not worry. I sincerely hope they can pass. Let me see first. First is Alyssa's dream. Ha ha, my little sister-in-law. Such a beautiful sister-in-law bringing strong wine. Are you trying to make your brother-in-law drunk?" In that dream, Alyssa even gently reached out to touch Jin's lips. "Your sister is not here today anyway. What is this? She does not even intend to resist. How vulgar and shameful." Alyssa is immediately eliminated. Next is Hwa Jian's dream. In the dream, the god saw Hwa Jian pressing Jin down on the ground. "Stop, Hwa Jian, what are you doing? Did you not say you are about to get married? Is this your way of congratulating? How fortunate. This is the north, just as you said, where cranes often fly past. Right now, I can even have a baby." Seeing that scene, the god immediately shouted, "Horrible, too vulgar." Hwa Jian is also eliminated. In a certain sense, perhaps I should praise Jinlok for being formidable. Is that supposed to be praise? Looking at 2/3 of the spheres already turning black, the god became angry. "What did I do wrong? Girls nowadays truly have no modesty. Understanding for the one you love. Can the final girl preserve pure love and mature?" In Meiji's dream, the first scene is Isabella confessing to her, "I like Jin." I see, a forbidden love scenario when loving someone your best friend also loves. But Isabella also loves Jin. Even if it sounds old-fashioned and wrong, it is still better than the previous two girls. After hearing that, Meiji simply gave a light greeting and turned away. After a moment, Isabella's eyes suddenly turned pink as if hypnotized. "It would be best if you gave up Jin." "What is this? I suddenly like Jin's junior." Realizing the situation was wrong, the god thought he needed to create a stronger rival and began searching Jin's memories. When Jin appeared, Meiji immediately waved, "Hello, senior." Jin also smiled in response. During this time, the one Jin loves the most is summoning the strongest enemy. When Meiji was about to step forward to speak, a stranger suddenly blocked the path. "Hey, can you move aside?" That person let out a soft sigh. It was Paxi. He looked at Meiji with cold eyes and said, "These bastards truly never disappear. Since thousands of years ago, God once fell in love with a maiden who appeared in his dreams. Every day she appeared, causing the god to suffer from longing. After an endless period, he searched the entire divine realm for her. The maiden turned into a swan in fear, but the god used divine power to track her. Yes, I am the great god of love, Enhan, the one who won his love and turned it into legend. You are different, even if you are a demon person. For a mortal like you, it is impossible. Abandoning is the love of humans." At this moment, Meiji was running breathlessly in her dream. Why did it become like this? Last time I met Jin's junior on the street with Isabella. Even though I felt a little sorry for Isabella, Kozilok still happily accepted my invitation for a date. I only want to date Jin's junior. Why? While she was running, objects like meteors suddenly appeared falling from the sky. Meiji regained her composure and faced the one who loves Jin. Axie raised his hand, creating a magic circle, his eyes full of jealousy. "I can ignore others, but you are truly unpleasant." In the world created from Jin's memories, at this moment the magic triangle separates space from reality, and he is the strongest one. At that moment, Meiji lost all memories related to Jin. Not yet fully awakened as a vampire, she almost had no chance of winning. Paxi saw this and said, "Yet you still managed to endure for this long. Now on, I will lock you in a container and turn you into a blood bag to extract spirit medicine." He leaned close to Meiji's ear and whispered, "I will give you one final chance. Give up Jin and leave the academy." It turned out the god Enhan was twisting Meiji's dream. For Jin, doing that would be better. What nonsense are you talking about? The one Jin will face in the future is the strongest Danon. If you stay beside him, you will only die together. I am the strongest mage. Only when I stay beside him and become Jin's strength will that be the path that makes him happy. So disappear." Those words felt like thousands of blades stabbing into Meiji's heart. He froze, then answered in despair, "That is right. together with Jin's Jr. No, not Jin's Jr., but Jin himself. At that moment, a monster suddenly appeared with a loud roar. It appeared right behind Paxi. In a blink, it bit fiercely into his shoulder with its sharp fangs. The sudden attack caused him to lose a great amount of blood. At the same time, it threw him into panic. What is this? How can you use vampire abilities? Did your memories return? Paxi stared at Meiji while panting. Because you spoke such nonsense, I realized this world is fake. You told me to leave, Jin? Never. He remembered what Jin once said. I only hope Meiji can be happy, because Jin himself wishes for my happiness. Complete awakening of a high vampire. If I want to be happy, then Jin must also be happy. Blood swords created by Meiji continuously pierced through Paxi's body. The one who can bring Jin the greatest happiness is neither Isabella nor you but me. Right after those words, the third sphere also turned completely black, leaving the god shocked. What is this? Meanwhile, Jin teased him. It seems things did not go as you wished. Be quiet, Jinlock. Those emotions are not love. They are only the stubbornness of naive girls. Just the recklessness of youth. Yes, I understand now, Kozilok. He looked at him with a serious expression. In the end, the reason those girls became like that, it is all because of you. This will be the final trial, Kozilok. The light from the god burst forth dazzlingly, forcing him to cover his eyes. Before he could react, he was teleported by Enhan got into that man's dimension. This trial is to confirm what I have wondered for 1,000 years. What true love is. I searched for the maiden in my dream without hesitation. Every night I sang love songs for her. Can you do the same? Kozilok looked at him with calm but confident eyes. 150 swans. Among them 3 maidens transformed into swans are hiding. Time limit 3 minutes. Find them. Hearing that, Kozilok only curled his lips into a faint smile. Seeing that action, the god was surprised. What exactly are you planning? Jin decisively raised the spear in his hand. Immediately, the death god's pearl was activated. The ability to separate soul from body does not work on creatures with strong will. In a flash, he eliminated all the fake swans. These 3 swans are them, right? Looking carefully, the eye colors are different. No need for 3 minutes. Not even 1 minute was required. Release them now. He looked at him arrogantly, then burst into loud laughter. I said you must choose the real one. Dean Locke slowly reminded that you are only allowed to choose exactly one person. The other 2 who are not chosen will fall into eternal sleep here forever, and prove whether your sincere love can overcome this trial. It seems from the beginning I misunderstood something extremely important. From the start, I never had the right to choose. Fortunately, they chose me first. What do you mean by that? Even if you fail this trial. The moment I stepped here, I already decided to save everyone. If someone must be left behind because I am forced to choose one, then I just need to defeat you first and end it. After saying that, Jin immediately pointed the spear tip straight at the face of the god of love. He recounted his past to Jin, that he once passed the swan trial and obtained her. That story became the legend widely spread across the world. But in the end, I still could not win her heart, because from the beginning she transformed into a swan to escape from me in fear. In the end, she left me. I could only drink wine all night and sing alone. Perhaps if I had been more patient and not forced her, then the ending would have been different. Thanks to this trial, I finally understood one thing. Love is not possession or coercion. The most important thing is respect for the other person. That is right, Jinlock. That is the correct answer. I now understand why those girls did not abandon you. Bring them here. There will be no eternal sleep. If you safely pass the final trial, I will allow everyone to return together. I am very grateful, but even if I cannot participate in the next trial, I will still take them away myself. Please entrust them to me. Your final trial will likely be extremely dangerous. The sun is activating on its own. This was not arranged by Angus. If there exists someone who can activate the solar banner Salat against mine, well, then there is only one person. That is the king who stands above all gods. The one who inherited the power of the sun, Nuada Ergitlam, appeared before Jin and declared that the final trial would be given by him personally. 4 great secret treasures of the legendary hero Ahan include Li Ampha, a giant Ka, ODZ, and Ko Lao Salat. Among them, the owner of Ko Lao Salat is the king of the gods, Nuada Ergitlam. As expected, in the end, Nuada still appeared. First trial was completely unpredictable, so I prepared the head of the monster Mata from the Sadhu tribe. At the same time, I lured Dakta, who usually gives simple trials, to appear. But unexpectedly, a strange figure named Yangas appeared instead. In contrast, the final trial could be predicted, because Nuada is the original owner of Ko Lao Salat. But even if predicted, my preparation also had limits. In this game, a real sun does not exist. Even so, the final trial must always be overcome with strength. Therefore, I summoned the 3 strongest people I could. Thinking about this only makes me feel more irritated. Seeing Jin looking distracted, he spoke. Do not lose focus. Where are you looking? The trial has already begun. Immediately after that, a giant with a massive body appeared and swung his sword straight toward Jin. At that moment, he could only stand stunned briefly. Fortunately, he managed to tilt his body aside and narrowly escaped death. Seeing him evade that attack, he appeared extremely impressed. In ancient times, the first race to appear on this land was the giants. The second was the divine race like Tuatha De Danann. The third was the descendants of darkness and night, the demon race. And the fourth is you humans, and the one you must defeat this time is the great warrior Swordich, a warrior belonging to the demon race. This is the Moichura plain where I once defeated Swordich. It is also where I lost my arm. If you brought Ko Lao Salet here, then your target must be my left arm, because it is the indispensable item to fully control the sun. Now face the great warrior Swordich and feel despair. Meanwhile, he and the giant continued to clash fiercely. Kozilek moved with extreme agility, his flexible body and the spear in his hand allowing him to maneuver with great ease. In contrast, the giant possessed overwhelming physical strength. Moreover, he was an entity carrying divine power. He swung his greatsword in a violent attack, but he leapt high just in time. Trial at Makmio was originally a test created by the gods to help players grow stronger. From their own experiences, the gods created gates of trials. Through them, they passed down valuable lessons to the participants. Players could never possess the sun, so Nuada's trial had never appeared before. But considering the context of this world, he could guess the true purpose behind it. This power was truly terrifying. The great warrior Swordich was purely powerful because he was a demon warrior who once severed Nuada's arm. Perhaps what Nuada wished to verify in this trial was strength he had accumulated until now, and strength was not simply muscle alone. True strength did not lie in pure force alone. At that moment, the marks across Swordich's body began to glow. In terms of speed, he clearly surpassed that man. Combining speed with power, he immediately ignited that man's body. A chain of magical runes was engraved at incredible speed after countless rounds of training. That was high-level fire rune magic. That man could not escape it easily. Thinking he had one, he turned around to observe. There was not a single wound on that man's body, damn it. He was still perfectly healthy. But defeating him with just one move was too simple. Immediately changing tactics, Jin unleashed the skill Crimson Serpent Annihilation. The spear thrust straight into Swordich's chest. Strangely, he used his own muscles to clamp the spear tightly. Losing his weapon, he was forced to retreat. Damn it. The magic runes were ineffective and the spear had been taken. If it were before, he might have panicked. He did not only know how to dodge. From the beginning, he used combat runes to prepare for this very moment. In his memory, he recalled Ezio's words. This training was meant to extend the use of the sun for a few more seconds, but could he control it alone? Within the druid's secret realm, there existed magical runes carved long ago. Even Nazazia had to rely on runes carved by his master for 300 years to achieve it. The reason he could still use the sun was because this place, the Black Garden, was overflowing with magic. That was not it, remember carefully. He had seen it with Ezio's own eyes. To protect everyone, he once used his own power to control the sun. Immediately, Jin activated the skill Salet Sun Banner and confronted Swordich. The sunlight gathered and gradually swallowed that man's body. Kozilek concentrated on controlling the power of the sun for a short time. After that, his body returned to normal. Had the sun disappeared? Had the activation time ended? No, not yet. Besides him, only one person could control the sun. Could it be? It was him. Nuada Ergetlam had appeared. I already warned you. Do not let yourself lose focus. Jin's power suddenly halted, and Swordich immediately seized the opportunity. He launched a direct strike, leaving him no time to evade. Great warrior obeyed only a single calling, the destiny he once fulfilled in the past. He had to sever that arm. The heavy strike caused Jin immense pain. His arm was bleeding severely. In panic, he forced himself to stay calm. Damn it. He had to stop the bleeding quickly. But when he tried to treat the wound, that man used his power to suppress him and prevented the action. Intend to cauterize the wound with fire to stop the bleeding. Unfortunately, the sun will not allow that to happen. So you had planned all of this from the beginning. In the history of Danann, only those with a complete body could inherit the throne of the God King. Even a single wound made one unqualified. I once lost an arm beneath Swordich's blade and was forced to abandon the throne. Even so, I do not regret it, because I destroyed the demon race and opened the age of the gods. Even after leaving the throne, my heart remained at peace. But then Ugoi Di ended the era of the gods. All my achievements and aspirations were turned into nothing. Danon of Justice Ezen Danhua sent you here. That is why this trial began. Most of the gods here stand with Danon of Justice, but not all are the same. Hearing that Kozilek froze slightly, could it be impossible? That is right. I despise the current era created by you Goidi. Nuada Ergetlam, do not only disdain the filthy demon race. I also scorn weak Goidi like you. Continued saying he would turn toward the final true Danon, Tit Ba Thara. He looked forward to that man's era. Danon was originally a concept personified into existence. Kasa represented justice, while Enhan God symbolized love. And I Nuada Ergetlam, and the Danon of kingship, like the sun shining upon all beings. I was once respected by all Danon and held the throne of the gods for a long time, until I faced the great demon warrior Sordich. It was then that my left arm was severed. According to the ancient law of Danon, only one with a complete body could become king. I was forced to abdicate, yet I never regretted my left arm nor the throne. From the war against the celestial giants to the demon race, Danon existed because I saved this world. If there is anything that still troubles me, it is you Goidi, the fact that I have not personally erased you yet. I granted Goidi fire to enlighten civilization, yet you used it to melt sin and betray the gods. Even after betrayal, the pure Danon still wished to guide the world onto the right path, so they left behind Danon of Justice. Was that truly the correct choice? As he spoke, he swung the blazing sword toward Jin. At this moment, Jin had no choice but to defend. Much blood was flowing. If it continued, he would surely die. Because Goidi are the ancestors of humanity, I understand your resentment, but we humans and Goidi are completely different. Fivefold fire serpent erupted violently. Nuada with a cold face immediately rejected it. There is no difference at all. While Jin was still distracted, he immediately launched a powerful counterattack. Strike caused the ground and surrounding rubble to crush down upon Jin's dying body. The pressure from his power made it almost impossible for him to move. He had continuously slashed and destroyed this land, and in the end, in the name of race, religion, ideology, or goal, this world would become a hell even more brutal than the age of the celestial giants. Before that happens, I must return the world to peace with absolute power. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately hurled a fireball toward Jin. In Jin's eye, the fireball seemed ready to burn his entire body to ashes. He suddenly remembered his previous life, the flood event at the Josian River. A young man swept away by the current screamed and begged for help. Please save me. Please save my life. More than 100,000 people were slaughtered by Paxio. The image of himself back then, only able to stand there helplessly watching. Everything was still deeply engraved in his memory. That day was like a nightmare. At that time, he witnessed with his own eyes. Countless people were killed by strange creatures. Desperate cries for help echoed everywhere. I do not want to die. Please save me. Friends who once knelt down begging to live. And also the figure of that person. Sir Jin, you are my destiny. It is a pity that I realized it too late. All those people died simply because he could do nothing. Turning to the present, he unconsciously tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Seeing that Jin was still moving, Nuada immediately paid attention. He cannot die in a place like this. Possible, you still refuse to give up. If he falls, then what will happen to the people living on the surface of the earth? He still has far too many things he cannot let go of to die here. When the Danon of Justice sent you here, he had already seen all of your memories. After Paxio, the one who was once Vataz's opponent, was killed, he understood why someone as ordinary as you became the new opponent. Compared to Goidi, you possess many rare experiences. But even compared to Paxio, who could not defeat Bathara, you are still far too weak. This is the final stage, where the power of the sun reaches its extreme, passing both concentration and willpower to achieve it. Power of sunlight compressed and gathered into Ergetlam's left arm. Give up weak one. This is the final mercy he grants you. Kozilek forced his battered body upright and asked, that is right, he may be weak, but even if he held immense power, he would not use it to create a forced perfect world. What he desires is simply that ordinary people can live their own lives in the way they wish within a free world. Hearing those words from Jin made him even more furious. If you refuse to surrender, he will crush you, Goidi. If you can do it, then try. At this moment, the two were evenly matched. The entire battlefield fell into violent chaos. The body so ruined you can still resist, because he does not fight with his strength alone. The commandments reflect his thoughts and actions, along with those of his enemy. The first commandment duty. He will never ignore the misfortune of the righteous. At first it was only a rule he carved into himself to become stronger. But in his first life he could not see that. He saw new faces of humanity. He heard words never heard before. Ansha's voice echoed within his memory. Please do it, hero. Together with this source of power, this is the strength given to him by the people he protects. Once you have chosen to stand on his side, Tet the commandments have no choice but to grant him power. At that moment, Jin activated the core heart of Bansia's forging chariot. Because he has sworn, he will never turn his back on the suffering of the righteous. core heart of Bansia's forging chariot was completely released. Because in this world, he will save them at any cost. When all the power was released, Jin's body began to blaze fiercely. In the battle with that god, he had used every ounce of his strength. He turned his head to look back and slightly frowned, as if calculating something. Suddenly, a blue bolt of lightning tore across the sky and ripped open the space. That lightning had been summoned by him. Wada did not attack but coldly ordered, "Diane Quian, go heal him." The other immediately bowed his head. "Yes, I Diane Quian Danan of medicine obey." But his thoughts will not change. This world can only be maintained by absolute power. Moreover, in your current state, you cannot defeat Vataza. But until that destined day arrives, how many humans will you be able to save and how much strength will you accumulate? He is beginning to find it interesting. In the end, you have passed the trial. Continue to struggle and prove your will Jinlo. After saying that, Nuada turned and quietly left. After being treated, Jin opened his eyes and saw an unfamiliar god standing before him. "You are awake. Your body was forced far beyond its limits. That child must have worried greatly about you." Kozilek awoke in a bright scene completely different from the barren land before. Where is this place? How strange he clearly had. He still remembered being struck by the blade. Nuada, the one who stood with Ta Tet, allowed him to survive. The former king said he would observe the result. He told him to deliver the message that you passed the trial, after saying that he handed him an object shaped like a hand. Grade Agitlium. This divine weapon was forged by Dianqui Danan of medicine and Gobniu Danan of blacksmiths, then completed into a full arm by Maya son of Dianqui. It is the only artifact capable of containing infinite power and also an immortal armor. When equipped with the Sun Sun banner, magic power increases 200% and the system cannot interfere. In the game, this was a relic once used by Orhin Berset, the strongest subordinate of Vataza. It was not even an ordinary relic because players could never possess Agitlium. Kozilek looked at the arm for a moment, then sighed softly. The price paid was worth it. At least he prevented Orhin from becoming stronger. Perhaps he could even fully comprehend the power of the sun. Immediately afterward, he made a request. "Please return the friends who fought alongside him." The answer came back. "It is still too early." Fearing that he could not help but feel surprised. In McMill, the system guides players to meet different gods, depending on the items they carry. But in the game, no one had ever met all the gods, and players could only choose a single treasure. Even in the game or his previous life, he had never seen this. Even after leaving the throne, he remained the eternal son. One recognized by the former king also means recognized by all of them. Dagda Danan of the earth said that, so they also decided to reward you. Nyanga said he had to personally give gifts to the 3 young ladies before disappearing somewhere. Ah, yes. Then a tanned, blue-haired god smiled and introduced himself. "Greetings, he is Mananan Mac Lur Danan of the sea. Among the Danan, he is the richest with countless treasures. At his right, Mananan is the master of the treasure island Macmel. For the hero who passed the king's trial, he will present the treasure he values most. Not 1 but 3 treasures." When he raised his head to look up, one chosen by the master Tatet Batheza, the strongest Danan in history, appeared. In the mortal world, Lam Hada Danan of light looked at Jin with a probing gaze. "Nuada recognized you again. Truly unexpected. He has already given everything to Ta Tet, so he has nothing left to grant you except one thing. If one day you defeat his successor, then the relic that man leaves behind he will give to you." In the original game, even defeating the final boss could not obtain those treasures, because they originally belonged to Vataza. But you are Vataza's ally, so why say such a thing? Do not misunderstand. You are the successor chosen by Ijindanu Danan of justice, and now you also inherit the power of the sun. The battle between you and Tatet will be a warrior's duel of honor. From now on, they stand on no one's side. Whoever wins, their wish will be fulfilled. After hearing that, Kozilek froze for a moment. The items he received included the legendary Gi Deer, the red spear, one of the twin spears of Manan and Mac-Lur. Legendary grade boiling venom of Bizagang, a poison extracted from the venom within the heart of the evil serpent once slain by Dianqui. Legendary grade UX, this is the string instrument of the god King Dagda, the legendary harp that once defeated 9 giants. In total, Kozilek received 4 treasures, including Agitlium. After granting the rewards, the gods returned to the sky while chatting among themselves. Is it Jin's offering this small truly enough? Perhaps they should prepare more and send it later. No need. Next time bring a few grandchildren and more will be granted. Sooner or later they will be born. That is enough. A few weeks later at Zingu, Adi and Alyssa received Neben's red horse from Yangas, while Senior Meiji received Matcha's blessing. But it is strange they had not even passed the trial, yet they still received rewards. And then explained the entire story, leaving the 3 stunned. Failed the trial. He does not remember anything. When did he participate in the trial? How strange. 3 people all harbor feelings for one person. Such admirable affection. May the love of the young maidens blossom. Therefore he will give gifts to all. That smile made people uncomfortable. Ah, senior, he still has to write the mission report for the guild. He can write it later. Eiji advised him to rest for a while. This time Jin struggled alone while they could not help at all. Hearing that Jin blushed, then that will be fine. He will only rest for a moment. But as soon as he dozed off the cat outside, the window began to meow loudly. Oh, Nabai has come here. This cat has recently been wandering around the guardian office. Senior, is there any fish left in the kitchen? This cat loves fish, especially braised mackerel. Noticing something strange, Meiji immediately showed jealousy. Kozalak, do you know what treasure Jin received from Macmel? The cat was startled while Jin simply shook his head. He does not know either, she refused to say. So that is how it is, so that is the truth. Nabai, do you want to play with her? Meiji took out the cat wand, and the cat immediately reacted wildly. It may be unnecessary to say, but the academic atmosphere at Mecha 3 is extremely relaxed. Compared to modern universities, the credit requirements are far fewer and can even be replaced by guardian missions. Therefore, the young trainees all go out early to take part in activities. That is no different for Jin and the others. After completing the mission, Jin reported, "This side is already finished. That fast, your sword aura has improved greatly." That is the demon sword he received from Mananan, legendary grade Great Wrath Mozart, a legendary relic of the hero Ahan specializing in wide area skills, similar to the treasures on Macmel Island. Some other members, such as Doron, also received treasures from there, helping them complete many guardian missions. The promotion requirements should almost be complete, Karenio asked. You mean the guardian rank? Reaching first rank in less than 2 months is truly a record. Also thanks to the Quiven provided by Senior Meiji, which allows fast travel everywhere, shortening the schedule by at least 2 days. But it seems everyone is fine. Lately, Iremum has not been seen. That kid must be busy. Since yesterday, Iremum has disappeared all day. Perhaps the time has come. The scene shifts to a conversation inside the church. Iremum bowed. Bishop, oh, it is you. He heard you recently joined the promising guardian. Yes, thanks to that, collecting information according to your orders has become much easier. But Bishop's gaze immediately became stern. While carrying out the mission, he discovered the laboratory of the Black Mage. He also found the bishop's letter. Could it be that the kidnapping and sacrifice of children is real? Friend, this matter is truly troublesome. His face turned cold and ruthless. On the path of serving the gods, sometimes one must step through mud. But this matter. Remember the time when they hunted witches? Even though some innocent people were sacrificed, hundreds of witches were destroyed. Do not forget the greater cause is always cruel and painful. Even the gods will understand that sacrifice. He understands now. The conversation ended. Iremum walked outside and closed the door behind him. The bishop looked at him with annoyance. That troublesome brat. Once everything is finished, he will deal with him. Plan extraordinary Yaksha ascension meant to cause a massive massacre has completely failed. All calculations collapse. Even the Crusade strike team, meant to incite Hakuagian, has vanished without a trace. The propaganda campaign to turn the demon race into a common enemy also failed entirely. Not only that, during the process, 2 of the 7 factions of the Magic Tower were destroyed. Yet they still allowed that Eastern mage to completely overwhelm them. Even those failures brought some value. Was that not the will of the gods? Outside, the surrounding residents cheered with flushed faces. Holy Maiden, how is the escort plan for the prisoners progressing? Everything is proceeding smoothly. They will be escorted together with the Holy Knights. The infamous rank cultists have all been subdued. Those arrogant wretches must be judged at the Holy Temple of Sion, including Mordetta of the Magic Tower, the Formation Mage Kang Khan, and the Church Crusade Strike Team. Even the Church Crusade Strike Team was dragged into this. Because the number of prisoners is too large, they must move by land, which will take more time. By the way, Holy Maiden, that outfit seems improper for the ritual. Hearing that, she only shook her head lightly. While speaking, she suddenly noticed something. A stranger wearing a red cloak and leaning on a staff stood right in front. That person calmly revealed his face. It was Mizuam Am. Day of the prisoner escort of Mekapa. Let them wait and see. The procession began moving toward the Holy Land to judge the cultists. Journey under the blessing of the Holy Maiden officially began. Although the Holy Maiden personally escorting prisoners seems beneath her status. Because many important figures are gathered here, preparations were made in case someone attempted to escape. Everything has been calculated. Suddenly danger arrived. The soldiers immediately took positions, quickly protect the Holy Maiden. Those Magic Tower scum, since they dared kidnap Lady Dunlop, he already thought it outrageous. Now they even dare treat him as an enemy. Do they think they still have support? Perhaps the pressure from the prayer was a little weak, but with such a large army, reduced effect is understandable. While thinking a soldier urgently reported, "Holy maiden, please leave quickly. This place is too dangerous." But when the carriage door was opened, the holy maiden had already disappeared. The carriage door burst open. Cultists who had just been released looked surprised. "Oh, is that not someone familiar? Personally coming to release them? Holy maiden, have you gone mad? To think a holy maiden could be this naive. Do you not know that once the prison is opened, the seal on their magic also disappears?" As soon as the words ended, they attacked the holy maiden. "Laughable, a holy maiden this week? You must be seriously ill. Perhaps you should travel east to recover." But just as they attacked, the holy maiden's voice sounded, causing one of them to startle. "Why did you not follow procedure and instead commit the crime of escaping prison? Impossible. The cursed flame only extinguishes when it burns to the bone marrow." Before them, the holy maiden now radiated a terrifying aura. She prayed while reciting scripture, "Repent. The Lord protects her so the enemy's blades cannot harm her. Prayer opened a miracle. She will not be harmed. The Lord will shield her from blades and chains." What is this madness? That crazy woman? Do not come closer. Therefore, if he wishes, she asks the Lord to watch over and protect her. Take up the iron rod and strike down the enemy. As a potter shatters a clay jar, so she will crush the enemy. Afterward, the holy maiden alone dealt with 2 cultists with brutal force. At this moment, the soldiers outside still had to resist the monsters. The sudden ambush caused them countless difficulties. "Leave this place to him. The holy maiden has disappeared. Quickly find her. Yes, everything is entrusted to you. Damn it, there is no end. Hold on, they must protect the holy maiden. If something happens to the holy maiden, the formation of the mages is truly formidable. What is the casualty situation? Thanks to the holy maiden's protection, there are no deaths. Yet but the wounded are increasing. If this continues, they will be wiped out." Hearing the report, the holy maiden answered, "There is no other way. They are grave criminals. She will execute them on the spot. The rest retreat." But holy maiden retreating now is too early. Elder Morsiton has studied Chimza all his life. That corpse may very well be a fake. Wait, he wishes to ask one question. "Who are you really?" Among the escort, he has never seen this face before. When suspected, the other finally revealed himself. He sighed and cursed quietly, "Damn it." Immediately his true face appeared. The golden archmage of the magic tower Adizin, disguised as a follower. He had made a mistake. Realizing the opponent's identity, the holy maiden panicked. "What is this?" Immediately she was restrained by golden chains and could not move. "That is impossible." 1 second later, a massive pillar of light erupted in the forest. The news spread everywhere. Urgent bulletin. Holy maiden Estella Hadeda Ezad has been kidnapped. The royal family and the holy church are working together to rescue her. The warrior guild summons 7 elite squads, including the Piana Knight Order, the Modern Magic Research Association, Aizan Kwa Hammer, the Northern Army, and the warrior Kazala. Warrior Ko Jin, look at that ship. Why is it loaded with so much cargo? With that weight, even heavy cannons could not move it. Northern Army warrior observed and sighed. "Captain, it seems they are indeed the ones. Since when did they start dragging children into matters like this?" But just as they mocked them, a young man spoke. "Captain Kozalok and Vice Captain Meiji, please take your positions. Congratulations on becoming elite warriors." What those brats! It truly surprised them. Among them were Meiji Kwa, Giant, and Alyssa. The Kozalok squad also had connections with the mercenary Cirque and the Aiden family, so their strength was considerable. However, becoming a first-class warrior normally requires complicated procedures. But because the guild is in urgent need, those with outstanding achievements recently were promoted immediately. Making them constantly carry out missions was also for this reason. And now the campaign against the Magic Tower is about to begin. The Magic Tower has kidnapped the Holy Maiden. To rescue her, the guild has summoned 7 elite warrior groups present here. Piana warrior asked, "In that case, the reward must already be prepared. They are not doing charity." Of course there is. In this campaign, the kingdom promises great rewards for the heroes participating. The speaker was the chairman of the warrior guild. Announced that all warriors participating in the campaign are permitted unlimited plunder. Resources or manpower of the Magic Tower may all be seized. Hearing that, everyone became excited. Excellent. That means they can take all the wealth and magical tools of the Magic Tower back with them, even turning mages into slaves. So even beggars count together. Listen carefully, anyone who dares touch their share will die, rookie. Seeing them threaten Jin, Meiji stepped forward to stop them while Kozalok reassured them. "Please, seniors, be patient. This group is no different from a club. There is no aura of elite warriors. Even before landing, they were already fighting over rewards. Honestly, in this situation, they should thank the magic tower. Because they kidnapped the holy maiden, everyone now has a reason to join the battle. In truth, no one genuinely wants to rescue the holy maiden. All of them are blinded by profit. Those bastards do not care about the holy maiden. Kozilok, are you all right? It is fine. They should just focus on their own task. Do not pay attention to those provocations. Anyway, if this continues like that, those people will die sooner or later. The main storyline of the legend of hero A-Han, the campaign to suppress the magic tower. The Gang Trio archipelago consists of dozens of small islands and one enormous main island. To reach the main island, where the magic tower stands, they must capture each small island first. The magic tower prepared thoroughly, causing most elite warriors to fail in landing. The vanguard unit was completely annihilated, while the main force lost 60% of its warriors. In the previous cycle, this campaign was truly a disaster, horrifying catastrophe that once occurred in the history of the warriors. Those damned warriors sooner or later will become fish food beneath the sea. As the ship carrying the warriors approached the shore, everyone waited in excitement. The distance kept shrinking. 500 meters, 400 meters, 300 meters. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck directly toward the warrior ship. Commander, the magic tower forces have appeared along the coast. This seems to be their trap. Damn it, if this continues, they will be wiped out. However, at that moment, the magic tower forces became confused. Pazin was holding something resembling a harp while strumming it and shouting strangely. Words that made no sense, like, climb up, where do you think you are running? He stomped his feet repeatedly and suddenly leapt into the air. Legendary grade Quan Dai. This is the string instrument of the god King Dagda, the legendary harp that once defeated 9 giants. Its sound spreads magic power through the entire space. Wherever it is, it will fly according to the call of its master. When attacking giants, damage increases by 1200%. Effects change depending on the melody played, in the case of the climbing tune. Where do you think you are running? The melody immediately changed. Seeing Jin act so strangely, the other warriors were stunned. In this situation, what trick is he planning now, that madman? The ocean waves suddenly surged violently. He waved his hand in signal. Boron, come here. Even this step was within your calculation, master. With no other option, he had to follow Jin's crazy plan. Tragedy where 60% of the army dies the moment they set foot on the island. If so, it would be better to die by his hand instead. Immediately afterward, he hugged the harp and played wildly. The performance is not finished yet. Sparkle, sparkle, little stars. He will crush the entire fleet in the middle of the ocean. Brilliant, dazzling light spread everywhere. The scene shifts to the command center of the Royal Army. Those damned magic tower scum. Who would have thought they could unleash grand magic capable of controlling nature itself? This was supposed to be a landing operation with more than 50 warships, yet now they have been forced away from the shore. What is the casualty situation? 13 warships have sunk and several others heavily damaged. The hulls are severely damaged and almost impossible to repair. Damn it, there must have been a massacre. But there are no deaths at all. Only several people lightly injured when ships were damaged. What did you say? Half the fleet destroyed, yet not a single person dead. The survivors of the chaos were all exhausted. Damn it, those hateful magic tower scum. Fortunately, warrior Kozilok prepared many lifeboats. That is not it. He saved them. It was music. That is right, it was music. Music extinguished the storm. Music was never meant for killing. That small star exists to save lives, Kozilok. When everyone saw him, they immediately erupted in cheers. Hold his hand. In the original story, these elite warriors did not even have a chance to show themselves, yet they worked extremely hard to reach this position. If they died simply because they were briefly blinded by greed, that would be too cruel. Everyone believed the natural disaster was caused by the magic tower and thought his music stopped it. Consider that this time, he saved those who could not be saved in the previous cycle. If possible, he would even want to prevent this campaign against the magic tower. For the entire human race in this world, it is a key event to reveal the true nature of the magic tower. Even those who once trusted the magic tower, like Jack, have now seen their true face. What worries him more is whether the Holy Maiden is still alive. The Holy Maiden is beloved by the people, so this event will ignite a powerful anti-magic tower movement. He said to bring red wine. At the moment, Estella is imprisoned inside the magic tower, but according to the scenario, she should still be safe for now. Just like the people standing before him right now. He will be the one who saves them all. The scene shifts to the Holy Maiden. Her hand bled and fear was visible across her face. How could this happen? Did she think a Holy Maiden could never be injured? Sikit, you are the criminal wanted across the continent for terrorism. Ha, to be recognized like that is an honor. Then do you know what this is? That is, wait, that is. Holy relic. Why is that object in the hands of a terrorist? Adder Jin, move aside. He will pour the holy blood into this cup. Stop, what are you planning to do? Holy blood has many uses. For example, reviving giants that went extinct since ancient times. Thunder roared and the sea waves surged violently. What is this? Indeed, Elder Bergen is an astonishing archmage. Yet inside he wondered, he did not do that. Inside the command room of the association. Those waves cannot be natural. Perhaps the magic tower manipulated both sky and sea. Chairman Manhwa said they cannot give up. If grand magic caused thunder and massive waves, there must be a hidden magic circle if they destroy it. Josephine nodded. During the Mana Revolution, she once saw similar magic. Since she is a renowned mage, no one doubted her. In truth, she clearly knows Student Jin caused the disaster. Of course she lied. But if they cannot land now, how can they destroy the magic circle? Who dares accept such a dangerous mission? While everyone hesitated, one person stepped forward. He will do it. Destroy the magic circle with a small group. How could that possibly happen? They will advance directly to the magic tower to rescue the Holy Maiden. A large-scale attack will only increase casualties. Haha, that truly is a crazy idea. Just thinking about that noisy music already gives him a headache. His heart pounds from fear of being discovered. They are deceiving even the royal family. But this operation is extremely dangerous. After the Witch War, the magic tower turned the Steel Archipelago into a fortress for 80 years. It could simply teleport inside. The problem lies exactly there. The magic tower believes its past failure was due to spatial magic, so it completely banned that magic inside the tower. The conclusion is they cannot enter the tower. All teleport points around the island are separated. However, one teleport point still exists outside the barrier. In the Forbidden Forest, where the barrier is weak, one person can be sent in. But honestly, he hopes no one has to take that mission. She asked why. That place is far from the coast and has few guards. Because there is a reason no one dares guard it. Because it is nearly the most dangerous area of the magic tower. At that moment, Jin stepped into the meeting room. He will go. Everyone stared at him in shock. But Jin, he is still weak. Without the support of the organization, he would surely be the weakest person. It does not matter. His disciple, can you do it? Ezen's encouragement seemed to grant him strength. He answered firmly, yes. Immediately afterward, the professor activated and opened the spatial gate. All right, is everyone ready? In 30 seconds, they will teleport. Do not worry about this side. Everyone remember to stay safe. Before stepping through the spatial gate, Aqua Giant wanted to say a few words to him. Chakasin, remember to be careful. Do not let yourself get hurt. If you get injured, then she would truly. See you at the magic tower. Kozilok, you brought the potatoes right. Yes, he will be fine. He will not let himself get hurt. He thanks her for caring and worrying about him. After saying farewell to everyone, he was immediately teleported to a forbidden forest. The magic realm of this forest was established by the 6th magic faction. This is considered a brutal trial stage that even a max-level player team would find difficult to clear easily. A beautiful girl suddenly appeared before his eyes. She smiled seductively. You look quite handsome, but far too bold. She is the spirit Ra who specializes in luring intruders into this forest. She reached her hand toward Jin and softly called, come here. His eyes gradually became hazy, as if enchanted. Fall into her embrace, and your body will be torn into pieces. The scenery here is truly beautiful. Recently, he has been so busy he has not had time to go hiking and relax. And what is this? Let him take a look. The magic tower is where the most advanced magical experiments and magical progress in the world gather. And this magical forest stores countless herbs and rare materials. Oh, Amander Zagoza. Perhaps that is why there are so many magic spirits here. Did he take this along as well? Because they are essentially the guardians of this place. Their direct attacks caused absolutely no damage to him. All right, he will spare them this time. Even if they are guardians, so what? Kozilok cannot send spirit bodies at all. This is a self-binding contract that grants 50% additional damage to physical targets. Simply put, it is a buff that increases power. This situation is no different from his previous encounter with Duke Sabancha, because it is very difficult to interact with spirits. Therefore, they cannot harm him either. And the final conclusion is, after that, Jin began collecting a large amount of ingredients and food throughout the forest. This is truly an enormous profit. Kozilok drank azuzite soda. Aura level increased by 3 stages. Magic power also increased. Aura limit increased by 2,000 and magic power limit increased by 1,500. In addition, there is Academy Honey that increases poison resistance, Blood Swallow Nest that doubles recovery ability, Swallow Sense that sharpens the skin sensitivity to danger. With his current stats, he has already surpassed Senior Meiji before she became Lunia or a vampire. Before he could enjoy the harvest, long a special regional spirit the Soul King suddenly appeared. When it prepared to dive down and attack Jin, it did not run away but rushed straight forward like a predator. Why did you only appear now, Soul King? No matter what, he must defeat you. Its treasure drop rate is only 15%. Elder Dejezian, leader of the Sixth Law faction, spent the entire budget accumulated for 10 years to import from the East a legendary spiritual herb, of the 3 great divine medicines appearing in the legend of Hero, a hand. Korean ginseng. He must keep this item. As for this one, he will use it as a return gift. If someone gives a gift, then he should give something back. Exchange makes things fair. That is true mutual support. The reason he obtained this item was because Magiet enchanted the potatoes. Everyone take this. This is a potato created through the ability he obtained from Dan Nan and got at Mac Mio. Curse of Maha, a skill that creates special seeds from cursed crops. When they sprout, all men within the area will feel a special sensation lasting 9 days. Kozilok held them with full confidence that Ngot truly gave him a very useful gift. Grow quickly, his little children. Before these potatoes sprout, he must complete the mission and withdraw. After moving for a while, he crawled into the underground sewer system beneath the magic tower. This is the rendezvous point agreed upon by the infiltration team. Charging directly into the magic tower would be extremely reckless. Advancing through the underground tunnel in darkness is the safest infiltration strategy. When did she arrive here? She had come here before. At first, she even planned to transform into a crow. Was the path here safe? He heard there are many monsters in this area. As he encountered a few, it seems today is quite lucky. While waiting for the others to arrive, they will rest here for now. Perhaps it will take them 2 days to reach this place. This room probably needs some cleaning. But Kwa Giant, you dislike cleaning, right? Do you want to switch tasks with Kwa Giant? For the next 2 days, only the 2 of them will remain here. Clean everything and make it neat. She will help him. It is probably already night. Since this place is so dark, the sense of time becomes vague. Little Kwa Giant fell asleep without even removing her apron. Record the cleaning assistance mission has been completed. This magic tower infiltration includes only him, Meiji, and Master Ezen. 3 people in total. According to the plan, Zoffin and Kwa Giant will stay here to guard. Even if this is a temporary room, it should still be cleaned properly. After resting briefly, Kwa Giant awakened under Kwa Giant consciousness control. Did he wake her? No, Kwa Giant is still sleeping. She can rest more. He still has several matters to handle. If it is that matter, then she suddenly hugged Jin and whispered, "Let her sit like this for a moment." Being in his arms feels warm and comfortable. Hearing that, Jin's face immediately turned red. His entire body stiffened like a statue when Lan leaned against him. At that moment, Meiji suddenly appeared from nowhere. "Thank you for guiding them." Thanks to him, they arrived much faster. "Ah, Sister Meiji, Jin, you arrived early." Yes, only a little earlier. Truly his favorite disciple. He had sensed something would happen since they were still in the Forbidden Forest. But he just saw June runes carved throughout the sewer. Extremely exquisite. With more than 10,000 magic power, 40 June were carved here in just 1 day. And you brought the largest bag filled with potatoes, right? Only he could stack so many alone. Not only potatoes, he gathered all spiritual herbs and items into a large bag and hid them in the Forbidden Forest. Moreover, he placed it beside Quan Dai, the one who once caused natural disasters with the power of Dak and Dan. Legendary grade Quan, the string instrument of God King Dagda, a giant harp representing the legend of a hand. Its sound envelops space with magic. It can fly back to its master at any time. When used to attack, it deals an additional 1200% damage. Thanks to the return effect, he can retrieve the bag anytime. Furthermore, that place is guarded by magical spirits. Before he returns, no one can touch his treasure. Excellent, the harvest is even greater than expected. Now everyone is here, they can begin. After the signal, everyone quickly took their roles. He will remain here preparing the spatial teleportation spell. Josephine will activate it while Kwa Giant will guard. And right at this moment, as long as they rescue Estella and retreat, it will be finished. The Holy Maiden rescue operation officially begins. Not long afterward, the group approached the enemy church. Hazan, they are ahead. Wait a moment. When the church personnel approached Jin, they seemed quite surprised. "Oh, thank you all for your hard work." Seeing this, Meiji immediately imitated him. Being patted on the head and praised by Jin's group made everyone smile happily. So they passed smoothly. That was easy. Not really, this method only helps reach the 4th floor without inspection. From the 5th floor onward, only assistant-level mages or higher may enter. They also use a very advanced iris scanning system. What should they do then? Do not worry, he already prepared for this situation. This time, Meiji even brought a combat spirit beast. Lada E combination, right? Not exactly. This time she went south and summoned a completely new spirit beast. That man is the former leader of the Red faction, Elder Ad Mela. Previously, the Black faction leader was captured by Holy Maiden Estella. The Red faction leader was captured alive and turned into a vampire. When he appeared, he immediately shouted angrily at Jin. that he would never forgive him. But immediately afterward, the demon ZS suppressed him with words, "Sit down. How dare you show your fangs without permission? Dunlop, please forgive him. Master, he knows his mistake." Meiji still had not calmed down and even threatened to salt him, then roast him or fire him into pottery. The mages from the Red faction and the Black faction who once plotted to kidnap Magiette were all captured by the Dunlop family, the rulers of the South, and punished with the cruelest penalties. However, thanks to the mercy of Lady Magiette, they were not executed and were instead sentenced to hard labor. Because of this, the production of the southern region increased by 10%, an ending that could be considered fairly complete. At this moment, the group began to discover a new chamber inside the tower. The path ahead led straight to the 5th floor. Estella was likely imprisoned in the special zone on the 8th floor. Once they passed 2 more floors, they would reach it. At this moment, it was likely that not only the tower master but also Dunsorkai was there. They had to be extremely cautious and avoid confrontation if possible. Meanwhile, Dia Gep suddenly became agitated and forced Jin to calm it down. Dia Gep, calm down. If they were discovered here, it would be the end. No, Miss Jin. It seemed Dia Gep had discovered something. It looked as if it was feeling fear. What exactly was here that made it react so strongly? This place looked like a research laboratory of the Magic Tower. Master, have you ever seen this place before? Never. Even when I came here as the chairman of the academy, they never allowed me to enter this laboratory. As the group continued moving deeper inside, the scene before their eyes made all 3 of them shudder with even greater fear. Could this be the very creature that once ruled this world? The heavenly giant Dunsorkai Titan. Compared to the giants that once appeared on the Sky Island, its size was many times greater. Just a single eye was as large as the entire body of a giant, and the true owner of that enormous eye was. Just as they learned the answer, a figure suddenly appeared behind the door, causing the whole group to hurriedly hide. Those 2 were Vataz's lackeys. He, we only need a little more time and we will witness it with our own eyes, right? Sunkei shouted excitedly, "O great giant King Ba Lo, awaken once more. I want to end everything immediately, but slowly transferring the sacred blood is truly too troublesome." As expected, the one they wanted to revive was the giant King Ba Lo, the one who killed the god King Nuada and was later defeated by the god of light Danolu. He was considered the strongest demon king that ever existed. When Ba Lo fell, the war between the Sky Giant tribe and the Danua people also came to an end. I know the Magic Tower is always obsessed with resurrection, but this time they have clearly crossed the limit. Aloy is the greatest threat to the Danua people. His power is enough to destroy the entire world. Even the god King Nuada, who once encountered him in spirit form at Magmio, was killed by him. And the one who ultimately destroyed Ba Lo was Danu of Light Lu. They truly are willing to use any means to achieve their goal. Do they really think reviving such a monster will not cause consequences? Immediately after that, Sickett removed his cloak, revealing countless writhing snakes. Come on, let us begin. If the ritual succeeds, remember that the greatest credit belongs to me. Undersai, one of the 4 great sacred relics of the Danu tribe, a treasure that contains an infinite source of life. Yet in the very next moment, he suddenly stopped. A strange sensation gradually spread over everyone. Kozilok's group could only hold their breath in silence, afraid of being discovered by the 3 of them. What is going on? SHH, stay quiet, curl up a little more. Is someone here, or is it just a false feeling? Jin's eyes revealed extreme fear. Cowardly rats. No wonder everything has been going suspiciously smoothly until now. Keep hiding carefully. If I see a head sticking out, then do not blame me. Jin's group continued to remain completely silent. Till this moment, they still did not understand the true situation. Suddenly his eyes flashed, and he launched violent flames forward. Got you, little rats. Just as he sensed, a series of small rats scattered in panic. Hey, really? Just rats, only laboratory rats. We keep a few to help manage the lab conveniently, I see. Let us return. Outside, the royal army is still fighting us. Understood. After confirming the 2 had left the room, Jin's group finally dared to breathe in relief. Meeting idle Jin and Dulcerkai inside the Magic Tower means certain death. Just now, we almost died. Kozilok truly is an overly generous person. This is only shrinking the range of the spell. Anyway, the plan is now clear. That eye is still in a motionless state. We only need to destroy that eye right. First, it is better not to anger it. The most important mission now is to rescue the Saintess. I also want to use magic from afar to destroy it, but that is not easy. After the battle with the rebel faction, the Magic Tower suffered heavy losses. Now the entire place is covered by a barrier against spatial magic and long-range spells. In a short time, Professor Josephine can still build a spatial magic circle. It should be almost finished by now. Now we head straight to the highest floor. There is not much time left. Split up and search for the path to the top floor. If discovered, then create chaos to distract them. Yes, Sister and Ajep will also split up to search. If that is the case then, everyone be careful. As long as we rescue the Saintess and retreat safely, then it is a success. We must check all these places. While observing, a wine bottle suddenly flew straight toward Jin, startling him. What the hell? Turned out the Saintess threw it. This is a 17-year aged wine. I told you to bring the 35-year one. You still look healthy. Nothing happened while you were imprisoned, right? After looking closely, she finally recognized the person before her. It turned out to be her junior. At first, I thought the situation was probably not too bad, but your junior came to rescue me. But is this place a prison or a hotel? I hurriedly advised her. Details later. Now step away from the bars. Wait, breaking them without making noise is not easy. These bars are magical artifacts created by the old men of the magic tower. Every single bar is engraved with magic power, but you can rest assured. Immediately he summoned a spear blessed by the gods. O child of the sea Mon Nan Mackley, grant Jinlo, the direct descendant of the great chief Dan Nan of the Azan tribe, a spear that can nullify magic power. Edx offers it. This is the red spear from the twin spears of Mon and Nan Mackley. It can nullify magic on a single target and deal an additional 350% damage to beasts. When the bars were removed, the Saintess could not hide her shock. How can that be? That makes no sense. Then let us retreat now. Saintess, can you pray? If there is a blessing spell, it will be easier. I'm not sure about that, but currently my holy power cannot function at all. Just like in the original story, Estella still cannot use holy power at this time. Although I have already guessed the reason. First, we must find the others. This aura, he raised his head and looked ahead. According to the original setting, the strongest ice mage is Elder Slazian of the Blue School. That is only in theory, because the strongest ice mage right now is Meiji. After dealing with the enemy, she returned to her usual calm appearance. Kozilok, I originally intended to handle it quietly, but it seems impossible. It is fine, sister, you did well. Ezin stepped forward to warn them. Judging by those footsteps, the mages in the tower are about to arrive. Hurry. After that, they decided to blow up part of the church to create an emergency escape route. While jumping down, he took the initiative to carry the Saintess and reminded them, everything is within the plan. Sister, Meiji, do it now. After Jin's command, she immediately began chanting with her staff. Wings formed from crystallized magic power. Immediately, wings grew from their backs, allowing them to move lightly. Good, maintain this speed and descend, as long as we reach the magic circle in the basement then. But just as he finished speaking, mocking laughter sounded from behind. Dunsorkai was chasing them with amusement. Ha ha ha, so the filthy rats were hiding here. Damn that disgusting monster, even though they had defeated him earlier at Heavenly City. But that was only one of his countless forms. Only one dark beast and one dragon had been destroyed. There are still 2 ferocious dragons left. He turned into a dragon again, those 2 demon bulls with terrifying power still ignoring us, along with countless giant pythons and hordes of bizarre creatures flooding the mansion. All of them are demon toads. Come on, descend quickly. Meiji had no choice but to unleash power instinctively. What the hell is this? Disappear. Immediately, hundreds of blood spears shot downward. Just a few demon toads cannot resist grand magic. Ezin also rushed forward to attack. Before retreating, we must leave behind a grand farewell. Activate Silver Spear Resonance. Even inside the magic tower, this is extremely difficult. But inside the sewer system, there is still a chance. I can still activate Junum magic. After landing, Hakwa Giant hurriedly waved to call them. Hurry over here. Prepare to jump down immediately. Professor Josephine immediately erected the magic circle. 10 seconds left. The distance is about 100 meters. Everyone immediately rushed toward the circle with all their strength. Even as the surroundings collapsed piece by piece, the light from the magic circle still illuminated the path for everyone. This plan was originally full of unpredictable factors. Yet thanks to the efforts of the whole group, in the end we still achieved the objective. But there was one thing she never expected. It had already moved one step ahead and was waiting here. Unfortunately, he launched a sudden attack, leaving both him and the Saintess trapped. Hakwa Giant and the professor could only watch helplessly. When the duration of the magic circle ended, the remaining people had all been transported onto the ship. Alyssa saw them return and immediately rejoiced. Hurry, come here, the mission is complete. But wait, where is Jin? The atmosphere immediately sank into heavy silence. She asked them again, where is Jin, where is he? The operation to rescue the Saintess had failed. Magics completely collapsed, tears flowing uncontrollably. She panicked and turned to the professor. Where is Jin? We must go back immediately, even if I must go alone. Calm down, magic student ZS. I understand your feelings, but the magic tower has now been destroyed, so their defenses will surely be reinforced. Returning now would be no different from suicide. Ezin held her hand to comfort her. Meiji S will be fine. Believe in Jin, that child will certainly survive. Chairman, we still have things to do here. Will the 2 of them be all right? No, it should be said there are 3 of them. Now that you mention it, where is Qua Giant? The church area had now fallen into chaos. Sunke transformed into a goat-like creature and screamed madly. The Saintess has escaped. From that white form, he continued transforming into a gigantic monster. Member of the Magic Tower said, "She probably fell into the sewer, but at that height she must already be dead." The Saintess is dead. Do not say such ominous words. Without sacred blood, the giant cannot be revived. Hurry and find her immediately. We were already close to completing the ritual. Idle Jin's miracle has not yet ended. Bastard, you dare ruin the master's plan. We'll tear you apart. Meanwhile, in the sewer area covered in snow, Kozilek and Estella narrowly escaped death. He asked, "Saintess, are you injured?" "Junior, thank goodness you are still alive. But your stomach." The enemy's wound had caused Jin to lose quite a lot of blood. He spoke quickly. "We must leave here immediately. If we delay, the Magic Tower will track our traces. If we continue staying here, sooner or later we will freeze to death." The northern side of the armored steel archipelago bordering the Frost Kingdom is always trapped in eternal winter. After that, they found a small cave to shelter from the snowstorm. "Hey, are you really all right? The wound looks serious. I will recover quickly. The important thing is leaving soon." "What are you saying? Can we not hide here? If you believe you can last long, then try it." "Long is long, 20 days. What 20 days? The defenses around the city and port must have tightened. Escaping now is impossible. We must wait for the kingdom's regular army for at least 20 days. But I do not want to stay here that long. We will cross the northern strait, travel through the steel archipelago to reach the southern peninsula of North Kingdom. That is extremely dangerous, but that region is frozen all year, so it can be crossed on foot. The Saintess cannot currently use holy power and is nearly like an ordinary person. We cannot escape the Magic Tower's surveillance, so this is the only path. I've escaped the prison of magic power. Sooner or later, my holy power will recover. Then I can break the barrier and escape. Holy power will not return as quickly as you think. Think carefully again. Are you sure you lost holy power only because of the magic prison? In the original story, the mechanism sealing holy power in the Magic Tower was unclear, but the one behind it is easy to guess. Before you were captured, among the people who often interacted with you, was there anyone who felt suspicious? "You mean there is a traitor beside me?" "Yes, especially among the high-ranking officials of the church." Saintess immediately warned him, "Jinlock, if you want to keep your life, then watch your words carefully." But she still continued listening to Jin. "Really? Have you never doubted the existence of the gods?" Hearing that she could not restrain herself, and slapped him across the face. "How dare you say such disrespectful words? You will also one day understand it. That is the truth of this world." In the end, they still continued heading north. While moving, the Saintess was full of emotion. "What should I do? My adorable little rabbit, as innocent as a child and pure like an angel. If I could live with it in the princess garden, it would surely be happiness." Before she could enjoy it, Long Jin mercilessly killed the rabbit. "Luckily, there are still a few around here. This one is fat. The meat must be delicious. That Junior truly is a devil." Kozilek thought silently that heading north was also to avoid the Magic Tower pursuit. Even if it is food from a heretic, finding such a meal is not easy. "Does it look delicious? Eat more. I still have another one." During the day, we had to keep moving continuously, even though her sacred robe and rosary had been enchanted to keep warm. When the snowstorm rises, even moving a few meters is difficult. The most important thing is not letting the Magic Tower discover us. Surveillance network is dense, but if hidden in snow, we can be mistaken for animal corpses. At night, we dig snow pits as temporary shelter. Thus, each day repeats, but the most important thing remains time. At present, we have traveled exactly 1 week. Remaining time is not much. What is wrong? Are you all right? Feel I truly am a burden to you. Now is not the time for self-blame, but do you not regret saving me and suffering like this? I have never regretted it. I saw the misfortune of others and could change it, so I came to rescue you. If I did not do that, then I would regret it. If that is sincere, then you are a person worthy of admiration. If not a heretic, perhaps I would think you are a wonderful man." Suddenly, Jin's wound throbbed sharply. Junior, are you all right? Perhaps because you keep wearing wet clothes. Let me dry them for you." "What is this?" "Bloods, you are bleeding heavily. Could it be from that time? The Manhwa curse activates upon contact with sunlight. Once it triggers, the wound will never heal. I tried to resist it. Thanks to carrying the power of the sun, I was not burned. But the curse remained. I did not expect it to backfire like this. My body grows colder as if freezing." The Saintess hurriedly shook Jin. "Wake up, Junior. Here, take my rosary. Hold it tightly." "No, this cannot happen. Your body is exhausted, yet you still tried to save me. For an entire week crossing through constant snowstorms. My holy power is sealed. Even the grace of heaven cannot be used. The only thing I can do now is prevent you from freezing to death. It is unbelievable. A princess and a saintess forced to this extent. Keep your body warm. I will transfer warmth with my own body." After a while, Jin slowly opened his eyes. So warm, it feels like. Before his eyes was the saintess' face lying on top of him. She asked, "You are awake." Or strangely, both of them were not wearing anything. Jin looked at the scene before him, confused and shocked. "Saintess, why are you?" Hey, turn away, quickly turn away. After putting clothes back on the saintess, finally sighed in relief. Good as long as you are alive. Thinking again that curse should not be curable. What is happening? The magic power in my body is decreasing, yet the wound is slowly healing. That means, is it the magic tower? Impossible they could not have caught up so quickly. As soon as the words ended, a gigantic hand grabbed Jin. Could not react in time. One of his legs was seized tightly. While his body had not yet recovered, Kozilek was lifted brutally into the air, in front of several people standing ahead. He once said these beings were as strong as second-rank knights or higher. They are hybrids between humans and giants, appearing in the scenario as subordinates of Tatet Vataza. Soon after, Jin and the Saintess were placed onto a sled to move. What exactly is going on? Saintess explained, I have met this tribe before, when B.A. Zucker announced his enrollment in the academy. Hearing that, Kozilek felt somewhat relieved. The top student of class 53 of the night department. Ah, that giant along with the warrior B.A. Zucker. So that is it. Great difference that split the church into the old Jezwael faith, and the new Zion faith lies in their attitude toward demon kin. Since ancient times, the church regarded demon kin no differently from demonic creatures. But after the witch revolution, new faith completely changed its perspective. They advocate protecting and coexisting with demon kin. The fact that demon kin are allowed to enter the academy is the clearest proof. Among the seniors, there are two outstanding figures, the mage Meiji and Dunilla. Along with the giant B.A. Zucker, they overcame countless objections to enter the academy. B.A. Zucker is an exceptionally outstanding student. At that time, I truly felt grateful. This place is not truly the North yet. Why have the giants crossed the sea to come here? One giant member pointed forward. Look there, they are over there. HMPH wiped them out. The sled immediately changed direction, leaving both of them surprised, fighting against whom? Turned out to be the magic tower mages searching this area. Hurry, we cannot let those demi-giants discover us. The ice layer is too thick. Damn magic tower mages, daring to disturb the sleep of our ancestors. Damn it, demi-giants, quickly raise magic shields for defense. Immediately, Jin rushed straight toward the mages. A gigantic X-shaped slash appeared. This attack can nullify magical effects on the target, while dealing an additional 350% damage to beasts. It seems he still needs more time to fully recover. Perhaps my help is unnecessary, but crush them beneath your feet. After the order from the demi-giant warrior, 8 magic tower mages were frozen instantly. Impressive, you are truly strong. Kozilek only smiled awkwardly. Without everyone, I would have frozen to death already. According to the scenario, these demi-giants were supposed to become subordinates of Vataza. After that, Jin and Estella were brought to meet the tribe chief. It is an honor to meet the Saintess of the South. Greetings, Chief Chasm. Is that brat B.A. Zucker behaving well at the academy? Of course, your son is currently the top student of the third-year night department. Ha ha, truly my son. We do not entertain outsiders. Who is the one accompanying you? As soon as the words ended, Jin collapsed to the ground. At last I have met them. For a long time, I believed the giant tribe to be the greatest creation of this world. Every time I read their legends, my heart trembles. I always wished to follow those footsteps. You people of the South still consider our history as mythology, because I have personally seen the remains of the giant King Ba Lo. Kozilek was not lying. In the magic tower, there truly exists the eyeball of the giant king. Hearing that, Chief Chasm was shocked. Truly, they dared to desecrate the remains of the king. Those damned mages, Jin spoke with difficulty. They are numerous and also very powerful. And what should we do? Jin gently placed his hand upon the giant hand of the chief. I wish to fight alongside you. Hearing that, the chief immediately ordered the preparation of weapons. The Saintess looked at Jin and asked, you seem rather happy. Was this also part of your plan? Oh, I only learned they were here when we arrived. According to the scenario, one must increase intimacy with B.A. Zucker to receive an invitation. When the player arrives, they will discover the demi-giant village already massacred. In the storyline, they become subordinates of Vataza, but this tribe likely refused compromise. Fortunately, everyone is still alive. Because of that, we established an alliance with them. Stella and I survived an entire week thanks to the help of the demi-giants. During the following 2 weeks, at last we returned safely. As soon as he stepped off the ship, Meiji and Alyssa immediately embraced Jin. I thought you had died already, if you truly died then. After that, Ezin also spoke a few additional words. I always trusted my students. Fortunately, you all returned safely, Jin, the Saintess, and also Hakwa Giant. If everyone knew the achievement I obtained, they would certainly be astonished. Hakwa Giant, where exactly is Hakwa Giant now? Was she not with you? Then where is she now? Kozilok and Estella had to hide from the magic tower pursuit for an entire week. Not once did they encounter the pursuing mages, because there was an extremely powerful person. That person could fight without eating or sleeping, standing guard at the entrance of the north. The scene shifts to the rooftop of the highest floor of the magic tower. These two are Elder Brain of the blue faction and Elder Jirian of the green faction. Both appear exhausted. When will they finally dare to attack? You are too confident. We have fought the Kingdom Army for nearly 2 weeks. Perhaps the natural disaster caused by Elder Berliner inflicted enormous losses upon them. At that moment, a member rushed over to report, "Master, something terrible has happened. The Kingdom Army, their fleet is approaching. HMPH rushing toward death like moths to flame. Prepare for battle. It is time to show them the power of the magic tower." But he added, "It is not only the fleet. Many flying beasts have appeared in the sky. In this place, even Quizen can hardly fly. It seems they want everyone to freeze to death. They are not ordinary beasts. They are Hagrid Wenger. Their number exceeds 30. Normally, there are only over 20. How could this be? Calm down, respond quickly." Following the leader order, they immediately summoned ice spears, then launched them straight toward the sky at the flock. On the back of one bird appeared the figure of Lunia. She jumped down and shattered the ice spears in an instant. In a blink, all the ice spears became useless. "Impossible." Lunia sheathed her sword and smiled. "You kept me waiting too long. My fiancé, Aiden's sword is ready. Eliminate them all." That moment, the swordsman under Lunia command immediately charged forward. Swordsman number 1 Aiden reports, "Reinforcements have arrived." Mercenary squad of Kui, so Kai also rushed into battle. Foolish wretches daring to land recklessly. Nothing has changed, wipe them out. When he turned back, Elder Brain suddenly collapsed onto the table. "Who is groaning my stomach?" There is one thing they completely did not know. The seeds have already been scattered across the Gang Trio archipelago. Sidey nut seeds. Evil relic taken from the land of the gods, carrying a terrifying curse. The Maha curse, all men on lands where the seeds sprout will be attacked for 9 days and must endure pain similar to childbirth. Kajin stood at a distance, listening to the miserable screams of the enemy's side with satisfaction. Serves those bastards right. The revenge has begun. They are fleeing. What the hell is happening? A powerful control technique. So he can even do that. It seems the matter with Ma Tan yesterday has ended. So fast, if I had more time, I would have revived all the sky giants. But it does not matter. At least I confirmed that the Saintess blood can be replicated. Ma Tan was only a disposable pawn. In the north there is another research facility. I will continue the experiment there. On the way, killing a few demi-giants could collect more remains. Transporting the sky giant corpses is not difficult. The Saintess blood and the giant blood are both already sufficient for the main body. If so, then there is no need to carry that thing anymore. Turning to the rooftop of the magic tower, the elders and members gradually recovered after the pain. Fortunately, our magic resistance endured it. Otherwise, what happened? Why is everyone like this? I do not even want to imagine the rest. Elder Zellian, where are you going? I must go to the forest. Even in this emergency, there are precious souls there. He shouted loudly, not only precious but priceless. There lies Mount Gozil of the east, the place producing 10 years' worth of minerals for the faction. At the very least, I must recover that amount. But Zellian did not know that the Forbidden Forest had already been ravaged. Magic Academy curse caused the magic tower to lose more than half its energy in an instant, at the same time losing control of the summoned magical beast. At that moment, he could only cry for help, "Help me." Report on the situation of the eastern front of the Steel Legion. Corpses appeared everywhere. Thanks to the curse weakening the magic tower, the eastern assault succeeded. On the magic tower side, furious screams erupted. "My precious experiments, do you know how valuable they are?" The magic tower has now been seized by the mercenaries of Kui Sokai. On the western side of the Steel Legion, Alyssa and Lunia eliminated magical beasts. The western front is advancing rapidly. Southern front of the Steel Legion, report. The east-west-south directions have completed encirclement. The mages are using skeletons to summon escape clones. We do not have enough troops to hold the north. If so, they will escape. Only a few weak recruits remain there. The squad leader of Jin, Gu, and Yan. These bastards actually came all the way here. Kozilok, just as you predicted. Yes, to achieve their goal, they will use any means. Because that thing is coming. Immediately afterward, a series of roars echoed. Possible the ancestors should have been at rest. Why have they revived? Balo of the Divine Eye is awakening right before their eyes. The Magic Tower members boasted proudly, "See that? This is the masterpiece of the Magic Tower, a weapon beyond death." But right afterward, something unexpected happened. What is happening, damn it? Why is it attacking us as well? Balo immediately crushed the Magic Tower mages. Demi-giant people hurriedly spoke, Chief, withdraw quickly. But the chief trembled with tears falling. This is the wrath of ancestors who never found peace. When Ba Lo prepared to attack Kozilek group, Jin immediately raised a purple shield to protect them. The chief stopped crying and looked again. Jin reassured everyone, this is not your fault. The ones to blame are the magic tower. Kozilek said, Ba Lo is only a corpse being controlled, but its destructive power is terrifying. If it attacks again, we will hardly withstand it. Do not worry, we still possess a power equal to destruction. That is friendship and courage. In the next instant, Janel, and it appeared along with Econ Golem and Quickerman. Permission to deploy ultimate fusion. The two immediately answered together. Understood. The ultimate technique of Do Done. Activate Grand Siege Warrior Golem enhancement. This time it will be completely different from before. This battle is not over yet. Initiate fusion immediately. System stabilized. Maximum control authority established. Infinite fusion, nature golem. When the two golems, Quickerman and Golem, Dan merge, they create a rare fusion. When 2 or 3 special magical energy sources reach balance, the Machara mechanism activates. Only by surpassing extremely rare conditions can the ultimate evolved form of the golem created by man member appear. The Machara crafting system was forged by the 3 great masters. This is a secret art used to fight giants. Crush him, charge forward. Nature Golem and Quickerman immediately coordinated in battle. The demi-giant chief side was also cheering them on. Flames of friendship and courage burned fiercely. Too hot already, focus quickly. After several strikes, Ba Lo began to weaken. This made the entire group extremely excited. Charge, the energy core has been exposed. As expected, they used golem technology to control Ba Lo. Just pull out that core. What is happening? Why suddenly like this? No matter how you struggle, it is useless. The situation has become dangerous. Ba Lo began activating the divine eye. From the eye shot a massive golden-orange energy beam. The golems of Janel were completely destroyed. Impossible. Your golem is crafted quite well. As the master of the golden faction, I praise you. Golem technology has reached its limit. A golem is not a perfect entity. The experiment with Ba Lo revealed new possibilities. A life form combining giant body and wizard soul. If that is the body of the legendary giant king, combined with my intellect, and that is the perfect entity I have always desired. He laughed loudly, echoing across the battlefield. Truly impressive. The pinnacle of the magic tower indeed. He turned his head, searching for the source of that voice. But at that moment the tower behind collapsed. From the fading smoke emerged the silhouettes of Kozilek group. The pinnacle of the magic tower you spoke of is this. Even if it is the giant king come here, I will crush everything. True friendship is truly moving, bringing more companions here to die as well. Giant immediately announced, Jin, hurry. It is still stable now, but if it activates once more, this island will vanish. I understand, and take me to the energy core. The destructive power of the golem is not enough to break Ba Lo's shell. Nodded and obeyed, Kozilek ran along the body of Quickerman. Then there is only the final option left. Push the power of the sun to the absolute limit. Shatter the sun. That power can only be maintained for 10 seconds. Kozilek swiftly dashed forward, approaching Ba Lo. He gathered momentum and leaped high. This must be driven straight into his body. Truly a reckless plan. This body belongs to the giant king Ba Lo, the one who defeated the god King Nuada. Do you think you can defeat me? Meiji S. Below struggled to restrain him. Kozilek, hurry. I cannot hold much longer. My thanks, senior. You are only rats who will die beneath my hands. As he prepared to seize Jin, Lissa leaped from behind to block him. Remove that filthy hand. Kozilek attacked now. HMPH, what are those mages doing? Why are they not charging? He did not know that Ezen had already eliminated every mage in an instant. Give up tower, Master Eiderzin. I will finish everything here. Kozilek unleashed his full strength. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded behind him, causing him to startle. Have you forgotten something, my friend? Turned out Dronzer had been secretly waiting for a chance to ambush. I was wondering why you had not appeared, Beast King. Interesting, another monster has arrived. Dronzer had been struck by the Beast Hunt curse, marked, and receiving an additional 350% damage. Kozilek unleashed the ultimate technique, Endless Spear. The Bansia Duck Core activated. Black Sage Demon Spear. Hey friend, you are truly idle. Sudden appearance caused Jin to lose concentration. Kozilek turned back and saw the divine eye aiming straight at him. Dronzer laughed loudly, declaring himself a legend. The situation seemed certain death. Jian stood above observing. She transformed back into human form and jumped down to assist. Facing the crisis, Jin told Jian to retreat. He nodded in response, understanding. HMPH, lowly creatures like you dare attack me. Power of the divine eye erupted once more. But when he looked up, he saw Jin with furious eyes. and flames burning in his hand. Little Jin companions appeared warning him not to block the path. Jin was no longer the same as before. He immediately prepared to strike. Have you still not realized? With a single thrust, he split that man's face in two. When did everything change? Now do you understand? The distance in power between us. Sunke screamed madly, impossible. My magical achievements cannot collapse. Kozilek delivered another strike, silencing him. It is dangerous, Saintess. We must return to the camp immediately. I am still fine. I wish to witness with my own eyes the battle of those who fought for me. Everyone simultaneously looked toward the distant horizon. A white beam of light suddenly burst forth, illuminating the entire sky. The Saintess carefully observed that light. I am the one who stands closest to the gods. Therefore I can sense divine power with my own pure soul. Through that the sleeping bloodline within my body awakened. The Saintess realized the truth that neither the church nor the holy war carried the divine power she had always sought. The place where her unconscious prayers were directed is where the true gods reside. Jin and Dronzer Kai were both exhausted to the point of nearly collapsing. In a place like this, I absolutely cannot lose. He struggled desperately, muttering, impossible. Sacred cauldron representing the power of the god Idak Ghana of the people of the earth. The parasite within the host should possess endless regeneration. You are truly stubborn, even now still barely breathing. But everything ends here. Immediately afterward, Jin poured a purple liquid into the basin. That thing is. The moment the liquid touched it, strange smoke rose. Treasure Dean Ket gave me at Mac Mio. This is boiling 100 poisons of Bee Gang. Venom taken from a mythical serpent, terrifying destruction, usable only once and capable of erasing all life that touches it. In my previous life, because you threw this into the sea, countless people died miserably, their bodies burning in agony. That man struggled, desperately calling for his master. In only a moment, his entire body melted into purple liquid. Since the death of Dronzer Kai, and from the moment Saintess Estella was taken to the magic tower, exactly 1 month had passed. The long-drawn battle during that time finally reached its end. After the battle, Kozilek asked Kwajian where she had gone during that time. Kwajian remained silent, giving no answer. No one knew the truth. For more than 2 weeks, she neither ate nor drank and alone blocked the entire pursuing force of the magic tower. Such a feat was enough to become a legend of the North. Without that girl, perhaps Estella and Jin would not have survived. As expected, you are still safe, she said so. No need to ask, nothing happened. And so that northern legend became a story that never existed. Instead, the feat of destroying the magic tower by the warrior Ko Dean was praised like myth and spread across the world. You have defeated the greatest enemy of the world. Ticket, Archmage A to Dean, difficulty A++, reward 160 points distributed. Our rank increased greatly. Mid-high and supreme magic power increased. Additionally, gaining understanding of ether and the skill War Knight. Understanding ether allows comprehension of magical structures through intuition. War Knight transforms him into a symbol on the battlefield. The most radiant knight must not fall. He becomes the center of the formation. Strength shifts according to allied battle momentum. If he falls, the morale of the entire army collapses. Our rank and magic power both reach the supreme level. Above that remains only the extraordinary tier where power can awaken bodily vitality and strengthen pure physical combat power. Among those possessing extraordinary Ao rank, the most prominent is Ha Kwa Giant, one who can absorb or control surrounding magic power to create supernatural phenomena and cast spells. In the group whose magic power reaches extraordinary, the most notable is Dan Trimagia. According to my knowledge, only 3 people have reached extraordinary in both aspects: Paxi and the omnipotent beauty king O Han Bo Zi. Finally, Ta Tet Ba Tha Jia. If his laws are included, he could be called an existence beyond the world. Thinking of it reveals how distant the gap truly is. Only 1 year after beginning my second life in this world, I have destroyed the magic tower and saved countless people. There is no need to rush. Only be strong when it matters and strong enough at the decisive moment. At that moment, Meiji called out to him, Kozilek, over here, we finished cleaning up. How is your side? From the beginning, the Saintess rescue operation allowed unlimited plunder. During the destruction of the magic tower, warrior Kajin was permitted to collect all resources. Truly extravagant. But since Dan Trimagiat handled the supplies, we let it pass. What we targeted was manpower. A total of 457 mages, including 2 elders and 6 professors. If I manage them, will it be acceptable? Therefore, Jin, the number of people you must manage has now increased. Perhaps I will need a little more fresh blood. Yes, now it will do. Then I will proceed. But just as Meiji prepared to draw blood, Ha Kwa Giant suddenly blocked her. Oh, Ha Kwa Giant, why did he do that? Guest is arriving. The one who arrived was the Saintess. She ran over to greet Jin. Hello, Junior Jin. You have a moment to talk. Right after that, the others stepped outside, so the Saintess and Jin could talk privately. First, I want to say thank you. Kozilek, thank you for saving me. He teased back that she planned to repay the favor with empty words. The saintess smiled and replied that the royal family would certainly reward him. It was just that the church was busy, so their reward might arrive late. Church has been so busy lately that everything is chaotic. That is right, so I want to give you a gift first. After saying that, she stepped close to Jin and suddenly placed a kiss on his lips. What was that? This is the reward for saving my life. Close your eyes. Faint peach fragrance brushed past his nose. It felt very familiar. It was the scent of warmth once shared in the bitter cold. Something slipped between my lips, gliding past my teeth and curling around my tongue. Something soft below touched my tongue. Above it was firm. After the kiss ended, the saintess let go and revealed a playful smile. Oh my, such a bold little boy. You really are a man. You were waiting for this, were you not? Look at your face. Do you need me to bring you a mirror? After finishing, the saintess said goodbye and left. We will talk again later. When that time comes, remember to call me Aunt. Hey, do you not think that joke went a little too far? In short, she really was an unpredictable person. After leaving the tent, the saintess still had many doubts in her mind. She recalled what had just happened. Her finger touched her lips, and she clicked her tongue softly. Even though it was the first time, my heart pounded as if it would burst, exactly like before. That enormous divine power felt just like the first time facing the power of the sun, when false faith shattered and the truth appeared, making the heart race wildly. Before I was captured, did anyone who came into contact with the saintess show anything unusual? In the end, everything Jin said was true. Saintess rosary was originally made from real gold. The reason the holy power did not recover was because someone replaced my rosary with a fake, and the only people who could touch that item were the high-ranking officials of the church. Returning to the present, a soldier arrived to report. Saintess, it is time for your audience with the Pope. Is that so? In her heart, she wondered whether she could meet Jin again during this summer break. I want to see the sunlight once again with a pure soul. The traitors within the church. I will definitely find them and destroy them all. The scene shifted to the Dunilov potato farm in the south. Loudspeaker blared harshly. Thieves are here, everyone get up. The slaves of the Dunilov household slowly woke after a night of sleep. After that, they were even forced to do morning exercises. Zulin, what are we eating this morning? Boiled potatoes, baked potatoes, and dried potatoes. Potatoes again. This is truly miserable. I wonder if we are cursed by a potato ghost. While talking, Zulin was unfortunately struck by the overseer for chatting. Even while working, he still had to hear the curses. Trash like you eating potatoes is thanks to the sweat and blood of tax-paying citizens. The more he thought, the angrier he became. It was all because of that potato-obsessed girl and that guy who looked like a freeloader. Just wait. When this dark period ends, I will rise again. A professor like me will never fall here. While working, he suddenly raised his head and looked around. Are those not Professor John N. and Professor Julin, and people from the Magic Tower as well? Finally, everyone has come to rescue us. He spoke while both hands were still tightly shackled. That is not the case. We were captured just like you. Sometimes hope is only a mask worn by despair. 1 month later, at the house of Jin parents. More precisely, the parents of the body he reincarnated into. Honey, have you read the letter that arrived this morning? You mean that unfilial son? I have not opened it yet. Maybe I raised him wrong. He has only been at the academy for a short time and already no longer respects his parents. Last year he ran off to the south. Winter came, he rushed up to the east, always wandering around having fun. But recently I heard Jin has been praised a lot. He was even promoted to some rank. It seems to be a warrior rank. I heard they even formed a club together. When the saintess was kidnapped, I heard Dean made a great contribution in that incident. Hearing his wife say that the husband laughed loudly. Ha ha, just like me indeed. Very bold. A man must achieve merit to advance. The mother then wondered, but has our Jin ever had a girlfriend? He looks handsome on the outside, but in front of girls I wonder if he can even say a sentence. At that age, having a girlfriend would make him more mature. He said he will come back with friends this time, but that Jin probably still has not grown up. At most, he will only bring a few male friends. However, the reality was completely opposite to what the father thought. He had no idea that the guests about to visit his home were all extremely special figures. Once everyone had gathered, Jin spoke loudly. All right, then let us depart. After that, Jin and the warriors set off toward the imperial capital. In the house, his parents discussed. Since he is bringing friends home, we should cook chicken to treat them. That much should be enough. The scene shifted to Paxi's side. He woke up in the exact same situation Jin once experienced. Have I reincarnated into the game? The item box, crafting window, skill panel, quest panel, and even the familiar map of the game Legend of Heroes of a Hand. Memorized the entire content of this game. I was even famous on the forum with the title of veteran gamer. But now it is different. Everything has become damn reality. Not only the game world, but even Paxi body. The system even forces me to save the world. Everything is insane. In novels or games, people who risk their lives for others are always praised. But to me, those overly curious people who sacrifice their lives are troublesome. I hate heroes like that. One thing is certain, this world will be destroyed by Tatet Bata Gia. And after that disaster, only very few people will survive. I am a player trapped in this world. Whether I want it or not, the responsibility to save the world still rests on my shoulders. Fortunately, this game allows a great deal of freedom of action. I will survive by choosing the most efficient path. First, I must take advantage of the system and collect as many seal fragments as possible from the beginning of the game. At this point, I will just act as I wish. As long as the world is saved, in the end it is fine. I do not care how the storyline goes. I truly do not want to bear this pressure. I must live for myself. While his mind was still in turmoil, Kozilok ran over and grabbed his hand. Hey, Paxi thought to himself. Who is this fool? Two quickly became acquainted and chatted while walking. Hey, do you know Kimchi? I am Korean. What about you? I already told you. Kozilok kept hopping around cheerfully while walking, which made Paxi slightly annoyed. Hey, could it be that you are? Jin immediately became flustered. My level is not high enough to hear that part, but meeting someone from the same homeland like this is really nice. How old are you? Paxi lied that he was 26 years old, even though he was actually 22. Is that so? I am 1 year older than you. Call me brother. Jin teasing him made Paxi irritated. Damn it. I should have added a few more years. By the way, Paxi, have you ever played this game? No, the moment I pressed start, I was dragged here. With Siho, there is no need to reveal too much information. After all, he still did not know what kind of person the man reincarnated into Kozilok was. Do not worry, I know this game very well. Just trust me. Open your status window. A status window, Paxi thought to himself. Fine, I will consider him an extra useful subordinate. In the past, he was 28 years old and studied physical education at a famous university in the city. Right now, he is only a supporting character in Legend of Heroes of a Hand. He studied physical education at a famous university. Why is he only a coach now? Because some scum bribed the association chairman to rig match results. I confronted him, so they joined forces and expelled me from the team. Fool, this matter had nothing to do with him at all. Paxi continued asking, which made Jin pause. Do you truly have no regrets? If I had not confronted him, I would have earned more money and gone to Zajin. I might even have become a national athlete, but I still have no regrets. I truly do not like this type of person. Most of them only pretend to be kind and then feel proud of it. The people who once asked for my number in university were the same. All fake kindness. It would be best to use him as a meat shield against the bosses first and abandon him afterward. 1 month passed since Jin and Siho met. At this time, they were facing the first boss. During the battle, Siho was careless and suffered a serious injury. Damn it, I was careless. I killed Alyssa, joined Lunia, and quickly advanced through So-Kai and Janel Luden. Now I am beaten badly by the boss of the first chapter. To be precise, the vampire Meiji Dunala. Even though I had collected almost all the hidden fragments since entering the academy, including the Golden Mander, I could not control my magic and accidentally struck Janel Golem. Meiji immediately fell into a state of frenzy. Realizing the danger approaching, Paxi had no choice but to run. Just a small mistake, and the situation became this terrible. Meiji Pet caught his scent and charged in pursuit. How could I possibly defeat all of them? He looked up. The monster had already opened its mouth, ready to bite Siho. I chose magic because I dislike physical combat. With my current stats, I could completely solo Meiji while she was weakened by hunger. Damn it, a dead end. The game and reality are truly far apart. Meiji had cornered Siho. At that very moment, her pet lunged in and began tearing at him. Immediately afterward, the entire area exploded violently. Siho's condition worsened. It hurts, damn it. I cannot die here. If this continues, I will definitely die. Perhaps my life will end here. But when he opened his eyes, the scene before him made his eyes widen. Kozilok stood in front of him, blocking the attack, and asked, Hey, are you all right? If you can still speak, then it should not be too serious, but it must hurt a lot. Paxi choked out his words. Why would you do that? This has nothing to do with you. Does saving you require a reason? I do not need such things. I simply like happy endings. If everyone lives happily, then that is best. If someone dies, it is not pleasant at all. The same goes for you. Seeing Jin collapse, Siho shook him violently. Jin, wake up. You cannot sleep, you want to die. You must live happily, you cannot die in this place. Because of excessive blood loss, Jin lost consciousness. It was unclear whether he was alive or dead. Fool madman, do not die, can you hear me? Despair covered Paxi mind. Fortunately, Jin was taken for treatment in time. Fool, acting like a hero with that spear, yet a month has passed, and you still have not recovered. Siho, this was a serious injury, but still within the limits of the fragile body called Kazalak. But that no longer matters. Now I am even more certain of the path I must choose. In the past, I was Paxi, a 22-year-old female mathematics student at Enhanze University, always top of the class and famous across the campus. The future at that time was wide open and full of promise. Many boys pursued me, but now I have become the player named Paxi in the world of legend of heroes of a hand. In just 1 month, my power increased greatly, surpassed the level of most top mages. After that, I went to find Magiette to end everything. That bitch made us suffer, while she herself lived comfortably. Too much talk, Paxi immediately summoned a magic circle and launched an attack at Meiji. Just as he prepared to cast the spell, he suddenly froze for a moment. Meiji with reddened eyes asked, "How is Jin lately? I caused his injury. Is he all right?" In an instant, I understood. This woman had liked Jin from the beginning. The more he thought about it, the more furious Siho became. He rushed forward and grabbed Meiji's throat. "Damn you miserable NPC, know your place. He belongs to me. He is the only real thing in this false world. He is not something an NPC like you has the right to desire. From now on, I will choose the most efficient path to complete the main storyline as quickly as possible. After that, I will return to the real world and start dating Kazala." From that moment, Siho began monitoring every action of Jin. Every gesture of his was carefully watched. Meow. "Miss Jill, you are carrying so many things. Where are you going?" "I am transferring materials to the laboratory. A weak mage like you cannot carry all that. Give me half. I will help. Oh, thank you." "Professor Na, have you been eating well lately? I just got some bread from Aira. Would you like to try?" "Heavens, of course." Witnessing scene after scene like this, Siho boiled with anger. What exactly is that man doing? A pleasant face and friendly personality famous throughout the academy. Whether male or female, everyone liked talking with him. Every word he spoke made the listener naturally feel happy. After training, Jin sat beside Paxi and chatted. "I wonder what Henbai, who used to train with me, is doing now. He even gave me free massages before. Truly a good person. I'm also curious how Si Enhong, who was forced by the coach to rig a match, is doing now." After that incident, the two of us became close and even went out together on Honda E. Ah, what a pity. If only I had dated once before coming here. I only had friends. Jin did not know that Paxi's gaze at that moment was full of jealousy. This fool is truly hopeless. He does not understand other people's feelings and does not realize anything himself. Why was the first person I liked this reckless lunatic? Immediately afterward, Jin patted his shoulder and asked, "But Seahawker, your muscles have become much clearer, yet your face has not changed." "Well, I am a player, so appearance cannot change easily." "You are truly handsome. At the beginning of the year, there was that cross-dressing event, remember? The reward was quite attractive. With your face, you would definitely win, really. If you do my makeup, I will try." "Oh, that is a good decision. I will buy you a hat and fishnet stockings." Hearing Jin say that, Siho's face turned red. "Are you free tonight? I have tickets." "Ah, today will not work. A junior named Nhuna said she wanted to talk, so I already promised to eat with her." Jin rejection made Paxi furious and cursed silently. "Why do you keep cursing? I must admit this gigolo attracts women like a natural phenomenon. I must prepare carefully to block all of them. Kozilok must never realize his popularity, and from now on it must remain that way. The method is simple. Form a team entirely of men and leave no space for any woman to join. For that goal, I even excluded Lunia, the strongest strategist. The difficulty would increase slightly, but with careful calculation, it was still possible. Instead of the optimal storyline, I chose the route with the lowest chance of encountering female characters. To capture Bada Gia, we still must include Saintess Estella in the team, then create a scandal to make the Saintess and the Pope clash. For the final battle, I will pretend to stand with the Saintess and seize the pen. That way Jin will never meet the Saintess again. Yes, the next scenario is. So I spent 2 years just to keep this gigolo tightly controlled. Kozilok drunkenly cried while speaking. I truly feel guilty. Damn it, why did everything break apart like that? That day it was because of Song Tion. Actually, I was the one who detonated it. Magiet Qua Jian, K Zanal, and Hun. Too many people died, Siho. What exactly have I done? I knew everything but still could not save them. Seeing Jin weak, Siho thought he always grieves for those he could not save. Truly a fool easily exploited. Those NPC mean nothing. Is it because I am too weak? If you want to reach the final battle with me, then you must become stronger. That girl who inherited the hero power would surely raise you to a higher realm. You can still become even stronger. Till the very end, we will definitely walk together. If possible, even beyond that. Then would I also be flirting with Casa? Never mind, one more person is fine. As long as I stay close 24 hours, at parties, in class, in the team, just control the female characters and everything is fine. Several months later, Kozilok suddenly brought good news to Paxi. I was planning to invite you out to eat Holly Panza, but something important happened. I have a child. Those words made Siho freeze. Well, the other person is an NPC, so it sounds a bit strange. After the royal ball, that wild young lady and I became a little intimate. Congratulate me, I am going to become a father. While Jin laughed happily, Paxi remained silent for a long time. Afterward, he clenched his teeth, revealing his fury. You damned bastard. Even when night falls, the palace lights never go out. Defense level and strength of the guard unit here rank among the highest in the world of a hand. Royal knights stand on strict watch. At the palace of the second princess, Paxi had already sneaked in and began to act. Truly the hero of the kingdom, the way you look at Jin is not normal, but I did not expect it to be this obvious. Did you think you could hide it? Zyger Hinshev Peter, Lachbimen, and Meiji too, could you hide it? So you knew everything. If I die, the letter has already been sent to the south and to Kozilok. You cannot kill me. Make a deal with me. What you're searching for, I know where it is. If that is true, then I must act. During that, Ygia calmly agreed. Very well, checkmate. I understand you well, the one thing he cannot forgive. Now you only have one choice, do that. The result unfolded exactly as planned. You foolish girl, I told you to wait for me. Ygia spoke her final words to Jin, cough, that is right. But I had no other choice, our child. I want to apologize to it. Sorry, I love you. Sorry for saying it too late. Siho watched that scene while grinding his teeth in irritation. Damn it, that thing died so miserably again. But before dying, the eyes of Ygia seemed to be trying to say something. You will eventually fail as well. Even Meiji and Mizuem I managed to overcome. I risked my life to reach this place. Yet in the final moment I was discovered. I will not endure any longer. Well, does not matter because you belong to me. In this world full of lies, you are the only real thing. So wait for me. I will personally close this play and claim you. Final battle deciding the fate of the world had begun. A brutal full-scale war. Light Ta Tet Bata Jia. Demon God Siho. Battle recorded as legend. His power exceeded imagination, even equal to the ancient gods. Paxi, covered in blood, asked herself, how did everything end up like this? But fate had already been decided, and my defeat came in another way. Bata Jia said, you are strong, but you are not yet complete as a warrior. A pity, in the end everything returns to the starting point. Li Ampa will not accept such an ordinary ending. It would have been better if Kozilok, the one chosen by the master, came instead. There is no need for regret anymore. No matter how many times it repeats, the one who wins will still be me. What I regret is not victory or defeat or life or death. Even though you are a man, I should have confessed earlier. Paxi suddenly jolted awake, with her eyes open in the real world. Looked around and realized this is my room. A notification window appeared. You have failed. The game data will be fully reset. Thank you for accompanying us during this time. Mother entered the room and said, Shijin, that is enough gaming, come eat dinner. Shijin immediately rushed forward and tightly hugged her mother. Mom, it has been so long since I saw you again. But I must go. Shijin, at least eat before leaving. What is wrong with you today? First she ran to the gym that Jin often visited. But the coach said, him. He did not come to work today. Who are you? Do you know him? At this moment, Shijin panicked and secretly stole the address book. Hey, you cannot go in there. Do not touch the book. Boss, call the police for me, hey. From here to there, it takes less than 10 minutes. I can still meet him in time. Or maybe I should stop by the shopping mall to buy new clothes. Or go buy some cosmetics and put on some makeup before meeting him. No, I cannot wait any longer. I have already waited for more than 3 years. She immediately ran straight to Jin's house door. Light was still on. He was there, that is right. I have also returned to this world. Without hesitation, she knocked continuously. Jin, it is Paxi, please open the door. Even though he is only an ordinary person. Jin, it is Paxi. I will explain everything to you. Everything turned out like this because. But when Shijin stepped inside, there was no one left. Only the computer remained on, and the data was still running. Impossible. Everything cannot end like this. That day, my world completely collapsed. On the screen appeared the words, Player Kozilok has begun the inheritance process. From that moment, Shijin's spirit also shattered. Back in the game world, Jin opened his eyes and looked around in astonishment. Senior, I want to eat that one. I want to eat that. The royal capital is the most developed city of the kingdom Iajak. It is not only the location of the royal palace and administrative agencies, but also the trading center connecting everywhere. Even though I do not really want to return here, Alyssa asked, what is wrong? Is this not your hometown? That is right, but this place is also tied to several sad memories of mine. By the way, I want to ask you something. Senior, why are you carrying so many things? Because I do not know what Jin parents like. How is your family? Pretty normal. My parents run a restaurant. My younger sister studies at the Royal Academy. Family, since coming to this world, that concept feels quite awkward to me. I am only someone who took Kozilek memories and body, an outsider from Earth. Actually, Paxi Ho also denied this new life until the very end, and perhaps I am the same. But for Kozilek, not for his family, then in my previous life, I would have been extremely confused. I do not know whether I stole Kozilek's soul or the two of us merged as one, but his family accepted me naturally even though I changed completely. From that moment, I gradually accepted it as well. For me, the family here is people who helped shape who I am today. It has been a long time since I saw them. I feel both guilty and nervous. Actually, this is the first time I meet them in this life. Gathering my courage, I knocked on the door. Mom, Dad, your useless son has returned. I could not hold back my emotions. But the moment the door opened, I was struck by a ladle. Mom, Dad, little sister, what is wrong with the three of you? The father shouted angrily. Why, you are not my son. Get out of my son body, you demon. Kozilek panicked and quickly explained, wait, Dad. I have just returned home after a long time, but what is going on? Then he pointed to something covered with cloth. Look, what are all these things? How would I know? Immediately, he pulled down the cloth. Turned out that 1 hour earlier 2 guests had come to visit the family. How could our house receive Madame Josephine, the hero of the Witch War? And she is also the president of the academy where my son studies. Kozilek is an outstanding student. He ranked first of the 52nd class of the academy. Personally, he and I also share a close teacher-student relationship. So, uncle and aunt, I have an appointment with the royal family, so I will leave first. I will leave the gift here. The family was shocked hearing about the teacher-student relationship. And seeing that shy gaze, that is correct, right, dear? Yes, you are right. Being slightly older should not matter. What matters is the feelings of the two. But if the daughter-in-law is older than the parents, it feels a little strange, right? Before the surprise ended, another event happened. Lunia appeared with great presence. I am the fiancé of your son. My name is Lunia. I came to the royal capital under royal order and took the chance to visit. Please accept this small gift from the Den family to the parents of my fiancé. Please do not be embarrassed. Jenny, bring out the gift we prepared. Seeing the gift, everyone widened their eyes. Everything was gold, silver, jewels, and extremely rare treasures. Was it not enough that I sent you to study? You even dared to seduce someone's daughter like a gigolo to take money. And even two timing. Calm down, dear. But they still had not noticed the people behind Lunia. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Meiji. This is my younger sister Alyssa, Jin friend. A giant said, I am Jen, someone who owes him a debt of gratitude. Were there not only 2 people? Others said with disappointment, what son? He must be possessed by a demon. Leave my son body immediately. That is not it. It is just a misunderstanding. I have not dated anyone. Seeing the chaotic situation, the younger sister spoke. Mom and Dad, just listen to brother first. He is not the type to two-time. Indeed, only you understand me. But why are you wearing so much gold? Brother must have his reasons. If he is a responsible man, then when he meets true love, he will choose only one person. A true man will choose only the one he loves and stay with that person. That is right. If he is the son I raised, he would never toy with women's feelings. He would devote his love to only one person. Well said, Ja. He stammered about that one person. Uncle and aunt, I brought a small gift from the south. The south, Dunilov, heavens, Duchess young lady, please feel at home. My older sister came this morning. I am her younger sister. Do you want to eat honey bomb candy? So you are the second young lady of the Den family. I love honey candy. Oh, it is so sweet. Wait, then Alyssa will become your sister-in-law, probably so. With my older sister, Jin will become your brother-in-law. Hearing that Ja choked on candy. What couple? What is she saying? While everyone laughed and chatted loudly, Kwa Jian quietly stepped outside. The space outside became quiet as she opened the door. Kwa Jian said, why did you run out here alone? We should also do something like those girls, such trouble. Close your eyes and listen to me once. Jin will surely like it. After that, Kwa Jian pulled Ha Kwa Jian to choose clothes in the shop. When Ha Kwa Jian wore the short dress, Lunia kept praising her. Wonderful, so cute. A bit revealing, but men are weak before bare skin. That is from the romantic novels of Professor Zafino. Besides, think about Meiji and Alyssa. This level is still normal, right? Everyone here has gone crazy. That novel is not normal either. I will change back into my old clothes. When she was about to change, Jin suddenly appeared behind her and asked, did you buy new clothes? Normally you dress very modestly. Today you look different dressed like that. You should have worn something like this earlier. I feel a little embarrassed returning home. How about we walk around the flower garden for a bit? Kwa Jian nodded in agreement. In her heart, she even thought about borrowing 2 more romantic novels from Professor Josephine. And so Jin and Ha Kwa Jian had a private walk together. While walking, he pointed and introduced each familiar place. That shop over there has the best food here. After that, Jin even led her to the amusement park area. Have you ever tried that ride? The two enjoyed themselves so much that they did not notice the sun gradually sinking beyond the horizon. That moment Qua Giant suddenly realized, oh no, it is already dark. This is the final place. The two arrived at a rather quiet place and lay down. Kozilek said, before because of certain reasons I once lived hidden in this area. By chance I discovered this place was a very beautiful scenic spot, so I wanted to bring you here. It is beautiful, that is right, but from this position the view is the clearest. Her gaze followed the direction Jin was looking. Above them was a sky filled with shimmering stars spreading across the vast space. The two silently watched the stars and blended into the peaceful scenery. To be honest, sometimes I need a place like this. Going with everyone is fun, but sometimes I want to keep a beautiful scene like this only for myself. Qua Jian replied, which made Jin curious. I feel the same. If you bring another girl here, I will truly be angry. At this moment for Qua Jian, Jin's embrace gave her an incredibly peaceful feeling. Every time he touched her heart pounded strongly. Thinking about those feelings, Qua Jian could no longer restrain herself. Perhaps I have fallen in love with you. Jin looked at her with a confused expression. A simple yet sincere confession. However, how should I respond? Perhaps my father was right. I deserve to be beaten. I pretended not to notice, but even Meiji, Alyssa, even Qua Jian as well. I clearly know they all have feelings for me. That is also what always troubles me. Even more surprising when Qua Jian made a cute expression and asked, do you hate that? Jin's face turned red in embarrassment. No, not at all. After that, he raised his hand to stop her. Honestly speaking, I should tell her that I cannot return those feelings yet. Please wait a moment. But at this moment, Qua Jian had already gathered all her courage to say it, yet she still lacked the courage to hear the answer. Realizing that, Jin sighed in relief. So that is how it is. Did you enjoy the outing today? Yes, I am always happy to have memories like this with you. Then I feel relieved. I hope that later you will remember this memory. Then let us head back. Wait for me a moment. These memories of yours belong only to me here, right? Today, please dream with me about the two of us. Right after that, Qua Jian took the initiative and placed a kiss on Jin's lips. Jin recalled the death of Mizuam. Even if I choose one person, would that truly be right? The next morning, table was filled with luxurious dishes. This is the most delicious meal I have ever tasted. Eat freely, this feast is for us. While Jin ate enthusiastically, Jin asked, speaking of which, this is your first time entering the royal palace, right, Jin? Yes, that is correct. Kozilek, is it not also your first time? Ah, that is right. This is our first time coming here in this regression. It has been a long time since I saw a scene like this. Those people are the heroes who achieved merit at the Magic Tower, right? I did not expect Mako Academy to produce such outstanding students. Our Lady Alyssa, right? Could I ask for your autograph? Alyssa, who was eating cake, was startled me. Please sign here as well. Seeing them so happy, Jin also felt satisfied, even though we should have been training. But we experienced too many things at the Magic Tower, so resting a little today is also good. Of course, I still have things that must be done. The king and the queen are entering. Everyone please listen. Today is the memorial ceremony for my daughter, the saintess chosen by the gods who was rescued from the hands of evil mages. At the same time, we commemorate the guards who sacrificed their lives for that purpose. Hero, raise your head. I have heard of your achievements, great knight. If you wish, I will grant you anything. After the king command, Jin group immediately knelt down. Just like in the storyline at this stage, the player can receive gold, silver, elixirs, or even land. Kozilek replied, there is only one thing I wish for, not money, not items, and not power. What I want is a pardon decree. Hearing that the king was slightly stunned, I request a single-use pardon that can erase any crime. The atmosphere in the banquet immediately became heavy. The king said, the banquet ends here. We will change places to talk. In the previous regression, I carried many regrets. But the most painful memory was, Axie Ho, like a fool, did not realize everyone around gradually died, and also could not protect my master. In the end, I still could not stop that disaster. If everything proceeds according to the script, then before long this place will be swept into a storm of blood. This time will be different, and to achieve that, the thing I need most is, when alone, the king asked, a pardon, only once, yet you want to erase every crime. It sounds like you are saying you are about to commit a crime. You requested a private meeting with me, so what is your plan? I cannot say. Very well, I will grant you a pardon except for treason and killing the royal family. Is that enough? But Jin's answer made him even more suspicious. Forgive me, but I need a pardon for all crimes. You know what you are saying. Are you implying that you will commit treason before my eyes? Is this method not acceptable? Even if you are the hero who saved my daughter or the one who destroyed the Magic Tower. If your blade points toward the royal family, I will have only one choice. Guards, seize him. Your Majesty cannot kill a hero. Your Majesty, father. Estella appeared and spoke to stop him. Kozilek conquered the Magic Tower and saved me. And moreover, I spent several nights beside him. Hearing that, Jin's face turned pale. That is not entirely wrong, but she should say something more useful. Those words made the king even angrier. What? You spent the night together. I trust Jinlock more than I trust father, more than anything else in the world. This is not as Princess Estella, but as the Saintess. Before speaking, did you consider your identity as the Saintess? Yes. Jin realized she said she trusted him more than anything. That was an insult to the gods. And her hand was trembling. Perhaps Estella had discovered the secret of the church earlier than expected, and she needed my help. In any case, if Estella stands on my side, there is still a chance. As the atmosphere grew tense, Mizuam suddenly opened the door and stepped in while clapping. What an interesting play. Lord Kozilok always knows how to surprise people. I did not expect you would ask for such a pardon. Truly the worst possible timing. Mizuam is the saintess of the Catholic Church, and the one who destroyed the magic tower is me. The magic tower once had an alliance with the church, so it is understandable that she is displeased. Moreover, Mizuam has always regarded Estella as a thorn in her eyes, so she will certainly interfere in this matter at all costs. The situation is truly not good at all. Please grant him a single pardon. I will not refuse. Looking down at Estella from above is rather interesting. And as you understand already, this matter will absolutely not be simple. When even Mizuam said that, the king could not help but pause for a moment. Two saintesses of the church, together with two princesses of the kingdom, stood there. I never expected my daughter would stand on the side of a traitor. It seems raising children is truly meaningless. Kozilok, according to your request, I will grant you a one-time pardon that erases all sins. Receiving that order, he immediately responded loudly, I accept the command and thank your majesty. I've achieved my goal, yet it still feels as if something very important has been overlooked. Before, when confronting the magic tower, this feeling also appeared. This time as well, why exactly did Mizuam step forward to help me? Not long after that, the sky gradually turned dark. Mizuam returned to her room, gently sat on the bed and began speaking with the snake coiled around her hand. My hypocritical father must be wondering how far my anger and hatred will spread. By the way, I must say, I am rather disappointed. I did not expect you would enter a lady chamber without permission. Such behavior is truly rude and hardly that of a gentleman. Let me say it clearly so you understand. I do not like troublesome commotion. Recently, your losses seem quite severe, even unusual. If it continues like this, then what meaning is there in my support for you? Do not say that. Such things have always happened. It is unavoidable. This damned world seems to have been born hating me. In any case, according to the agreement, this is for you. Read your destiny. The secret treasure of this world, the book that allows me to see the fate that approaches. The fate stone Liam-Bam. 5 years ago, I met Vataza. He proposed that if I supported him, then each year I could borrow the fate stone Liam-Bam once. This time it must succeed. I hope the result this time will be as desired. The moment Mizuam placed her hand on the stone, the room immediately shone with brilliant light. At the same time, on Jin's side, someone arrived late at night seeking a conversation. It was Estella visiting with her head lowered. Junior of Kozilok, I have something important to discuss. Right after the banquet, she was arranged to stay in the royal palace, so I recognized her immediately. Indeed, she is Jin Jr. My holy power is being sealed. Have you already discovered the cause? Even after leaving that steel cage, the holy power has not returned. However, I believe that with time everything will be resolved. On that day, when I witnessed that dazzling radiance, before discovering the truth hidden behind it, the magic tower kidnapped me. They took all my weapons, but they overlooked Zasazio because it was not something I always carry, and it turned out this item can absorb holy power. That is correct, yet thinking carefully it is quite strange. Power granted by God is hindered by this object. Perhaps holy power has nothing to do with faith in the moon god, because even when I spoke irreverently just now, my holy power did not decrease at all. Kozilok shared his thoughts with the saintess. I also approached thanks to this Zasazio. Magic power as well as the divine power of the sun are both absorbed into this thing. Kozilok, you already understand it now. The saintess suddenly recalled the words spoken that night. She repeated the question he once asked. Have you truly never doubted the existence of God? In the original story, Estella was only an NPC who supported the player rather than a party member, so she did not deeply intervene in the plot. Stella never realized that there was a traitor within the church. Therefore, the crime involving Zasazio was never exposed and became a plot hole in the eyes of players. But the flow of history has changed. Since Estella returned to Mecha Academy, people could already guess that this day would eventually arrive. Kozilok directly led her onward. Please follow me. Come and see the absolute secret treasury. How can this be possible? I cannot believe it. These people are worshipped as gods of this world. After witnessing it with her own eyes, Estella could barely stand. This cannot be happening. Meanwhile, Jin only silently watched the saintess without saying a word. Since birth, the world has belonged to me. I have never seen holy power so strong, truly extraordinary talent. People have not even finished asking for what they desire, yet they already offer everything to me. Saintess, please grant me more blessings. Wherever you go, I will gladly sacrifice my life to protect you. That is the Saintess. If you speak a single word, everyone will worship you. No one knows whether power creates faith or faith creates power. But there is one thing I firmly believe. I have been chosen by God. At the second holy hall of the great cathedral, Jin, she stepped inside and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Pope Sikaji. O Saintess, what matter brings you to see me? At that time she asked, Your Holiness, do you truly believe in God? Hearing such a question from the Saintess, the Pope appeared quite puzzled. Of course, Saintess, the Lord always protects us even now. Is not our holy power itself the proof? Her expression seemed to understand part of the meaning within his words. Do you know what this is? Within the church, only high-ranking priests are permitted to touch it. Someone replaced it with Mizasazio. That person is truly despicable. What do you think about this matter, Pope Shikaji? Hearing that, he merely curled his lips into a smile. Heh, so you finally learned the truth, but that changes nothing. We use holy power not because of faith, but because we carry the bloodline of the ancient god Dan Nan and the giant race. Eventually you will understand. The true god we must serve is Dan Nan, and among them stands the great Vataza. Continued saying that new faith or old faith does not matter. Soon the world will belong to those who possess holy power when the heaven of Dan Nan descends again. That is right, we are the ones chosen by God. Immediately afterward, he snapped his fingers. Those from the magic tower, together with the old faith, ruined the entire plan. Saintess, only your blood can revive the giant and bring us closer to heaven. Why not do that? Hearing this, Estella revealed disgust. So all of you are the same kind. The faith I held my entire life collapsed. The scriptures I read and the beings I worshipped were all lies. You are not worthy to be the Pope. Vataza is not worthy to be called a god. But you dare insult Lord Vataza. Saintess seized that woman immediately. She gave no reply and only stood there silently. Immediately afterward, a scene occurred that shocked everyone. Because earlier, the ancient earth god Dan Nan had once asked her, Estella, which generation descendant of mine are you? If you inherit my bloodline, then you can use it. For me, there exists a duty more important than faith, responsibility equal to the power I possess. It is my duty to guide and save as many people as possible. God I believe in is Dakda. This staff once belonged to Dan Nan of the earth when he defeated the magic tower of the giant tribe Ba-i-Tat Sa, and I have made my decision. That was the moment the religious reform erupted within the New Zion Church. But the one who opened the destiny of the Saintess was not only herself. After witnessing the entire scene, Mizuem was so shocked her heart nearly stopped. Vataza looked at her and asked, Have you seen the future already? Her expression at this moment was filled with excitement. Yes, that is exactly it. At last fate will fulfill my wish. My hero, my prince, my destiny. Kazalak, that man will belong to me. The reason Jin had to marry Mizuem was because at that time, he had been captivated by her enchanting charm. Contrary to what I imagined, I felt pleased. In the original storyline, Mizuem would cause a massacre of the Demonkin and eventually die miserably at the hands of the player. But if I could stay beside Mizuem and take care of her, if I made her happy, so she would no longer be obsessed with hatred or desire, then perhaps I could save her from the tragic fate in the original story. But it turned out that was only a huge misunderstanding. I completely did not understand what the hell had happened. Mizuem was once again swallowed by hatred and became insane. She had not changed at all. She was exactly the same as before. Maxie asked him, Brother, so everything is already over. Where exactly did the mistake lie? At that moment he heard a cry for help. Someone was calling for help. There were still survivors. Hey kid, run over here quickly. The little girl's strength had reached its limit. In the end, the little girl was still swallowed by the snake right before Jin's eyes. He stood frozen, his eyes wide with shock. Why had everything turned out like this? Why did it have to be so cruel? Kozilek suddenly lunged forward, preparing to launch a piercing strike straight at it. But at that moment, he saw Mizuem lying inside the snake's mouth. He weakly murmured his name, Jin. Mizuem, how did it become like this? Ha ha. Everything was already too late. I am sorry, I love you. You are the most important person to me. To him it felt as if this tragedy had repeated once again. Meanwhile, in the underground city, Danat, Min Ma En Han, the elder of the Wolf clan, immediately gathered everyone and announced that the demons seemed to have gathered together. Some people had disappeared. They were caught by that snake and swallowed. His expression became gloomy. Is that so? The suppression of the Demonkin by that church was becoming more and more brutal. One person angrily said, that damned snake cut off one of my arms. If this continues, this place will sooner or later be discovered. Elder, please think of a solution. We've been driven to the very border. This is the last place we can take shelter. Only Danat is safe. Are we left with nothing but waiting for death? The clan leader turned to the red-haired girl Edina and asked, what is the situation with that snake now? I heard it has infiltrated the city near the harbor. No, sir. Actually, it has already been discovered and captured. What? The warrior group of Kozilek contacted me and said so. They even seem to know that I am a demi-human, yet they showed no discrimination. Therefore, they asked me to pass a message to the clan leader. Later, they will tell me everything they know. He said thoughtfully, the warrior Jinlock. I have heard that name before. Was that not the group who saved the Saintess Estella, leader of the Jinlock Warrior Guild, the man who defeated the rebel mage at that holy temple? It is over. He is a hero of the dynasty. Perhaps he wants to use this chance to wipe us out. It is not like that. He has given us a new proposal. Kozilok said that he himself will deal with that snake. What, he himself will kill that snake? Can those words be trusted? It sounds too absurd. How could his group possibly do that? Moreover, why should we trust the words of a human? Jinlock in the end is only an ordinary man. Those Catholic followers are the same. His pretending to protect us is only a cover. In the end, they still watched that church suppress us. Hearing that, the people around also nodded in agreement. That is right. Humans are all the same in the end, only good at empty words. That is not correct. Dinah was startled and quickly turned around. You people followed me all the way here. Jen and John suddenly appeared before everyone, making the whole group stand frozen in shock. You, the Golden Wolf tribe, I thought that race had disappeared long ago. We nearly ended up like that as well. We were once chosen as experimental subjects for the Empire. Fortunately, Lord Kozilok rescued us. Because of that, we can now study at Mecha III Academy under the protection of Saintess Esotella. If those two had not extended their hands to help, then we would not exist as we are today. His gaze toward them was full of suspicion, as if he still did not completely trust them. Dinah immediately spoke. Elder, I am currently disguised as an official within the kingdom. From my observations, their plan is entirely possible. Stateless demi-humans like us wander our whole lives. This could be a chance to be recognized as legitimate citizens. However, things did not unfold the way they had hoped. I do not trust humans at all. After saying that, he waved his hand strongly forward. Everyone thought he was about to punish her, but the tribe chief only gently placed his hand on her head and stroked it. I will try placing my trust in you once and see what happens. Hearing that, Dinah was so happy she could not hide her emotions. In the blink of an eye, the vacation had passed. Although Mecha III Academy was holding the closing ceremony, I had to go somewhere else. Still had matters to settle elsewhere. The rare elixir obtained from the Kam Kai forest when arriving at the Steel Archipelago. Aside from those items, although many other valuable things were found, none could compare to it. Are you really planning to eat that? Should you not keep it as a family treasure? This is an extremely rare Goryeo mountain ginseng. It grew by absorbing dragon veins for tens of thousands of years. Brewing it expands magical power. Eating it raw strengthens aura. This is a 10,000-year treasure even the gods value. I will brew it immediately and drink it. The effect of Goryeo mountain ginseng depends greatly on the preparation method, so it requires someone who understands this herb best. Therefore, they asked the former elder of Ader Jin for help. Da Essek, do your best. The elixir I have carefully tended for so long. All right, it is finished. Kozilok took a sip and immediately showed surprise. Truly astonishing. The Goryeo mountain ginseng was perfectly absorbed. Magical power increased by 37,564. The magic rank advanced from maximum intermediate to advanced. It finally surpassed the threshold of 50. Of course, it still cannot compare to Paxi Ho, Honbo Z, or Ta Tet Ba Tha Jia. But I also have the law of power increase. When fighting to save the world, all stats increase by 200%. The Holy Temple Aura equipment set also increases magical power by 200%. Total power increases 4 times, equivalent to around 200,000 magical power. Now I can easily control the power of the sun. The time to use it is approaching. Whether in real history or in the first loop, whenever I thought I had everything under control, Mizuam still caused a massacre, as if fate could not be avoided. The only one delighted by that cruel fate was Ta Tet Ba Tha Ra. That man wished for the new church and the old church, humans and demi-humans, to become enemies and destroy each other. That man wanted every obstacle to the descent of heaven to annihilate itself. Therefore, I only have one thing to do. My law is to save the world and not ignore the suffering of the righteous. If I break the oath, there is only death. To survive, I must stop the villain from destroying the world and protect the innocent demi-humans. I have prepared everything for this battle. You still remember the king granted you immunity. You can erase all crimes once. Having this privilege of absolution is a great advantage. Even though I want to avoid conflict, I still prepare for the worst situation. Until then, I must avoid Mizuam as much as possible. If my secret manipulation of everything is discovered by Mizuam right now, then the entire plan will collapse. In the previous loop, Mizuam slaughtered the demon race and I could not stop it. This time, I will absolutely not repeat that mistake. Student Mizuam has submitted a mentor request. As you know, in return, she donated an enormous sum to the academy. This system allows choosing a professor or student to receive extra instruction after class. Princess Mizuem wants to meet you after class every day. Yes, roughly like that. In your mind, suspicion could not help but arise, wondering whether there was some scheme behind it, because previously she had revealed that the Magic Tower was hunting the wolf tribe. Please forgive him, and this time the situation is similar. Does she want to keep me close to monitor me? If you dislike it, we can refuse. No, it is fine. I will accept being her mentor. Traditional mentoring program of Macabre Academy is a one-on-one guidance between experienced seniors and juniors. If the junior improves, the senior gains points. Otherwise, points may be deducted. Therefore, at the beginning of each semester, seniors usually approach juniors to guide them. For example, they might ask, "Do you want to be mentored by me?" However, juniors are already busy with daily assignments and gain no clear benefits, so they rarely apply for mentors themselves. Even so, sometimes there are juniors who wish to stay near seniors they admire, and thus submit applications to be guided. For that man, it was nothing significant, simply a wish to learn and become stronger. For Miss Zylock, this mentoring request was a special case, because the applicant was the saintess of the old church, and also the second Princess Mizuemha Tha Izad. "Come in, my future mentor, in Kazan." Placed the letter on the table and refused. "Sorry, I cannot. Please find someone else." Mizuem showed no anger and calmly replied, "I expected you would not agree immediately, but such a quick refusal is surprising. Recently, I have been extremely busy. I work on missions with the team. Autumn is approaching, so I must prepare for the festival. Not to mention the warrior rank evaluation is also coming soon. Kozilok, you are the destiny of. I do not know the exact method or process, but the future shown by the Stone of Fate contained the image of that girl embracing me while shedding tears. That was the vision, where my wish becomes reality. Destroy all demon people of the Moan Demon Alliance. My lifelong desire is revenge. In the current situation, the location of Moan is still unknown. The only one I can rely on is that man. Then I will take my leave." After being rejected, the princess quietly released a snake onto him to secretly monitor him. "Sooner or later, you will come to me yourself. The things you cannot yet obtain, I will make up all of them for you." Besides, scouting the snake also allowed Mizuem to observe everything outside. Is this the Ko-Jin Warrior Zone? If treated as a new warrior squad, this 5-story building is quite impressive. Operating a warrior squad must require a great deal of money. Perhaps I should propose gold. "Hey, good morning, this is your house, so stop playing all day and clean a little." The snake looked around wondering, dogs, magical pets, is this a dog kennel? Could this place actually be? Sometimes excessive scale is not a good thing. Miss Jin Warrior Squad is truly massive. I wonder how long it would take to see everything here. Kozilok, you arrive. "Hey, what if we build an airport so many Hazel Billy can come and go at once?" "Senior, I said it is unnecessary, yes. It seems gold is unnecessary. If we want to develop the warrior squad, increasing manpower would be better." "Oh, Alyssa, what are you doing?" My sister said to slowly try training first." Jin, please step aside a little. My body smells of sweat." It seems the troops are not lacking either. After all, the lower floors are only employment relationships. But there are still things more important than work, right? Recently, you have been so busy that I cannot stay beside you every night like before. "Oh, hello, staying here again tonight." Mizuem witnessed that scene and felt embarrassed. "You have still been taking your medicine lately." "Yes, hold my hand, so warm and comfortable, Kozilok. I am sleepy now, then go to bed and rest." This situation is truly improper. The story moved to the next morning. The princess took the initiative to meet you. "All right, Lord Jin, honestly, I do not know what you need. I will ask directly. What do you want from me? What price must I pay for you to agree to be my mentor? Any condition I will accept. Truly, anything is possible." Her face hesitated briefly, but she reluctantly nodded. Yes, that is right. For her now nothing mattered as long as she could take revenge. "All right then." Immediately you leaned close to her ear and whispered your condition. After hearing it, she slightly frowned. Is that all? Let me say first, mentoring will not be easy. If you do not want it, you may stop. Thus, Miss A. Ung officially entered the first training session with Kajin. What is the point of learning these things anyway? This is boring. 2 whole hours only practicing first aid. Difficulty is natural, because saving a life is always far harder than harming someone. And there is only one acceptable answer. Understood, Sir Recruit. Are you serious? Today lesson ends here. Now it is the princess' turn to answer clearly. Is that person truly sincere? Turned out the condition you gave earlier was after each mentoring session, please show me your genuine smile. That alone is enough. At this point, are you still planning to withdraw? Even if you tell me to suddenly smile, it is difficult. Doing it like this be acceptable. Seeing her forced smile, you quietly commented, there is not a trace of sincerity. The corner of your mouth is too stiff. Your eyes should curve a little more. Haha, all right, we will really stop here today. And we will meet again at the training session tomorrow. What exactly are you plotting? During the training the next day, he said to Mizuam, recruit, Today you will learn the method of immobilization splinting. Do not treat the patient like a joke. She seemed to be forcing herself to smile. Be a little more natural. I said you must put sincerity into it. Then the following day, and the day after that, concealment and the use of cover are the foundation of tactics. Understand. Why is the corner of that side of your mouth raised so high? Is your face crooked? Try lifting the other side a little. All right, we will end here today. I never expected I would have to practice smiling this much. HMPH truly confusing. What exactly am I doing all this for? Anyway, see you tomorrow. Time quietly passed like that, and everything gradually moved according to the plan. Scene shifted to Kozilek Warrior Office. Kozilek, John, Jen, and Edina were handling the work. Sorry, I have urgent matters this afternoon, so I must ask you to handle everything. It is fine, boss. We are even happy to be given the task. That is right. Sister Edina also guides us very carefully. Must be Lord Jin. This is my first time meeting you in person. I am Edina Izatan. In the story, Edina is a beastman NPC who sells black market tickets. Later, she becomes an internal spy of the kingdom to monitor the movements of Mizuam Taman. However, in the kingdom, she always hides her identity and lives like an ordinary civil servant. Edina Cover is a policy planning official. She wants to promote laws protecting beastmen, but must struggle to hide that she herself is a beastman. Demon people wandering without citizenship. They must constantly face every kind of discrimination and oppression directly. He handed her a stack of documents. Edina, please take this. This is the development plan for the Kajin district, along with a draft law protecting unregistered demon people. What is this? These are the signatures of those who have spoken in support of demon people. Will also sign my name. If it is for demon people, I am willing to contribute. Demon people are not all evil. There are still righteous individuals among them. We also cast a vote of support. Do your best. According to Macabre Academy perspective, this petition aims to help students study with peace of mind. Moan barrier has also been reinforced much stronger. As long as the exact coordinates are unknown, it cannot be found with the naked eye. When holding that stack of papers in her hands, Edina could not help but feel moved. Thank you, everyone. I am truly grateful. Everything is proceeding smoothly. The force Mizuam once mobilized for the massacre was the Kingdom Army. Demon people were labeled rebels and exterminated. That only happened because no one considered the consequences. But if demon people become citizens, then the army suppressing its own people would become impossible. Story shifted to the following day. As long as time is prolonged until the bill is passed, and Mizuam cannot find Moan location, it will be enough, perhaps. Kozilek suddenly froze. He arrived at the usual meeting point. This time, Mizuam was strangely absent. Meanwhile, at the Rezium Cathedral of the old church, Wheel of Fate continued to turn silently without stopping. The princess' gaze suddenly became sharp and cold. So you were hiding here. Mizuam White Snake was crawling around the circle on the map placed before her. Those filthy creatures have finally revealed themselves. The one trying to change fate is me, and I have found it, as if mocking destiny itself.